Chapter 356. I already know who the mole is. You still dare to laugh? Fan Fei's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, trembling. In his eyes, although Li Zipping usually didn't talk much, he was a warm-hearted person with strong research skills. If Fan Fei ever needed help, Li Zipping wouldn't refuse him. So he had always thought Li Zipping was someone cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. If I were really the mole, after letting Xiaofeng escape, why would I come back? To walk right into a trap. Li Zipping's sharp gaze swept over everyone present, especially when he looked at Chenglu, flashing him an inscrutable smile. His eyes held undisguised sharpness, as if telling Chenglu, I've got you. Chenglu's hand, hanging by his side, clenched suddenly. He swallowed involuntarily, and his heart leaped into his throat. Fan Fei fumed, then give us a reasonable explanation. Second, I already know who the mole is. Li Zipping said, enunciating each word. His words caused a stir, and everyone stared at him in disbelief. Even the usually composed Dr. Ke couldn't stay steady. Li Zipping, what exactly have you discovered? Why are you still being cryptic at a time like this? Dr. Ke stared at him intently, wanting to hear what he would say. Seeing Li Zipping remain silent, Du Ji sneered, who knows if he's actually found anything? Maybe he's just a thief crying thief, coming back to sow discord. Just now, when I said I knew who the mole was, I carefully watched everyone's reactions. Everyone was eagerly looking at me, wanting to know who it was. Only one person's breathing quickened, and their eyes showed worry and fear. That's what finally confirmed his identity as the mole. Li Zipping spoke as he walked, then suddenly turned and stopped in front of an unexpected person. Li Zipping, what you're saying is ridiculous. Earlier, when everyone suspected you, I was the only one who firmly believed in you and spoke up for you. Do you think pointing your finger at me now will shift the blame? Everyone has judgment, they won't be fooled by you so easily. Chenglu trembled slightly, his face turning pale, as if he were furious. His words were righteous, accusing Li Zipping of ingratitude. He had supported Li Zipping, only for Li Zipping to falsely accuse him in return. He also subtly flattered everyone, implying they could correctly discern Li Zipping's words. If the situation weren't so tense, Shen Huayu would have applauded him. Moles were indeed no fools. In the outside world, he would be a skilled negotiator. The others snapped back to reality, especially Du Ji, who was closest to Chenglu and reacted the most strongly. Li Zipping, what nonsense are you spouting? If you accused anyone else, I might believe it, but Chenglu? Huh. Don't forget how Chenglu's health deteriorated. It was from leading the charge time and again. Working tirelessly. Daring to be the first. Last time the lab exploded, he was the one who rushed in alone and saved 12 colleagues. And now you're telling me he's the mole? Let me tell you, if you slandered someone else, I might buy it, but Chenglu? I swear on my head, it's absolutely impossible. Du Ji was truly enraged. He had been one of those trapped in the lab explosion last time. If Chenglu hadn't rushed in and put out a fire on some equipment, he would have died in the chain of explosions. Now Li Zipping was casually claiming Chenglu was the mole. Du Ji would never accept it. Du Ji is right. Everyone has seen what Chenglu has done. If he were really a traitor, why would he work so hard? Wouldn't it be better to let everyone die in the explosion? He only felt collegial concern for Chenglu, not as much emotion as Du Ji. Assistant frowned as she watched them, lost in thought. She and Dr. Ke had only been transferred from the capital not long ago and weren't very familiar with the situation here. In fact, it wasn't until this crisis that they truly interacted with Chenglu and the others. Given the current circumstances, if Chenglu had really done so much, he didn't seem like a mole. Instead, Li Zipping, who had been acting mysterious all along, wasn't very reassuring. Dr. Ke and assistant exchanged a glance, both forming their own conclusions. Why are you all so worked up? You and Du Ji defending him so passionately now, isn't that exactly his goal? A traitor doesn't just have to cause destruction. Li Zipping sneered. The highest level is to infiltrate people's hearts. He just needs to stay in the shadows and deliver the critical blow. Even if he's exposed, there will always be fools to cover for him. When he said fools, Li Zipping deliberately glanced at Du Ji, making it clear who he meant. Li Zipping. Du Ji lost his temper and lunged to punch him. Is this really the time for a fight? With Dr. Ke's intervention, Du Ji barely calmed down. He turned to Dr. Ke. Dr. Ke, Li Zipping let Xiaofeng escape and now comes back to frame Chenglu. Calling someone a mole is a huge accusation. He has no evidence, yet he wants to pin it on whoever he pleases. Please say something fair. This was the first time Du Ji had addressed Dr. Ke with such respect. Dr. Ke wasn't very old, a man in his 40s, but days of exhaustion had aged him visibly. He looked up. Du Ji is right. If you want to say Chenglu is a traitor, you need evidence. In our current situation, wrongly accusing a good comrade would be a heavy blow to all of us. With only 6 people, losing one good comrade meant losing one less ally. Do you all remember when Chenglu suggested that he and I go together to lead the pursuers away? Li Zipping asked. Of course we do. Compared to us, you've been in the lab the shortest time, so it was natural to suspect you. What's wrong with that? Duji snorted. At the time, the pursuers were right behind us. If we went out, getting caught was inevitable. Could I interpret that as Chenglu deliberately getting caught so he could pass on information? Li Zipping said calmly, unfazed by Duji's agitation. By that logic, you were caught too, so I could reasonably suspect you were also passing information. This time, Assistant In was the one questioning him. Me? After I was caught, I didn't say a word. That leader ordered his men to beat us, trying to get the password. I kept my head down and stayed silent. Only Chenglu kept negotiating with him. Chapter 357, Meticulous and Interlocking. Hearing this, Chenglu, who had been silent all along, spoke up. Everything I said was begging for mercy, crying out in pain, and probing their identities. All those conversations happened right under your nose. He paused, his voice a bit hoarse, as if utterly disappointed. Even if I were a mole, would I be stupid enough to pass information right in front of you? And after we got back, you and Xiaofeng went out hunting together. I stayed in the cave with Dr. Ko and the others the whole time. Even if I wanted to pass a message, I wouldn't have had the ability. Qinglu was usually mild-tempered, but now he was clearly agitated, with a hint of self-mockery. Thinking back now, the fact that you easily took down those 2 guards means they deliberately went easy on you, wanting you to come back and keep gathering intel. I was so foolish, completely fooled by you. When they suspected you, I kept defending you. Now that I think about it, I was inviting a wolf into the house. Li Zipping stretched his long legs and leaned against the wall. What's the point of dragging up all that useless stuff? You've played your role so much you've fooled yourself. He walked over, closing in on Chenglu, his enviable height creating an intense pressure that made people's hearts race. Li Zipping, what are you trying to do getting close to Chenglu? Duji stepped in front of Chenglu. Li Zipping shot him a sideways glance and clamped a hand on his shoulder like a steel vise. Duji's face flushed red as he tried to break free, but no matter how he struggled, the hand on his shoulder didn't budge. Let go of me. Are you finally showing your true colors? He lowered his voice, locking eyes with Chenglu like a devil's whisper. The sounds you made back then, and the length of your words, that was Morse code, wasn't it? Chenglu's pupils instantly dilated, and beads of sweat seeped through his usually pale, flawless skin. His hands clenched suddenly, the palms losing their color and turning ashen. After all, they were all researchers. They might not know Morse code, but they had heard of it. With Li Zipping's testimony, everyone began to waver. You say it is, but it was just you and Qinglu at the time. Maybe misheard. Feeling the pressure on her shoulder release, Duji jumped in to retort. Unfortunately for you, my minor in college was Morse code. It's noted in my file, you can check when you get back, Li Zipping said calmly, without a hint of panic. As for being caught back then, it's because I trusted Chenglu so much that it never crossed my mind he might be a traitor. Even if he was passing signals, I didn't realize it was Morse code. Li Zipping spoke with unhurried confidence. You all said that these past few days, we've been moving in pairs at least, so it's impossible to tell who the mole is. But that's not true. That day, Xiaofeng and I were outside handling the game, and Qinglu came out to call us. At that moment, he was alone. If he wanted to pass a message, that was the only chance. It was that very night that I carefully replayed what happened when we were captured, and it finally hit me, he was speaking in Morse code. And there's one more thing none of you know. When we were coming back, Chenglu kept asking me about the password. I wondered at the time why he was asking me. Now I get it. When we left, the only people who went into Director Yan's office, besides Dr. Ko and Assistant In, were me. He suspected I knew the password too and wanted to win my trust to trick me into revealing it. If it hadn't been for running into Xiaofeng, who knows what he might have done. As Li Zipping laid out each point, everyone's expressions grew heavy. Even Duji's lips moved, but he couldn't find the words, or rather, anything to counter. Qinglu, I've laid out all the evidence. Do you have anything to say for yourself? It really was you? Why? Why? Duji murmured, looking utterly devastated, as if he might cry. Chenglu's eyes seemed to glisten with tears, as if choked with anger, and he suddenly started coughing. You, cough, have said it all, meticulous and interlocking. What more can I say, cough? Duji wanted to go over and support him, but Fan Fei stopped him. He hadn't noticed something was off with Qinglu on the day of the hunt. He'd figured it out after escaping from Boss Lei. Just as he was about to knock Chenglu out, tie him up, and interrogate him properly, Xiaoyu had suddenly appeared. Restrain Chenglu first. Dr. Ke closed his eyes and spoke heavily. He was a researcher, used to moles infiltrating. After hearing Li Zipping's analysis, how could he not tell who the real villain was? Given his methods, his identity was probably no simple matter. So Dr. Ke knew that from now on, he had to listen to Li Zipping. Fan Fei found a rope, and together with Li Zipping, they tied Chenglu up. From the trembling of his back, it seemed he was crying. Clearly, Chenglu's betrayal had hit him hard. Brother, I'm sorry, I wronged you. Fan Fei said quietly to Li Zipping. Judging by his demeanor today, Fan Fei felt like he had never really known Li Zipping. He hid it too well and knew how to buy people off. Don't blame yourself. Li Zipping patted him on the shoulder. After dealing with Cheng Lu, Dr. Ke called Li Zipping aside alone. Comradely, I know now that your identity is no simple matter. What should we do next? Are there instructions from above? Shen Huayu's eyes narrowed. Dr. Ke was definitely clean, but he hadn't yet confirmed whether his assistant was safe. Dr. Ke, to be honest, I suspect there are 2 moles this time. Besides Cheng Lu, there's another one hiding deep. Yes, you know how important this research data is. It's understandable that the enemy would go all out. If the research materials were lost, the entire northern region's industry would take a massive hit. Chapter 358, Naturally at a Disadvantage. So, I want to ask you, can you confirm Assistant Anne's identity? Dr. Ke frowned and said in a low voice, I really can't be sure about that. To be honest, my transfer here was a last-minute decision. Assistant Anne was hastily assigned to my side. Since we're both from the capital, our relationship is a bit closer. But I can't guarantee she's above suspicion. Dr. Ke gave a bitter smile. How could he dare to ensure that Assistant Anne's identity was absolutely clean? If something went wrong, the consequences would be dire. Dr. Ke, that means among the remaining 3 Fan Fei and Assistant Anne, there must be 1 mole. We're all in the cave now, unable to send out any messages. I estimate that before long, those people outside will definitely make a move. Then why don't we go out and find another place to hide? That's better than waiting here to be captured. Li Zipping shook his head. It's already dark now, and the terrain here is treacherous. With just the few of us, finding a suitable spot will be too difficult. Then what do you suggest? We can't just sit here and wait to die, doing nothing. The best course of action right now really is to wait. Li Zipping turned his head and said seriously. His face was hidden in the darkness, and Dr. Ke couldn't make out his exact expression. But the aura he exuded made Dr. Ke involuntarily want to trust him. Sigh, comradely, I believe in you. I hope you can lead us out safely. Dr. Ke patted his shoulder firmly, then walked over and sat down without another word. If Dr. Ke had known that the Special Forces soldier he thought he was dealing with was actually just a researcher like himself, he probably wouldn't have trusted Shen Huayu so much. All he could say was that Shen Huayu was extremely calm and composed, and his appearance was far too deceptive. When Assistant Anne saw Dr. Ke return, she initially wanted to ask what they had talked about. But seeing his stern face, she knew she wouldn't get anything out of him. The others sat quietly by the fire. As for Cheng Lu, his mouth had been gagged, so even if he wanted to speak, he couldn't make a sound. Shen Huayu went alone to the mouth of the cave, carefully observing the movements outside. Since parting ways with Shen Huayu during the day, she had been racing along the address he had given her. She had no time to appreciate the scenery along the way, focusing solely on traveling. As for Tuanzi and Jinzi, they were still monitoring Lei Laoda. Feng Lingyu hadn't recalled them. Just as Feng Lingyu climbed over a small grassy slope, she saw, not far away on the grassland, the faint outlines of several military green tents. Yellow light shone through the tents, and figures occasionally flickered past. Soldiers stood guard outside the tents, each one upright and alert, eyes fixed straight ahead. The guns in their hands were ready to fire. Feng Lingyu had no doubt that if anyone accidentally stumbled into the area, they would be riddled with bullets. Judging by the situation, this was most likely the reinforcements Huayu had mentioned. At this hour, they were still camping not far from the woods. Just as Huayu had predicted, they had been held up by something, which was why they hadn't gone up the mountain yet. Feng Lingyu looked down at herself. Her clothes were tattered from head to toe, and even her hat had holes letting the wind through. She applied disguise cream to every exposed inch of skin, and to be safe, she smeared some inside her collar as well. Coupled with the stench emanating from her body, Feng Lingyu nodded in satisfaction. Now, she really looked like a wild kid from the mountains. Finding an opening, Feng Lingyu seized the moment and ran out. Regimental Commander Ma was frowning as he listened to his subordinate's report. So, according to you, we still can't enter the mountain? Yes, every time we try to go up the mountain, a group of people comes out to stop us. Those people are all hiding in the woods, while our men are out on the grassland. In a shootout, we simply can't outgun them, Battalion Commander Wu said bitterly. It was like the enemy had cover while they were fighting barehanded, naturally at a disadvantage. And their equipment is superior. In terms of bullet range, our gear is far inferior to theirs. Regimental Commander Ma slammed his hand hard on the table, the bang knocking over the cup on it. Damn it. Those bastards, who knows how long they've been hiding right under our noses. Regimental Commander Ma breathed heavily, clasped his hands behind his back to calm down, and then said, the people in the mountain are too important to us. We can't afford to lose a single one, let alone the fact that they have crucial research materials. We must find every possible way to get into the mountain and find them. But in the past few days, 2 of our brothers have already died. If we really charge up without regard for the cost, we'll suffer at least half casualties. Battalion Commander Wu said emotionally. Compared to those researchers on the mountain, he cared more about his soldiers. Insisting on charging up under these circumstances, what difference was there from throwing their lives away? Battalion Commander Wu, your words disappoint me greatly. Back when we fought the island nation and the Americans, our equipment was poor. We couldn't even eat our fill or wear proper clothes. Did we ever back down? No. Our victory was still bought with lives. But for the benefit of the vast majority of the people, it was all worth it. Let me ask you, what is the purpose of our military? Battalion Commander Wu clenched his fists at his sides and shouted, to serve the people. As long as you haven't forgotten that. Regimental Commander Ma walked up to him and saluted him with a standard military gesture. Battalion Commander Wu, now order all troops to charge. We must break through before dawn. Just as he was about to go out and issue the order, a report came from outside the tent. Report. I found a suspicious person who says he has information about the people on the mountain. It was already late at night, and out on the vast grassland, where would anyone come from? Regimental Commander Ma walked back to his seat and said in a low voice, let him in. Battalion Commander Wu stood to the side. Since there was new information now, the previous order could wait for a moment. A thin, dark young man was escorted in by a young soldier. He was dressed very shabbily, with a cowering expression on his face, looking at everyone with timid, evasive eyes. But his eyes were unusually bright, like a lake after spring rain, so clear they seemed capable of purifying the soul. Chapter 359. Should be in time, right? The young soldier first saluted, then said, reporting to the regiment commander. When I was on patrol, he suddenly popped up and said he came to deliver a message to Dr. Ko and the others. The young soldier naturally did not easily believe Feng Lingyu's words. Before coming to see Regiment Commander Ma and the others, they had already thoroughly searched Feng Lingyu's person. After confirming there was nothing wrong, the young soldier brought her before the officers. Regiment Commander Ma looked shocked. You really came to deliver a message to Dr. Ko and the others? What proof do you have? Feng Lingyu, with trembling hands, took out the work ID that Shen Huayu had given her from her bosom. Actually, a comrade named Li Zipping sent me. He said there's a mole in the team, and their whereabouts have been exposed. The reinforcements have been delayed without any news. They should be trapped. So he told me to come find you. She secretly observed the faces of Regiment Commander Ma and Battalion Commander Wu. They looked decent enough, not like bad people. It's very difficult to plant a mole in the military, especially at the officer level. To get promoted, one has to go through layers of political. Not just your immediate family, but even your distant relatives have to be checked thoroughly. If there was a mole here too, she wouldn't hesitate to resort to killing. Dealing with Boss Lei and his gang using the hot weapons from the space would just take a rocket launcher. Regiment Commander Ma took the work ID from the young soldier. His hand rubbed the lower right corner of the title page. Feeling a few small bumps, his hand paused slightly. This work ID was genuine. Comrade, what message did Comrade Li ask you to bring me? Regiment Commander Ma looked at Feng Lingyu eagerly. He said he's already found one mole in the team, but there's still another he has no leads on. He hopes you can cooperate with him to find the mole. Feng Lingyu answered timidly. Battalion Commander Wu sighed. He had thought there would be some good news. Comrade, we can't even get up the mountain right now. How can we cooperate with him? Feng Lingyu thought to herself, were those bad guys so capable that even the regular army couldn't defeat them? Battalion Commander Wu shook his head in disappointment. It seemed fate wanted the brothers to go to their deaths. By the way, he said he left marks along the way. You'll know where they went as soon as you see them. Regiment Commander Ma frowned. We didn't see any marks on the road. It seems someone deliberately erased them. To have gotten here before us, it must be those bad guys. That mole is hiding very deep, even knowing our contact signals. Battalion Commander Wu said hatefully. If he caught the mole, he would have him cut into 1,000 pieces. Regiment Commander Ma was silent for a moment, then finally made up his mind. He said firmly, we can't wait any longer. Comrade Li must be waiting for us now. Battalion Commander Wu, go and give the order immediately. Even if we have to storm the mountain, we must get in. Hearing this, Feng Lingyu finally understood. So Boss Lei and his gang had been scheming to stop the reinforcements from going up the mountain. That's why they could hold steady, wasting time with Dr. Ko and the others on the mountain. Reporting to the regiment commander. A voice as thin as a mosquito sounded. Feng Lingyu shrank her neck, her eyes darting around, as if asking if she had done something wrong. Seeing her like this, Regiment Commander Ma knew she was imitating the young soldier's actions from earlier. Seeing that she was timid and inexperienced, Regiment Commander Ma asked as gently as possible. Feng Lingyu pursed her lips. I know a place where we can go up the mountain. No need to fight. Regiment Commander Ma's eyes lit up. Suppressing his excitement, he continued, "Really? Where's that place? Can it really bypass those bad guys?" Battalion Commander Wu also looked at Feng Lingyu with burning eyes. If there really was such a place, his brothers wouldn't have to go to their deaths. Once they were actually in the woods, with the trees for cover, he didn't believe his soldiers couldn't outdo that bunch of scum. "I can't explain it clearly. That place is a cliff. Once you climb up, you'll be very close to Dr. Ko and the others." Regiment Commander Ma, "Comrade, how do you know about this place?" "I'm a mountain dweller. I grew up here. I'm familiar with every place here." Actually, Tuanzi and Jinzi were more familiar. "I see." Regiment Commander Ma had always known there were mountain dwellers here. They lived by hunting. Most of the mountain dwellers, persuaded by the government, had moved to the towns at the foot of the mountain. A small number of stubborn ones, unwilling to give up their ancestors' skills, still lived on the mountain. He didn't expect to be so lucky this time to meet a native familiar with the terrain. "Regiment Commander Ma, is that cliff easy to climb? About how high is it?" "Feng Lingyu, it's full of big rocks, so it's still dangerous. But I can climb up first, then lower a rope down, so you'll be safe." She had seen that cliff. It was about 20 meters high. Without safety measures, climbing it with bare hands would be somewhat difficult. "Can you ensure your own safety? I don't want you to end up in an accident." Although Regiment Commander Ma was very happy that Feng Lingyu could lead them up, his first priority was still to ensure the comrades' safety. After all, protecting the country and the people was their duty as soldiers. If they caused the comrade to sacrifice herself, that would be too wrong. "Regiment Commander, don't worry. I've been able to climb that place since I was a child. I've climbed it countless times growing up. There won't be any accidents." Seeing that this young comrade was finally showing some confidence, unlike her earlier timidity, Regiment Commander Ma closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair to think. Should he really place his hopes on this young comrade? If a mistake delayed time, Dr. Ko and the others might lose their lives. "Regiment Commander. Brotherly said he's already caught one mole. Those people might act rashly out of desperation." Seeing him hesitate, Feng Lingyu added softly, "Regiment Commander, please give the order. I trust this comrade's words." Battalion Commander Wu said decisively. "All right." Regiment Commander Ma stood up, putting on his coat as he walked out. "Now, strike the camp. In 10 minutes, everyone assemble." Battalion Commander Wu happily acknowledged and went out to relay the order. Feng Lingyu breathed a sigh of relief, looking up at the bright moon hanging high in the sky. Chapter 360. Black Spirit, Dead. They crouched low, their footsteps light, and aside from the rustling of their clothes, not a single extra sound emerged. If one didn't pay close attention, it would be easy to overlook the commotion here. "Regiment Commander Ma, it's right here." Feng Lingyu craned her neck, spotted a conspicuous boulder, and after confirming it was correct, turned to say to Regiment Commander Ma. The cliff face here was covered in rubble, exceptionally steep, and after the snowfall, crystal-clear icicles had formed on the rock wall. Not to mention the occasional loose stones that fell, making it dangerous just standing below and looking up. Regiment Commander Ma furrowed his brow. He hadn't expected the cliff's conditions to be so complex. At this height, if someone fell halfway while climbing, they would surely die on the spot. "Little comrade, there's thick ice on the rocks too. Are you sure you can climb up safely? Don't push yourself if it's really not possible. We have other ways." Regiment Commander Ma looked at Feng Lingyu with concern. Feng Lingyu shook her head. "Regiment Commander Ma, don't worry. I really can handle it." As she spoke, Feng Lingyu's eyes never left the cliff. "Give me the rope. Once I'm up, I'll lower it down." After determining her climbing route, Feng Lingyu said to Battalion Commander Wu. Battalion Commander Wu took 3 military ropes from the soldiers behind him and handed them to the slim, young figure before him. "You must be careful. If it's too much, come back down, we won't blame you." Feng Lingyu smiled at Battalion Commander Wu, took the rope, and tied it around her waist. "I've climbed this many times before. I could do it with my eyes closed." With her plant-based ability, scaling a cliff was truly effortless for her. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Feng Lingyu began to climb slowly. At first, it was fine, but as she went higher, especially after 10 meters off the ground, everyone held their breath. They were terrified of disturbing her. This was a matter of life and death with the slightest misstep. Regiment Commander Ma's heart was in his throat, especially when Feng Lingyu's foot slipped once, nearly making him cry out. As Feng Lingyu climbed higher, the cliff grew steeper, and almost every step sent tumbling down. She glanced downward. At such a height, with the night obscuring vision, those below could no longer make out her exact movements. So, in the blink of an eye, emerald green vines continuously sprouted from the crevices in the cliff, cleverly weaving themselves into a series of steps. Feng Lingyu stepped onto each vine ladder and finally climbed up steadily. With the help of her cheating ability, the most treacherous section of the cliff was easily overcome. From the base of the cliff, Regiment Commander Ma and the others could only see a dark silhouette moving lightly and nimbly, reaching the cliff's top in a few swift steps. Battalion Commander Wu's eyes sparkled. "Commander, look how agile he is. He's got great potential as a soldier. Since he's still young and moldable, after a few years of training, he could become another soldier king." Regiment Commander Ma was also excited. "You're right, but for now, rescuing Dr. Ku and the others is the priority." Feng Lingyu found 3 large trees near the cliff's edge, kicked them to check their stability, and then tied the 3 ropes around her waist securely to the trees. Seeing the 3 ropes dangling down, Regiment Commander Ma at the base knew the little comrade was ready, and they could now start climbing. With the rope's help, the danger and difficulty of scaling the cliff were greatly reduced. These soldiers were accustomed to climbing drills, so they deftly tied the ropes around their waists. Within half an hour, the dozens of men led by Regiment Commander Ma had all climbed up. After gathering the ropes, Regiment Commander Ma said breathlessly, "Little comrade, we'll need you to lead the way now." Feng Lingyu didn't delay and headed straight toward the cave. Fortunately, the soldiers behind her were well trained, each keeping up without slowing them down. "Boss, our men just reported that all the soldiers at the foot of the mountain have disappeared." Thunder Boss was sitting by the fire, drinking. The harsh liquor slid down his throat into his stomach, instantly warming his whole body. It was a pleasant moment, shattered by this sudden news. He stood up abruptly, his tall frame imposing. He grabbed the messenger by the collar and demanded, "What did you say?" The messenger was just a low-level thug, intimidated by the boss's presence, and replied in a trembling voice, "The men at the foot, they're all gone." Thunder Boss squinted, the scar on his face terrifying, and roared, "Why report such important news only now?" With a sharp smack, the messenger was knocked to the ground by Thunder Boss's slap. The man coughed and spat out 2 teeth. A vivid red handprint immediately appeared on his face. Ignoring the pain, he crawled back on his knees. "Boss, it was the lookout who dozed off. I'm just a messenger." Thunder Boss had no time to deal with this minor figure now. He shot him a glare, kicked him aside, and strode over to his trusted subordinate, saying, "The situation has changed. We can't wait as planned. Notify all the brothers immediately. Head for the cave." The trusted subordinate was a thin, dark man who looked unremarkable. Watching the subordinate's retreating figure, Thunder Boss composed himself and left. In a secluded patch of woods, Thunder Boss put his fingers to his mouth, blew hard, and a loud, long whistle rang out. The whistle spread through the forest, and soon, an inconspicuous little black bird flew over and landed on Thunder Boss's arm. Thunder Boss whispered a few words to the little black bird, which chirped in response. At Thunder Boss's signal, the little black bird spread its wings and soared high, quickly disappearing into the forest. Originally, they had stationed themselves here to block the soldiers from going up the mountain. The mole beside Dr. K had long since passed on the information, and he knew the cave's location clearly. They stayed put because the mole claimed he could trick the password out of Dr. K. Forcing it wasn't an option, as Dr. K might rather die than yield, and then they'd get nothing. Thunder Boss was persuaded. With him guarding here, those at the foot couldn't get in, so they could take as long as needed at the cave. But now that the soldiers had vanished, the only possibility was that they'd found another route into the mountain. He had to get ahead of them and take control of Dr. Ku and his group. If they couldn't get the research results, they'd rather destroy them than leave them to Huaxia. And Dr. Ku, this research talent, must also be executed. He hoped the mole would learn that the army had entered the mountain and hide in time, without exposing himself. "Black Spirit, you must deliver my message." Thunder Boss prayed to the empty sky, then turned and hurriedly left. What he didn't know was that, not far away on a treetop, a golden monkey was clutching a dark lump in its hand, showing it off to a small, white cat-like creature. Vaguely visible was a lifeless little black bird. Chapter 361. The situation reverses. Danger. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Every person's breathing could be clearly heard. Outside, it was still silent, not a single sound. Sometimes, no movement is more frightening than movement. Because you know there's a knife hanging over your head, but you don't know when it will fall, keeping you on edge every moment. This is unbearable. Are we just going to wait here and do nothing? Duji suddenly exploded, his hair disheveled from his anxious scratching, nowhere near the image of a researcher he once had. At this point, no one would doubt it if he were called a vagrant. Shinhuayu cast a cold glance at him and said flatly, "If you have a better idea, feel free to suggest it." Duji refused to back down and said to Dr. Ku, "Dr. Ku, let's find another place." Since Ting. He paused. "Since the mole has already revealed this place, those bad guys will come looking sooner or later." "And go where after leaving?" "Wander around in these woods." Shin Huayu crossed his arms, staring at him expressionlessly, as if mocking his naivety. Provoked by that look, Duji paced angrily around the cave and raised his voice. Fine. You have all the answers. If we get caught, it'll be your fault. Enough, Duji. Can't you just calm down now? What if your yelling brings the enemy over? Assistant and scolded, frowning. Li Zipping made sense. There was no better option than to wait. Fan Fei walked over to Duji and pulled him back. Duji, we all know you're anxious, but this is how it has to be for now. Sit down and don't waste your energy. The game they had caught earlier was already eaten during the day, and no one knew what tomorrow would bring. They needed to rest well so they'd have the strength to run if danger came. Duji wanted to keep causing a scene, but seeing the disapproving looks from everyone else in the cave, his anger fizzled out. Qinglu was tied up from head to toe, his mouth gagged, leaving only his eyes free to move. But Shin Huayu kept his gaze on Duji and didn't notice the side. After about another 10 minutes, Shin Huayu suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. He propped himself against the cave wall, his head spinning, his eyelids heavy, and the world around him sinking into chaos. Soon, his body grew weak, his hand could no longer support him, and he slowly slid down along the wall to sit on the ground. The others in the cave weren't spared either. They all collapsed to the floor. Only Chenglu watched all of this with a sinister smile. When Shin Huayu came to, he found his hands tied behind his back. Chenglu sat on a stone across from him, holding a small box, unmistakably Dr. Ku's. Seeing Li Zipping and the others wake up, he flashed a big grin, just as gentle as before he was caught. Faced with the scene before him, Shin Huayu's pupils dilated rapidly. Dr. Ku and the others were the same, staring in disbelief with wide eyes. What had happened? In just a few minutes, in the blink of an eye, they had been captured. Heh, didn't see that coming, did you, everyone? Qinglu laughed unrestrainedly. Qinglu, what did you do? Fan Fei demanded loudly. Nothing, just a little knockout drug. Qinglu replied casually, tossing the small box up and down in his hands repeatedly. He had no idea what mechanism the box had. He just tried to open it but couldn't make heads or tails of it. Just as Dr. Ku had said, it required a specific password, or the box would self-destruct. He looked at Dr. Ku. Hey, what's the password for this box? Dr. Ku glared fiercely at Qinglu. You want the password? Wait for your next life. Qinglu stared at Dr. Ku for a moment, then suddenly yanked Assistant and in front of him, pressing a cold little knife against her neck. Not talking? Then I can't guarantee where my knife might end up on her body. Assistant and trembled all over, too scared to move. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at Dr. Ku, as if wanting to say something, but in the end, she kept her mouth shut and said nothing. Qinglu, if you want to do something, come at me. Threatening someone who knows nothing, what kind of skill is that? Dr. Ku said agitatedly. Skill? Getting the password from you is the greatest skill. Qinglu pressed harder and a blood mark instantly appeared on Assistant An's neck. Emotions churned in Dr. Ku's eyes. Seeing Assistant An's terrified look, he turned his head away reluctantly. Dr. Ku, don't worry about me. The nation's interests come before everything. Assistant An said shakily. Watching all of this, Shin Huayu's expression suddenly changed. Chenglu noticed his movement and quickly shoved Assistant An aside, swiftly grabbing Dr. Ku's chin. This was why he and his companion hadn't forced the password out of him, but instead took their time. These Chinese people were always like this, with wills of steel, never revealing national secrets. As for the other mole, he already had a suspicion. Even if you kill all of us, I will never tell you the password. Dr. Ku said, his eyes bloodshot. Ever since they fled to the mountain, he had prepared himself to die for his country. Qinglu gritted his teeth. If it weren't for Li Zipping and that Xiaofeng, he and his companion would have taken these people out one by one already. In the end, as long as Dr. Ku was made to seem like an accident, then, to get the research results out, he would surely reveal the password. Chapter 362, Reversal After Reversal. The Remaining Mole. Shin Huayu silently observed everyone's movements and expressions. The rope on Chenglu was tied by his own hands, using the most common dead knot method in the military, impossible to undo on one's own. He had also specifically checked Chenglu's belongings, leaving him nothing but his clothes. So the question was, where did the knife in Chenglu's hand come from? And how was the drug administered? It couldn't have been Chenglu himself while tied up. If he had that ability, he wouldn't have surrendered so easily earlier. The answer was obvious. Another hidden mole had discreetly drugged everyone. Then, after everyone fell unconscious from the drug, they freed Chenglu and gave him a knife. Finally, before everyone woke up, they quickly pretended to be tied up as well. It seemed this group was truly greedy, wanting both to obtain the research results from Dr. Ku and to keep one person hidden for continued infiltration. After the mission succeeded, everyone would be severely injured, leaving only the mole alive. Then the mole, hailed as a hero, would be commended, promoted, and gain access to more classified information. Qing Lu's gaze flickered as he looked at Dr. Ke. Now that he was exposed, he didn't want to give up the chance to get what he came for. Otherwise, this infiltration would be a complete failure, and returning would bring no good outcome. Li Zipping, are you really just an ordinary researcher? Qing Lu suddenly turned to Shen Huayu. You were so active earlier, why are you silent now? Qing Lu let out a strange laugh. Whether or not he could get something from Dr. Ke, he would kill Li Zipping first for exposing him. As for the box, if all else failed, he would have to destroy it. But before destroying the box, he would eliminate not just Li Zipping, but everyone here. To be honest, I suspected you might know the password too, which is why I let you come with me to draw off the pursuers. Too bad you never trusted me. Qing Lu toyed with the knife in his hand. I planned to take you out on the way and then find Dr. Ke and the others, but we ran into Xiao Feng. You were lucky to escape that time. His tone turned vicious. If I had known you'd caused the mission to fail, I would have killed you at all costs back then. Qing Lu's pale face flushed with color, his expression manic as he dragged Shen Huayu out. Don't worry, everyone here will join you soon enough. Dr. Ke didn't care about his colleagues or his own life. Trying to force the password out of him through threats was impossible. Eliminating everyone here and protecting his accomplice would give them another chance to cause greater destruction later. Shen Huayu then recalled the scene when they escaped from Boss Lei. At that time, not only Qing Lu but he himself had also wanted to act. Qing Lu, have you lost your mind? Stop. Dr. Ke shouted, his eyes wide with fury. Assistant screamed, tears streaming down her face, her usual calm demeanor gone. Fan Fei and Du Ji both turned away, unable to bear watching. The tip of Qing Lu's knife was already at Li Zipping's chest, aimed directly at his heart. He stared intently into Li Zipping's eyes, hoping to see fear and panic. But to his disappointment, Li Zipping's face remained utterly calm, showing nothing. Just as the knife touched Li Zipping's clothes, a large hand firmly gripped Qing Lu's wrist. No matter how hard he struggled, the knife tip wouldn't budge an inch. Qing Lu's expression changed instantly. When had Li Zipping untied the rope? Before he could react, a fist flew through the air with a whoosh, landing with a thud on his temple. The punch was powerful. Qing Lu saw stars, collapsed to the ground, and after a few breaths, coughed up blood. Shen Huayu stood up, looked down at Qing Lu, and gave him a kick. This time, Qing Lu was truly unconscious. Taking the knife from the incapacitated Qing Lu and picking up the small box that had fallen aside, Shen Huayu turned to face everyone. All of this happened in an instant. Before anyone could react, the situation had taken a dramatic turn. Assistant in particular, still had tears on her face, frozen mid-drip, looking somewhat ridiculous. Li Zipping, how did you untie the rope? When did you become so skilled? Du Ji stammered, wide-eyed. They, as researchers, could hardly be described as physically strong or agile. But the moves Li Zipping had just displayed clearly showed he was trained. In short, he didn't seem like a researcher at all, more like a soldier from the military. Shen Huayu gave Du Ji a cold glance. Just as he was about to say something, gunfire erupted from outside. His expression turned serious. At a time like this, he couldn't tell if the arrivals were friend or foe. If Boss Lei's men showed up first, he could at most ensure Dr. Ke's escape. Li Zipping, someone's coming outside. What do we do? Dr. Ke asked anxiously, barely able to contain his relief. Shen Huayu first untied the rope around Dr. Ke's hands. The initial gunshot seemed like a signal, followed by a barrage of gunfire. Dr. Ke's face turned pale, and his lips trembled as he asked, How many people are out there? Li Zipping, can we still escape? Just when they thought Li Zipping's counterkill of Qing Lu had ensured their safety, before they could even celebrate for 2 seconds, more wolves and tigers arrived outside. Shen Huayu pricked up his ears and listened carefully. The gunfire outside, if he wasn't mistaken, it was coming from 2 directions. Xiaoyu must have arrived with reinforcements and run into Boss Lei's men. With a clearer picture, Shen Huayu began methodically untying the remaining people. Dr. Ke, keep everyone inside the cave. I'll go check outside. It's too dangerous out there. Why are you going? Dr. Ke instinctively grabbed Li Zipping. If I'm not mistaken, our comrades are outside. I'll see what's happening and maybe help. Dr. Ke and the others had been tied up for half an hour, their blood circulation restricted. Even after being freed, they couldn't move immediately. Then, Shen Huayu tied up Qing Lu again, this time, truly bound hand and foot. Finally, when everyone else could move freely, only one person remained untied. Instead, Shen Huayu reinforced the ropes on their hands. Dr. Ke, while I'm out, don't leave his side for a second. He's in cahoots with Qing Lu. How had he been discovered when he had hidden so well? What? Dr. Ke exclaimed in disbelief. After saying this, Shen Huayu left the cave. At this point, Dr. Ke and the others would surely follow his instructions. There was nothing to worry about. Chapter 363, Fierce Battle in the Woods, Feng Lingyu Conceals Merit and Fame. Bullets whizzed through the forest, accompanied by occasional screams of wounded men. Feng Lingyu was pulled along by Commander Ma, shielded under his arm. She wanted to poke her head out to see what was happening, but every time she showed signs of doing so, a large hand would press her head back down. Feng Lingyu, I really appreciate it. Intermittently, seizing the right moment, Commander Ma would reach out and fire his gun. Commander, the enemy's firepower is too intense. Their guns also have a longer range than ours. Battalion Commander Wu said loudly. Commander Ma's face turned grim, and he spat, damn it, where did these bastards get their weapons? Even their regular troops couldn't compare, which meant these people had support from an enemy nation. Battalion Commander Wu, have your platoon leaders take men to flank from both sides. The rest will draw their fire from the front. Commander Ma said through gritted teeth. He refused to believe these people had unlimited ammunition. Yes, sir. Battalion Commander Wu acknowledged, swapping in a young soldier to take his position while he went to issue orders. Listen up, everyone else. Increase firepower and draw the enemy's attention. Commander Ma commanded the soldiers around him. Instantly, the gunfire around Feng Lingyu intensified, bullets flying out as if they cost nothing. Commander Ma was burning his bridges. As long as they held the line here, Battalion Commander Wu and his men would have a chance to launch a surprise attack. Just as Commander Ma leaned out again, a bullet whistled past his cheek, leaving a conspicuous trail of blood. If that bullet had been even a centimeter off, Commander Ma's head would have been blown open. Feng Lingyu kept her head down, hearing Commander Ma's heart pounding thunderously. Clearly, his inner calm was not as steady as his outward appearance suggested. Commander Ma swallowed hard, gripped Feng Lingyu's shoulder, and said earnestly, Kid, I'm truly sorry for dragging you into this. Now, go back the way you came, down that cliff. 10 miles east of our camp, there's a small town. Go there and seek help from the government. After saying those words, Commander Ma gave Feng Lingyu a hard shove. Go now, don't look back. Caught off guard, Feng Lingyu stumbled forward from the force of his push. When she turned to look back, all she could see was Commander Ma's unwavering figure charging ahead, along with his earth-shaking roar. Brothers. Charge with me. Kill one and we break even, kill two and we come out ahead. The remaining 20-odd young soldiers heard the order and, without a moment's hesitation, raised their guns and charged alongside him. Their faces were still youthful, but Feng Lingyu saw no trace of fear in their expressions. With a complicated look in her eyes, Feng Lingyu slipped into the woods. She couldn't let them sacrifice themselves like this. Lei Lauda held a wineskin, gulping down liquor in large mouthfuls. Some of the wine he couldn't swallow in time trickled down his neck. After finishing the entire skin of strong liquor, Lei Lauda wiped his mouth carelessly with his hand, erasing the traces of alcohol. Tossing the empty wineskin aside, he took a submachine gun from one of his men. Loading a magazine into the gun, he sprayed bullets across the forest clearing. Ha ha, free human targets. I haven't had this much fun killing in a long time. Ha ha ha. Boss, we're running low on ammo too, one of his men warned loudly, sweat dripping from his brow. The submachine gun was satisfying to fire, but it consumed ammunition far too quickly. They had already used up a significant amount of ammunition earlier trying to stop the soldiers from entering the mountains, and now little remained. Lei Lauda snorted coldly, set down the submachine gun, and switched to a pistol. With an ordinary pistol, I can still take them out one by one. Without heavy firepower, the one-sided advantage disappeared, and the two sides fell into a stalemate. But within a few minutes, the enemy's firepower suddenly intensified. Commander Ma and his men had launched their assault. Boss, we can't hold the front much longer. The enemy is charging like they don't care if they live or die. We've already lost over half our men, a subordinate gasped. Lei Lauda's expression turned grim. He planned to finish this job and flee abroad to live a good life. He didn't want to lose his life here. This was his last resort, and now he had no choice but to use it. These useless wastes had weapons far superior to the enemy's, and they still couldn't win. Soon, the subordinate returned with several men carrying a cylindrical steel tube. As for Commander Ma's side, they too were running low on bullets, but if they could hold out just a few more minutes, Battalion Commander Wu and his men would successfully encircle the enemy. Strangely, however, the enemy's aim had become terribly inaccurate. Bullets grazed past Commander Ma's body many times, but never hit him. And so, despite the vast disparity in firepower between the two sides, the enemy's numbers were dwindling. Commander Ma looked back and saw that not a single one of his men had been injured. When had his soldiers become this skilled? He had no idea. With no casualties, morale soared, and everyone fought with even greater ferocity. Hidden in the shadows, Feng Lingyu used her abilities, concealing her merit and fame. Every time the enemy took aim, an extremely thin vine would subtly shift the gun's muzzle off target. No matter how skilled a marksman they were, they never hit a single target. Chapter 364, Cutting Corners, Shells. On the other side, Shin Huayu emerged from the cave and ran toward the direction of the gunfire. Battalion Commander Wu was leading a squad of soldiers preparing to flank, and he happened to run straight into Shin Huayu. "Who's there? Come out." Battalion Commander Wu squinted, staring intently at the figure ahead. Shin Huayu raised his hands and said quietly, "It's me. Li Zipping." "Battalion Commander Wu, I sent Xiaofeng to find you." Battalion Commander Wu looked closely, and only after confirming that the figure was indeed Li Zipping did he lower his gun. "Comrade Li, why are you here? Has something happened to Dr. Ko?" he asked anxiously. It wasn't surprising that he thought this way. Under normal circumstances, Li Zipping should be guarding Dr. Ko to prevent the mole from causing trouble. "Battalion Commander Wu, don't worry. Dr. Ko is fine. They're all safe waiting in the cave over there, and the 2 moles have been restrained. I came out to check the situation, and only when I saw it was you did I feel safe enough to come out," Shin Huayu explained in a low voice. He looked around but didn't see a familiar figure. "Battalion Commander Wu, where's Xiaofeng? Is he alright?" "Xiaofeng is with the regimental commander. He was fine when I left," Battalion Commander Wu replied. His implication was that he had no idea how things were now. "Comrade Li, it's dangerous here. The enemy outnumbers us. You should go back to the cave and wait. When Regimental Commander Ma gives the signal, we'll charge," Battalion Commander Wu said, crouching behind a bush and constantly peeking out to check the situation. The gunfire in the distance grew more intense. It seemed the regimental commander and his men had increased their firepower. He and the other squad had already taken their positions, waiting for the signal to charge. Li Zipping being here now was useless and would only require them to divert attention to protect him. In Battalion Commander Wu's eyes, Li Zipping was nothing more than a frail scholar. From Battalion Commander Wu's account, Shin Huayu roughly understood the current situation. In truth, Regimental Commander Ma and his men were in the most danger, as they were drawing most of the enemy's fire. Although he knew Xiaoyu was formidable, Shin Huayu couldn't help but worry. "Battalion Commander Wu, could you give me a gun? My marksmanship is decent, and I've been trained." "I don't need you to assign anyone to protect me," Shin Huayu said, trying to keep his tone steady and not sound too urgent. "Fine. Once you have the gun, go back and guard Dr. Ko. Don't let anything happen to him." Battalion Commander Wu waved to someone behind him, and a young soldier handed over a pistol and several magazines. "That's all I can give you. We don't have enough for ourselves. Keep the gun safe and don't let it accidentally fire." Shin Huayu didn't say much, just nodded deeply, then disappeared into the woods. Dr. Ku was safe for now. He needed to find Xiaoyu. Feng Lingyu was focusing intently on controlling her ability, keeping track of so many guns at once, which drained her mental energy. Fortunately, she had the spiritual spring water to replenish herself, allowing her to barely keep up. With Feng Lingyu's covert assistance, Regimental Commander Ma led his soldiers with soaring morale, charging all the way to within less than 100 meters of Lei and his men. Judging it was about time, Regimental Commander Ma raised his gun and fired 3 signal flares into the sky. This was the signal between him and Battalion Commander Wu. Once they saw it, the ambushed troops would launch their charge. Lei and his men were now surrounded on all sides, fighting like cornered beasts. His men kept falling one after another. At first, there were replacements for the wounded, but now there was no one left. "Bad news, boss. A group of people suddenly charged from the left and right. Our brothers can't hold on much longer." Leia's face darkened, the scar on his face looking particularly menacing. "Go get the rocket launcher." The weapons they had were all smuggled in from abroad, and acquiring them had been no easy task. That rocket launcher was Leia's secret weapon, obtained through immense effort. According to his contact, this weapon was extremely destructive and should be used with caution. But now that his life was on the line, it was time to use it. Regimental Commander Ma saw that the enemy's numbers had dwindled sharply and, under the 3-pronged assault, they were on the verge of collapse. Just as he was about to give the signal for a final assault to take them down, he saw the enemy pull out a steel tube. Although Regimental Commander Ma had never seen such a thing before, he keenly sensed danger. Especially when the scar-faced man across from him flashed a sinister grin. Seeing the cannon barrel aimed at them, with no time to think, Regimental Commander Ma shouted, "Everyone, hit the ground." "Now!" Feng Lingyu, sitting in the tree, felt her pupils contract sharply. That weapon in Leia's hands, wasn't it a rocket launcher? Though it was far inferior to the ones in her space. But in this era, it was still a large-scale, lethal weapon. With the weapons Regimental Commander Ma and his men had, there was absolutely no way to face a rocket launcher head-on. Feng Lingyu reached out her hand. This time, she had to give it everything she had. Boom! The sound of the shell was louder than any before, rattling everyone's heads. Lying flat on the ground, Regimental Commander Ma felt a surge of despair. Damn it, how did these people get such advanced weapons? They were about to win, was this fate? With that shell, everyone on their side would die. The flying shell trailed a brilliant spark behind it, like a firebird spreading its wings, carrying Leia's hopeful expectations. But right before everyone's eyes, that perfectly flying shell suddenly stopped midair, completely frozen. How is this possible? Lei shouted in frenzy. This was the most advanced weapon in the world right now. How could it stop in midair? Inside the shell, unseen by anyone, flames kept burning through tiny vine branches, but at the same time, countless vines kept extending endlessly. Sweat beaded on Feng Lingyu's temples, and her face grew pale. The fuel inside the shell continued to burn. She had to hold on. Her gaze was resolute as her ability flowed out of her body without end, every meridian feeling as if it had run dry. After half a minute of the stalemate, the fuel inside the shell finally ran out, and it fell straight down from the air. Feng Lingyu gulped down a large mouthful of spiritual spring water and swallowed 2 pills to restore her meridians, finally feeling a bit better. If another shell came, she wouldn't have the strength left to stop it. She had to take Lei out before he could react. To Regimental Commander Ma and Leia's eyes, it looked like the shell had malfunctioned, its fuel had run out mid-flight and fizzled. This is what capitalism does, cutting corners, not even filling the shell with enough fuel. Comrades, charge. With one burst of energy, take them down. Regimental Commander Ma raised his arm and shouted. Chapter 365, A Standoff. Feng Lingyu slipped down from the tree as lightly as a feather. She was going to take care of Lei Lauda, preferably capturing him alive so she could extract some information from him. Her black clothes helped her blend into the night better. Everyone's attention was on the battle, and no one noticed her at all. Who's there? Feng Lingyu suddenly stopped in her tracks, spreading her psychic energy outward. The presence of a person appeared not far away. A clear, familiar voice rang out. Feng Lingyu let out a breath and relaxed. Aren't you supposed to be in the cave catching the traitors? Why are you out here? After leaving Battalion Commander Wu, he had been wandering around, trying to find Feng Lingyu. He knew that Xiaoyu wouldn't leave alone. She must be hiding somewhere, observing the situation in secret. God knows, that unusual cannonball earlier nearly scared the soul out of him. If Xiaoyu had still been with Regiment Commander Ma, she wouldn't have been spared either. Fortunately, that cannonball was a defective one and fell midway. The traitors have all been caught. I heard the gunfire and got worried, so I came out to find you. Shen Huayu quickened his pace and came to stand in front of Feng Lingyu. Before Feng Lingyu could finish speaking, she was enveloped in a warm embrace, and she could even hear the pounding of a heartbeat in her ear. Xiaoyu, that bomb earlier scared me to death. I thought you were over there. I'm so glad you're okay. Shen Huayu held Feng Lingyu tightly, his tone carrying the relief of a narrow escape. I'm fine, aren't I? Feng Lingyu said softly. Feeling his hands trembling slightly as they wrapped around her, a warm current flowed through her heart. She took his hand, brought it to her front, and clasped it tightly with her own. Can you feel it? I'm really fine. In the future, in times like this, take care of yourself first. I don't want anything to happen to you because you came looking for me. Feng Lingyu had her space. If she ever encountered danger she couldn't avoid, she could hide in there. In fact, if it were danger she couldn't escape, no one in this world would survive it either. But if something happened to me, your first reaction would also be to come find me, wouldn't it, Xiaoyu? I hope you can be safe and sound. Shen Huayu gave a light smile. Feng Lingyu was momentarily speechless and said helplessly, fine. I just hope you'll pay more attention to your own safety. Xiaoyu, stay here. I'll go after Lei Lauda. He seems to have another cannonball, and if it's a good one this time, Regiment Commander Ma and the others will be in danger. I'll go with you. I'm much more skilled than you are, Feng Lingyu quickly said. That was a strong argument, and Shen Huayu couldn't refute it. Then let's go now. Take this pistol for self-defense. No need, I just picked one up. Keep yours for yourself. Feng Lingyu pulled a pistol from behind her. It looked high quality, at least much better than the one in Shen Huayu's hand. She had taken it from one of Lei Lauda's fallen men. By the time Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu arrived, Regiment Commander Ma and Battalion Commander Wu had already surrounded Lei Lauda and his remaining men. Lei Lauda held up his secret weapon, watching Regiment Commander Ma warily. As long as he had this thing, Regiment Commander Ma and the others wouldn't dare act rashly. It looks like the situation is deadlocked now. If he fires that cannonball, it won't just be 1 or 2 people dying, Shen Huayu said grimly. Feng Lingyu frowned. Why were Jinzi and Tuanzi here too? She had just sensed the marks she left on them. She thought they had slipped out to play after completing their mission. Lei Lauda appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was panicking. He was wondering if the mole had acted after receiving his message. The situation was completely one-sided now. Why hadn't he kidnapped Dr. Ke yet? With Dr. Ke in hand, these people would surely hesitate. As long as they escaped the woods, they could kill Dr. Ke afterward. As for the remaining mole, he could stay hidden and wait for the next mission. But why hadn't the mole shown up yet? Give up. You're surrounded. Regiment Commander Ma shouted loudly. Bah. If you've got the guts, come at me. See if the cannon in your grandpa's hand agrees. Stop spouting empty words. Lei Lauda shot back without backing down. Regiment Commander Ma's face darkened. They truly didn't dare act rashly. Commander, what do we do now? Battalion Commander Wu asked in a low voice. Drag it out. That bastard is clever. He got a few men to surround him, so even the sniper can't get a clear shot, Regiment Commander Ma said bitterly. By the way, send a few people to bring Dr. Ku and the others out and get them settled. Even though Dr. Ku and the others were safe now, he wouldn't feel at ease until they were by his side. Feng Lingyu raised her pistol, trying to aim at Lei Laoda's hand. If he couldn't hold the cannon barrel, Regiment Commander Ma and the others could rush in and subdue him immediately. This guy is experienced. He's probably been on a battlefield. He hasn't shown a single opening. And the distance is too far. This gun's range can't reach that far. Seeing Feng Lingyu's movement, Shen Huayu explained quietly. What if we get closer? Feng Lingyu asked. Shen Huayu shook his head. The area is full of tall trees with no cover. If you get close, he'll definitely notice. Just as they were talking, Battalion Commander Wu arrived with Dr. Ko and the others. When he reached the cave, Dr. Ko and the rest were all fine, and a fire was burning inside. Honestly, it had nothing to do with the miserable scene he had imagined. Commander, I've brought Dr. Ko and the others. Battalion Commander Wu saluted Regiment Commander Ma. Dr. Ko, are you alright? Regiment Commander Ma walked over with a beaming smile. Ever since the mole was exposed by Li Zipping, Dr. Ko's mood had improved significantly. Now he looked like the refined intellectual he was. Hello, Regiment Commander Ma. Thank you for coming to rescue us. Comrade Li Zipping has successfully caught the mole. Fortunately, we suffered no casualties. Regiment Commander Ma looked at the two tightly bound men on the ground, overjoyed. Battalion Commander Wu, take these two over to show that group. The mole, we've already caught him. Chapter 366, A Single Shot to the Soul. Regiment Commander Ma, those people are still putting up a desperate fight. If we drag the mole out, they'll lose hope, but it'll only push them to fight to the death. Dr. Ko quickly stopped him. You're right. I got carried away with excitement. Then let's take them down and keep them under tight watch. Regiment Commander Ma looked behind Dr. Ko. By the way, where's Comrade Li? Why haven't I seen him? Didn't Li Zipping come out to find you? He's not here. Dr. Ko said in surprise. Commander, Dr. Ko, when I was setting up the ambush earlier, I ran into Comrade Li. I gave him a gun for self-defense and told him to go back to the cave. The three exchanged glances. So, where on earth had Li Zipping gone? He probably has other matters to attend to. Comrade Li still has some skills on him. He won't get into trouble. Seeing that neither Regiment Commander Ma nor Battalion Commander Wu knew, Dr. Ko smoothed things over with a smile. As long as he knew Li Zipping was a good person, there was no need to ask too many questions about what he was doing. Right now, Dr. Ko trusted Li Zipping more than anyone. In the woods, Feng Lingyu was still trying to aim at Lei Laoda's hand, but just as Shen Huayu had said, she hadn't found a single opportunity. As time passed, she grew increasingly impatient. This man was far too cautious and careful even in later times. He would have been a decent soldier. Jinzi and Tuanzi were getting closer. Feng Lingyu sensed that the two of them had been lingering nearby all along. Both Regiment Commander Ma's side and the other side were fully focused on their standoff, completely unaware of the two sneaky little figures. Battalion Commander Wu scratched his head in frustration. Commander, we can't just keep wasting time like this. We need to think of something. He's holding out against us because he still thinks there's a chance to break through. Let's wait a bit longer. We'll just keep them surrounded. They'll have to eat, drink, and relieve themselves eventually. I refuse to believe they won't slip up. Regiment Commander Ma said in a tone. Just as they were discussing their strategy, they heard a sudden shout from the enemy soldiers. A golden monkey suddenly dropped from the sky and kicked Lei Laoda's hand that was holding the cannon barrel. Before anyone could react, the monkey made a few agile leaps and quickly jumped out of the encirclement. Lei Laoda cursed. Damn monkey. Don't panic, all of you. Hold formation and shield me. Unfortunately, no matter how fast these people reacted, they couldn't match the speed of Feng Lingyu, who had been waiting for the right moment. Almost at the same time Lei Laoda shouted, 2 bullets pierced through his palm. The intense pain caused Lei Laoda's hand to involuntarily lose strength. The cannon barrel in his grip slipped and slowly drooped. Regiment Commander Ma couldn't believe such a golden opportunity had presented itself. Charge now. Capture them alive. Without the threat of the cannon barrel, this group had no resistance at all. Lei Laoda pulled out a dagger and dug the 2 bullets out of his palm. His eyes were bloodshot, like a beast driven mad by killing. Watching from a distance, Feng Lingyu felt a pang in her teeth. This guy was a total madman. He had just dug the bullets out of his flesh like that, with no treatment whatsoever. You still have another gun? Shin Huayu looked at the silver gun in Feng Lingyu's hand. It was worlds apart from the one she had used earlier. This one was left to me by my father. Its range is long enough. As long as he dares to show his head again, I'll take out his other hand. Feng Lingyu replied while keeping her aim steady. She hadn't expected Jinzi to be so capable. Mainly, Lei Lauda hadn't been on guard against animals. Just as they were talking, Lei Lauda's other hand, hidden behind his back, quietly gave a signal to his trusted subordinate. He understood now Dr. Kasside must have failed. Otherwise, the mole would have already shown himself to act with him. If he were captured, he wouldn't escape the death penalty either. In that case, he might as well fight to the bitter end. His trusted subordinate had been through life-and-death situations with Lei Lauda for years. The moment he saw the gesture, he understood. The remaining few men who were still uninjured and had full use of their limbs surrounded Lei Lauda again, this time even more tightly than before. So when Regiment Commander Ma and his men charged forward, they found 2 cannon barrels aimed at them. Who told you I only had one of these? Lei Lauda laughed arrogantly. Everyone back off. Or else, I'll blow you all to hell. Lei Lauda braced the cannon barrel with his good hand, while his trusted subordinate held the other. Feng Lingyu and Shin Huayu's faces darkened. Wasn't this thing supposed to be one of a kind? Lei Lauda and his trusted subordinate each carried a cannon barrel as they advanced toward Regiment Commander Ma, gradually moving outward by more than 10 meters. No, this can't go on. If they keep retreating, they'll find an opening to escape. Shin Huayu frowned. Xiaoyu, can I use the gun in your hand? Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow. Sure, take it. There are still 8 bullets left. The moment he took the beautiful little silver gun, Shin Huayu knew it was a German-made sidearm specially issued for officers. Unfortunately, this type of gun had long been discontinued due to its high production cost. He hadn't expected Xiaoyu's father to leave her one. After getting a feel for it, Shin Huayu held his breath and aimed. The opportunity would be fleeting, he had to focus completely. As Lei Lauda and his men moved, gaps occasionally appeared in their formation. Shin Huayu had to seize those split-second openings, and he had to hit his mark in one shot, otherwise, he would alert the enemy. Like a shadow, the bullet passed through the gap under one man's armpit and struck Lei Lauda and his trusted subordinate with precision. But this time, he wasn't aiming for their hands, he was aiming for their hearts. Before anyone could react, Lei Lauda and his trusted subordinate's eyes went wide as they stared in disbelief at the bloody holes in their chests. 2 seconds later, they collapsed to the ground in unison. Just moments ago, the monkey's interference had created a flaw, but now they were tightly covered with no openings at all. How had Lei Lauda and his men died? Feng Lingyu also looked incredulously at Shin Huayu, who was calmly wiping down the gun. No one knew better than her how hard it had been to hit Lei Lauda precisely through the crowd, let alone take down 2 people at once. Even Feng Lingyu herself wasn't confident she could do it without a single mistake. What's wrong? Seeing Feng Lingyu staring at him, Shin Huayu turned his head to ask. When did you become such a good shot? Feng Lingyu fixed her gaze on him. When I was a kid, I trained in the military compound. A hint of melancholy flickered in Shin Huayu's eyes. His father had said he had to train him well, to make him a sharpshooter. But before he could fulfill that promise, his father had passed away. Chapter 367. Wrapping up. Feng Lingyu noticed Shin Huayu's melancholy and smiled. You've been hiding your skills well. Looks like my 2 shots earlier were just showing off in front of an expert. Shin Huayu let out a soft laugh. Let's go. It's time for us to head out too. Feng Lingyu didn't know that as long as she was by Shin Huayu's side, he had boundless courage. Regimental Commander Ma led his men to tie up the remaining minor thugs. These men had followed Boss Lei on the run, and every one of them had blood on their hands. Battalion Commander Wu held the newly captured cannon barrel, grinning from ear to ear. My god, these cannons are now ours. Let's see those 2nd Regiment guys keep acting cocky. With these cannons, we've already outdone them by a mile, haha. The 2nd Regiment he mentioned was stationed at the same base as the 1st Regiment, which Commander Ma led. Last time, the 2nd Regiment had captured a lot of weapons and often flaunted them in front of the 1st Regiment, making Battalion Commander Wu green with envy. Now, things had turned around. Their 1st Regiment had hit the jackpot, capturing 2 brand new cannons. Regimental Commander Ma's face also showed delight, not just because of the 2 cannons, but also because of the rifles. The soldiers of their 1st Regiment could finally upgrade their gear this time. Comradely, Xiaofeng? How are you 2 together? Seeing 2 familiar figures approaching, Regimental Commander Ma asked in surprise. Xiaofeng, didn't I tell you to go back? It's too dangerous here. Feng Lingyu had now returned to her earlier naive, boyish demeanor. I ran into Brotherly, so I stuck with him. Seeing Xiaofeng clutching tightly to Li Ziping's collar, Commander Ma knew he was feeling insecure. He sighed. Good thing we got lucky this time. Everyone's fine. Then, Commander Ma looked toward the direction they had just come from and furrowed his brow. Was it you two who shot Boss Lei just now? It was me. Feng Lingyu couldn't reveal herself, so Shen Huayu took the credit. When they had come over earlier, Shen Huayu had picked up a gun from one of Boss Lei's men on the ground. It wasn't as good as Feng Lingyu's, but it would do. This was to cover for the fine weapon in Xiaoyu's hands. Kid, why are you working as a researcher? You should be in our army. Commander Ma patted Shen Huayu's shoulder cheerfully. Commander Ma, Comradely is also outstanding in our unit. You can't poach him right in front of me. At that moment, Dr. Ke interjected with dissatisfaction. If it hadn't been for Li Zipping, he might have been fooled by Du Ji and Cheng Lu. Who would have thought Du Ji was hiding so deep? No one except Li Zipping had noticed. Seeing Dr. Ku, Commander Ma rubbed his nose awkwardly, caught red-handed in his poaching attempt. I was just joking, Commander Ma said. By the way, where did that monkey come from just now? That was strange too, a monkey dropping from the sky to kick Boss Lei. Who would believe that? Just as Commander Ma finished speaking, a little golden head peeked out, cautiously checking the situation. Feng Lingyu caught a glimpse of Jinzi waving at her from the corner of her eye and nodded helplessly. Since it and Tuanzi had done a great deed this time, she let them come out for a bit. So everyone saw a golden and a white little animal run out of the woods. Look, it's that monkey from before, someone exclaimed. Since Jinzi had just helped everyone, no one stopped it. It and Tuanzi came straight to Feng Lingyu without any hindrance. Jinzi was still holding the black bird it had caught, planning to trade it with its owner for some treats. Tuanzi silently rubbed against Feng Lingyu's leg, its wagging tail showing its excitement. Feng Lingyu had once warned Tuanzi not to make a sound in front of others. Xiaofeng, do you know this monkey? Commander Ma's eyes widened. Yes, they're mine. Feng Lingyu crouched down, picked up Tuanzi, and said shyly. So that's it. Xiaofeng, you've made another contribution. Commander Ma said. No wonder a monkey had come out of nowhere to help, it made sense since Xiaofeng owned it. Feng Lingyu carefully watched Jinzi's movements and finally understood what it was trying to say. It turned out Jinzi hadn't just kicked Boss Lei. Before that, it had already destroyed his communication device. Xiaofeng, your monkey looks really smart. Commander Ma beamed with an affectionate smile, finding Jinzi adorable no matter how he looked at it. Battalion Commander Wu's lips twitched. Commander, the cleanup isn't done yet. Please stop fawning over the monkey. You go ahead. I'll be right there. Commander Ma waved him off. Shen Huayu looked at Jinzi and Tuanzi. It had only been a few months since he last saw Xiaoyu. How had she gotten another monkey? Feng Lingyu gave Shen Huayu an apologetic smile, signaling she'd explain later. After Commander Ma left, Dr. Ke turned to Shen Huayu seriously. Comradely, Cheng Lu and Du Ji are still tied up. How did you discover them? Hearing Dr. Ke's question, the others gathered around. I've already explained how I found Cheng Lu. As for Du Ji, to be honest, I only discovered him today. Shen Huayu paused. Before this, the ones I suspected were Assistant An and you, Fan Fei. I never once considered Du Ji. I don't know if you all remember, but when we were fleeing, who was the first to suggest running into the mountains? Seeing everyone's confused looks, Shen Huayu stated firmly, that's right. It was Du Ji. But that doesn't prove anything, Fan Fei said, puzzled. Also, every time Cheng Lu made a suggestion, Du Ji was always the first to agree. No matter what Cheng Lu said, he supported it. I didn't understand it before, but later I figured it out. This was their strategy. After all, in everyone's eyes, Du Ji always looked out for Cheng Lu because Cheng Lu had saved his life. It seemed only natural. And several times, Du Ji showed signs of emotional breakdown. He acted too convincingly. A mole would never choose someone so outwardly emotional, and that's exactly why no one suspected Du Ji. Chapter 368, Out of the Primeval Forest. But what ultimately confirmed Du Ji's identity was Cheng Lu's escape. You might not have noticed, but I was the one who tied Cheng Lu up. That kind of knot is a military standard. Without outside help, it's impossible to undo. Plus, I carefully checked Cheng Lu's person at the time, and I'm certain there was absolutely no way he could have hidden any knockout drugs on him. So after we were drugged, I realized there was another accomplice among us. Think back carefully to everyone's positions before Cheng Lu escaped. Dr. Ku and Assistant An were together the whole time. Fan Fei was by the fire, and I was guarding the cave entrance. None of us had a chance to administer the drug. Only Du Ji, who pretended to have a breakdown and paced around the cave, managed it. Within minutes, we were all affected. Shen Huayu, from this I can confirm that Du Ji is the mole. Actually, looking back at everything that happened, their methods weren't that clever. There were clues all along. After Shen Huayu's explanation, everyone fell into silence. After a long moment, Fan Fei gave a bitter smile. Cheng Lu, Du Ji, and I joined the unit together. From the very start, those two were inseparable, setting up the fact that they were close. That way, even if Cheng Lu was exposed, no one would suspect Du Ji. Because they were so close, it made sense that Duji would take it the hardest. What's more terrifying is that everyone assumes a mole must be mature, steady, and meticulous, but Duji did the opposite, putting on a hot-headed and impulsive act. I have to say, comradely is really sharp. None of us would have suspected Duji. Assistant added. Feng Lingyu, who had been listening the whole time, was also surprised. So there was another mole, Duji. She had suspected Fan Fei and Assistant in before. After all, one was quiet and reserved, while the other held a relatively high position, making it more plausible for him to be planted near Dr. Ko. Dr. Ko finally spoke. After this incident, we all need to be more vigilant. Remember the saying, don't judge a book by its cover. The enemy exploited our assumptions, and we also fell into the trap of relying on past experience. As researchers, they were the least suspicious, but the nature of their work meant that moles were often lurking around them. Dr. Ko, can we determine Cheng Lu and Duji's backgrounds? To infiltrate a research institute, they must have been groomed from childhood. Shen Huayu thought for a moment and asked the question he most wanted answered. The institute where Shen Huayu and Dr. Ko worked was a research facility hidden deep in the grasslands. To get a job there, they didn't just investigate one's ancestors back 18 generations, they checked aunts, uncles, and 3 generations of relatives. For sensitive positions, they even went back 4 generations. Under these circumstances, how did Cheng Lu and Duji get in? Or rather, the fact that they got in meant they had complete and legitimate life histories. Their relationships, their schooling from childhood onward, all of it had to be clean for them to be assigned here. Dr. Ke understood the gravity of the issue. We'll have to wait for the investigation results, but I suspect it's the work of the island nation again. They left many people behind on this land back then. Other countries might bribe moles, but they couldn't achieve this level of thoroughness. Only the island nation had enough people left on Chinese soil and enough time. Some deep cover agents had been operating for generations, perfectly blending in, making this possible. Shen Huayu lowered his eyes. So, should we proceed with the original plan and deliver the items? Dr. Ke exhaled, relaxing. You've all worked hard this time. With the military escort, you can head back. Shaoan and I will deliver the items, that was always our mission. Once Commander Ma and his men had secured the spoils and prisoners, everyone prepared to leave the mountains. But this time, they had to take the normal route, not the shortcut over the cliff. As they were about to exit the forest, Feng Lingyu looked back. Endless mountain ranges, covered in pristine white snow like silk ribbons, cold and breathtakingly beautiful. Who would have thought that a fierce battle had just erupted here? The lives lost had been swallowed by the scenery before her. The white snow was not just a beautiful decoration but a curtain hiding the bloodshed. In just a moment, fresh, flawless snowflakes would fall, covering up the mess. Seeing Feng Lingyu still looking back, Shen Huayu spoke softly. She had spent over 20 days in this forest and was finally out. Soon, Commander Ma will split into 2 groups. Battalion Commander Wu will escort Dr. Ko and Assistant in, while Commander Ma will return the same way, taking us along. You'll probably be dropped off at the town near their base. I need to report back first, but I'll come find you by tomorrow at the latest. Shen Huayu lowered his voice. His mission here was complete. Since Xiaoyu had come, he planned to apply to Teacher Xiao for the leave he had accumulated over the past 6 months. She wasn't really a mountain dweller. If Commander Ma and his men insisted on taking her to get identification papers, wouldn't she be exposed? Most importantly, she was a woman. She didn't believe that seasoned police officers wouldn't see through her disguise. It was only in the primeval forest, dressed in rags, with Dr. Ko and the others on the run, that no one had scrutinized her gender, allowing her to slip by undetected for so long. Since their mission here was done, even if she disappeared, the higher-ups probably wouldn't suspect her. Xiao Feng, come over here. Commander Ma saw Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu lagging behind, talking, and waved enthusiastically. From here, it's about a 4-hour drive to our base. Tomorrow, I'll take you to town to handle the paperwork, Commander Ma rambled on. Commander Ma had brought 2 military trucks this time. Battalion Commander Wu, Dr. Ko, and the others took one, while Commander Ma, Shen Huayu, and the rest took the other. Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu sat in the front. Jinzi and Tuanzi jumped onto the seat and curled up obediently beside her. Commander Ma looked at the 2 animals with envy. They're so well behaved. Have you had them since they were young? I found them in the mountains, Feng Lingyu said timidly. Don't worry. When we go to register your household registration, I'll talk to the police. This is a special case, and you've performed meritorious service. Logically and emotionally, they won't separate you from them. Seeing the fear on Feng Lingyu's face, Commander Ma thought he was worried about the monkey and gently reassured him. That's great. Thank you, Commander Ma. Feng Lingyu tapped her fingers on the side, thinking about how to find the right opportunity to escape. Chapter 369, The Heavily Guarded Military Camp. Regiment Commander Ma, are you taking Xiaofeng to the camp? Shin Huayu asked calmly. Regiment Commander Ma laughed heartily. Xiaofeng doesn't have anything on him. At least let me get him cleaned up before sending him to town. After all, he's one of our great heroes. Logically speaking, Regiment Commander Ma's arrangement was perfectly reasonable. But the problem was that Feng Lingyu's identity was unclear. If she went to the camp, she would definitely be exposed. Not to mention anything else, if Regiment Commander Ma directly took her to the bathhouse, what was she supposed to do, undress or not? But isn't your camp very strictly managed? He doesn't have any identification. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to just let him in? Shin Huayu thought for a moment and added. Regiment Commander Ma waved his hand dismissively. Isn't my guarantee enough? If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Since he had put it that way, if Shin Huayu kept insisting, it would be too obvious. Feng Lingyu and Shin Huayu were sitting next to each other, so she subtly tugged at his clothes, signaling him to stop. If worst came to worst, she could just act like a stressed-out kid tonight. Having suddenly been taken from the mountains to a new environment, it was only natural for her to become sensitive and irritable, right? Don't worry, Xiaofeng. I have 2 boys at home, about your age. I'm sure you'll get along with them. I'll have them take you to the bathhouse later. Regiment Commander Ma patted Feng Lingyu on the shoulder. Feng Lingyu's face was full of black lines. She gritted her teeth and said, sure. Regiment Commander Ma, we've been exhausted these past 2 days. It'll take another 2 hours to get from the camp to our unit. How about Fan Fei and I rest at your place today too? Shin Huayu paused for a moment before continuing. Xiaofeng is more familiar with me. With me looking after him, he'll feel more at ease. Almost the second Shin Huayu finished speaking, Feng Lingyu immediately grabbed onto his sleeve, putting on an act of dependence. That works too. Let's wait another day then. Regiment Commander Ma thought for a moment and agreed. It was just about dawn now. Fan Fei and the others had indeed been roughing it in the mountains for several days and needed a good rest. Toolman Fan Fei, actually, I'm not tired. I just want to go back early. And so, Regiment Commander Ma led Shin Huayu, Feng Lingyu, and the others back to the camp. This camp wasn't very large. Its sole responsibility was to protect the research institute from sabotage by enemy agents. As a result, the management was extremely strict. Feng Lingyu counted that just to get in, they had to pass through at least 3 checkpoints and were interrogated multiple times. Even Tuanzi and Jinzi had their fur thoroughly searched. It was only with Feng Lingyu's reassurance that they barely cooperated. She rolled her eyes inwardly. It seemed she would have to wait until tomorrow to find a chance to escape in town. With such tight security, slipping away unnoticed was practically impossible. Regiment Commander Ma still had matters to handle with the prisoners, so he called over a young soldier to take Feng Lingyu and the others to get settled. Half of the camp was the soldiers' training grounds, and the other half was the dormitories. The remaining small area was where the families of the soldiers lived. But because the place was remote and the natural environment was poor, most of the houses were empty, with only a few scattered households living there. The young soldier led Feng Lingyu and the others through the camp until they reached a row of houses. Comrades, we're here. The bathhouse doesn't have hot water yet. It won't be available until evening. You can rest first, and I'll come back to take you to bathe tonight. Oh, and the mess hall is already preparing food for you. Someone will deliver it in a while. The rooms here were all for 2 people, likely empty rooms that weren't fully occupied. Fan Fei glanced at Xiaofeng, who was clinging to Li Zipping like a little puppy, and voluntarily went to the next room to stay. After Fan Fei closed the door and left, Feng Lingyu and the other finally relaxed. It was funny, really. The 2 of them hadn't seen each other in a long time, and when they finally met again, they were both using fake identities. Feng Lingyu carefully examined the small room. It was only about 10 square meters, with 2 small beds, 2 wardrobes, and 2 sets of desks and chairs in the corner. Since she was very dirty, Feng Lingyu didn't sit directly on the bed out of consideration. Instead, she pulled out a chair. Compared to her, Tuanzi and Jinzi were much more relaxed, acting as if they were at home. Seeing this, Shin Huayu said, "How about I go get you some hot water? At least wash your hands so we can eat properly. I'll go with you. If we're going to clean up, we might as well do it all." The 2 walked out, carrying the wash basins that were prepared in the room. There was no sound from Fan Fei's room. He had probably already fallen asleep. It was freezing cold outside, and they didn't run into anyone along the way. By the time they returned to the room, the person delivering food from the mess hall was already waiting outside. Seeing them, the delivery person said cheerfully, "I asked the comrade next door, but he didn't know where you'd gone. I was about to go look for you. If you hadn't come back soon, the noodles would have gotten cold." Shin Huayu took the tray from him. "Thank you, comrade. We'll clean up ourselves after we finish eating." Seeing that Shin Huayu was easy to deal with, the delivery person's smile deepened. In the dead of winter, who wanted to wash dishes? You're the ones who've been working hard. I'll come back at noon. I won't disturb you now, get some good rest. Feng Lingyu hadn't said a word the whole time, faithfully playing the role of a naive mountain boy who had never seen the world. Once inside the room, Feng Lingyu took a deep breath of the noodle aroma. I didn't expect the mess hall's cooking to be this good. 2 large bowls of white noodles were topped with some sauce and a poached egg each. In these times, this was considered a rare treat. The chefs in the mess hall are all quite skilled. Especially those who work in units like this, they all have a few tricks up their sleeves. As he spoke, Shin Huayu handed the chopsticks to Feng Lingyu, who was waiting to eat. Ugh, I've had too much roasted meat these past few days. Feng Lingyu took the chopsticks and scooped up a mouthful of noodles, squinting in satisfaction. Once she got out of here, she was definitely going to have a good feast with the food in her space. As for Jinzi and Tuanzi, the 2 little ones were pitifully gnawing on some steamed buns. But in these times, there wasn't much good food to give them. Chapter 370. Jinzi could go to college. If animals were fed better than people, that would be unreasonable, and others in the military camp would have objections too. Since the kitchen masters are skilled, why don't they make the food taste better? Feng Lingyu muttered, her cheeks puffing out like a little hamster eating. If their cooking was popular with the workers, wouldn't promotions come faster? That's because if the food tasted good, the workers would eat their fill. Where would the factory find that much grain? Each factory can only buy a limited amount of grain, and once it's gone, it's hard to get more, Shin Huayu explained. A clever head chef could read the situation without needing orders from the leadership, knowing instinctively what to do. Of course, if someone wanted better food, they could pay for it, and the kitchen would prepare a separate meal. Feng Lingyu nodded. So that's how it is. There's so much to learn about cooking. The noodles we ate must have been a special treat from the cafeteria cooks. The 2 of them finished the big bowl of noodles with loud slurps, then went out to wash the bowls before returning to the room. Xiaoyu, get some rest, Shin Huayu said, spreading out the bed for her. Too tired to be fussy, Feng Lingyu said to Shin Huayu, you should sleep too. You're exhausted. Then she took off her jacket and fell straight asleep. The military camp was definitely safe, and nothing would involve her, especially with Shin Huayu around, so Feng Lingyu slept peacefully. Once her breathing steadied, Shin Huayu tidied up and lay down too. Turning his head to look at Xiaoyu's flushed face as she slept, he still found it hard to believe. How had Xiaoyu appeared in the primeval forest of the greater Xing'an range? He thought he wouldn't see her until his vacation this year, yet here she was, suddenly appearing. With many thoughts swirling in his mind, Shin Huayu slowly drifted off to sleep. He hadn't had a good night's rest in days either. Tuanzi and Jinzi poked their heads in to check, saw that their owners were asleep, then leaped up, found a spot by Feng Lingyu's feet, and curled up obediently. The room fell silent, with only the occasional sound of bugles from outside. Feng Lingyu felt something tickling her cheek. She knew it must be Tuanzi being mischievous again. Jinzi never disturbed her while she slept. In a daze, she thought she was back in Qingshan village. She cracked her eyes open and sure enough, saw a wagging tail tip swinging back and forth. Sitting up in bed, Feng Lingyu grabbed the bouncing Tuanzi and held it tight in her arms. Tuanzi stared back with innocent big eyes, completely unaware that it had woken its owner. Feng Lingyu ruffled its fur in annoyance, not stopping until it was thoroughly messy. Her gaze shifted to the side of the room, where Shin Huayu sat at the desk, writing furiously. Jinzi crouched on the table, tilting its head and watching Shin Huayu's movements intently, as if studying what he was doing. Seeing such an ordinary face with such brilliant, lively eyes still felt a bit off to Feng Lingyu. Feng Lingyu said, putting on her clothes and shoes, then sat down beside Shin Huayu. What are you writing? A debriefing report. We have to write one after every mission. With everything that happened this time, there's a lot to write, Shin Huayu said, shifting aside to let Feng Lingyu see what he was writing. Feng Lingyu glanced at it and noticed it wasn't Shin Huayu's handwriting, but a script unfamiliar to her. She lowered her voice and leaned close to his ear to ask, Aren't you in the capital? Why are you here and disguised as someone else? The disguise was so thorough even the handwriting had changed. Everyone had their own unique writing style and subtle habits, with each stroke and transition different. Imitating someone else's handwriting was extremely difficult. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you slowly once we're out of here. This wasn't the right place, and his identity couldn't be exposed. You're right. This isn't a good place to talk, Feng Lingyu said, extending her psychic senses outward. Next door, Fan Fei was also up, apparently writing something too. Just then, Jinzi squeaked twice at Feng Lingyu. This little one is so well behaved. It doesn't make a fuss while I'm writing here, Shin Huayu said with a smile. Look at Jinzi, and then look at you. Feng Lingyu gritted her teeth and held up Tuanzi, who was still grooming its fur. Tuanzi looked utterly confused, not knowing what trouble it had caused this time. Shin Huayu chuckled quietly. By the way, when did you get Jinzi? I found it on the mountain a while ago. It insisted on following me down, and I couldn't do anything about it, Feng Lingyu said, raising an eyebrow with a hint of pride. Oh, and Jinzi can brew monkey wine, it's really good. With how smart it is, if it studies with you for a few more years, it might even get into college, ha ha ha. Just imagining Jinzi sitting for exams alongside other students made Feng Lingyu burst out laughing. Shen Huayu reached out and patted Jinzi's head, teasing, with such a clever owner. What's so hard about Jinzi getting into college? Exactly. You'd better teach it well. If it doesn't get in, you'll be held responsible. Feng Lingyu sniffed lightly, acting spoiled. Seeing her charming, petulant expression, Shen Huayu grinned widely. The longer he spent with Xiaoyu, the more he realized she was a very simple person. Beneath her cold, ruthless exterior lay a pure, childlike heart. She could be absent-minded at times, her eyes crinkling when she ate something delicious. She was a bit of a money grubber, but she wouldn't take ill-gotten gains unless it was taking from the wicked. She was good to those she trusted, and if anyone bullied them, she would repay in kind. She probably didn't know it herself, but whenever someone praised her, her chin would unconsciously lift just a little. That look was like a proud young lady, clearly happy inside but unwilling to show it. Most importantly, Shen Huayu had noticed that she loved good-looking people. Whenever she encountered someone attractive on the road, she would always sneak a few extra glances. But she would quickly look away, acting as if nothing had happened. Even if her pause lasted only a fraction of a second, he had keenly caught it. And every time he smiled at her in this disguise as Li Zipping, there was always a hint of disdain hidden in her eyes. She probably thought she was hiding it well, but Shen Huayu had long since noticed. Sometimes he would deliberately smile at her, just to see her clearly disgusted reaction while she forced herself to act as if nothing was wrong. Why are you staring at me and smiling like that? Feng Lingyu asked, squinting. It was so ugly, hurry up and change back to that clean, refined look. A mischievous impulse struck Shen Huayu, and he leaned his face closer to Feng Lingyu, only to see her quickly pull back, panic flashing in her eyes. What are you dodging for? He said, putting on a hurt expression, the corners of his eyes drooping as he looked at her innocently. Chapter 371. Feng Lingyu reflects on being too shallow about looks. Feng Lingyu also realized her reaction was a bit too strong, and touched her nose sheepishly. Why did you suddenly get so close? That was just a normal reaction for me. Yeah, it was a normal reaction. Meeting Shen Huayu's somewhat suspicious gaze, Feng Lingyu's voice unconsciously grew louder. She was exactly like those people who think whoever shouts loudest is in the right. Shen Huayu held back a smile and continued, but I just saw something dirty in your hair and wanted to take it off for you. Here, this is it. He actually removed a small wood chip from her head and said in a pitiful tone, are you disgusted by me or something? Feng Lingyu's eyes darted away. Even if she was disgusted, she couldn't say it out loud. Not at all. I just had a reflex just now. Alright, hurry up and write your report. Don't talk to me anymore. Feng Lingyu changed the subject. It was only around 3 in the afternoon now, so Battalion Commander Ma probably wouldn't come looking for them until he got off work. Fine. Shen Huayu pretended to agree reluctantly, but inside he was overjoyed. Unfortunately, Feng Lingyu had no idea about any of this. In fact, she even felt a little guilty in her heart. She even began to reflect on herself, wondering if she was too focused on looks. That wasn't good, not good at all. Just as Shen Huayu had thrown himself back into his writing, Tuanzi suddenly jumped onto the table. Then, under everyone's watchful gaze, it calmly swiped a claw at Shen Huayu, pulling a long thread out of his coat. Shen Huayu, was it taking revenge on me? Feng Lingyu. I'm already feeling guilty enough, Tuanzi, don't make things worse. Haha, well, Tuanzi didn't mean it. It likes you, haha. Feng Lingyu explained with a laugh. Just as Feng Lingyu was explaining, Tuanzi ruthlessly swiped another claw at his clothes, and instantly a few more long threads popped out. Shen Huayu. He was sure now. This little thing was doing it on purpose. Feng Lingyu couldn't keep up the explanation anymore. She scooped Tuanzi up. You keep writing. I'll teach it a lesson. Oh wow. What are you doing? I'm avenging you. Tuanzi's big tail swept across Feng Lingyu's chin as it struggled to get back. Feng Lingyu pressed down on its head with her hand. Did I ever tell you not to scratch people? Tuanzi stubbornly tried to free its head. Oh wow. I know, let go now. Shen Huayu was speechless, because he actually saw a gloating expression on Jinzi's face. The two pets Xiaoyu raised were way too human-like. While things were lively and noisy on their end, Battalion Commander Ma's side was a complete mess. The captured prisoners claimed to know nothing when questioned. After interrogation, most of them said they joined Lei Laoda because their families were poor and couldn't afford to eat. As for who Lei Laoda was or where he came from, they had no idea. Anyway, Lei Laoda gave them food to eat and money to spend, so they were all willing to risk their lives for him. As for Cheng Lu and Du Ji, the two of them hadn't made a sound since they were captured. No matter how Battalion Commander Ma and his men threatened, bribed, or tortured them, they remained expressionless. But Battalion Commander Ma was mentally prepared. Most of the moles caught in the past weren't weak-willed. Most of them killed themselves when discovered. That was understandable. No matter which side sent a mole on a mission, the chosen mole would inevitably be a steadfast, outstanding person selected through rigorous screening. If just anyone could be a mole, it would be too childish. Battalion Commander Ma checked his watch. It was already very late, so he called over one of his adjutants and instructed, "Stay here and notify me immediately if anything happens." After leaving the prisoner holding area, Battalion Commander Ma went straight to find Shin Huayu and the others. Earlier, he had sent someone back to tell his wife that he would be bringing a few meritorious people home for dinner tonight. On their end, Shin Huayu had just put down his pen when a knock came at the door. "Comradely, Xiaofeng, are you up?" Battalion Commander Ma's voice sounded from outside. Shin Huayu glanced at Feng Lingyu to make sure she was fine, then went to open the door. "Battalion Commander Ma, we've been up for a while. How are things on your end? Did you find out anything?" Mentioning the prisoners, Battalion Commander Ma shook his head with a grave expression. "No, they're tight-lipped. But it's only the first day. Let's see how things go tomorrow." Setting the matter aside, Battalion Commander Ma's tone lightened. "Come on, come home with me for dinner tonight. I had your sister-in-law make some good food. Wouldn't that be too much trouble?" Shin Huayu said hesitantly. "What trouble?" "I already said so. If you don't come, who's going to eat all the food that's been cooked?" Battalion Commander Ma waved his hand cheerfully. "Jinzi and Tuanzi are coming too. I've prepared something for the two little ones as well." Shin Huayu smiled apologetically. "Then we'll be intruding." After convincing Li Zipping and the others, Battalion Commander Ma went to call Fan Fei. Since Li Zipping and Xiaofeng were both going, Fan Fei naturally had to come too, or else it would seem rude. Jinzi crouched on Shin Huayu's shoulder, completely unafraid of strangers, acting incredibly close to him. As for Tuanzi, it was held in Feng Lingyu's arms, occasionally baring its teeth at Shin Huayu, looking no different from an enemy. Battalion Commander Ma's wife was also a generous and warm woman. As soon as she saw Shin Huayu and the others, she enthusiastically greeted them. "So you're the meritorious people old Ma mentioned. So young and already so accomplished. Come in, sit down." The house was heated with charcoal, much warmer than outside. "You can all just call me Sister Ma. I share the same surname as my old Ma," Sister Ma said with a laugh. Then her gaze shifted to Shin Huayu's shoulder. "Oh, there really is a monkey. I thought old Ma was just teasing me." Chapter 372, Fan Fei's Fate. "Come on in, all of you, and sit down. I've already made dinner, just waiting for you to arrive." Sister Ma invited Feng Lingyu and the others to sit at the table, then immediately turned around and shouted, "Where have those two little brats run off to? Aren't you coming out to eat? We have guests today." Judging by her, it was clear the scene had played out countless times before. Regimental Commander Ma sat cheerfully in the seat of honor. "We got two wild boys at home. Please forgive them, haha." Just then, a door across the dining table opened, revealing what appeared to be a bedroom. "Mom, can't you keep your voice down? We can hear you, we're not deaf." A half-grown boy walked out, rubbing his ear and muttering under his breath. Exactly. "We're not deaf," another boy, a few years younger, parroted like a little shadow. "This is my eldest son, Ma Junming," Commander Ma said, then pointed to the one behind him. "And that one, who likes to copy what others say, is my younger son, Ma Junyi." Seeing a table full of unfamiliar faces, the brothers quickly composed themselves and politely greeted Feng Lingyu and the others. In particular, Ma Junyi's eyes lit up at the sight of Tuanzi and Jinzi, but because he was well-raised, he didn't approach them. He just stole glances at them from time to time, his longing expression making Feng Lingyu chuckle inwardly. At the same time, she silently gave the Ma family a thumbs up. A family that could raise their children well indicated good family values, or at least decent parents. "Go ahead and eat. I've got a pot of lamb soup simmering in the kitchen." After the meal, "You'll each have a bowl to warm yourselves up," Sister Ma urged, noticing everyone was a bit restrained with their chopsticks. "Don't be picky either. Your sister-in-law only has the skill and these conditions, so just make do." With Sister Ma having said that much, Feng Lingyu, Shin Huayu, and Fan Fei exchanged glances and could only dig in. Otherwise, it would seem like they were looking down on her cooking. After the meal, Commander Ma took Shin Huayu and Fan Fei into a room to talk. Sister Ma went to clear the dishes, leaving Feng Lingyu alone outside to wait. Just as she was idly looking around, a small figure approached her. "Brother Xiaofeng, what are your cat and monkey's names?" Ma Junyi, unable to resist any longer, asked eagerly as he came up to her. This kid sure had a sweet mouth, Feng Lingyu thought to herself. "This one is Tuanzi, and this one is Jinzi," she said softly. Ma Junyi looked at the snow-white kitten and the lively, spirited little monkey, his mouth twitching slightly. What kind of names were those? Brother Xiaofeng, your names are really fitting. Ma Junyi offered a half-hearted compliment. Can I pet them? Just once, I promise I'll be gentle. Ma Junyi blinked his big eyes and pouted as he made his request. All right, just once. Flattered by being called brother repeatedly, Feng Lingyu agreed with a hint of pride. The two got along harmoniously outside, but inside the room, Commander Ma's face was clouded with worry. When you two go back, you're bound to be investigated this time, Commander Ma paused. Especially you, Fan Fei. Back then, you were closest to Cheng Lu and Du Ji. Li Zipping was actually fine. He had made a major contribution in catching the mole this time. Commander Ma had also received a call from higher-ups today, telling him not to concern himself with Li Zipping's matters. Commander Ma vaguely suspected that Li Zipping had some other hidden identity. That would explain why his physical condition differed from the other researchers. He seemed more like someone from the military. Not only had he entered the research institute alongside Cheng Lu and Du Ji, but their relationship had also been very close, almost inseparable. Under these circumstances, Fan Fei himself was highly suspect. Or rather, even if he was innocent and clean, the organization wouldn't dare to use him anymore. Because no one could risk betting that he wasn't a mole, and no one could bear that responsibility. Fan Fei gave a bitter smile. He had already guessed his fate long ago. I understand. I'll voluntarily request a transfer. Otherwise, once the higher-ups issued an official order, his situation would only become more awkward. It was better to leave on his own terms, at least preserving some dignity. Fan Fei knew that his career prospects had come to an end. Li Zipping, you have to keep it up. You're the only prominent researcher left in the institute now. Maybe in a few years, you'll land a director position, Fan Fei said to Shen Huayu with a smile, though the smile didn't reach his eyes and carried a hint of sadness. Actually, I regret some things now. Scientific research is pure, it shouldn't be tainted by personal likes and dislikes. If I had been like you, focused on experiments instead of forming cliques, would things have turned out differently? Fan Fei sniffled and lowered his head, not letting Shen Huayu or Commander Ma see his expression. But the large, spreading wet spots on the floor betrayed his emotions. Shen Huayu opened his mouth to say something, but didn't know what to say. For Fan Fei, who had spent over 20 years studying just to get into the research institute, being driven out like this was something he couldn't accept right away. Shen Huayu could understand that. If it were him, he probably wouldn't have handled it much better than Fan Fei was now. At best, Fan Fei had been nothing more than a pawn or a scapegoat for Cheng Lu and Du Ji. As long as you have the will, you can shine anywhere, Comrade Fan Fei. Don't give up on yourself. Commander Ma suddenly spoke up. All right, thank you, Commander Ma. I just need some time to come to terms with this. Fan Fei said, his voice choked with emotion. Seeing that he was in a bad state, Commander Ma had no choice but to say, I called you two here to tell you this. It's best to write your reports in advance. The higher-ups will be conducting inspections. All right, go back and rest. Tomorrow morning, I'll arrange for someone to take you back to the institute. Then we'll take our leave. You should rest early too, Shen Huayu said as he bid Commander Ma farewell. Feng Lingyu and Ma Junyi were having a great time outside when they saw Fan Fei come out with a grim expression. Let's go. We can head back now, Shen Huayu said without elaborating. Hearing that they were leaving, Ma Junyi's face showed reluctance. Leaving so soon? Can't you stay and play a little longer? It's still early. We'll come play another time if we get the chance. Goodbye, little friend. Shen Huayu said with a faint smile as he said his goodbyes. All right. Goodbye. Brother Xiaofeng, I'll miss you. And Tuanzi and Jinzi, I'll miss them too. Ma Junyi reluctantly bid farewell to Feng Lingyu. Hearing Ma Junyi call her brother Xiaofeng repeatedly, Shen Huayu's eyes held a hint of amusement. Feng Lingyu, feeling a bit embarrassed, quickly said goodbye to Sister Ma, and they left the Ma household. Chapter 373, The Alluring Shen Huayu. Slowly, Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu drifted farther and farther away from him. Watching Fan Fei's dejected figure ahead, Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow and asked directly, what's wrong with him? He went in and came out like this. There was nothing hard to say about it, so Shen Huayu repeated what Regiment Commander Ma had told him. TSK, how tragic. Feng Lingyu remarked with feeling. Right in the prime of his youth, when he should be spreading his wings, shining in his position, he's being transferred to some idle post. It'll be hard for him to get promoted again. This will be a huge blow, both to him and to his family. Think about it, in this era, someone who reached Fan Fei's level could already be called a favored son of heaven. Yet his smooth-sailing life took a wrong turn just because he made two friends. You could even say he's been ruined. But there's no helping it. If things had been more serious, he'd have lost his job entirely. At least now it's just a transfer. Shen Huayu also sounded a bit wistful. Feng Lingyu chuckled lightly. In a way, he should thank you. If you hadn't caught the mole, he'd either have died this time or come back unable to escape blame. And if I'm not mistaken, the person he was jealous of before was you. That's why he got close to Chun-Lu and the others to suppress and push you out. But life is unpredictable, and in the end, he paid the price for his own pettiness. Shin Huayu's expression was indifferent. I came here for work, not to make friends. I don't care what they think of me. He just wanted to help Dr. Ke finish the machine tool research as soon as possible, then take a long vacation. You're right. But not being envied means you're mediocre. It must be because you're so outstanding that you make them look useless, which is why Fan Fei got jealous of you. Feng Lingyu said with a sarcastic tone. The two of them walked and talked like this until they returned to the daytime dormitory. By then, the soldiers had finished their training. The area around the dormitory was lively, with people occasionally walking by carrying basins. The north wasn't like the south, where everyone washed themselves individually and just found a spot to rinse off. In the north, the temperatures were low, so there was usually a large bathhouse. Once you stepped inside, it was all hazy steam. Actually, the military camp also had a women's bathhouse for family members to use, but the problem was that Feng Lingyu was currently in the identity of a boy. Once inside the dormitory, Feng Lingyu immediately said, "You go take a shower by yourself later. I have my own way to handle it." She pursed her lips. Shin Huayu knew Xiaoyu's secret, so he didn't press further. All right. I'll lock the door from the outside when I leave. Be careful alone and don't get caught. Okay, I know. I'll be careful about this kind of thing. Feng Lingyu's lips curled slightly into a faint smile. When Shin Huayu came back from his shower, he saw that Feng Lingyu had already tidied up and was sitting on the bed playing with Tuanzi. Judging by the fluffy state of Tuanzi and Jinzi's fur, they had apparently bathed too. Although he knew Xiaoyu's space was amazing, Shin Huayu was still a bit surprised. You bathed them too? Shin Huayu asked casually. They washed themselves. They didn't need me at all. Feng Lingyu looked up and answered. They're really smart and very clean. Without me saying a word, they take care of their own fur. As she spoke, Shin Huayu wiped the water from his hair and set his things down. Did you reapply the stuff on your face? Seeing that her exposed skin was still dark and swarthy, Shin Huayu asked. Yeah, I have to commit to the act. Anyway, after tomorrow, I'll be free. She said the last few words very quietly. Tomorrow, I'll go back to the institute. Once I hand over the mission, I'll come find you right away. It shouldn't take too long. Dr. Ke had already sent over the research results, so his mission was considered successfully completed. There was no longer any need to use the identity of Li Ziping. Good. I'll wait for you at the place you mentioned. Feng Lingyu agreed without hesitation. Tomorrow, the town regiment commander Ma was taking her to what's called Dongyuan Town, the nearest town to here. Usually, Shin Huayu and the others would go there to restock supplies and buy things. Once she reached the town, Feng Lingyu could just find a secluded spot, hide in her space, and change her appearance. There was no way Regiment Commander Ma would discover she had become someone else. After they agreed, they got into bed to sleep. The military camp had a very regular schedule. At the designated time, the lights went out and the bugle sounded. Tuanzi and Jinzi, having napped in the afternoon, were being rowdy, so Feng Lingyu shooed them both onto Shin Huayu's bed. Go bother your male master instead. Don't come to me. Feng Lingyu said angrily, not even realizing what she had said. She went back to her bed, flopped down, and fell asleep. Shin Huayu buried his face in the blanket, secretly delighted, unable to stop his ears from burning. He needed to work harder, accumulate enough merits, and bring Grandpa and Xiaoyu back to the capital city as soon as possible. Tuanzi and Jinzi, suddenly relocated, stared at Shin Huayu in confusion. Don't make any more noise. If Xiaoyu decides to discipline you, I won't be able to stop her. Shin Huayu poked Tuanzi's head in exasperation. Jinzi humanely covered its mouth with its paw. As for Tuanzi, it unceremoniously whacked Shin Huayu with its tail, but it obediently curled up and stopped causing trouble. He hadn't expected them to actually understand what he said. Shin Huayu gained a clear understanding of what Feng Lingyu meant when she said they were very smart. Gradually, drowsiness set in and Shin Huayu, accompanied by the two warm little animals beside him, slowly fell asleep. He slept deeply and soundly, so much so that when he opened his eyes the next morning, it still felt a bit unreal. You're awake? Did you sleep well last night? I didn't expect Tuanzi and Jinzi to like you so much. You know, they never sleep with anyone else. Feng Lingyu said with a smile. Back in Qingshan village, even when Xiaodao and Huiqing treated them well, they never slept with them. At night, they either slept on their own or found a spot on Feng Lingyu's Kong. Is that so? Maybe it's love me, love my dog. I'm basking in your reflected glory. Shin Huayu's eyes lifted at the corners, still glistening with moisture, looking innocent and alluring. His collar was slightly open, revealing faint hints of muscle contours. Feng Lingyu awkwardly looked away. So early in the morning, this was too much of a shock. Chapter 374, Golden Dragon will return. Get up quickly, I've already packed. Commander Ma should be calling us soon. Shin Huayu looked at the person who was burying their head in the sand like an ostrich and curled his lips into a faint smile. After breakfast, Feng Lingyu was about to part ways with Shin Huayu. Commander Ma was taking him to Dongyuan town today to handle his household registration. With his status as a soldier acting as a witness, the process could be simplified. Not to mention that Feng Lingyu had also rendered great service this time. Commander Ma was thinking of asking the Armed Forces Department to look after him, at least making sure everything was properly arranged for him. When Xiao Feng came of age, he would take the lead in recruiting him into the army, so the child would have a secure future. You and Fan Fei will have someone take you later. I'll take Xiao Feng first. Commander Ma casually said a few words before getting into a military vehicle. Feng Lingyu nodded to Shin Huayu, then got into the car with Tuanzi and Jinzi. Watching the yellow-green military vehicle disappear into the distance, kicking up a cloud of dust, Shin Huayu turned to Fan Fei and said, "Let's go too." Just then, a shout came from behind him, "Comradely, wait. I made it just in time, otherwise you'd have left and it would have been a problem." A person ran over, panting. Shin Huayu recognized him as Political Commissar Bai, who worked alongside Battalion Commander Wu, one handling civil affairs, the other military, both trusted aides of Commander Ma. But Commander Ma had already left, so what business could there be with him? Duji said he wants to see you. After a pause of a few seconds, Political Commissar Bai finally caught his breath and said directly. Seeing Li Zipping frown, Political Commissar Bai continued, "Since he came in yesterday, he hasn't said a single word." Unexpectedly, the first thing he said was that he wanted to see you. "Comradely, I'll have to trouble you with this. Maybe there could be some breakthrough." Shin Huayu, Political Commissar Bai, "I can go with you to take a look, but I can't guarantee that I'll get anything out of Duji's mouth." "Of course, I was only asking you to try." Hearing that he was willing to go, Political Commissar Bai breathed a sigh of relief. He then said to Fan Fei, who was standing nearby, "Comrade Fan, sorry to make you wait for us." In the dim interrogation room, Duji sat slumped in a chair, looking lifeless. Hearing the door open, Duji said without lifting his head, "If you don't bring Li Zipping here, I won't say a word." "You're here, haha." Compared to his earlier rash and impulsive demeanor, Duji now seemed somewhat sinister. Of course, perhaps the personality traits he was showing now were his true nature. Shin Huayu strode over to the opposite side of Duji, pulled out a chair and sat down. A pair of cold, emotionless eyes stared straight at Duji, scrutinizing him. After waiting for a while and seeing that Li Zipping still wasn't speaking, Duji squinted and said coldly, "What are you staring at me for? Don't you have anything to say?" Shin Huayu's expression remained unchanged. "You called me here." The implication was that if anyone had something to say, it should be Duji speaking to him. Duji let out a dazed laugh and leaned back against the chair. Tilting his head, he said, Li Zipping, how did I never notice before that you're such an interesting person? If you called me here just to say this nonsense," Shin Huayu raised his watch to check the time, "I might have to leave early. There are still many follow-up matters to handle at the Research Institute." The smile on Duji's face stiffened. "Don't you want to know the whole truth from me? Who my real identity is, how I got into the Research Institute, what my purpose is? If I ask, will you tell me?" Shin Huayu lifted his eyes. "Of course I can tell you, as long as you tell me your real identity." Duji leaned forward. "You're not really Li Zipping, are you? Haha. If I'm not Li Zipping, then who am I? You're overthinking things. If you just don't want to talk and are playing these games, I suggest you drop it." Shin Huayu coldly dropped these words and made to leave. His identity was top secret. How could he possibly expose it here? What would be the point of all his previous disguises? Seeing that not only had he failed to trick Li Zipping into revealing his true identity, but Li Zipping was also not playing by the rules and was simply walking away, Duji panicked. "Stop. Even if you are Li Zipping himself, you must have another identity. How could an ordinary researcher have such sharp observational skills?" Duji called out to stop Shin Huayu. Seeing that Li Zipping didn't deny it, Duji thought he had guessed correctly. "And even if you don't say it, I can actually guess your identity." Shin Huayu turned around and sat back down. "Your and Chenglu's past experiences show no issues, which only proves one fact: you are the real persons, not imposters. And the only ones capable of doing that are those island country people with their shady little schemes." Duji's eyes flickered. "So, what have you guessed? All of Huaxia is rotten to the core. Do you know how many people we've infiltrated over the years? One day, these planted pawns will play a huge role. By then, the golden dragon will return to this land." Duji said deliriously, veins bulging on his neck, looking like a man possessed. Shin Huayu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Did he hear that right? Golden dragon? As a researcher, I think I need to remind you that dragons don't exist in this world. I didn't know you were something like cult followers. Does your great emperor know about all this? Shin Huayu said with a mocking smile. Du Ji suddenly laughed. What do you know? After saying this, Du Ji fell silent, reverting to his original unresponsive state. Outside the door, Political Commissar Bai saw Li Zipping come out and quickly asked, how did it go? Meeting Political Commissar Bai's expectant expression, Shin Huayu recounted what had just happened. Finally, he said regretfully, Political Commissar Bai, it seems Du Ji has been deeply brainwashed. I just don't know what kind of existence this Golden Dragon is. Political Commissar Bai looked grave and thoughtful. I haven't heard of this organization either. Comrade Li, thank you. At least now we have a direction. The people investigating Du Ji's relatives should be back soon, and maybe there will be new clues then. After settling this matter, Political Commissar Bai saw Shin Huayu back into the car. In the car, Fan Fei initially wanted to ask about Du Ji and the others, but Shin Huayu kept his eyes closed, so he didn't voice his question. What was certain was that Du Ji had become suspicious of his identity, but couldn't confirm it, which was why he had asked to see him. Xiaoyu had told him yesterday that Boss Lei and his men seemed to use birds to pass messages, so Shin Huayu hadn't revealed his identity in front of him. This was to prevent Du Ji from having other ways to transmit information. Chapter 375, Feng Lingyu leaves without saying goodbye. He had initially thought this was just an ordinary espionage and sabotage case, but unexpectedly, it involved a so-called divine dragon. Shin Huayu furrowed his brows tightly, unsure whether this organization had any connection with the island nation's authorities. Feng Lingyu clung to the window, acting like she had never seen the world before, her eyes sparkling as she looked outside. Commander Ma drove the car while turning back to glance at Xiaofeng's exaggerated reactions, a smile on his face. Xiaofeng, from now on, you'll be living in this town. You'll see these scenes every day. Feng Lingyu pressed her lips together. Thank you, Commander. I'll come visit you every month from now on. Once you're an adult, I'll recruit you into the army. In a few years, you'll be a promising recruit. Haha. Commander Ma said, afraid she might feel uncomfortable alone. If she were truly an orphan mountain child who had come down from the hills, Commander Ma's arrangements would have been very thorough for her. He had even secured her future job, leaving her only to grow up step by step without worrying about anything else. Are we going to the Public Security Bureau now? Feng Lingyu asked. I'll take you to eat first, then we'll go to the Public Security Bureau, Commander Ma said as he stopped the car. That place up ahead is the state-run restaurant, the place to eat in town. When the townspeople saw a car parked on the road, they curiously gathered around it. Especially the children, who reached out wanting to touch the iron machine, only to be stopped by their parents. This couldn't be touched. If it broke, ordinary people like them couldn't afford to pay for it. Feng Lingyu got out of the car holding Jinzi and Tuanzi, and was immediately surrounded and stared at like a rare animal. In the past, many people kept monkeys, and monkey show performers were common. But now, due to the Presidio, these people had gradually disappeared. Commander Ma dispersed the crowd and led Feng Lingyu toward the state-run restaurant. It was mealtime, and the restaurant was packed, with most people sharing tables. It was only because the person taking orders saw that Commander Ma was a soldier that they managed to free up a table for them. Of course, this wasn't Commander Ma using his military status to claim privileges, it was because they had two small animals with them, making it better for them to sit alone. As for Feng Lingyu, she didn't let the two little ones sit on chairs, but had them crouch by her feet. Take care of your own pets. Don't bring them to public places and expect others to accommodate them. Xiaofeng, what do you want to eat? Commander Ma asked gently. Feng Lingyu shook her head awkwardly. I don't know. Anything is fine. Seeing her like this, Commander Ma knew she hadn't eaten much food from the outside world while in the mountains. Braised pork sound good? And half a caddy of spiced beef, with 3 tails of rice, Commander Ma said, looking at Feng Lingyu. Only after she nodded did Commander Ma go to place the order. During the meal, Feng Lingyu kept thinking about how to make a clean getaway. After all, a living person suddenly disappearing from the Public Security Bureau would be a mess, wouldn't it? Xiaofeng, what's wrong? Doesn't it suit your taste? Commander Ma asked worriedly when he saw Feng Lingyu eating small bites without picking up any dishes. Could it be that the child didn't want to leave and was feeling sad? But the military camp wasn't a shelter. They couldn't keep an unrelated person living there. As for adopting Xiaofeng, she was already this old. Raising a child wasn't like raising a kitten or a puppy. Commander Ma had to consider his family's feelings too. Feng Lingyu snapped back to reality and saw Commander Ma looking at her with concern. She quickly shook her head and said, "No, I'm just not hungry yet." "Still, you should eat a little. What if you get hungry later?" Knowing Commander Ma meant well, Feng Lingyu nodded in agreement. Soon, a fat man clutching his stomach and sweating profusely ran over to the person taking orders for help. Feng Lingyu pricked up her ears and heard the waiter complain, "The restroom is in the back. Hurry up and come out. The back wall collapsed and they're still repairing it." So after the fat man came out, Feng Lingyu also told Commander Ma that her stomach hurt. Seeing Commander Ma's worried expression, Feng Lingyu felt a twinge of guilt. But she had no other choice. She couldn't reveal her identity. She could only let Commander Ma down and consider the favor of him guiding her earlier as repayment. Commander Ma, I'll be right out. Goodbye, Commander Ma. Are Tuanzi and Jinzi going with you? Let them stay here, he suddenly said. No need, they're shy around strangers. If they run off into the street, it'll be too much trouble to find them. Feng Lingyu calmly chose a reason no one could refuse. Feng Lingyu nodded, turned around, and left with Tuanzi and Jinzi. Watching her retreating figure, Commander Ma inexplicably felt a sense of foreboding. Not long after, a kitchen worker came to the front and spotted a soldier sitting upright, knowing he was the one he needed to deliver a message to. Commander Ma turned and saw a young man. He asked, puzzled you are. Knowing he had found the right person, the young man immediately smiled and said, It's like this, a young man just asked me to pass a message to you. He said he had family matters to attend to and left first, telling you not to wait. Commander Ma looked shocked. A young man? Was he followed by 2 animals? Yes, he left in a hurry and asked me to deliver the message for him. How could this be? Isn't Xiaofeng an orphan? Commander Ma stood up abruptly and strode toward the back courtyard of the state-run restaurant. As the waiter had said, one side of the courtyard wall had collapsed, and workers were rebuilding it. Commander Ma refused to believe it and searched everywhere, but there was no trace of Xiaofeng. Chapter 376, Strolling Through Dongyuan Town. Regimental Commander Ma grabbed the man who had just delivered the message. He really just told you it was a family matter. Nothing else? What else did he say? The man, yanked by his collar and craning his neck, was startled by Commander Ma's anxious demeanor and stammered in reply, That's exactly what he told me, and he gave me 2 mao. Heaven knows, he was just kindly helping to pass a message. He had no idea that young man had run off. Staring at the crumpled 2 mao, Commander Ma realized he might have been deceived. That sentence wasn't what Xiaofeng wanted to tell him. These 2 mao were the real message. Xiaofeng had money on him, which meant he wasn't the destitute mountain dweller he claimed to be. Commander Ma clutched the 2 mao and laughed in frustration. After all these years, he'd been tricked by a teenager. In all their past interactions, Xiaofeng had flawlessly faked his demeanor, timid, inexperienced, all of it an act. The messenger now regretted bitterly why he had to be greedy for that small gain, now caught up in who knows what. Comrade Commander, can I go now? The messenger asked cautiously. What's wrong? He replied with a pained expression. Take this money, don't worry, it's nothing, just a disobedient kid from home who ran off to play. Sorry for the trouble. Commander Ma handed the money back. But the messenger dared not take it. He only wished he had run faster. Comrade Commander, you'd better keep it. I just passed along a message. Helpless, Commander Ma had to pocket the 2 mao and drive back. He wondered whose child Xiaofeng was, so mischievous and clever and thoroughly deserving of a beating. While Commander Ma was grinding his teeth in anger at Feng Lingyu, she herself was utterly carefree. After swaggering out of the back courtyard of the state-run restaurant, she took Jinzi and Tuanzi to a secluded corner and slipped into the space. Finally, she could be herself again. Those days of pretending to be timid and weak had made her thoroughly uncomfortable. Tuanzi and Jinzi hadn't been in the space for days either, with nothing good to eat outside, so as soon as they entered, they circled Feng Lingyu demanding food. Fortunately, they were easy to care for after feeding them their main meal. A basin of milk powder each was enough. Feng Lingyu returned to the bedroom, first washed herself with hot water, then changed into clean clothes, finally feeling alive again. She wasn't worried about Commander Ma looking for her. She trusted he would understand her meaning. Since it was still early, Feng Lingyu decided to go out and take a stroll. Dongyuan town was actually quite lively. Though the town had few residents, many people came for the market. After wrapping a scarf around her face, Feng Lingyu left the space alone. The streets were bustling, with ox carts and horse-drawn carriages passing by from time to time. The people here were generally tall and sturdy, likely due to their frequent consumption of dairy and meat. Walking down the street, Feng Lingyu looked quite petite. She asked a woman where the supply and marketing cooperative was and headed straight there. Every local cooperative had its own specialties, and going there was a more direct way to understand the situation than wandering the streets. The cooperative in Dongyuan town was decorated and arranged much like those elsewhere, with many people coming and going. After browsing a few counters, Feng Lingyu noticed that wool yarn here was much cheaper than in the interior. High-quality wool yarn cost only 4 yuan per caddy, and an adult wool sweater required about 2 caddies of yarn. Once knitted into a garment, a wool sweater could sell for 20 yuan in the interior. Especially in Beijing and Shanghai, there were plenty of people who could afford wool sweaters. If she could transport the sweaters back to sell, the profit would be doubled. Feng Lingyu's heart raced as she calculated no wonder profiteering was so lucrative these days. Milk powder, hard to come by in Qingshan village, was readily available here as long as you had money, with no need for milk powder coupons. From a nearby woman, she heard that her family had so much milk they couldn't finish it, and even the cows were getting grumpy. This time, she had to get a few cows back. Satisfied with the information from the cooperative, Feng Lingyu bought both bagged and canned milk powder for her own use later or as gifts. Before leaving, she noticed some fabric on the counter with beautiful patterns, likely handwoven by local women. The bird and flower designs on the cloth looked vivid and lifelike. Thinking of how the old lady enjoyed making clothes, Feng Lingyu couldn't resist and bought 2 large pieces of fabric, one red and one blue. Once back in Qingshan village, she would send these fabrics to Beijing to make the old lady happy, so she wouldn't say Feng Lingyu hadn't thought of her. Carrying bags and bundles, Feng Lingyu walked all the way out of Dongguan town until she reached a secluded spot, then entered the space. Without a letter of introduction, she couldn't stay at a guest house, so she had to remain in the space. Since Shen Huayu wouldn't come to find her until tomorrow, Feng Lingyu kept busy by tidying up the space thoroughly. She harvested ripe vegetables and fruits into the warehouse, slaughtered the fully grown poultry, and sorted them by type. The monkey wine Jinzi had brewed last time was already giving off a rich aroma and would likely be ready to drink soon. The tea trees in the space had grown into a large grove, their glossy green leaves still adorned with dewdrops, looking utterly enticing. As for the medicinal herbs in the field, Feng Lingyu left them alone. Many herbs improved with age, so she let them keep growing. Some newly sprouted medicinal seedlings were transplanted to another plot by Feng Lingyu. After finishing with the fields, Feng Lingyu went into the kitchen. She could use the freshly harvested vegetables and grains to prepare some meals for storage. Her time in the primeval forest earlier had depleted some of the space's stock. Braised chicken with taro and pork intestines, kung pao chicken, red braised pork, old duck soup, red braised lamb tendons. After storing the cooked meals in the warehouse, Feng Lingyu felt a deep sense of satisfaction as she looked at the fully stocked shelves. She wondered how long it would take to get from Dongguan town to Yuanbao Lake. Feng Lingyu decided to ask around again tomorrow. As she passed the state-run restaurant, she noticed many people lining up to buy steamed buns in the morning. Tempted by the oily aroma, Feng Lingyu couldn't resist and ordered 10 large meat buns. Biting into the fragrant, savory bun, she only regretted not buying more. If she could do it over, she would have bought out the entire steamer. Chapter 377, Like a Lone Wolf. Shen Huayu took the Research Institute's car into town early in the morning. Worried that Xiaoyu would be unfamiliar with the place and feel lost, he didn't dawdle on the way and came straight to the spot they had agreed to meet. It was a large banyan tree known to everyone in Dongguan town. Unfortunately, it was winter now, leaving only a bare trunk. Though he was still far away, Shen Huayu recognized the girl he had been longing for at a glance. She was dressed in fluffy clothes, wore a pair of thick woolen boots, and had a long, thick red scarf, the only splash of color on her, adding a vibrant warmth to the monotonous winter day. She must have been bored waiting, as she was standing on tiptoe, playing with the snow under her feet. A mischievous child nearby deliberately messed up the pattern she had traced. Then Shen Huayu saw her sneak over without backing down, quietly push the head off the snowman the child had just built, and then slip back to her original spot as if nothing had happened. When the child returned, carrying the newly packed snowman body, he saw his snowman's head lying on the ground. Suddenly struck by an unbearable pain of loss, the child burst into tears, running home on his little legs to find his mother. Just as Feng Lingyu was smirking in delight, a clear, gentle voice sounded above her head. "Is it really that funny?" Feng Lingyu looked up, noticing the height difference between them now, and frowned. "Did you get taller again?" "Shen Huayu." Her voice, tinged with dissatisfaction and a hint of softness, reached Shen Huayu's ears, making his heart tremble. He had never heard Xiaoyu call his name in such an intimate tone. "Why aren't you saying anything?" "Here, I brought you a big meat bun. It's really good and still warm." Feng Lingyu rummaged through her bag and pulled out an oil paper package. Her healthy, glossy fingertips shimmered faintly. Shen Huayu's Adam's apple moved up and down as he reached out to take the bun. It was still warm to the touch. "How long have you been waiting here?" "Not long." "Did you skip breakfast this morning?" Feng Lingyu countered. She lifted his hand, urging him to eat quickly. Shen Huayu smiled warmly, lowered his head, and took big, hearty bites. "Well, is it good?" Feng Lingyu looked at him expectantly. "The master chef here comes from a family with a centuries-old tradition of making buns. I've heard it's been passed down for several hundred years," Shen Huayu said leisurely. Feng Lingyu's eyes widened. "Several hundred years? No wonder the buns smell so fragrant. I could catch the scent from far away. I should have bought more." Seeing her look of regret, Shen Huayu chuckled softly. You can buy more tomorrow. Do you think if I asked him for the recipe, he'd sell it to me? Feng Lingyu asked again. That's true. Someone's livelihood skill probably wouldn't be sold for any amount of money. After you ran off yesterday, did Commander Ma look for you? Shin Huayu thought about how she had now reclaimed her identity and asked. Thinking of her abrupt departure, Feng Lingyu lowered her head sheepishly. I had one of the kitchen staff at the state-run restaurant pass him a message. Seeing that 2 cents, Commander Ma should understand what I meant and won't come looking for me. Shin Huayu led Feng Lingyu to a secluded little courtyard. Glancing around, she noticed it was divided into many small rooms. The yard was very quiet, with only the occasional sound of people moving about. They were guided into a small room with a wooden sign. After the person who led them in left, Feng Lingyu asked, Where is this? Is it safe? The room was sparsely furnished aside from a white screen. There was only the table and chairs they were sitting on. This is a private kitchen. If it weren't safe, they wouldn't dare run this business, Shin Huayu said, taking off his coat and picking up a kettle to pour hot water for both of them. Of course, in name, it was a place to eat, but in reality, it was a spot for passing messages. There are people doing this kind of business these days? Feng Lingyu looked around in shock. Wasn't this place similar to some high-end clubs from later times? As long as someone has your back, what business can't be done? Shin Huayu said meaningfully. How did you end up in the forest? Once seated, Shin Huayu asked directly. If he hadn't seen her bracelet at that moment, he would have shot her dead the next second. Speaking of this, Feng Lingyu didn't find it hard to talk about. So she roughly explained the situation. Shin Huayu's fingers resting on the table stopped moving and he frowned. So you crossed the mountains from Qingshan village all the way here by yourself? For some reason, Feng Lingyu felt a bit guilty under his gaze. I couldn't find a reasonable excuse to come here. And I didn't want anyone else to know. But Teacher Xiao, Uncle Gao, and Political Commissar Zhou, they can get a lot done in the capital. Even if you couldn't reach me, they could have helped you. Shin Huayu paused, then continued, and even if you didn't tell them, they would never pry. Xiaoyu. Shin Huayu looked up, meeting Feng Lingyu's eyes directly. I hope that when you encounter something you can't solve, you'll seek help from friends. They're very willing to help you. I don't believe someone as smart as you wouldn't have thought of these options. You're just used to solving problems on your own. His voice trailed off, tinged with a hint of dejection. You're right. My subconscious makes me used to being alone, Feng Lingyu said, lifting the corners of her mouth in a faint smile. She wasn't accustomed to relying on others. She always felt she could handle everything herself. Seeing the smile on Xiaoyu's face, Shin Huayu felt a pang in his heart. He wondered what she had been through before to become so independent. Like a lone wolf, even if left alone, she would fight to the end by herself. What about you? Why are you here? Not wanting to keep talking about herself, Feng Lingyu turned the question back. I'm here on a mission. Recently, there's been a traitor in the organization. Many promising young scientific talents have either been assassinated or turned. To protect my safety, Teacher Xiao had me change my appearance and come here under the identity of Li Zipping to assist Dr. Ko in his work. Then how did you end up being ambushed with Dr. Ko? That was an accident. I didn't know I'd run into those bad guys beforehand. Chapter 378. Bandits ahead, we must proceed with caution. Feng Lingyu understood. At first I thought you were someone sent specifically to catch spies, but then I thought it over and realized that couldn't be it. After all, Shin Huayu was just an ordinary researcher. Even if there was a mission to catch spies, they wouldn't assign him to it. There are many things involved in this. The research results Dr. Ko has this time affect every aspect of the entire country, which is why those spies are willing to risk exposure to obtain them. Shin Huayu replied. The development of this new machine tool wasn't just the effort of Dr. Ku and his team. Before this, Teacher Xiao had already been researching it for a long time. That's why he had sent Shin Huayu here this time. Every aspect? Does that mean it's something for making parts? Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow. Seeing the barely concealed surprise on Shin Huayu's face, she added, Did I guess right? Xiaoyu, your sharpness never ceases to amaze me. Shin Huayu looked at Feng Lingyu with admiration. That's right. From now on, we can at least produce all kinds of parts that meet international standards. From large things like cars, ships, and satellites, down to everyday items like watches and radios, not to mention other machinery, our Huaxia's overall industrial level will take a huge leap forward. As Shin Huayu spoke, his face carried a pleased expression, a soft glow in his eyes, and his tone was light clearly. He was very happy. Feng Lingyu's expression also softened. So after you finish this mission, you can go back to being Shin Huayu? As a matter of fact, I called Teacher Xiao this morning, and he's already agreed to give me leave. Shin Huayu smiled as he said this. Originally, I planned to return to Qingshan village once things were settled, but now it looks like I can go back with you. Feng Lingyu had been scanning the surroundings with her psychic power, knowing no one was eavesdropping on them, so she grew bolder. When are you going to take off that annoying mask on your face? It doesn't look good at all. Let's wait until we leave Dongyuan town. For now, I'm still zipping. He had already reported to the highest leader here this morning. After leaving today, he wouldn't need to return to the research institute. Shen Huayu's talent in research was no less than Xiao Zongqi's in his younger days. Therefore, the higher-ups placed great importance on his safety. This time, it was only after learning that the organization targeting scientific geniuses planned to make a move on him that he came here incognito. Is the place I'm going familiar to you? I don't know the exact name of that lake, only that it's shaped like a gold ingot, deep in the grasslands. That lake you mentioned, I actually have some recollection of it. Shen Huayu's expression turned serious. Feng Lingyu frowned. What's wrong? Is there a problem? That ingot lake is a nickname for it. I've heard people in town say that a bandoff has holed up there. The town government once organized teams to wipe them out, but they always managed to escape. If you're going to Ingot Lake, there's no way to avoid those bandits. Feng Lingyu tilted her head back and sighed. How did it come to this? She had just managed to deal with Boss Lei and his crew, and now she had to go up against bandits again. I know, I'm not stupid enough to just charge straight in. Feng Lingyu pursed her lips, propping her chin on her hand as she muttered, at least I need to find out their situation first, how many there are, and what weapons they have. Feng Lingyu covered her face. This is so annoying. Now I don't know how many days I'll be stuck here. I wanted to go back and spend New Year's with Shout Out and the others. It might not drag on too long. The town mayor here has been in office for 2 years, and from what I know, he hasn't had any standout achievements, so he has no path to promotion. Shen Huayu looked up. That bandoff is just as much a thorn in his side. But didn't you say they tried to wipe them out several times before and came back empty-handed every time? That meant the mayor simply didn't have the ability to eliminate the bandits. Shen Huayu, no, the previous attempts failed because the bandits got word ahead of time and fled. Feng Lingyu was stunned. Then that mayor is really useless, he didn't even notice that? Feng Lingyu lost interest. Relying on someone like that was worse than relying on herself. You're thinking too simply. The mayor did notice, otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting idle now. Shen Huayu chuckled. Unless, the person leaking the information is someone he can't afford to cross. Feng Lingyu narrowed her eyes. From what I know, there are 2 factions in this town. One is naturally the mayor's faction. Though his goal in wiping out the bandits is to get promoted, it's still a good deed for the people. As for the other, Shen Huayu's tone turned sour. It's the Public Security Bureau here. Feng Lingyu was speechless. No matter how she thought about it, she never guessed it would be the Public Security Bureau. She had thought it was some political rival of the mayor's. If the mayor wanted to eliminate the bandits, he had to cooperate with the Public Security Bureau, but now someone in the bureau was undermining him. If he fell out with the bureau, the mayor would have no troops to command, so he had to bide his time. But why would the Public Security Bureau undermine the mayor? Isn't wiping out the bandits a good thing? Eliminating a bandoff that plagued the region would benefit not only the mayor, but also the bureau's leadership. That's a long story. Shen Huayu began to leisurely recount what he had learned. The mayor, who had been in office for 2 years, was named Bian Yansong. When he first arrived in Dongyuan town, his exceptionally handsome looks attracted the affection of countless eligible young women. As luck would have it, the Public Security Bureau director's sister, Lu Yuezhi, fell in love with Bian Yansong at first sight. Unfortunately, one-sided love when unrequited. Bian Yansong always treated Lu Yuezhi coldly. Seeing his sister repeatedly show favor to Bian Yansong with no response, Lu Yuezhi's brother, Lu Cheng, grew resentful toward him. He originally wanted to teach Bian Yansong a lesson. In Dongyuan town, he had been the local tyrant for decades, and dealing with a newly arrived mayor with no foundation was easy. But Lu Yuezhi couldn't bear to see her beloved suffer, so she stopped Lu Cheng. The story of the Lu siblings was common knowledge in town. With a 20-year age gap between them, Lu Cheng had practically raised Lu Yuezhi like a daughter. Faced with his sister's unrequited love, Lu Cheng was full of frustration but couldn't bend it. It must be said that Bian Yansong's lack of achievements in Dongyuan town over 2 years was partly due to Lu Cheng's behind-the-scenes obstruction. Later, news spread that Bian Yansong planned to get transferred by wiping out the bandits, and Lu Yuezhi immediately fell seriously ill. Not long after, the bandit suppression failed, and Mayor Bian never brought it up again. Hearing this, Feng Lingyu was somewhat speechless. So Lu Cheng and his sister didn't want Bian Yansong to get transferred, which is why they kept sabotaging him and even tipped off the bandits. That's how it looks for now. Shen Huayu understood Feng Lingyu's frustration. He had felt the same when he first learned about it. This mayor is really unlucky. I guess being too good-looking isn't always a good thing. Feng Lingyu couldn't help but remark. Bian Yansong was suffering from sheer misfortune. Just because someone liked him, did he have to like them back? Chapter 379, Bian Yansong's striking appearance. At this point, Feng Lingyu looked at Shen Huayu, who was sitting across from her drinking tea. Although he now wore an ordinary-looking face, his every gesture revealed his refinement and grace. It was hard to pinpoint what exactly was attractive about him, but he was undeniably different from others. I think you'd better not take off that mask. If Lu Yuezhi sets her eyes on you, that'll be another mess to deal with. Feng Lingyu spread her hands helplessly. Xin Huayu watched her troubled expression and laughed. I'll take that as you complimenting my looks. Cut it out. Let's get back to business. How are we going to solve this? It's not like we can just go persuade Town Chief Bian to be with Lu Yuezhi, can we? Feng Lingyu said with a grave expression. The root of this problem was Lu Cheng refusing to let Bian Yansong leave because of his sister. But even now, Bian Yansong hadn't budged, which meant he truly didn't like Lu Yuezhi. The key to this matter lies with Lu Yuezhi. If she lets go, everything will fall into place, Xin Huayu said calmly. Bian Yansong and Lu Yuezhi have never spent time together. She can't possibly be after his talent, so it must be his face. Feng Lingyu nodded and ventured. Are you suggesting I go ruin his face? Xin Huayu shot her a sidelong glare. What are you saying? Do you really think I'd stoop to such means? Feng Lingyu gave an awkward laugh. My mistake. So, what do you mean then? Ahem. Don't you have that medicine? Making him temporarily ugly shouldn't be too hard, should it? Xin Huayu said quietly, a little uncomfortable. Feng Lingyu's eyes lit up. Now that you mention it, I actually do have that kind of medicine. The medical book she had obtained in the space contained many bizarre formulas, hair growth pills, skin beautifying pills, and even the diarrhea pills she had once used to prank Sher Wenhao's sister. All of them were recorded there. When Feng Lingyu had nothing better to do, she had replicated quite a few of those pills. Among them was a pill that, once taken, would cause blue spots to appear on the face that wouldn't fade. Outsiders would simply assume it was some disease that had disfigured the person. The antidote was simple. Soaking in rice-washing water for 3 consecutive days would remove the blue spots. But if we go find Town Chief Bian now, he won't trust us, will he? If some random person came up to Feng Lingyu and handed her a pill, she wouldn't dare take it either. Don't worry. He'll definitely take it. Xin Huayu gave her a reassuring smile. Outside the government building, Feng Lingyu kept glancing toward the entrance, muttering, why isn't he out yet? They had come right before closing time, and half an hour had already passed. Was Bian Yansong still working overtime? Don't rush. He'll come out eventually. It's not like he can fly away. Xin Huayu, still wearing his ordinary face, tried to calm her. Just as they were talking, a tall figure emerged from the entrance, with people occasionally greeting him. See? There he is. Xin Huayu tilted his chin toward Feng Lingyu. Xin Huayu turned his head. How do you know Bian Yansong? Seeing Feng Lingyu frozen in place, her eyes sparkling, Xin Huayu silently swallowed the rest of his words. Is he good-looking? A gritted teeth voice sounded beside her. Just as she was about to say the next word, she suddenly realized something and exclaimed loudly, good-looking? Not at all. She turned to Xin Huayu and said with righteous conviction, in my heart, you're the best-looking. Xin Huayu let out a cold snort, neither confirming nor denying whether he believed her. He grabbed her scarf and pulled her forward. Let's go. If we don't move now, he'll be gone. Feeling a bit guilty, Feng Lingyu didn't have the nerve to protest at being handled like a child and obediently followed behind him. Walking along the road, Bian Yansong had grown accustomed to the murmurs and pointing fingers from passers-by. Ever since he was young, he had felt that having such a striking appearance was anything but comfortable. When he grew up, he deliberately chose a remote place to serve as an official. But because of his face, he ended up running into the unreasonable Lu siblings. From childhood to adulthood, he had always been the center of attention wherever he went. If he tried to do something bad or skip school, the teacher would immediately notice his absence. At home, he was the star everyone doted on, with everyone wanting to pinch his cheeks. His mother had even dressed him in skirts for 5 or 6 years, leading a group of little boys to call him Little Sister as they followed him around. Recalling that dark history, Bian Yansong's face darkened, and he quickened his pace. Just then, a clear voice called out behind him, Town Chief Bian, please wait. Bian Yansong stopped and turned around to see a young man with an ordinary face, but an upright posture and an imposing presence. Interestingly, behind him was a little girl wrapped in a red scarf, her eyes darting around cleverly, clearly up to some mischief. Seeing such an unusual pair, Bian Yansong thought for a moment, but couldn't recall knowing them. However, because of the Lu siblings, quite a few people in Dongwon town recognized him. Bian Yansong remained composed and asked politely, comrade, is there something you need from me? Standing before Bian Yansong, Feng Lingyu finally understood just how extraordinary Xin Huayu meant by striking appearance. The man before her had perfect proportions, neither too burly nor too thin. His features were like a bright moon, with deep eyes, a straight nose, and sharp brows. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and at the edge of his eye, there was even a tiny, alluring mole. Yet his appearance didn't make him look effeminate, it only made him seem charming and romantic. Chapter 380. Are you playing me with this? Feng Lingyu's gaze shifted upward slightly and met a pair of eyes tinged with coldness. Seeing the seemingly gentle, but actually aloof and distant nature beneath Bian Yensing's exterior, she understood in her heart. This was probably another high-ranking, powerful young master. On the surface, he appeared approachable, but in reality, he had never truly looked at anyone. Judging by his overall bearing, he didn't seem like someone who could have grown up in such a small place. Not to mention the glimpse of a silver watch strap at his wrist. Ordinary people lacking knowledge would at most think it was just a regular men's watch. But Feng Lingyu knew that the logo on that watch belonged to a very famous Swiss brand. Even in later generations, it wasn't something ordinary people could afford. Let alone in the context of this era, someone who owned this watch must come from a wealthy and influential family. Feng Lingyu's gaze was like an X-ray, thoroughly analyzing Bian Yansong in her mind. It was truly strange. How could someone like Bian Yansong have no way to deal with the Lu siblings? Shen Huayu silently tugged at Feng Lingyu's scarf, signaling her to restrain herself. Bian Yensing's expression had already turned unpleasant under her scrutiny. Feng Lingyu snapped back to reality and saw that Bian Yensing's lips, which had still carried a hint of a smile, had drooped, and his eyes were now icy cold. At this point, Bian Yansong no longer wanted to linger with this strange pair before him. In his eyes, this was just another attempt to strike up a conversation. So, with a gentle expression, he smiled and said, "Since you have nothing else, I'll be on my way." Nothing more. This scene reminded him of the time he was threatened by that bastard Lu Cheng. His eyes lowered, concealing the sharpness within them. "Town Chief Bian, I have something important to tell you. I can help with the matter troubling you." The voice sounded again from behind him. This time, Bian Yansong pretended not to hear and quickened his pace. It was unlike him to have spoken to two strangers just now. But when he heard the latter half, he paused mid-step, turned around, and scrutinized the man who had spoken with his captivating eyes. Shen Huayu neither dodged nor avoided, meeting his gaze directly. "Town Chief Bian, are you sure you want to discuss this here?" Even though Shen Huayu now wore an ordinary face, the aura emanating from him was in no way inferior to Bian Yansong's. Feng Lingyu tilted her head. It was rare to see Shen Huayu so sharp and exposed. Most of the time, he was steady and reserved. "Fine. Follow me. I hope you have something useful to say," Bian Yansong said with a cold laugh. Seeing that he agreed, Shen Huayu withdrew his earlier intensity and leisurely led Feng Lingyu to follow behind him. Feng Lingyu coughed lightly and tugged at Shen Huayu's sleeve, whispering, "Why did you talk like that just now? What if he ignored us? His identity isn't simple. If I had acted too ordinary, do you think he would have believed us?" Shen Huayu subtly pulled her closer to him before explaining slowly. Shen Huayu was very familiar with how to deal with young masters like Bian Yansong. After all, he had once been one of them. Feng Lingyu's clear, sparkling eyes slanted a glance at Shen Huayu, making his heart skip a beat. He raised his hand and turned her head away, saying in an unconvincing tone, "Watch the road." She had been staring at Bian Yansong until she was dazed, unaware that she herself was the true beauty of the world. The two followed Bian Yansong all the way back to his home. Along the way, they encountered others greeting him. "Town Chief Bian, back so late today?" Overtime again, someone asked casually. "Oh, who are these two behind you?" Another person inquired curiously about Shen Huayu and Feng Lingyu. "Town Chief Bian, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Want to come to my place for a bite?" Shen Huayu and Feng Lingyu exchanged a glance, both seeing the amusement in each other's eyes. Bian Yansong, such an inwardly cold person, was forced to respond to all this unnecessary concern along the way. It was amusing to watch. His impatience was practically spilling over, yet those aunties still bravely approached him just to exchange a few words. All the way, Bian Yansong responded in a lukewarm manner, leading the two behind him back home. Once inside, Bian Yansong no longer hid his irritation. He tossed his briefcase onto the table, then sat down on the sofa. Seeing that Shen Huayu and Feng Lingyu hadn't moved, he gestured, "Sit." Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu made themselves at home without any hesitation, sitting down right in front of him. Seeing how comfortable they were, as if in their own home, with no pretense of politeness, Bian Yensing's mouth twitched. "I've brought you home. Now can you say what you wanted to say?" Too lazy to bother with trivial matters, Bian Yansong spoke directly. In truth, he had just wanted to walk away, but the man opposite him had too strong an aura, making him feel uncertain. So, on a whim, he had brought these two home. He also wanted to know how this man, who claimed he could help, intended to do so. "I can help you deal with the Lu siblings." Shen Huayu didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Bian Yansong should have been troubled by this matter for a long time, but he showed no reaction to Shen Huayu's words. Instead, he let out a cold snort. Everyone in Dongyuan town knows about my dealings with the Liu family. His tone turned heavy. Are you playing me with this? Though he was currently constrained by the Liu siblings, that didn't mean any random person could use this matter to manipulate him. Bian Yansong's refined and handsome face took on a ruthless edge. The small mole at the corner of his eye looked even more alluring. He pushed back the stray hair falling over his forehead, revealing a smooth brow, and irritably kicked a trash can aside. Feng Lingyu silently added another label to him in her mind. Playing you with this matter would mean offending both you and Lu Cheng at the same time. What would I gain from such a thankless task? Ignoring Bian Yansong's harsh words, Shen Huayu said calmly. Bian Yansong stared at Shen Huayu for a moment, momentarily stunned by the look in the other man's eyes. Eventually, he sat up straight, lifted his delicate chin, and asked haughtily, "Then tell me, how will you help me?" Feng Lingyu rolled her eyes on the side. In such a short time, Bian Yansong had completely overturned her perception of him several times. At first, she thought he was a self-sacrificing, devoted public servant, enduring humiliation only to serve his country after suppressing the bandits. Upon first meeting, after observing him, she thought he was a wealthy, aloof, and cold beauty. Only now did she realize she had been overpraising him. In truth, wasn't he just a tsundere, arrogant young master? No one knew the thoughts running through Feng Lingyu's mind. She sat quietly, listening to Shen Huayu and Bian Yansong negotiate. Lu Yuezhi is only after your face. If you take this pill, by tomorrow morning, green spots will appear on your face. A black pill was placed on a tray on the table by Shen Huayu. A slender hand pushed the tray toward Bian Yansong. Chapter 381. Drama Kings and Queens show off their acting skills. Under the light, Bian Yansong looked at the pill pushed toward him, feeling utterly speechless. What was wrong with him today, actually believing the words of two strangers and even bringing them to his home? Or was he, Bian Yansong, really that foolish in others' eyes, that anyone could just hand him a pill and he'd stupidly swallow it? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and his breathing grew heavier. Feng Lingyu glanced at Shen Huayu in confusion, asking with her eyes, "What's wrong with him?" His mood changed so suddenly, so unpredictably. Shen Huayu was also baffled, feeling that this Bian Yansong was nothing like the rumors suggested. How could either of them possibly grasp what was going on in Bian Yansong's head right now? If there were two things Bian Yansong hated most in his life, one was his overly striking appearance. The other was people implying he had nothing but a pretty face and no brains. At this moment, he misunderstood Shen Huayu, or rather, whoever was behind Shen Huayu, as mocking his intelligence, so how could he possibly have a good attitude? Speaking of which, I haven't asked about your identities yet. Under extreme anger, Bian Yansong instead grew calmer. He wanted to see what these two, who had gone out of their way to find him, were really after. Shen Huayu was taken aback, not understanding why the topic had shifted to this. But he quickly recovered and pulled out his work ID as Li Zipping. My identity, of course, is perfectly fine. Bian Yansong glanced at it casually, but when he saw the work unit on the card, he abruptly sat up straight from the sofa. He picked up the ID with his hand, subtly rubbing his thumb over the lower right corner. It was genuine. Researcher Li, instead of doing research at your institute, you're meddling in my affairs? Bian Yansong's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, filled with scrutiny. Shen Huayu knew he had to come up with a reasonable explanation for this, or else how could a researcher leave his lab to concern himself with Bian Yansong's matters without raising suspicion? To be honest, I share the same goal as you. Shen Huayu said calmly, his face showing no trace of hesitation. Those simple words made Bian Yansong's expression shift instantly. He stared intently at Shen Huayu's face, not letting a single change in expression slip by. A researcher wanting to eliminate bandits? Why? I have my reasons. That gang of bandits has done countless evil deeds, killing who knows how many people. I want to rid the people of this evil. Is that wrong? Shen Huayu grew agitated, his hands on his knees trembling slightly. Feng Lingyu's red lips, hidden beneath her scarf, twitched slightly. She had never realized Shen Huayu was such a drama king before. With his posture just now, anyone would imagine a whole backstory, like some relative or friend of his had been killed by those bandits, so his hatred was justified, and coming to Bian Yansong now was only natural. This was the pinnacle of acting, saying nothing yet implying everything. If you misunderstood, that was your own fault for filling in the blanks. He hadn't said a word. And people had a flaw. They'd question what others told them, but they'd firmly believe what they discovered on their own. Given Shen Huayu's current skill level, if he were dropped into some palace or family intrigue script, he'd definitely be the winner, or Feng Lingyu wouldn't watch. Bian Yansong seemed stunned by Shen Huayu's emotional display. He let out a sigh, his eyes glistening, and with his innocent, flawless face, he looked genuinely sincere as he said, may they rest in peace. Feng Lingyu rolled her eyes again. Great, another drama king here. If she hadn't seen his hand pinching his thigh, she might have actually believed those tears. Just as Feng Lingyu was thoroughly enjoying the show, Bian Yansong changed the subject. I haven't asked yet, what about this female comrade? Though he believed Shin Huayu had a grudge against the bandits, this woman's identity was still in question. Since meeting Li Zipping, she hadn't said a single word, only occasionally moving her eyes, which made her look clever and cute. And the lower half of her face was wrapped in a scarf, so only her eyes and brows were visible, suggesting she must be a delicate and pretty girl. She shares the same experience as me, Shin Huayu said meaningfully. Bian Yansong looked at Feng Lingyu with suspicion, only to see her face suddenly turn pale under his gaze. 2 tears, completely unexpected, slid down her cheeks and disappeared into her scarf. I can't bring myself to say it. Feng Lingyu covered her face and sobbed, looking utterly ashamed. Bian Yansong, *, where did this drama queen come from? She's even better at acting than me, *. Feng Lingyu, whose tears came on command. You think I'd lose at being a drama queen? Bian Yansong's face stiffened almost imperceptibly for a moment, but he quickly recovered. It's my fault for reopening your wounds. Bian Yansong naturally didn't fully believe everything these two said, but Li Zipping's identity was genuine, which gave him some reassurance. It's fine. Since we're now united against a common enemy, you should trust us now. With that, Shin Huayu pushed the pill on the tray a little closer to him. Bian Yansong couldn't help but choke for a moment. He believed them to some extent, but that didn't mean he was going to swallow some unknown pill. Who knew what folk remedy this was? What if it actually disfigured him? Even though he disliked the trouble his face brought him, he certainly didn't want to be disfigured. Chapter 382. See you in 3 days. After a moment, Bian Yansong found an excuse to decline. You say you'll help me, but even if I ruin my face and lose Lu Yuezhi's affection, Lu Cheng will never let me off easy. Seeing his expression, Shin Huayu knew he was doubting the medicine's effectiveness and immediately smiled. Town Chief Bian, rest assured, this medicine isn't some folk remedy. If you don't believe me, you can try it first. The green spots on your face will fade after washing with rice water for 3 consecutive days, and there won't be any side effects. Bian Yansong paused, then picked up the pill from the tray. Is this medicine really that miraculous? There are all kinds of strange and rare medicines in the world. It's no surprise you haven't seen one like this, Town Chief Bian. If you don't believe me, I can test it for you. Feng Lingyu suddenly spoke up. The disfiguring pill indeed had no side effects, it only caused green spots to appear on the face. Seeing Feng Lingyu so confident, Bian Yansong began to trust their words somewhat. Besides, even if they wanted to harm him, they wouldn't come to him of their own accord. You two don't know this, but my relationship with Lu Cheng has long been at odds. Even without the matter of Lu Yuezhi, he wouldn't help me now. Bian Yansong shook his head. Back when Lu Cheng learned that his sister had taken a liking to Bian Yansong, he had approached him multiple times, hoping to play matchmaker for Lu Yuezhi. But Bian Yansong had always been proud and aloof. He hadn't taken a liking to any of the female comrades his family had introduced to him, so how could he fancy a village girl from the countryside? Eventually, annoyed by the persistence, he said some harsh words, which made Lu Cheng resent him deeply. If not for Lu Yuezhi mediating between them, Bian Yansong would have faced major trouble in Dongyuan town. Of course, he wasn't foolish. He dared to offend Lu Cheng because he had his own backing. He was here to gild his resume, but his family wouldn't completely abandon him. A police bureau chief in a remote town like Lu Cheng was beneath his notice. I know. You're worried that you'll have no one to command. Shin Huayu raised an eyebrow. Since I said I can help you, I won't give up halfway. Bian Yansong was genuinely surprised this time. Do you have a way to find replacements for them? Feng Lingyu also furrowed her brows slightly, shifting her gaze to Shin Huayu, curious about what plan he had in mind. I'm on good terms with a regiment commander here. If you're interested, I can help make an introduction. Shin Huayu said calmly, his eyes steady. Feng Lingyu's fingers on her knee curled slightly, and she lowered her eyes, realizing that Shin Huayu intended to ask Commander Ma for help. A hint of joy appeared on Bian Yansong's face, the small mole at the corner of his eye making him look lively and alluring. He hadn't expected to meet someone who could break the deadlock today. Although he was the town chief of Dongyuan town, before his arrival, the place had been Lu Cheng's one-man show. The previous town chiefs had been little more than Lu Cheng's puppets. Bian Yansong's presence here was also due to family struggles. He had to rely on himself to achieve results here so he could return openly and honorably. Moreover, his need to use Lu Cheng's men for bandit suppression forced him to be constrained by Lu Cheng. But now, if the military was willing to send troops, Lu Cheng would be helpless. After all, no matter how long Lu Cheng's reach was, it couldn't extend into the military. His sphere of influence was limited to this small patch of Dongyuan town. Comradely, is what you said true? Bian Yansong pressed further. Commander Ma now probably knew that Shin Huayu had another identity. Helping with bandit suppression was something he wouldn't refuse. At the end of the day, Commander Ma had long disliked that bandit group, but their regiment's mission was to protect the Research Institute's safety, so they had no reason to meddle in other matters. But if Bian Yansong personally went to request it, that would be different. The higher-ups wouldn't disagree, since bandit suppression was a good thing for the country and its people. With Shin Huayu having said so much, Bian Yansing's trust in him had reached its peak. When he looked at the pill on the table again, determination flashed in his eyes. I won't let the Liu family off. After saying this, his gaze darkened like thick ink, and he swallowed the pill. Previously, he hadn't moved against the Liu siblings because he had no troops to command. But now that there was a replacement, he could act against Liu Cheng without restraint. At the end of the day, what he cared about was whether the bandit suppression would succeed, not who carried it out. If he didn't return with achievement soon, he might lose his place in front of his grandfather. The conflicts and hidden daggers in great families were all concealed in the shadows. You just ate it like that? Bian Yansing's clean and swift swallowing of the pill truly shocked Feng Lingyu. What else? After Liu Yuezhi's matter is settled, I hope Comrade Li can introduce me to that regiment commander. Bian Yansong looked at Shin Huayu. I understand. With the goal achieved, Shin Huayu nodded in agreement. Come find me here again in 3 days. After finishing their discussion, Shin Huayu and Feng Lingyu left Bian Yansing's place. You've only been in Dongguan town for a few months. How do you know the situation here so well? Looking at Shin Huayu's profile, Feng Lingyu asked. In these 2 or 3 months, he had spent most of his time in the Research Institute, only occasionally going out to buy supplies. In such a short time, he had become thoroughly familiar with Dongguan town's situation. Shin Huayu chuckled lightly. It's just a subconscious habit of mine. There was no helping it, perhaps it was his nature. He liked to do things with certainty. And to achieve that, he had to gather as much information as possible. In comparison, Feng Lingyu's nature involved a lot of gambling. She often acted unpredictably or followed her instincts. Feeling the intense gaze of the person beside him fixed on him, Shin Huayu couldn't help but turn his head awkwardly, only to meet a pair of admiring eyes sparkling with light. Why are you looking at me like that? Shin Huayu asked uncomfortably. I think you're amazing. Feng Lingyu's warm, soft, and clear voice sounded. In such a short time, not only had he gathered so much information, but he could also instantly sort out what was useful to him. Shin Huayu's ears grew warm. He hadn't expected Xiaoyu to praise him so directly. By the way, why do I feel like you know Bian Yansong very well? Recalling the several exchanges between Shin Huayu and Bian Yansong just now, it seemed that everything Shin Huayu said had hit the mark perfectly. Shin Huayu looked steadily at the petite person beside him and sighed softly. You don't need to praise me. Your keen insight is also beyond ordinary people's reach. Just now, he thought he had been flawless in his words, yet Xiaoyu had still managed to detect something unusual. Bian Yansong also came from the capital. His family situation is very complicated, too much to explain in a short time. But when I saw him appear here, I knew he needed achievements. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to stand out in the Bian family. Shin Huayu didn't go into detail, only giving a rough explanation. Feng Lingyu nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. It was nothing more than the struggles within a big family. Family resources were limited and couldn't be evenly distributed to every descendant. Naturally, they had to pick an outstanding one to nurture fully. Bian Yansong's eagerness to suppress the bandits was probably because he had been here for 2 years without any notable accomplishments and was starting to panic. Chapter 383, The Devoted Lover. Where are we going now? Seeing that Shin Huayu was leading her through the streets with a clear sense of direction, Feng Lingyu asked. They weren't supposed to see Bian Yansong until 3 days later, so they couldn't exactly be wandering around outside in the meantime. Feng Lingyu stopped walking, but I don't have any identification or a letter of introduction. A rare look of unease appeared on Feng Lingyu's face. Shin Huayu raised an eyebrow. Don't worry. Since I came out to find you, I've made sure everything is prepared. At the Dongguan Town guest house, the front desk clerk was dozing with her head down. In the dead of winter, few people came to stay at the guest house, so the staff couldn't help but slack off a little. Comrade, hello. Please give us 2 rooms. A clear, gentle voice interrupted her nap. The girl at the front desk looked a bit annoyed. Shin Huayu pulled out several documents from his coat. The girl checked them impatiently. 2 rooms, 1 night, 3 yuan. How many nights? Feng Lingyu didn't bother to read the letter of introduction carefully, but since the girl hadn't found any issues, she felt relieved. After paying and registering both their names, the girl handed them 2 keys. Upstairs, turn left. Rooms 3 and 4. If you want hot water, come down and get it yourselves. Up on the 2nd floor, Feng Lingyu took a quick look around. The guest house wasn't big, only 8 rooms in total. She opened one of the doors. Inside, there was only a single bed about 1 meter 20 wide, a small table, and nothing else. If they needed to use the bathroom or wash up, they'd have to go to the end of the hallway. There was no toilet in the room. "This is way too shabby," Feng Lingyu said, frowning. "This is all there is for now. We'll make do for 2 nights. Is there anything you need to buy?" Shin Huayu set down the suitcase in his hand, his tone tinged with sympathy. "Forget it. I have a way. We don't need to buy anything." Feng Lingyu closed the door and carefully inspected the room, making sure there were no listening devices. Then, she pulled out a bunch of things from her space and piled them onto the small bed. Seeing Xiaoyu produce items out of thin air again, Shin Huayu was no longer shocked at all. As long as this space didn't harm her body, that was all that mattered. "No wonder you had the nerve to come all the way from Qingshan village by yourself," Shin Huayu said helplessly, looking at the bedding, thermos, toothbrush, and other items laid out on the bed. "If I have the means, of course I'll make myself comfortable. Look how thin this mattress is, it'll be freezing to sleep on at night. My bedding is made of new cotton, soft and warm. You'd better put these things away for now. Take them out again when it's time to sleep." The guest house staff all had spare keys. If they came in and saw all this, Shin Huayu wouldn't know how to explain. After they settled their things at the guest house, Shin Huayu took Feng Lingyu for a stroll around Dongyuan town. With a guide, it was much better than Feng Lingyu wandering around aimlessly on her own. Waking up early in the morning, Bian Yensong's first move was to look in the mirror. A prominent bruise covered most of his face, dotted with black spots, making his entire face look horrifying. He raised his hand to touch the bruise on his face, a little shocked. The effects of that pill were incredible. Just as Comradely had said, it would take effect by the next day. Bian Yensong's eyes darkened slightly. He had grown used to seeing his handsome face every day, and now looking at this ugly face was truly an eyesore. As he left for work, he paused for a moment before opening the door, then grabbed a scarf from the wardrobe and wrapped it around his face. And so, early that morning, the aunties who had been waiting outside specifically to greet Bian Yensong were all stunned. What happened to Town Chief Bian? Why did he suddenly put on a scarf? At the town government office, a young woman in a red padded jacket was waiting at the entrance, occasionally standing on tiptoe and craning her neck in anticipation. This scene had become routine for the staff. Ever since the new town chief Bian started working, that young woman had come every day to bring him breakfast. "She's here again. What devotion," one person remarked. "It's been almost 2 years now, hasn't it? Town Chief Bian is really heartless. Even we bystanders are moved, but he still won't give her the time of day," someone said with a click of the tongue, secretly wishing that the woman was waiting for him instead. After all, she was the younger sister of Director Liu. Marrying her would mean gaining a powerful backer. Not to mention that she wasn't bad-looking either, delicate and soft, the ideal wife for many men. "If you ask me, Town Chief Bian just doesn't know when he's well off," someone who disliked Bian Yensong said bitterly. Ever since Bian Yensong arrived in Dongguan town, he had captured the attention of all the young women, and many young men secretly resented him for it. Lu Yuezhi held the breakfast she had carefully prepared in her arms. She heard the comments around her, and her brother had also told her to give up. But she believed that if she just kept persisting, Brother Bian would accept her one day. Bian Yensong spotted the figure lingering at the entrance from a distance, a flicker of barely noticeable disgust passing through his eyes. Trying to pressure him with public opinion, how naive, or perhaps foolish. But thinking of his goal today, he deliberately slowed his pace and concealed the coldness in his eyes. Lu Yuezhi had waited and waited, but still hadn't seen the familiar figure she was used to. She grew worried. Brother Bian was always so devoted to his work, could he be sick today? Why else hadn't he shown up yet? Just then, a man with a scarf wrapped around his face approached, drawing the attention of many. Lu Yuezhi couldn't help but take a second look. When her eyes landed on the familiar scratch marks on the briefcase the man was carrying, her eyes flickered. This man was actually Brother Bian. Chapter 384. The Spoiled Lu Yuezhi. "Brother Bian, why are you only here now today?" Seeing the person she had been longing for about to pass her by, Lu Yuezhi quickly called out to stop him. In the past, Bian Yensong always paid great attention to his appearance. When he came to work every day, even his hair strands were meticulously styled. But today, he was wearing a scarf, with only his eyes visible, completely unlike his usual demeanor. "How strange. Comrade Liu, why are you here again? This is a government office building. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to linger outside," Bian Yensong said sternly. Lu Yuezhi smiled sheepishly, her pretty face flushed red from his words. She lowered her head shyly, then handed over the lunchbox in her hands, speaking softly. "Brother Bian, I came to bring you lunch. I'll leave as soon as you take this lunchbox." After saying this, she lifted her eyes and stared straight at Bian Yensong's face, a hint of infatuation flashing in them. If this had been any other girl in Dongguan town, Chasing after a man like Lu Yuezhi did every day, she would have long been drowned in gossip and scorn. It was only because Lu Yuezhi's brother, Lu Cheng, was quite influential in Dongguan town that no one dared to gossip about his sister, allowing her to act so brazenly. In the past, Bian Yansong never fell for her tricks and would only coldly tell her to take her things away. But today, his eyes flickered. Instead of refusing her as usual, he reached out and took the lunchbox. "Wait for me here after work today. I have something to say to you." Lu Yuezhi was already overjoyed that Bian Yansong had accepted her lunchbox, but she never expected an even bigger surprise. Her pretty face flushed with excitement, her eyes shining with light, and she said shyly, "Okay, Brother Bian, I'll wait for you. You need to come out early." She knew it, persistence pays off. After all this time, with a beautiful girl like her pursuing him so persistently, Brother Bian was bound to be moved. After watching Bian Yansong walk through the gate, Lu Yuezhi left excitedly. She had to go back and get dressed up properly. If she wasn't mistaken, Brother Bian would confess his feelings to her this afternoon. The office workers coming and going at the government entrance were all stunned. What was going on today? Had the unattainable flower finally been won over? Someone said sourly, "I told you he was just pretending to be aloof, and you didn't believe me. Look, isn't he still getting together with Comrade Lu?" Another immediately chimed in, "Yeah, I think he's been playing hard to get all this time, just so Comrade Lu would become even more obsessed with him. Some people say he's the town mayor, after all. His skill at scheming is something we can only dream of." Some couldn't stand the gossip and said, "Enough, you lot. A bunch of grown men gossiping like old women, aren't you ashamed?" Everyone knew that Town Mayor Bian was young and capable, and with someone like Lu Yuezhi from a well-off family pursuing him, these people were just jealous. Bian Yansong was completely unaware of the argument outside. He had accepted Lu Yuezhi's lunchbox for a different reason. Sometimes, when you push too hard, people start to suspect your motives. So, he needed to let Lu Yuezhi discover on her own that his face was ruined, and make her believe that his only lifeline now was to be with her. He was sure that under these circumstances, Lu Yuezhi would no longer be so devoted to him. Lu Yuezhi's sister-in-law, Wang Fong, was cleaning the house when she saw her sister-in-law storming in from outside. This sister-in-law had been spoiled by Lu Cheng. Wang Fong couldn't say a single harsh word to her. If she did, Lu Yuezhi would start crying, and Lu Cheng would act like his tail had been stepped on and come after her. After this happened a few times, Wang Fong simply stopped bothering with Lu Yuezhi's affairs. It saved her from complaints and gave her some peace. The whole town was buzzing about Lu Yuezhi chasing after a man. Wang Fong found it contemptible. What good could come of a woman gaining such a reputation? What respectable family would want a daughter-in-law like that? But since Lu Yuezhi wasn't her own sister, Wang Fong couldn't be bothered to care. Lu Yuezhi was rummaging through her room, pulling out all her clothes and laying them out on the bed. Compared to other girls in town, she had quite a lot of clothes. But she still felt it wasn't enough. These clothes were old. How could she wear old clothes on such an important day? With that thought, Lu Yuezhi pushed open the door and saw her sister-in-law Wang Fong wiping the table outside. A smile appeared on her face as she said directly, "Sister-in-law, I want to buy a new dress. Give me some cloth coupons and money, and I'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative myself." Wang Fong frowned, feeling displeased. Hadn't she just made new clothes not long ago? Why did she need more now? She had very few cloth coupons left, and she needed to make new clothes for the children during the new year. The whole family couldn't just cater to Lu Yuezhi alone. "Yuezhi, didn't you just make new clothes a few days ago? Why do you need more now?" "We really don't have many cloth coupons left at home. We'll have to wait until your brother gets paid," Wang Fong said tentatively. Lu Yuezhi looked impatient. Her sister-in-law was always so stingy. Where did all the family's money even go? "Sister-in-law, if you won't give it to me, I'll go straight to my brother." What's wrong with a young girl wanting a few new dresses? Lu Yuezhi pouted, speaking discontentedly. Wang Fong's hand gripping the rag tightened. "There's only so much left at home. Your nephew and niece haven't had new clothes made yet. You..." Before she could finish, Lu Yuezhi interrupted impatiently, "Sister-in-law, why are you so stingy? If you won't give it to me, I'll go find my brother." Hearing the shout behind her, a hint of triumph flashed in Lu Yuezhi's eyes. She knew that as long as she brought up her brother, her sister-in-law wouldn't dare refuse her request. She had used this trick countless times, and it never failed. Wang Fong reluctantly took out a few cloth coupons from her room. She had been saving them for a long time, but now she had to give them to the family's spendthrift again. "Little sister, these are the only cloth coupons we have left at home. You need to use them sparingly," Wang Fong said painfully, looking at the coupons. Having achieved her goal, Lu Yuezhi's eyes curved with joy. Even her sister-in-law's nagging didn't annoy her this time. "I know. I have something important today. If my brother finds out you helped me, he'll be very happy too." Watching Lu Yuezhi's cheerful figure as she left, Wang Fong angrily threw the rag in her hand to the ground. She would just wait and see what kind of end awaited this spoiled little sister. Chapter 385. What exactly is Bian Yansong hiding? Lu Yuezhi took the money without delay and went straight to the supply and marketing cooperative, buying a peach-red padded jacket she had been eyeing for a long time, drawing countless envious glances along the way. Back home, she couldn't wait to put on the jacket, then restyled her hair, leaving 2 strands of hair hanging down her forehead, making her look lively and playful. Wang Feng watched Lu Yuezhi's series of actions coldly, sneering inwardly. So she was going to meet her lover, that explained it. After tidying up, Lu Yuezhi waited at home for time to pass. When she felt the time was right, she checked herself in the mirror again, confirmed everything was fine, and cheerfully left the house. People had already started leaving the government building, walking out in 2s and 3s. This time, Bian Yansong didn't keep Lu Yuezhi waiting long and soon came out of the building. Just like in the morning, his head was still wrapped in a scarf. Lu Yuezhi happily approached him and said shyly, "Brother Bian, you're out." "Yeah, how long have you been waiting here?" Bian Yansong asked casually. Seeing that he cared about her, Lu Yuezhi felt a sweetness in her heart. "Not long. Besides, if I'm waiting for you, Brother Bian, I'd wait as long as it takes." Passers-by unconsciously slowed their steps, wanting to hear what the two were saying. Bian Yansong frowned and said subtly, "Let's find a quiet place to talk." Lu Yuezhi had just said something sweet, hoping to see Bian Yansong's reaction, but when he changed the subject, she felt a bit disappointed. And so, Bian Yansong took Lu Yuezhi to the private kitchen where Shen Huayu had once taken her. Seeing there was no drama to watch, the people leaving work dispersed regretfully. Bian Yansong walked beside her with his tall figure, and Lu Yuezhi would occasionally steal shy glances at him. Whenever she thought that such an outstanding comrade would marry her, Lu Yuezhi couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. From the first moment she saw Bian Yansong, her heart had completely fallen for him. In a border town like Dongyuan, Lu Yuezhi had never seen a comrade as elegant and refined as Bian Yansong, someone unforgettable at first sight. After sitting down in the small room, Lu Yuezhi looked around. She had been here before. Lu Cheng had once taken her here for a few meals. Blushing, she picked up the teapot on the table and poured tea for Bian Yansong and herself. "Brother Bian, have some tea," she said softly, casting a shy glance at the person sitting across from her. Under the table, Bian Yansong rubbed his fingers together, merely glancing at the cup of tea without touching it. Seeing Bian Yansong frowning and silent, Lu Yuezhi quickly asked, "What's wrong, Brother Bian?" Then, looking at the scarf wrapped around his neck, she suggested, "Is it hot? Why don't you take off the scarf?" "Comrade Lu, I came today because there's something I want to tell you," Bian Yansong said after hesitating for a long time. "Go ahead, Brother Bian," Lu Yuezhi replied in a soft voice, her head lowered, making it obvious what she was thinking. "You once said that no matter what I become, you would still be willing to be with me. Did you mean it?" Meeting Bian Yansong's somewhat captivating eyes, Lu Yuezhi was momentarily stunned, but quickly answered firmly, "Of course I meant it." Then, with a look of hurt, she added, "I've brought you breakfast every day, rain or shine, for 2 years now. After all that, you still doubt my sincerity." "Of course not." Though he said that, a flicker of mockery passed through Bian Yansong's eyes. He had heard from others that Lu Yuezhi had never cooked before, so he wondered where she got that breakfast from. "Comrade Lu, I have another question. You said that if I were with you, your brother would help me. Is that true?" Bian Yansong asked, feigning nervousness. Lu Yuezhi looked at the person sitting across from her, feeling that he was acting strangely today. These were questions he had never bothered with before. "Of course it's true. I'm my brother's only sister, so he would definitely help my husband," Lu Yuezhi said with a smile, her lips pressed together. Bian Yansong snorted coldly. Her words all pointed to one thing: she wanted him to be her husband. Unfortunately, Lu Yuezhi was so immersed in the joy of getting what she wanted that she didn't notice the coldness in Bian Yansong's eyes. "Comrade Lu, I hope you can be my revolutionary partner. Would you be willing?" Bian Yansong adjusted his expression and asked with feigned affection. Lu Yuezhi took a deep breath. She hadn't expected that what she had been longing for would finally come true today. Suppressing the strange feeling in her heart, she put on a happy smile and said sweetly, Of course I'm willing." After they had spoken, Bian Yansong ordered a few small dishes. During the meal, Lu Yuezhi tried several times to get Bian Yansong to take off his mask, but he always refused, saying he had a cold and didn't want to infect her. Lu Yuezhi's suspicion grew heavier. It's human nature. The more you hide something, the more others want to know what secret you're keeping. Taking advantage of a moment when Bian Yansong wasn't paying attention, she carefully examined the scarf on his face, but it was wrapped so tightly that she couldn't see anything. Several times, when Bian Yansong caught her staring, he would look away evasively, as if he were very guilty about something. Finally, Lu Yuezhi couldn't take it anymore. She wanted to know what Bian Yansong was hiding. So, when Bian Yansong stood up to pick up some food, she pretended to trip and, with her right hand, yanked the scarf off his face. Brother Bian, I'm sorry. What happened to your face? Lu Yuezhi's feigned apology was cut short when she was terrified by the large bruise on Bian Yansong's face, asking in disbelief. Bian Yansong's eyes widened. He snatched the scarf back from Lu Yuezhi's hands, hurriedly wrapped it around his face, and stammered, "It's nothing. It'll be fine in a few days. It'll definitely get better." Lu Yuezhi snapped back to reality. Although she had only seen it for a moment, she was absolutely certain Brother Bian's face had a disgusting bruise with tiny black spots on it. Coupled with Bian Yansong's panic and his repeated murmurs of "it'll get better," Lu Yuezhi's pupils dilated instantly, and her hands clenched tightly at her sides. Thinking back to all of Bian Yansong's strange behavior today, how he had gone from his usual coldness to showing her kindness repeatedly, and looking at him now, what else could she not understand? Chapter 386. After all the twists and turns, it's all acquaintances. Lu Yuezhi's heart sank heavily, and she asked darkly, "Brother Bian, what exactly happened to your face?" Bian Yansong's twisted face revealed a mocking expression, and his voice trembled as he replied, "Nothing, it should be better in a couple of days." "Didn't you say we're settled like this, and you wouldn't mind, right?" Lu Yuezhi let out a disdainful snort. "Bian Yansong, are you taking me for a fool? I knew it. Why you were so warm to me today. Turns out you've been disfigured, and now you want to tie me down and get my brother to help you. Let me tell you, your wishful thinking won't work." Lu Yuezhi shrieked, reaching out to sweep all the bowls and dishes off the table. After the clattering sound, Lu Yuezhi still wasn't appeased. She walked up to Bian Yansong, so angry she was incoherent. "I'm going to go out and expose your true face. And I'll have my brother deal with you. How dare you toy with me?" With that, Lu Yuezhi shoved Bian Yansong hard to the side, then pushed open the door and ran out. Bian Yansong lifted his head, watching Lu Yuezhi's retreating figure. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and he sneered coldly, "Idiot." These past few days, a major event had occurred in Dongwon town. Almost everyone in town knew the news that Mayor Bian had been disfigured. Once the news spread, many gloating people waited to see Bian Yansong become a laughingstock. Unfortunately, Bian Yansong didn't fall into despair as everyone imagined. Instead, he went to work on time every day as if nothing had happened. Someone spat in secret behind his back, "Pa. Once Lu Cheng finds out you tricked his sister, see how many good days you have left." Soon, the day Bian Yansong had agreed upon with Shin Huayu arrived. This time, as Shin Huayu and the other followed behind Bian Yansong, they noticed the looks of scrutiny and pity from the crowd. It was a world of difference from the last time they came to Bian Yansong's house, when everyone had vied to greet him. Once inside the door, Bian Yansong finally relaxed, no longer keeping his face dark and gloomy as he had outside. "I've dealt with Lu Yuezhi. Do you have any news on your end?" Bian Yansong asked bluntly. "Don't worry, I've already made contact. Commander Ma is very willing to help. But he has one condition. If there are any spoils of war, he wants to take them all." These past few days, Shin Huayu and Feng Lingyu hadn't been idle either. With Shin Huayu as a guide, Feng Lingyu had gone on a massive shopping spree. She bought 2 pairs each of the cows and sheep she had been longing for, and also purchased plenty of dairy products from her friends. Most importantly, through their friends, they had learned some information about the bandits. The area around Yuanbao Lake had lush water and grass. Even in winter, many wild grasses grew tenaciously. It had originally been a good place for grazing. But ever since that group of bandits arrived, they had claimed the land as their own, driving away the surrounding herders and forbidding them from grazing there. According to the herders, the bandits had likely drifted in from elsewhere, numbering around 80 to 100, with most of them armed with guns. The key issue was that they had raised a group of strong, swift horses. Near Yuanbao Lake, there was a large marshland, making it impossible for vehicles to drive in. At the slightest sign of trouble, the bandits could mount their horses and disappear into the distance in an instant, making it very difficult to catch them on the grassland. Hearing that there was a condition, Bian Yansong actually felt relieved. He didn't lead troops, so those weapons were useless to him. He would only end up turning them over to the authorities anyway. "No problem. Comradely, I really appreciate your help this time," Bian Yansong couldn't help saying. It was clear that his gratitude was sincere. In truth, even without Shin Huayu and the others' help this time, Bian Yansong had no intention of continuing to tolerate the Lu siblings any longer. But that would have required using the connections and manpower his family had left him. He had come here to gain experience and showcase his abilities. If he had to rely on his family's connections, he would inevitably fall short in his grandfather's eyes and lose his advantage over his other cousins. But this time, with Comrade Li's help, he could solve the Lu siblings and successfully eliminate the bandits without using a single soldier or resource from his family. When he returned this time, his grandfather would think highly of him. Last time they came, Feng Lingyu hadn't let her eyes wander, thinking it was rude. Now that Shen Huayu and Bian Yansong were deep in conversation, one wearing a mask, the other with green spots on his face, neither was much to look at. So, bored, she began to examine the furnishings in the room. The room wasn't large, clearly the simple dwelling of a bachelor. There weren't many furnishings, just a coffee table and a few wooden pieces of furniture. Further inside, there was a small room that was probably the bedroom. After looking around, Feng Lingyu's gaze landed on a high-low cabinet across from the coffee table, where a photo frame caught her attention. She couldn't help standing up, walking over to the cabinet, and picking up the photo frame. After studying it closely for a while, Feng Lingyu's expression turned strange. Shen Huayu and Bian Yansong had been chatting amiably, but Feng Lingyu's sudden movement startled them both. Shen Huayu was puzzled, wondering what was wrong with Xiaoyu. Touching someone else's belongings in their home, right in front of the owner, was a bit rude. Mayor Bian, I'm really sorry. She might have been curious for a moment. Shen Huayu apologized awkwardly to Bian Yansong. Bian Yansong waved his hand magnanimously. Although he didn't like others touching his things, he had placed the photo frame out in the open for people to see. Besides, since he needed Comrade Li's help at the moment, it wasn't appropriate to get angry at the young girl. It's nothing. It's just a photo. I put it out for others to see anyway. After saying this, Bian Yansong noticed Feng Lingyu's unusual expression and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Do you recognize someone in it?" Feng Lingyu snapped back to reality, calmly placing the photo frame back where it was, then walked over and sat down again. Nothing. It's just that the person in it looks a bit like someone I know. I was just startled for a moment. I see. But this photo was taken with some friends when I was young. They're all elsewhere now, so it shouldn't be anyone you know, Bian Yansong explained with a smile. The people in the photo were now scattered across the world. Looking at their spirited, smiling faces from back then, Bian Yansong couldn't help feeling a pang of nostalgia as he recalled the deep bonds they once shared. The green spots on his face hadn't faded yet, and when he smiled, it was quite an eyesore. So Feng Lingyu averted her gaze, unwilling to look at his face. She hadn't expected such a coincidence in the world. This world was really too small. After all the twists and turns, she kept running into acquaintances. Chapter 387, Loss of Prestige. No one dares to respond. After finalizing the next course of action with Bian Yansong, Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu left his house. What happened just now? Do you really know the person in the photo? Shen Huayu asked, tilting his head. If she didn't truly know them, Xiaoyu wouldn't have been so shocked. Feng Lingyu recalled the two familiar faces in the photo and nodded with some difficulty. Do you know who the people in the photo are? Shen Huayu thought carefully for a moment, then shook his head. If you're asking that, does it mean I know them too? He searched his memory thoroughly but still couldn't recall. They're Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan, Feng Lingyu said, spreading her hands in exasperation. At first, she had only glanced at the photo and thought the people in it looked familiar. Later, after leaning in for a closer look, she realized she actually did know them. It was just that the photo was taken when they were teenagers, so their features were much more youthful compared to now, which was why she hadn't recognized them immediately. She never expected that Bian Yansong would be such good friends with Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan. Judging by their poses in the photo, their relationship was far from ordinary. At the very least, they were childhood friends. So it's them. Shen Huayu said thoughtfully. He had little interaction with Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan, having only met them a few times, so he didn't have a strong impression of them. But now, with Bian Yansong as a reference, he had a general idea of who those two were. Shen Huayu gazed at Xiaoyu, who was kicking pebbles as she walked, wondering what kind of luck she had to keep running into people who were anything but ordinary. Feng Lingyu was still muttering, so the friend Zhao Nanshan mentioned who sent him things was actually Bian Yansong. Back then, she had coveted the cashmere gloves and other items Zhao Nanshan had given her and even considered asking him for his friend's contact information so she could resell those things for a profit. Now that she thought about it, she was glad she hadn't asked for the contact information, and also glad that both she and Shen Huayu had disguised themselves. Otherwise, if she ever ran into Bian Yansong in the future, it would have been a real hassle. It was the day for the routine report, and Bian Yansong once again brought up the matter of suppressing the bandits. As soon as he made the proposal, the people below began whispering among themselves. What's up with this town mayor? The previous attempts failed and wasted resources. Why is he bringing it up again? It's not entirely his fault, though. Everyone knows why the bandit suppression failed. With that person around, he has no men under him. Even a clever housewife can't cook without rice. Haven't you heard? He was disfigured, and that person's sister accused him of marriage fraud. That person definitely won't let him off easy. Lu Cheng sat below, listening to Bian Yansong's proposal, his face revealing neither joy nor anger. But the way he stared at Bian Yansong betrayed some of his emotions. That's my proposal. Bian Yansong calmly finished what he had to say, remaining composed throughout. His face was covered with a mask, revealing only his intact upper features, making him look no different from usual. As his final word fell, the room fell into complete silence. Many people instinctively looked toward where Lu Cheng was sitting, trying to gauge his reaction. Lu Cheng had been sitting upright, but now, seeing Bian Yansong's humiliating situation, he leaned back in his chair and shot a smug look at Bian Yansong. See that? Without me, who would dare listen to you? Bian Yansong looked at the scene below, clicked his tongue against the roof of his mouth, and met Lu Cheng's gaze directly. If no one speaks up, I'll take it that everyone agrees. The people in the room instinctively held their breath. This was the first time the two had confronted each other head-on. So the rumors were true. After Bian Yansong was disfigured, Lu Cheng's sister looked down on him. Now, without his sister's interference, given Lu Cheng's vengeful nature, he would never let Bian Yansong off easy. Mayor Bian, everyone hasn't spoken yet. It's not appropriate for you to decide like this. You should hear everyone's opinions. Lu Cheng said casually, not even glancing at Bian Yansong, as if he wasn't worth his attention. I'll ask everyone one more time. If no one has any objections, I'll consider my proposal approved. Bian Yansong asked again in a stern voice. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Just then, Lu Cheng pulled out the gun tucked at his waist and began fiddling with it nonchalantly. Seeing everyone looking at him, he laughed heartily. I'm just checking my gun to make sure it doesn't accidentally go off. Why are you all staring at me? Mayor Bian is still waiting for your response. Cold sweat dripped from the people in the room. With Lu Cheng's words, who would dare support Bian Yansong? What if his gun accidentally went off? Thus, the already silent room became even more stifling, with no one daring to make a sound. Seeing this, Lu Cheng smiled in satisfaction, then shot a provocative glance at Bian Yansong. It seems Mayor Bian misunderstood. Their silence means something else, haha. Lu Cheng laughed arrogantly. His laughter echoed throughout the room, but no one dared to utter a word. Bian Yansong's face darkened as he watched the scene. Was Lu Cheng really acting like he was the local emperor? Alright, since everyone disagrees, let's call it a day. I'll take my leave. Stopping his laughter, Lu Cheng snorted coldly and strode out of the room under everyone's gaze. The other staff members followed suit, one by one, leaving only Bian Yansong alone in the room. Sigh, why do you think Bian Yansong insists on opposing Director Lu? And he even dared to deceive his sister. I think he's in for a rough time. Today, Director Lu didn't leave him any face at all. He's completely lost his prestige. From now on, who will listen to anything Bian Yansong says? Lu Cheng had been entrenched in Dongguan town for 20 years, his influence permeating every aspect of the town. Most newcomers who had been here before knew better than to cause him trouble. It wasn't that no one had tried to take him down, but Lu Cheng was cautious. He always had others do the dirty work and never got his hands dirty himself. In the end, no one had succeeded in bringing him down. Instead, those who tried ended up in a miserable state. Thinking about Bian Yansong's future, everyone felt a twinge of sympathy. Contrary to the bleak fate others imagined for him, Bian Yansong, still alone in the room, didn't look upset at all. In fact, a faint smile appeared on his face. Beside him lay a freshly written report, ready to be sent to the county office. Once the bandit suppression here succeeded, the county would likely send someone down. By then, he would be waiting to see Lu Cheng's downfall. Chapter 388, Find a way to lure them all out. With Xin Huayu's help in making the connection, Bian Yansong's meeting with Regiment Commander Ma went very smoothly. Just as Xin Huayu had said, Regiment Commander Ma had long wanted to deal with that band of bandits, and Bian Yansong's request suited his plans perfectly. During this time, Bian Yansong went to work as usual, just like before, with no other unusual behavior except that no one dared to talk to him. Lu Cheng had sent people to secretly monitor Bian Yansong for a while, but they found no weaknesses. He could only privately comfort his heartbroken sister, promising to find her a husband even better than Bian Yansong in the future. Many people knew in their hearts that Lu Cheng was waiting for the right opportunity to deal with Bian Yansong. On the surface, Dongguan town seemed calm, but beneath it, undercurrents were already churning. It was now the depths of winter. The cold wind swirled and raged through the air, mixed with a light drizzle, and only the mournful howling of the wind could be heard. On the vast, boundless grassland, there was nothing but desolation, as if there was no trace of life in the world, and everything had fallen into silence. Damn this weather, a rough voice complained. A man in a military coat crawled out from a patch of grass, constantly patting and shaking the raindrops off his body. Although the rain wasn't heavy, if he didn't quickly shake off the raindrops, his clothes would be soaked through in no time. And once the cold wind outside blew, his clothes would no longer keep him warm. Regiment Commander, what's the situation now? Battalion Commander Wu, who had been anxiously waiting in the camp, hurried over to ask as soon as he saw Regiment Commander Ma return. Ever since they had reached an agreement with Bien Yansong that day, Regiment Commander Ma had submitted a report. After receiving approval from his superiors, he chose an appropriate time and led his troops into the grassland. As for Bien Yansong, he stayed behind in Dongguan town to keep Lu Cheng and his people steady, making sure they didn't notice anything unusual. From the moment they entered the grassland, they had carefully set up ambushes to avoid any leaks of information. Ugh, those bastards are extremely cautious. I looked through my binoculars for a while and couldn't figure anything out, Regiment Commander Ma replied with frustration. Before entering the grassland, they had already studied their tactics. The bandits had occupied a strategically advantageous position. If Regiment Commander Ma led his troops in directly, it would certainly alert them. Plus, with their herd of horses, they could easily hide deep in the grassland, making it very difficult to find them. So the best approach was to lure these people out, ambush them from the outside, and ideally catch them all in one net. Without the swamp and the horses to help them, purely relying on brute force and weapons, Regiment Commander Ma's side held a solid advantage. But the problem was that these bandits were very cautious. No matter how Regiment Commander Ma tried to lure them, they would at most send one person out to keep watch, never easily leaving the swamp area. Hearing Regiment Commander Ma's answer, Battalion Commander Wu's face also turned grim. They couldn't afford to stay here for a long time, since this wasn't the main mission of their unit. If they couldn't take down those bandits within the next 2 days, they would run out of time. Regiment Commander, how about I take a few men to launch a sneak attack? Battalion Commander Wu suggested. Aside from where those bandits live, the place is surrounded by water. Unless you can fly, trying to sneak in will definitely alert the sentries, Regiment Commander Ma said in a deep voice. Perhaps knowing that they were in a deadly business, the bandits were indeed exceptionally cautious, keeping someone on watch 24 hours a day. Then what about using fire? Battalion Commander Wu didn't give up and came up with another idea. If they set fire to the grass around the area, wouldn't that be like catching turtles in a jar? Let's see where those bandits could run. He thought he had come up with a great plan, but Regiment Commander Ma just gave him a sidelong glance and said irritably, it would indeed be catching turtles in a jar, but we'd be the turtles too. The grass on this prairie was all connected in patches. Once it caught fire, with the wind blowing, how could they control it? It was winter, and the weather was already very dry. Even though it was drizzling now, as soon as the rain stopped, the grass would dry out again in no time. Just a tiny spark could instantly ignite a massive fire. By then, not only would they fail to eliminate the bandits, but they would also become criminals themselves. But we can't just wait here doing nothing. We have at most 2 days before we have to go back. Battalion Commander Wu said anxiously. Regiment Commander Ma squinted his eyes and paced back and forth a few times. You go keep watch first. Let me think it over. After Battalion Commander Wu left, Regiment Commander Ma carefully took out a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket. Before he entered the grassland, Li Zipping had instructed him that if he had no other options, he should open this paper. At the time, he had thought it was ridiculous, but considering that Comrade Li meant well, he had kept the paper. Now, with no solutions left, Regiment Commander Ma remembered the paper. He slowly unfolded the white paper and saw a simple map drawn on it, with the starting point being the very place where they had set up camp. Regiment Commander Ma's hand tightened around the map, and a look of shock appeared on his face. How did Comrade Li know where they were stationed? Could he predict the future? Suppressing his unease, Regiment Commander Ma called over a young soldier. Go get a few men and come with me to a place. Following the directions on the map, Regiment Commander Ma led the men for about 15 minutes until they finally reached the destination marked on the map. The grass here was yellow-green, and at first glance, it looked no different from anywhere else. But Regiment Commander Ma immediately noticed signs of concealment. Move this grass aside. Yes, several young soldiers responded loudly and began to act. Soon, everything hidden beneath the grass was fully exposed. Regiment Commander Ma stared at the dozen or so large chests piled on the ground, along with several carts of grain, and exclaimed in shock. After that, he carefully examined these items. When he saw the damp marks on the wheels, he frowned and said, No, these things must have been placed here by him. Since these items were left by Comrade Li, there was certainly no problem. So Regiment Commander Ma waved his hand and ordered a few young soldiers to go back and call for more people to move the supplies. There was no way he and his few men could carry everything in one trip. On the way back, Regiment Commander Ma pondered the purpose of Comrade Li leaving these things behind. His heart skipped a beat. It had been several months since winter began, and those bandits should be running low on supplies as well. So these items were meant to lure the bandits out. The methods they had tried before hadn't moved the bandits, ultimately because they held no appeal for them. But grain and other supplies were exactly what the bandits needed now. Surely they wouldn't be able to resist. Thinking of this, Regiment Commander Ma's furrowed brow finally relaxed, and his eyes sparkled with light. This comrade Lee was truly too resourceful. And how had he managed to transport those things in? After thinking for a while and still not figuring it out, Regiment Commander Ma gave up. After Regiment Commander Ma and his men left, two figures emerged from a nearby patch of grass. Let's go. Since the supplies have been delivered, this matter will be settled by tomorrow night at the latest. A clear, gentle male voice spoke. All right, I still want a few little ponies, a crisp, sweet female voice replied. Soon, the wind on the prairie blew the grass aside, revealing an empty space. The voices had already been carried away by the wind, as if it had all been just an illusion. Chapter 389, Both People and Things Say. When Regiment Commander Ma returned with so many supplies, it naturally caught Battalion Commander Wu's attention. Commander, where did these things come from, and what's inside them? Battalion Commander Wu asked. Regiment Commander Ma raised his eyebrows cheerfully and gestured toward the boxes with his chin. Go take a look yourself. Battalion Commander Wu didn't hesitate. He strode over and inspected each item one by one, growing more astonished the more he saw. Where did all this come from? Not to mention the grain, even the fine fabrics and furs alone were worth a considerable sum. Regiment Commander Ma didn't want to reveal Li Zipping's special circumstances, so he simply said he had been lucky enough to find them. Battalion Commander Wu didn't say whether he believed it or not. Instead, he said happily, with these things, we won't have to worry about those bandits not taking the bait. Regiment Commander Ma nodded and smiled. You're right, but we can't be careless either. We need to make it look convincing. Thinking about the bandits' caution and suspicion, Regiment Commander Ma's eyes darkened. Commander, these bandits used to make a living robbing supply delivery drivers and herders. We could disguise ourselves as passing herders. People who graze on the grasslands move as the pasture grows and changes, and in winter they stay far away from towns, making it very inconvenient for them to buy supplies. Many herders buy large amounts of grain at once so they don't have to make frequent trips to town, saving themselves a lot of trouble. All right, take a squad now and disguise yourselves as herders. Enter from the outskirts tomorrow. I'll lead the rest of the men and lie in ambush around you. Regiment Commander Ma made the decision on the spot. As long as those bandits came out of the swamp, everything would be manageable. Yes, sir. Battalion Commander Wu saluted Regiment Commander Ma and went to make preparations. One of the bandits on lookout was dozing off when he suddenly spotted smoke rising in the distance. To be cautious, he crept out carefully to check the source of the smoke. If something went wrong because of negligence, the boss would skin him alive. The lookout crouched low and cautiously poked his head out to see what was happening. Not far away, a dozen or so big men were sitting together, eating and laughing. In the middle was a small campfire, and the smoke he had seen was coming from it. Piled nearby were over a dozen large chests and more than a dozen big sacks. One look told the lookout that the sacks were full of grain, and the chests surely held good things too. Just as he was about to head back, he heard a man say loudly, with the furs and cotton in those chests, my wife can have a new padded coat and won't have to freeze. The lookout's eyes lit up. He turned around and quickly retraced his steps. After he left, Battalion Commander Wu snorted coldly. Let's see if you still won't take the bait now. This was practically delivering the goods to their doorstep, and exactly what they needed most. If those bandits didn't get tempted, they didn't deserve to be called bandits. The lookout ran back, panting. Without daring to delay, he immediately went to see his boss. The leader of this bandit gang was a spirited old man. Seeing someone rush in so flustered, he immediately scolded. What's the hurry? Boss, I've spotted a fat sheep, the lookout explained hastily. A fat sheep? Tell me the details. The old man frowned. A fat sheep appearing on the grassland at a time like this was highly unusual. The lookout carefully described everything he had seen. Seeing that the boss was still thinking, he added, I saw it clearly. The grain weighed down the cartwheels so much, at least 2,000 gen of grain. If they could steal that grain, they'd have a secure winter this year. Are you sure? The boss asked again. Absolutely. I saw it with my own eyes, the lookout insisted. If it had only been cotton and clothes, the boss might have hesitated, since cold could be endured through other means. But grain was different. Without grain, they would starve. Thinking this over, the boss closed his eyes and said in a low voice, gather the brothers. Tell them a big haul is coming. Yes, sir. The lookout went out happily to spread the word. Although the herders were only a dozen or so men, the bandit boss was habitually cautious and feared an ambush, so he brought everyone along, leaving only a few to watch the camp. Battalion Commander Wu sat cross-legged on the ground, while the others pretended to rest, occasionally exchanging a few words. Just then, a group of men suddenly burst out from the grass. Battalion Commander Wu and his men initially tried to flee, but before they could even get the cart moving, they were surrounded, people and cart alike. With a fearful expression, Battalion Commander Wu stammered, "Who are you?" "Brother, what's loaded on your cart?" the bandit boss asked from horseback, looking like a kindly old man. He continued gently, as they say, "Share what you meet. Would you be willing to split these things with us?" Battalion Commander Wu and the others' faces changed. They had thought this gentle old man was a good person, but his words sent chills down their spines. "You're bandits." Battalion Commander Wu stepped back in fear, while secretly making hand signals. "Don't put it so harshly. Bandits, schmandits. If you're willing to be friends with me, leave the goods and go on your way." "Not willing." The old man smiled even more kindly. "Then both people and things stay." Chapter 390. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Battalion Commander Wu's back stiffened as he assumed a defensive posture. "This is our winter supply. If we give it to you, our wives, children, and elders at home will have no way to survive." "Haha, well said." The leader's eyes turned sharp. "But if you don't hand over the goods, we'll have no way to survive. Tell me, shouldn't I rob you?" As the leader spoke, he carefully scanned the surroundings, never loosening his grip on the reins. At the slightest sign of trouble, he could spur his horse and flee. After sparring with the naive young man for a while and seeing no anomalies around, the leader relaxed. Since that was the case, there was no need to keep talking to these people. He put on a gentle smile and gave an almost imperceptible tilt of his head. Battalion Commander Wu, who had been watching the old man's every move, tensed up. He knew that now that the old man saw they had no backup, he was about to strike. As he expected, the next second, several dark gun muzzles were aimed at them. Battalion Commander Wu and the men behind him showed panic on their faces. Wu suddenly dropped to his knees. "Please, spare us. Take all these things, we don't want them anymore, we don't." The others joined in, weeping, "Yes, spare our lives. We beg you." The old man on horseback merely glanced at them coldly, his face expressionless. Having been a bandit for years, he had long grown callous. He had killed many in his time, and this scene stirred nothing in him. Seeing no reaction from him, the men behind him trained their guns on Wu and his group. Just as the bandits were about to fire, Battalion Commander Wu, still kneeling and pleading, flashed a sharp look in his eyes. His right hand yanked hard. Almost instantly, the ground where the bandits stood erupted in explosions, one after another. Most of the bandits on horseback were thrown off by their startled mounts. Horses and men tumbled everywhere, screams filling the air. Some horses standing directly over the bombs were killed on the spot, along with their riders. Seeing this, the bandit leader knew he had fallen into a trap. He shouted hoarsely a few times, but his voice was drowned out by the blasts. Looking at the chaos before him, the leader realized that if he stayed any longer, he would be captured. Steeling himself, he tightened his grip on the reins, ready to charge out of the encirclement. Though it pained him to abandon the enterprise he had built over so many years, what use was it if he lost his life? His horse was a rare steed, 1 in 10,000. If he ran at full speed, these people would never catch him. Once he reached Dongyuan town and got help from Lu Cheng, he could change his identity and rebuild his fortunes. It wouldn't be hard. In just a few seconds, countless thoughts flashed through the bandit leader's mind. As the explosions rang out, Regimental Commander Ma led his men charging out. They had hidden in advance, lying motionless in the grass to avoid detection by the bandits. Thankfully, they had bought landmines beforehand, leaving the bandits disoriented and dazed. The bandits were too busy dealing with their own injuries, many of them wounded and in chaos, with no chance to resist. As for those still stubbornly fighting back, Regimental Commander Ma ordered them shot on the spot. These men had blood on their hands. There was no reason to keep them alive. Just as Regimental Commander Ma was relaxing, an exceptionally sturdy horse burst out of the smoke. When he looked closely, he saw the bandit leader on its back. It wouldn't matter much if the minor thugs escaped, but if the bandit leader got away, that was a serious problem. The horse was incredibly spirited, leaping nearly 10 meters in a single bound. With a few strides, it vanished from Regimental Commander Ma's sight. Ma stared in shock. It was too late to give chase now. "Commander, what do we do?" Battalion Commander Wu asked with a grim face. To ensure nothing went wrong, they had used every bomb they carried. The ground where the bandits had stood was mined almost every 2 meters. Most of the bandits were either wounded or killed outright. Yet under these circumstances, the bandit leader had escaped unscathed, even seizing the chance to break out. Regimental Commander Ma kicked a stone on the ground in frustration. "You stay here and clean up the mess. I'll take men to chase him." If they couldn't catch the bandit leader, their mission wouldn't be fully complete. On the other side, after breaking out of the encirclement, the bandit leader couldn't help feeling a sense of survival. Those men were clearly from the military. Why hadn't Lu Cheng sent him word this time? If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have lost all his brothers. At least he was alone, with no family to burden him, making escape easy. But the thought still galled him, so he turned his horse and headed straight for the town. As he turned around, his pupils contracted sharply. When had that man and woman appeared? He scanned the area and saw only the two suspicious figures before him. Relieved, he thought, just two people, I have a gun, so they should be easy to handle. Who are you two, and why are you here? The bandit leader asked warmly, like a kindly old man. If Feng Lingyu hadn't just witnessed his ruthless attempt to kill everyone, she might have been fooled. Yes, the man and woman blocking his path were Feng Lingyu and Xin Huayu. They had entered the grassland ahead of Regimental Commander Ma, observed the bandits for 2 days, and devised the plan to deliver supplies to Ma. Unexpectedly, the bandit leader was lucky enough to escape even from such a net. We're waiting for you here. What do you think? Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow. Hearing this, the bandit leader's face twisted violently. If his gaze could turn into blades, Feng Lingyu would have been sliced to pieces. I don't care who you are. If you know what's good for you, let me go. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind adding 2 more lives to my count. The bandit leader pulled out his gun and snarled. He had assumed they were just 2 inexperienced youngsters who would back down if intimidated. But Feng Lingyu and Xin Huayu only smiled casually. What, lost your wits so soon? Did you think we'd come here to wait for you without preparing anything? Feng Lingyu shot the bandit leader a mocking glance and spoke slowly. She had been pretending to be timid lately, and it had been a while since she showed her true nature. Chapter 391. The ledger carried on him. But she had to admit, this way felt much more satisfying. The bandit leader's eyes widened as he scanned the surroundings from atop his horse, searching for any sign of an ambush. Seeing that the area was flat with no place to hide, he relaxed slightly. Little girl, trying to fool me? You're still too green. Get out of my way now or I'll shoot. Afraid that any further delay would let the pursuers behind him catch up, the bandit leader spoke with growing urgency. Seeing him on the verge of desperation, Feng Lingyu decided to stop toying with him. When the bandit leader saw that they still wouldn't move, he fired his gun without hesitation. But Feng Lingyu just gave him a gentle smile and leaned toward Xin Huayu beside her. The bullet whizzed past her cheek, not harming her in the slightest. The bandit leader's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe anyone in this world could dodge a bullet. Before he could process it, a blood hole appeared in his forehead the next second. He didn't even have time to say anything before he was killed with a single shot. His body suddenly lost control, and he fell straight off his horse. Xin Huayu held a gun in his right hand. That bullet had come from him. His left hand wasn't idle either, wrapped around a slender waist, with a young girl nestled in his arms. The one who had just been confronting the bandit now tilted her face up, smiling like a sly little fox. Xin Huayu, you're amazing. Xin Huayu responded with a low hum. When Xiaoyu had leaned toward him earlier, he had instinctively pulled her close. The slender waist in his grasp was so delicate he could encircle it with one hand, and she even mischievously pressed closer, her rosy lips parting and closing, revealing her white teeth. Xin Huayu felt his throat tighten, his Adam's apple bobbing. He subtly let go, putting some distance between himself and the little figure in his arms. Stand properly, he said in a low voice, his ears reddening. Feng Lingyu let out a dissatisfied snort. If it weren't for the tips of his ears turning red, she might have thought he truly found her annoying. With the bandit leader dead, Xin Huayu searched him and found something useful. How did you know he had something on him? Feng Lingyu asked. Xin Huayu explained, since he dared to head into town, he must have had some leverage. Otherwise, what if Lu Cheng tried to silence him? So he kept it on him to threaten Lu Cheng. Feng Lingyu couldn't help but marvel. This bandit was truly cautious to the bone. I didn't expect Lu Cheng to be so bold, Feng Lingyu said with a frown. The bandit leader had carried a ledger on him, recording how he and Lu Cheng had split their spoils over the years. In the more than 10 years since Lu Cheng had taken office, the amount of wealth he had extorted was staggering, even making Feng Lingyu gasp. Xin Huayu's expression also darkened. This Lu Cheng was far too greedy. I used to think too highly of Lu Cheng. I assumed he was targeting Bian Yansong for his sister's sake, but now it's clear, he was afraid of losing his source of income. Feng Lingyu said angrily after flipping through the ledger. As the director of a public security bureau, Lu Cheng not only failed to eliminate evil and promote good, but he had actually created a bandit gang himself, all to openly rob others of their property. With Lu Cheng's help, the bandits had gradually grown strong. But because of his covert assistance, every anti-bandit campaign was much ado about nothing, letting the bandits escape every time. That was also why the bandits had persisted here for so long, becoming a local menace. It's fine. With this ledger, Lu Cheng won't get off easy this time. Xin Huayu took the ledger and put it away. Once they returned, he would call his teacher. Lu Cheng's case could not be handled lightly. Since Xin Huayu said so, Feng Lingyu could only nod. He must be executed. Make an example of him. Let's go, or Commander Ma and his men will catch up. Shen Huayu looked at Feng Lingyu. Feng Lingyu agreed. If they ran into Commander Ma, it would be hard to explain. She didn't trust anyone with the treasure except Shen Huayu. The two didn't dispose of the bandit leader's body, but before leaving, they took the fine horse. The horse was reluctant to go at first, so Feng Lingyu put some spiritual spring water on her hand. After the horse tentatively licked it, it obediently followed her. By the time Commander Ma and his men arrived, they only found the bandit leader's body on the grassland. He crouched down and examined it carefully, noting that the only wound was the gunshot to the forehead, a clean kill. Commander Ma squatted there for a long time without speaking. "Commander, what's wrong?" a young soldier asked, confused. "He was shot. On this grassland, besides us, who else would have a gun?" Commander Ma muttered. Seeing the clean wound, Commander Ma thought of someone. Last time, Comrade Lee had also. But it couldn't be. How could he be here? "Take him back first," Commander Ma said in a low voice. "Wait, check if he has anything on him," Commander Ma suddenly called out to the young soldier. Commander Ma frowned, hoping he was overthinking things. When Commander Ma returned, Battalion Commander Wu had already cleaned up the mess. Except for a dozen or so survivors, all the others had been killed. What made Battalion Commander Wu happy was that this trip hadn't been in vain. The firearms and ammunition they had seized were nothing special, but the horses were really valuable. Although a few horses had been killed by landmines, most had only minor injuries and could be taken back to recover. With these dozens of fine horses, their regiment could form a cavalry company. Just thinking about it made Battalion Commander Wu's face glow with uncontrollable joy. 2 years ago, they had applied to their superiors, but the request was denied due to a shortage of horses. Now, their regiment had found horses on their own and brought them back. There was no excuse to refuse this time. "Commander, did you catch him?" Seeing Commander Ma's group return, Battalion Commander Wu forgot his excitement and hurried over to ask. Before Commander Ma could finish, Battalion Commander Wu happily interrupted, "Good that you brought him back." "Commander, what about his horse?" Battalion Commander Wu had been eyeing the bandit leader's horse earlier. Its robust build, smooth coat, and beautiful mane all marked it as an exceptional steed. Such a fine horse, it would be a shame not to bring it back for breeding. Either someone took it, or it ran off on its own. Commander Ma also felt regretful. Chapter 392, Feng Lingyu wraps up and picks up leftovers. What a pity. Battalion Commander Wu clapped his hands, speaking with deep regret. Forget it. We've already gotten so many horses, our luck is pretty good. Let that one horse go. Take these people and horses back to camp first. There should still be some people guarding the bandits' lair, Regiment Commander Ma said. Battalion Commander Wu asked, "There are so many young people here, there probably aren't many left in their lair. How about I take some men now and wipe them all out?" Regiment Commander Ma paused in his steps. "Take a few brothers and go. Be careful, in case they have a backup plan." As he had guessed, there weren't many people left in the bandits' lair, just some women, children, and kids. Some of them had been taken by force, but others had come willingly. When they saw Battalion Commander Wu and his men charging in, several women immediately burst into tears. No doubt about it, this meant their husbands or sons had met with trouble. Though these people wailed heart-wrenchingly and looked pitiful, Battalion Commander Wu and his soldiers felt no sympathy for them. They had stayed in the bandits' den for so long, surely they knew what these people did for a living? The food, drink, and supplies they used were all stolen from others. They lived far better than the poor folks out there, so there was really nothing to pity. As for the children, they stared with wide, innocent eyes at Battalion Commander Wu, not yet understanding what was happening. Meeting their clear gaze, Battalion Commander Wu felt a twinge of discomfort. The best outcome for these kids would be to send them to an orphanage. After searching the bandits' lair thoroughly, Battalion Commander Wu and his men found quite a haul. Grain, guns and ammunition, rapeseed oil, and a few old horses. In the bandit leader's room, there were also many money notes, all of which Battalion Commander Wu took. These were all stolen goods, and he planned to turn them over to the authorities. Once the bandit suppression was settled, Regiment Commander Ma didn't delay and immediately led the team back. With these horses and supplies, they had made a huge profit from this mission. After their figures gradually disappeared, Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu finally stepped out. "I can tell Regiment Commander Ma is pretty pleased," Feng Lingyu said with a click of her tongue. She was tempted by those horses too, but she couldn't let Regiment Commander Ma come all this way for nothing. He had helped her so much, she had to give him some compensation for his trouble. So Feng Lingyu left the horses alone. Luckily, she had managed to pick up the bandit leader's escaped steed as a leftover. With such a fine horse, she was more than satisfied. "Let's go. We'll head inside and see if there's anything left behind," Shen Huayu said with a faint smile. All right. Feng Lingyu was also in a scavenging mood. After all, she had given Regiment Commander Ma so many supplies, it would be great if she could recoup some of it. To make it easier to come and go, the bandits had laid down a wooden plank path about a meter wide, just enough for one person to walk. As for the horses, they took another wider road. After walking about 30 meters in, the thick grass finally gave way, and a gust of cold wind mixed with moisture hit them, chilling them to the bone. Foam Lingyu sneezed from the blast. She adjusted her hat and scarf and complained to Shinhuayu, "The river wind in winter is way too cold." "Are you cold? I have a hand warmer." Shinhuayu was wearing a thick down jacket, but because he was tall, it didn't look bulky at all. Instead, it made him appear slender and refined, like carved jade. He stepped forward, standing in front of Foam Lingyu, immediately blocking the wind. "I'm not cold. Take care of yourself." With that, he reached out and straightened her crooked hat. After a look, he pressed it down a bit until the brim nearly covered her eyes, then stopped. "Let's go." Looking at the bundled-up girl, her eyes bright and watery, with an unusual hint of childishness, Shinhuayu curled his lips slightly. "Are you really not cold?" Foam Lingyu asked again, her eyes clearly sizing him up, as if to say, "Don't pretend." "I'm really not cold." "I'm not lying to you," Shinhuayu said helplessly. He was young, dressed warmly, and had a naturally high body heat. It was normal. Seeing that Foam Lingyu was still skeptical, Shinhuayu simply reached out, took her hand, and put it into his coat pocket. His hand was warm, his palm slightly damp, a stark contrast to Foam Lingyu's icy fingers. Feeling the warmth, Foam Lingyu finally believed that Shinhuayu really wasn't cold. Young people sure have strong vitality, she thought enviously. Her hands and feet were always cold. In winter, she couldn't do without heating, let alone stand in the wind for long. Although her deficiency had been cured by the spiritual spring water, the problem of cold hands and feet had never improved. She envied people like Shinhuayu, who were always so warm. Shinhuayu kept holding her hand as they walked on. Before long, they saw a dozen tents standing not far away. To prevent dampness, these tents were built on stone foundations, a full meter off the ground. "Let's check this tent first." Foam Lingyu pointed to the largest and most luxurious one. Because the biggest tent must have been where the bandit leader lived. When they entered, they found the tent was well furnished, with all kinds of furniture. But everything inside had been taken away, likely by Battalion Commander Wu and his men. Foam Lingyu didn't care about the stuff that was taken, they were just small items, not worth much. While Shinhuayu was busy searching and not paying attention, Foam Lingyu closed her eyes to sense around, finally noticing something unusual under a rug. Her heart leaped with joy. She knew it, these bandits had been robbing for over a decade, there was no way they only had that stuff. They must have some hidden treasures. She crouched down and started feeling around the ground. But before she could pretend to find something suspicious, Shinhuayu, who had been quietly searching, suddenly spoke up, "Found it." Seeing Shinhuayu accurately lift the rug, Foam Lingyu couldn't hold back and asked proactively, "Where else could it be? That old man is at most 1.55 meters tall. Could he reach the tent ceiling? And don't you think this rug looks too new?" Clearly, the owner couldn't bear to step on it, Shinhuayu explained innocently. Foam Lingyu's mouth twitched. She never expected that reasoning. Still, she silently noted this, reminding herself to observe more carefully next time. For example, she hadn't noticed details like the old bandit's height. Compared to Shinhuayu, she was still far too careless. Under the rug was a wooden board. Foam Lingyu pulled a crowbar from her space, planning to pry it open. Just before she acted, remembering how cunning the old man was, she took out 2 gas masks from her space. "Put these on, just in case." Foam Lingyu handed a mask to Shinhuayu. This old bandit had been roaming the underworld for decades. She didn't believe he had no backup plan. After they both put on the masks, Foam Lingyu wedged the crowbar under the board and applied force. The board flipped to the side, revealing 2 chests below. Chapter 393, Donating the Items Anonymously. Just as Foam Lingyu had anticipated, almost the moment the wooden board was lifted, a puff of white smoke slowly emerged. Although Foam Lingyu didn't know what the white smoke was, she was sure it wasn't anything good. Once the smoke dissipated, she and Shinhuayu moved the 2 chests out. "They're pretty heavy. Don't tell me it's gold bars again," Foam Lingyu said with a frown, looking somewhat disdainful. If anyone else knew that Foam Lingyu looked down on gold bars, who knows how distressed they would be. But right now, gold bars were the last thing Foam Lingyu lacked. Ever since she received the treasure from Qingshan village last time, her standards had risen considerably. After hearing Foam Lingyu's words, Shinhuayu also felt a bit troubled. Having a wealthy fiancé was too difficult. Whatever he wanted to give her in the future, she had already seen and used. Foam Lingyu, however, was unaware of Shinhuayu's worries. She was just speaking casually, who would ever tire of gold? Opening the first chest, just as she had expected, it was filled with heavy gold bars. What about the second chest? Shen Huayu asked. All right, Feng Lingyu replied indifferently, no longer holding out hope. Opening the second chest and seeing its contents, Feng Lingyu was stunned. Books. These books were tattered and yellowed, clearly having been stored for a very long time. Due to improper preservation, there were even some mold stains on them. Shen Huayu reached out and picked up the top book. After carefully flipping through it, he frowned. These are musical scores. Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow. A bandit leader collected musical scores? These are all ancient books, aren't they? Shen Huayu's hand tightened, his jawline forming a tense line. He said unhappily, these books are very important to the country. Back then, the island nation destroyed our ancient ritual heritage. We all thought these scores had been shipped overseas. I never expected to find them here. If he and Feng Lingyu hadn't specifically come to search, these treasures of Huaxia would likely have been buried here forever. The bandit leader probably didn't know what these were either. He just instinctively felt they were important, Feng Lingyu speculated. When we get back, let's donate these things anonymously and let them serve their proper purpose. Seeing Shen Huayu look at her in surprise, Feng Lingyu said displeasedly, what kind of look is that? Do you see me as someone so greedy that I can't tell right from wrong? Shen Huayu stiffened and immediately said, I absolutely didn't mean that. Comrade Feng Lingyu, in my eyes, you have always been a person with very high awareness. Seeing Shen Huayu speaking nonsense with a straight face, Feng Lingyu snorted lightly. I won't argue with you. She let him off good-naturedly. These musical scores couldn't be eaten or drunk, nor could they be sold. It was better to donate them and let them fulfill their proper role. Then I thank Xiaoyu for her magnanimity, Shen Huayu said in a low voice. Feng Lingyu put the 2 chests into her space. Take them with you when you return to the capital. Mailing such important items would be too dangerous. If they got damaged or lost along the way, she would have no one to cry to. After searching the bandit leader's tent, Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu went through the remaining tents as well. Captain Wu and his team had searched for a short time, leaving many details unchecked. So Feng Lingyu found quite a few overlooked items, the most valuable being a bag of yuan data silver coins and several jade bracelets, likely things the bandits had secretly stashed during their robberies. As for the few hundred yuan in loose change, she also took it. Donating this money was better than letting it rot here. It was now noon. The surface of Yuanbao Lake sparkled, with occasional small waves blown ashore by the wind. The island at the center of the lake also revealed its full appearance, faintly showing green, a rare splash of color in the depths of winter. Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu stood on a small slope, gazing into the distance. Yuanbao Lake looked small on the map, but in reality, it was quite vast. With such a large area, where do you think the treasure is? Feng Lingyu asked after staring for a long time without figuring anything out. Do you know what the treasure is? Shen Huayu thought for a moment and asked. Different items required different preservation methods, and naturally, different environmental conditions. For example, paintings and calligraphy wouldn't be stored in overly damp places. I don't know. It's been too long, passed down through generations. Who knows what it actually is anymore? Feng Lingyu pouted. With no leads, the two couldn't just stand there staring. So Feng Lingyu suggested, since we have time, why don't we thoroughly search this place? With her psychic abilities, she could cover a large area, saving a lot of effort. But the problem was that she needed to find the entrance to the treasure. If she entered from another direction and triggered some self-destruct mechanism, what then? If the treasure destroyed itself, wouldn't her trip have been for nothing? This area is too large. Just the two of us would take far too long, Shen Huayu said, not understanding why Xiaoyu would come up with such an idea. Feng Lingyu gave a mischievous smile, then released from her space the horse and the reindeer she had caught in the mountains earlier. This reindeer had been eating and drinking well in Feng Lingyu's space for nearly half a month, and its entire body had grown rounder. When it was released, it was still chewing something in its mouth, its big eyes looking a bit dazed, as if it didn't know why it had been moved again. Feng Lingyu's mouth twitched. She had been out here suffering, and this reindeer had actually gotten fat. Shen Huayu looked at the reindeer pulling a small cart in front of him and fell silent for a moment. What do you think? Back in the mountains, it pulled me around and saved me a lot of effort, Feng Lingyu said proudly, patting the reindeer's head. Are you sure it can walk properly? Shen Huayu asked doubtfully, eyeing the reindeer's double chin. Feng Lingyu was momentarily speechless. It should still be fine. It's a good chance for it to lose some weight. With that, Feng Lingyu also released Tuanzi and Jinzi from her space. Chapter 394. Nothing found. Tuanzi and Jinzi enthusiastically pounced on Feng Lingyu. They had been in the space for quite a while and were getting a bit bored. After making preparations, Feng Lingyu rode in a small sled pulled by a reindeer, while Shen Huayu rode a fine horse. They each took Tuanzi and Jinzi and headed in separate directions. Circling the open lake, the reindeer moved slowly. Feng Lingyu closed her eyes, letting her spiritual power probe everywhere. Only when she felt a stabbing pain in her head did Feng Lingyu force her eyes open. Cold sweat beaded on her temples. Maintaining the release of her spiritual power for so long was taxing even for her. Her spiritual power had just been completely drained. Tuanzi had already darted far away, sniffing around everywhere. Feng Lingyu got down from the small sled. She still had no clue at all. She had just carefully probed with her spiritual power and found nothing. Soon, Tuanzi came hopping back, shaking its little head at Feng Lingyu, meaning it had found nothing either. Feng Lingyu wasn't disappointed either. If it were that easy to find, it would have been too careless. Hadn't those bandits stayed by this lake for over a decade without noticing anything unusual? Not wasting any more time, Feng Lingyu directly drove the reindeer back the way she came. Maybe Huayu had found something. When she returned, she saw Shen Huayu already waiting at the spot. How was it? Did you find it? Feng Lingyu hurried over to ask. It's too vast here. There's no place suitable for hiding treasure, Shen Huayu replied. Jinzi also let out 2 squeaks, indicating it had found nothing. Shen Huayu had mainly observed the terrain and landforms here. The ground was damp and lacked cover, hardly a good spot for hiding treasure. Hearing this answer, Feng Lingyu sighed. Knowing there's a mountain of treasure, but not the exact location, how frustrating. This Feng family ancestor had really gone to great lengths to preserve the family wealth, even finding such a remote place. Unfortunately, as it was passed down through generations, the most crucial information was lost. It's only the first day. How could it be that easy to find? And maybe there are other details we've overlooked. Shen Huayu gently comforted her. He instinctively took Feng Lingyu's hand and felt it was warm, which put him at ease. Let's search more carefully. It's bound to take some effort. All right. With Shen Huayu's words, Feng Lingyu's mood steadied. This lake is only so big. If we turn it upside down, I refuse to believe we won't find it. Feng Lingyu said coldly. Over the next 2 days, Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu searched every corner of Yuanbao Lake, but still found nothing. Only a crescent moon in the night sky and the dim glow of a campfire provided faint light, adding a bit of warmth to the darkness. Beside the fire was a small table covered with all kinds of dishes, with a pot in the center bubbling and steaming. Watching the constantly churning red chili oil, Feng Lingyu couldn't help swallowing. Even though the treasure wasn't found, she still had to eat. Her gaze shifted to the face across from her. Though the smoke made it hard to see clearly, the faint flush on his face was visible. Are you sure you can handle it? This broth is really spicy. Extra spicy, Feng Lingyu silently added in her mind. Shen Huayu usually seemed so refined and elegant. Feng Lingyu found it hard to imagine him eating spicy food as crazily as she did. Actually, cooking a dual-flavor hot pot would have been fine. She had mushroom broth and tomato broth in her space too, and could switch things up occasionally. But when she suggested it, Shen Huayu said he'd just have the spicy broth. Meeting Feng Lingyu's worried gaze, Shen Huayu looked up. I really can eat spicy food. He just usually ate lightly, but a little chili was fine. If you find it too spicy, just tell me. I have plenty of broth bases. We can switch to another pot, Feng Lingyu said, seeing his insistence. Though she loved spicy food herself, she wasn't the type to force others to eat it with her. The thinly sliced fatty beef cooked instantly when dipped in the pot. It was Feng Lingyu's appetizer every time she had hot pot, since it didn't require waiting. There were also tripe and duck intestines, blanched in the pot for a few seconds, then dipped in oil with seasoning, crisp, refreshing, and delicious. Seeing Feng Lingyu eat so heartily, Shen Huayu tentatively picked up a bite with his chopsticks. Once the duck intestine entered his mouth, his eyes lit up. Not only was it free of any gamey smell, but it was also crisp and bouncy, mixed with the flavor of the red chili broth, truly delicious. Seeing Shen Huayu enjoying it, Feng Lingyu couldn't help saying, I wasn't lying, was I? It's really good. At first, when he heard it was duck intestine, Shen Huayu was a bit put off, but after tasting it, he praised, Xiaoyu, how did you know these things could be used for hot pot? Shen Huayu had grown up in Beijing, and the hot pots he ate were always with common ingredients, pork, beef, lamb, plus some greens, and that was it. Many of the dishes Feng Lingyu had brought out today he had never seen before, like tiger skin chicken feet, brain, fatty beef, shrimp paste, and duck intestine. This is a way of eating that came from Sichuan province. I'm just imitating it, Feng Lingyu said, eating without looking up. Though she couldn't eat hot pot every day, if she went a week without it, she'd start craving it badly. So every few days, she'd find time to have a meal to satisfy her craving. Shen Huayu paused, his chopsticks in hand. Sichuan province? As far as he knew, Xiaoyu had always grown up in Beijing. How could she have encountered food from Sichuan? What's wrong? Feng Lingyu asked curiously, seeing Shen Huayu stop moving. No matter what extraordinary experiences Xiaoyu had had, the person he loved was her as she was now. That was enough. Tuanzi and Jinzi were also nearby, heads down, eating the food Feng Lingyu had given them. Catching a glimpse of Tuanzi's round body out of the corner of her eye, Feng Lingyu muttered, "Eating so much every day, how come it hasn't grown at all?" Feng Lingyu recalled the scene she had seen in the cave, where Tuanzi's parents lay inside. She paused thoughtfully and said, "Probably about 7 or 8 times my size." But Tuanzi's father was a bit bigger. Shen Huayu frowned. "A size that large is unheard of. It must be an undiscovered mutant species." When he was young, Shen Huayu had once seen a tiger with his parents, and it wasn't nearly as big as Feng Lingyu described. "That's true, but it's been almost half a year, and Tuanzi is still the same size as when I found it. Could something be wrong with its health?" Feng Lingyu worried. Among humans, there was dwarfism. Could animals also have a condition that stunts their growth? It eats well, sleeps well, and is so lively. How could it have health problems? Shen Huayu dismissed the idea outright. "Forget it. It's a good thing it doesn't grow, or I'd have to figure out how to accommodate it," Feng Lingyu said, patting Tuanzi's little head. Once Tuanzi grew up, it wouldn't be able to move around freely outside anymore. Chapter 395, It's Not My Fault, Is It? After eating the hot pot, Feng Lingyu and the others sat by the fire, while Tuanzi and Jinzi lay curled up in Shen Huayu's arms. The two little creatures were extremely clever, knowing to find a warm spot to burrow into. Feng Lingyu pouted jealously. "You two little ingrates, don't you see who raised you? Just abandoning me like that." Shen Huayu pursed his lips and stifled a laugh. He pulled out Tuanzi, who was sleeping soundly curled up in his arms, and handed it to Feng Lingyu. "Here, hold it to warm your hands." Feng Lingyu let out a proud hum, but in the end, she gathered Tuanzi into her arms and held it properly. These past 2 days, they had set up camp in the bandits' den. Feng Lingyu took out many daily necessities from her space, including tables, dishes, bowls, sleeping bags, and everything else. Shen Huayu had now become desensitized and was no longer shocked by whatever Feng Lingyu pulled out. At that moment, the two were leaning back in lounge chairs, enjoying a rare moment of leisure these days. The lake's surface shimmered with rippling light, like flickering scales. A faint ray of light fell on the lake, illuminating the small island at its center. Feng Lingyu had a guess. "Do you think the treasure could be in the middle of the lake?" Over the past few days, she had almost run through every corner of this place, carefully scanning each spot with her mental power, and found nothing. Feng Lingyu was certain that there was absolutely no treasure hidden on the periphery of Yuanbao Lake. But what if it wasn't on the periphery at all, but in the center of the lake? Earlier, she hadn't thought to search the lake's center. First, because the range of her mental power detection was large enough. Second, because back in the time of the ancient Feng family head, there simply wasn't the capability to transport many valuable items to the lake's center. That meant time had brought great changes. Over so many years of evolution, Yuanbao Lake had transformed countless times. The painting only depicted the features of Yuanbao Lake, but it didn't show its surroundings or size. What if, in the past, Yuanbao Lake was just a very small lake, nowhere near as large as it is now? Then transporting the treasure to the lake's center would be very possible. Shen Huayu nodded. "Indeed, that's the only place we haven't searched. But we don't have a boat, and we can't get there for now." Hearing this, Feng Lingyu smiled smugly. "That's no problem. I have wood in my space. We can build a boat ourselves." Actually, she had inflatable kayaks in her space, but those were things from later times, and it would be hard to explain if she took them out. With that, Feng Lingyu directly pulled out a lot of wood from her space, piling it up into a small mountain on the ground. "Will these do? Or do you have requirements for the type of wood? What about bamboo?" Feng Lingyu turned to look at Shen Huayu. She was fine with anything, but her hands-on skills were disastrous. The pig pen she had built herself in her space was still wobbling precariously. If she were to build a boat, it would be too embarrassing if it sank halfway. Seeing the sly look in her eyes, Shen Huayu knew exactly what she meant. "I've never built a boat before. Do you really think I'm omnipotent?" Shen Huayu said helplessly. Feng Lingyu rubbed her nose sheepishly and said crisply, "I believe in you, and you're definitely better at it than I am. It doesn't need to be an amazing boat, just enough to carry us there and back." "Can you do it?" she asked cautiously, her eyes full of anticipation. Facing Feng Lingyu's expression, Shen Huayu was silent for a moment. With her like this, could he really say no? He asked Feng Lingyu for a ruler, paper, and pen and resigned himself to starting on the blueprints. This little wooden boat couldn't be built carelessly. Yuanbao Lake's surface was vast, and strong winds blew from time to time. On top of that, they didn't know the underwater terrain. If they made a flimsy little boat, it might easily be capsized by the wind. Fortunately, it was just a small boat powered by human rowing, no need for engines or machinery. Although Shen Huayu was just an amateur, he began drawing the blueprints in a proper manner. Watching Shen Huayu bent over the table, working seriously, the kerosene lamp's light casting shadows on his determined brows and eyes, Feng Lingyu's heartbeat inexplicably quickened. Indeed, whether it's a man or a woman, they are very charming when working seriously. About half an hour later, Shin Huayu straightened up. Do we have all the necessary tools? Yes. Feng Lingyu took out all sorts of odds and ends from her space, hammers, saws, nails, and the like, all complete. Confirming that everything needed was available, Shin Huayu picked up the tape measure and started taking measurements. Fortunately, a boat for 2 people didn't need to be very large. With the help of the blueprints, they just needed to make the parts and then assemble them. While Shin Huayu had his back turned, sawing wood, Feng Lingyu secretly used her abilities to help from behind. Lines were drawn on the wooden boards, and all they had to do was saw off the parts outside the lines. She manipulated her plant ability, and with no effort at all, the boards split naturally along the drawn lines, the breaks clean and without any splinters. With her help, the boat-building progress sped up greatly. Shin Huayu didn't know if he noticed anything unusual, but he kept working on the boat seriously without asking. With his back to Feng Lingyu, Shin Huayu's eyes held a hint of helplessness. He wasn't stupid. How could he not sense something was off? He just didn't want to expose this secret. But at the same time, he was very happy that Xiaoyu had placed such precious trust in him. By the time the entire boat was finished, 2 hours had passed. The boat had a smooth hull, only about a meter wide. Though small, it had everything needed. Shin Huayu had even made a long sail to hang on it, so it didn't look shabby at all. Feng Lingyu could hardly believe this was something she had made with her own hands. Did you make this? A teasing voice sounded. Feng Lingyu only then realized she had spoken her thoughts out loud. A bit embarrassed, she said sheepishly, I helped too, so it counts as something I made with my own hands. In truth, she had only helped saw the wood, everything else was handled entirely by Shin Huayu. Seeing her look so self-righteous, Shin Huayu couldn't be bothered to argue with her over such trivial matters. I put in effort too, Feng Lingyu said, then added, I wonder if there's any place leaking. Should we put it in the water to test it? Shin Huayu hesitated a little. Since it was his first time building a boat, he really couldn't guarantee there were no problems. Feng Lingyu, it's not my fault, is it? Chapter 396, Mysterious Little Island. Feng Lingyu felt a bit guilty. She wasn't sure if her meddling had caused the boat to sink. Maybe we should fish it out first and see what went wrong before deciding? Feng Lingyu said dryly. There really was no other option at the moment. Shin Huayu frowned and nodded in agreement. As soon as the boat was hauled up, he began inspecting it carefully, looking for anything he might have overlooked. The hull isn't sturdy. It's leaking everywhere, Shin Huayu said, looking up. Hearing this, Feng Lingyu sighed and sat down on a chair. She was exhausted from all the fussing. Is there another way? There is one. Bamboo has great buoyancy. We can reinforce the hull with it, Shin Huayu proposed as a remedy. Feng Lingyu did have bamboo in her space, so she immediately took out a large amount. With the new materials, Shin Huayu started repairing the battered boat. This time, however, he worked entirely on his own. Feng Lingyu didn't dare to help again. Before long, the boat was rebuilt after a second modification. On top of the original wooden structure, there was now an outer layer of bamboo, making it look ugly cute. Once it was done, Shin Huayu set the boat on the water to test its performance. Fortunately, this time the little boat sat steadily on the surface. Good thing the boat held up this time, or he would have lost face in front of Xiaoyu. She had finally asked him for something. It seemed the first failure was because she had gotten involved. Luckily, Huayu didn't know that. Their thoughts were poles apart, but both of them broke into happy smiles. It's dangerous at night, and we don't know the conditions on the lake. Let's leave the boat out here tonight and go tomorrow, Shin Huayu said after some thought. I know you're anxious, but since the boat is built, there's no rush. The treasure isn't going anywhere. Get a good rest tonight, and you'll have more energy tomorrow. When it came to sleep, Feng Lingyu really was feeling drowsy. She had spent a lot of time tonight fussing over the boat. She yawned and said softly, all right then. You should get some rest too. They picked out 2 tents from the bandits' den and stayed in them for the past couple of days, though all their food and supplies came from Feng Lingyu's space. After parting ways, they each returned to their tents to sleep. With her long-standing wish finally fulfilled, Feng Lingyu slept especially soundly. The next morning, Feng Lingyu woke from her deep sleep and caught a whiff of some aroma coming from outside. After freshening up and stepping out, she saw Shin Huayu tending to a fire. A small pot in front of him was cooking porridge. You're up? It's chilly in the morning. Pull your clothes together. I know you're eager, but you have to eat breakfast. Just have a simple meal, Shin Huayu said naturally. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, and the ground was covered in dew. The air carried a mix of earth and grass, not unpleasant, and it actually complemented the surroundings. Watching Shin Huayu's tall figure busying about, along with his caring words and warm gaze, Feng Lingyu felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Although Shin Huayu was young, he was very good at taking care of people. This was something Feng Lingyu felt most deeply in their daily interactions. How early did you get up? She pulled out a chair and sat down at the table. Shin Huayu had already ladled out the porridge, placing a bowl in front of each of them. After a long simmer, the porridge had turned soft and mushy, with red beans and peanuts added, making it rich and fragrant. Not that long ago. So, is the porridge good? Shin Huayu asked. It's good. But where did you find the rice and beans? Battalion Commander Wu only took the big items. He left the small stuff. Jinzi found these in the tent. He had been woken up that morning by Jinzi. When he opened his eyes, he saw Jinzi holding 2 small pouches, dancing around and showing off. Opening them, he found they were filled with high-quality grains. They were probably food hidden away by the bandits' families, which Jinzi had dug up. It had to be said, like owner, like pet. Feng Lingyu had a habit of taking everything she could get her hands on, and the 2 little animals she raised were no exception. No matter where they went, their first instinct was to look for anything valuable. After eating, they went to the lake and prepared to take the boat to the center. The weather was unusually clear today. The sun had already dispelled the mist, revealing the full view of Yuanbao Lake. After a night, the little boat was still floating intact on the water. Feng Lingyu looked at Shin Huayu. Let's go. Once they were on the boat, Shin Huayu took out 2 oars and began to row. The little boat drifted safely on the surface. After they had gone some distance from the shore, the wind picked up and they no longer needed to row themselves. They just had to steer the boat back on course whenever it drifted. Tuanzi and Jinzi were put back into Feng Lingyu's space to avoid any trouble along the way that would require her to look after the 2 little ones. Yuanbao Lake was wide and open. From the shore, the central island didn't look far, but in reality, it was quite distant. The 2 drifted leisurely for half an hour before finally reaching their destination. Once on the island, Feng Lingyu realized she had underestimated it. The island was lush with greenery, with thriving trees. The forest was filled with the chirping of birds, and many birds had built nests there. Have you noticed? This place doesn't seem like winter, Shin Huayu said, shocked by the sight before him. The temperature here is indeed higher than outside. I feel like I could take off my padded jacket, Feng Lingyu said, already feeling herself breaking a sweat as she spoke. She was wearing clothes suited for temperatures below -10 degrees, but the current temperature was around 10 degrees above zero. With a nearly 30-degree difference, no wonder she felt hot. This place is too strange, Shin Huayu said cautiously, scanning the surroundings. It was clear that no one had set foot here before. The grass was neat, with no signs of trampling. The island wasn't too big or too small. It would take about 2 to 3 hours to explore it fully. Feng Lingyu thought for a moment and took out 2 sets of protective suits from her space. These were sturdy and could prevent bites from snakes and insects. Let's be careful. There probably aren't any large wild animals on this island. At most, a few small snakes. It shouldn't be a big problem. The size of this island wasn't enough to support the survival of a carnivorous animal. After putting on the protective suits, the 2 cautiously made their way into the forest. Because no one had ever set foot here and the temperature was suitable, the forest was dense with trees, their roots intertwined and branches lush. The ground was covered in thick layers of dead leaves and twigs, making it feel like walking on a plush carpet. There was also an indescribable smell of decay in the forest. Thinking of the danger of mold, Feng Lingyu took out 2 masks and put them on. As she had expected, there were no large carnivorous animals in the forest. Even the snakes, upon hearing human movement, were scared off. The most dangerous thing they encountered were a few brightly colored giant spiders that looked highly venomous. They hid among the dead leaves and were hard to spot without careful attention. If not for the protective suits, a single misstep could have led to a bite. Chapter 397, for the first time, feeling what it means to be worlds apart in wealth. Feng Lingyu and Shin Huayu each held a large machete, chopping down any branches blocking their path, thus carving out a route through the forest. After stopping and starting for over 2 hours, the 2 finally reached the center of the island. In truth, if the path hadn't been so difficult, such a short distance could have been covered in just 10 minutes. No wonder the temperature here is much higher than outside. Looking at the steaming hot spring, Feng Lingyu said in surprise. Who would have thought that on this desolate, forgotten little island, a hot spring would be hidden? Feng Lingyu took a cup from her space and tentatively scooped up some water. The warmth of the spring water seeped through the cup, and she estimated the temperature to be around 50 degrees Celsius. Could the treasure be hidden beneath the hot spring? Feng Lingyu looked at Shin Huayu. Shin Huayu pondered for a moment. Let's search around here for any mechanisms. If there really is a treasure here, this is the most likely place it's hidden. The ancients were quite superstitious. A hot spring here signified good feng shui, making it an excellent spot for hiding treasure. Feng Lingyu swept her spiritual energy over a 4 to 5 meter radius around the hot spring. When she sensed something unusual, her eyes lit up. Huayu, I found it. Come quickly. Shin Huayu was still searching earnestly when Feng Lingyu called out to him. Before Feng Lingyu stood a stone tablet about a meter in length and width, carved with auspicious clouds. Due to natural erosion, the inscriptions on it had become blurred. Beneath the tablet was a stone base. Feng Lingyu cleared away the weeds and fallen leaves covering it, revealing a small opening with a fingerprint-shaped indentation beside it. She had seen something similar before when treasure hunting in Qingshan village. This opening was meant for the family seal. Is it underneath here? Shin Huayu walked over and asked. She took the family seal from her space, placed it into the opening, then cut a small wound on her right hand and smeared blood onto the fingerprint indentation. After doing all this, Feng Lingyu stepped back and waited. Cracking sounds came from the stone tablet and base. Under their watchful eyes, they slowly crumbled into fragments. Shin Huayu was a bit stunned. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that the ancients had a method of verifying blood relations. Yet it had happened just like that. Judging by Xiaoyu's expression, she wasn't shocked at all, as if she had already known. What, doubting your science and technology now? Seeing Shin Huayu's dazed look, Feng Lingyu teased. Is this really accurate? In modern times, the most accurate way to verify blood relations was DNA testing. This technology already existed abroad, and Shin Huayu had read about it in scientific journals. I don't know, but last time in the cave, it was recorded that only a direct descendant of the Feng family could open it. Otherwise, Mercury would be released to destroy everything. The ancients also had wisdom we wouldn't expect. And under these circumstances, I wouldn't dare test it recklessly. What if it's true? Then this trip of mine would have been for nothing. Besides, Feng Lingyu herself was definitely a direct descendant, so there was no chance of error. She had no need to test whether it was real or fake. It was already incredible that a mechanism could still distinguish bloodline authenticity after so many years. And just now, after her blood made contact, the stone tablet had been destroyed. That was also a fact. After the stone tablet was destroyed, an opening was revealed, just big enough for one person to go down. Feng Lingyu lit a candle and dropped it into the opening. After confirming it hadn't gone out, she felt reassured and entered together with Shin Huayu. Taking out the luminous pearl she had stored in her space last time, a soft glow filled the dark space, not harsh at all, allowing them to quickly adapt to the pitch-black environment. As Feng Lingyu moved forward, the entire space gradually began to brighten. She carefully examined her surroundings. This place was much smaller than the treasure cave in Qingshan village, only about the size of 2 classrooms, and the temperature was very high. Up above, Feng Lingyu had already taken off her coat, yet she was still sweating, indicating that the temperature here was even higher than above. There's not much that can be stored here either, Feng Lingyu muttered softly. Her words were overheard by Shin Huayu, who couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The wealth here was something most people could never accumulate in a lifetime, yet Xiaoyu had already grown accustomed to it. He had to admit, this was the foundation of a family. Even if only a fraction of it was passed down to future generations, it would still be more than enough for countless people to enjoy endlessly. Shin Huayu cleared his throat. Let's open them and take a look first. After so much time, some things may have been damaged. Hearing Shin Huayu's words, Feng Lingyu randomly opened a chest beside her. The contents inside had already weathered away, likely turning to dust at the slightest touch. TSK, what a shame. This chest should have held fabric. Last time in the cave, Feng Lingyu had collected some fine fabrics that were well preserved. But since she already had so many things, one chest of fabric wasn't something she paid much attention to. Next, the two of them opened every single chest in the place one by one. Unexpectedly, most of what was stored here was porcelain. Some of the porcelain was as smooth as jade, as pure as ice and snow, resembling a cold, elegant beauty. Others were adorned with intricate patterns and vibrant colors, exuding an air of opulence, like the luxurious flowers of the mortal world. The shapes of the porcelain were also unique and varied: cups, plates, teapots, vases, ornaments, covering almost every category in large quantities. Seeing so many antiques at once, Shin Huayu had to admit they were more striking than gold or silver. A fine piece of porcelain could easily fetch hundreds of thousands or even millions at foreign auctions. Feng Lingyu gleefully picked up a small white porcelain ornament shaped like a tiger, examining it carefully in her hands. This looks exactly like Tuanzi. Tuanzi is also a great contributor, so this one is for him to play with. For the first time, she felt what it truly meant to be worlds apart in wealth. Chapter 398, Success or Failure hangs on this one move. After sorting and organizing the various porcelain pieces by category, Feng Lingyu stored everything into her space. Come to think of it, why are most of the things stored here porcelain? Only after pocketing the treasure did Feng Lingyu think to ask this question. Shin Huayu gazed at the walls of the cave and said in a deep voice, "Do you notice if the soil here is different from elsewhere?" The two walked closer. The walls had been manually excavated, and the soil was compacted tightly. The overall color of the walls was dark red, with mottled yellow particles scattered on the surface. That's right, the soil here is so vibrant in color. Feng Lingyu leaned in and gently sniffed. It even has a fragrance, she exclaimed in shock. Shen Huayu scraped a bit of soil off the wall. It felt slightly sticky in his hand, and the texture was very fine. After pondering for a moment, he said, I see. This soil could probably be used to fire porcelain. You mean this place was a kiln site in ancient times? Most likely. Xiaoyu, take out one piece of porcelain and smell it to see if it has this same fragrance. If it does, then my guess is correct, Shen Huayu added. Feng Lingyu randomly took out a piece of porcelain from her space, a beautiful small blue vase with a narrow mouth. She brought the vase close to her nose and carefully sniffed it. A fragrance identical to the one earlier rushed into her nostrils. However, the scent was very faint, requiring one to be very close to detect it. Feng Lingyu said in surprise, it really does have a fragrance. Huayu, your guess was right. Shen Huayu said, legend has it that in ancient times, there was a type of porcelain with a surface as smooth as jade, producing a crisp, pleasant sound when tapped. What was most astonishing was that when placed indoors, it would gradually emit a refined fragrance over time. Hence, this porcelain was named jade porcelain. It seems the porcelain stored here is likely the legendary jade porcelain. This type of porcelain was only briefly mentioned in historical records, but since no one had ever seen it, many experts and scholars believed it to be a fabricated myth. Shen Huayu never expected to see the real thing today. If even a single piece of the porcelain in this cave were to leak out, it would surely stir up a storm and attract countless covetous eyes. Thinking of this, Shen Huayu instructed Feng Lingyu, Xiaoyu, you must keep these porcelain pieces well hidden and never take them out for use. If you run into someone who recognizes them, you'll be in danger. Feng Lingyu nodded solemnly. I understand. She hadn't realized these porcelain pieces were so valuable. She had thought they were just ordinary antiques, never expecting them to be of such great significance. In ancient times, these would have been exclusive tributes to the imperial family, produced in very limited quantities. If anyone discovered she had jade porcelain, it would inevitably draw the attention of many, all probing into the source of the porcelain. Moreover, given her identity as a daughter of the Feng family, if others suspected she had other treasures in her possession, it would spell trouble. For now, these porcelain pieces could only gather dust in her space. Later, when the situation improved, Feng Lingyu could consider anonymously donating a few pieces of jade porcelain for experts to study. Since the jade porcelain was fired using the soil here, let's take some of this soil with us. Feng Lingyu's habit of taking everything in sight resurfaced. Seeing Feng Lingyu pressed against the wall, as if she wanted to scrape off a layer of the wall itself to take away, Shen Huayu's brow twitched. Xiaoyu, let's forget it. Taking this soil back won't do you much good. It's not like you're going to fire porcelain yourself, are you? Shen Huayu tried to persuade her. In his view, the important thing wasn't the soil itself, but studying how it was formed. The yellow particles on the red soil seemed like a unique type of fungus, likely closely related to the clear spring. However, now wasn't the right time to study these things. When the opportunity arose later, he would write a report and submit the matter to the authorities. By then, the state would probably send specialists to investigate. Feng Lingyu thought about it and agreed, but even if she wasn't going to fire porcelain, she could still take a little back to enrich the diversity of her space. In the end, as they left, Shen Huayu couldn't talk Feng Lingyu out of it. He watched as Feng Lingyu packed 2 full buckets of soil into her space. After the two emerged from the underground cave, Feng Lingyu collected soil from other places and used her space to transport it over, filling the cave completely. She also took away the broken stone tablet on the surface, leaving no trace of anything related to the Feng family. He knew that Lu Cheng had been keeping people under surveillance on him. Several times, when he encountered Lu Yuezhi by chance, she would mock him relentlessly. Many staff members were secretly laughing at Bian Yenseng's predicament. Back then, he had ignored Lu Yuezhi, but now the tables had turned, and Lu Yuezhi looked down on him. Some also said that Bian Yenseng's good days were over. Having offended the Lu siblings, he had no place left in Dongguan town. Others privately advised Bian Yensong to yield to Lu Cheng early on and to apologize properly to Lu Yuezhi, suggesting that might put the matter to rest. These rumors reached Bian Yensong's ears, and everyone waited to see how he would react. But to their disappointment, he made no move and showed no emotion, as if he wasn't worried about his fate at all. In his office, Bian Yensong was diligently handling official business alone. It had been 2 days since Commander Ma and his team entered the grasslands, and he had no idea how things were going. He had done his utmost to keep Lu Cheng's attention fixed on him, preventing him from discovering that someone had already entered the grasslands to suppress the bandits, lest Lu Cheng send someone to tip them off. The rest depended on whether Commander Ma could successfully eliminate the bandits. In truth, Bian Yansong hadn't been as calm as he appeared over the past 2 days. He simply hadn't shown it. Because the calmer and more indifferent he seemed, the more Lu Cheng would suspect he was up to something. Only then would Lu Cheng focus all his attention on Bian Yansong, leaving no time to attend to other matters. At least for the next few days, Lu Cheng would keep a close watch on him. If this attempt failed, Bian Yansong would have no choice but to use his family connections to get rid of Lu Cheng. Because Lu Cheng already knew his plan and wouldn't give him another chance. But resorting to family connections would mean admitting Bian Yansong's incompetence. As far as he knew, his cousin had already achieved certain results in his assigned post, much to their grandfather's delight. Originally, their grandfather had been wavering between him and his cousin. If he couldn't handle Lu Cheng on his own this time, he wouldn't be able to hold his head high in front of his cousin. The usually alluring tear mole under his eye also became subdued, and his entire demeanor turned sharp. Bian Yansong knew that Li Ziping's identity was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. But so what? As long as he could bring him benefits, this person was worth using. Chapter 399, A Blessing in Disguise. The empty office suddenly rang with the sound of a telephone. Bian Yansong was startled at first, then realized something and eagerly reached out to answer the phone. Hello, this is Bian Yansong. May I ask who is calling? Bian Yansong asked tentatively. Is this Town Chief Bian? I'm Regiment Commander Ma. Regiment Commander Ma's deep voice sounded. We've completed the mission. All the bandits have been captured, but the bandit leader was killed while trying to escape. When can you come over to handle the handover? The more Bian Yansong listened, the brighter his eyes became. He hadn't expected these soldiers to finish the task so quickly. Bian Yansong suppressed his excitement, but his tone still gave away a hint. Good. I can come over right now. Regiment Commander Ma, you've been a huge help this time. I'll make sure to include all of your assistants in my work report. Although they weren't in the same chain of command, something like bandit suppression, beneficial to both the country and the people, would also be very helpful for Regiment Commander Ma's promotion. Sure enough, hearing this, Regiment Commander Ma laughed happily and silently thought that this young man knew how to handle things. All right, come over now then. I'll be waiting for you at the barracks. After hanging up, Bian Yansong rushed out of the office. It wasn't yet time to get off work, and everyone stared at his retreating figure in surprise. What's gotten into Town Chief Bian? It's not time to leave yet. The person who spoke glanced at his watch and said in astonishment. Yeah, could it be that he's realized he was wrong and is going to apologize to Lu Cheng? Another person said with a sly grin. Hey, Bian Yansong sure has it easy. He can leave early whenever he wants, unlike us. Someone else made a sour remark. Since the bandits had been dealt with, Lu Cheng was no longer a threat, and he didn't need to show him any more respect. Bian Yansong didn't ask his secretary to follow him. He drove off on his own. When Bian Yansong arrived at the barracks, Regiment Commander Ma had already finished counting the prisoners and loot and was waiting for him. Regiment Commander Ma, sorry to keep you waiting. Bian Yansong strode forward and shook hands warmly with Regiment Commander Ma. Bian Yansong was naturally fair-skinned, and now that he was genuinely happy, his face was beaming like a flower, making him look radiant. Although Regiment Commander Ma had met Bian Yansong once before, his beauty still gave him a strong impression this time. He muttered to himself, why does a grown man have to be so good-looking? Town Chief Bian, welcome, welcome. Regiment Commander Ma also smiled and stepped forward. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Bian Yansong eagerly steered the conversation to the main topic. Come with me. The prisoners are being held, Regiment Commander Ma said. The only regret this time is that the bandit leader is dead. Otherwise, we could have gotten more information out of him. Since someone else had done the hard work, Bian Yansong certainly couldn't blame him. Dead is dead. I already have some leads on certain matters. No one who should be caught will escape. Regiment Commander Ma nodded and continued. We also captured several dozen fine horses and some grain. The soldiers are very happy. Bian Yansong paused mid-step and said with a smile, with these spoils, the soldiers can have a good winter. Those horses will also greatly boost your strength. It's only right that the soldiers are happy. Bian Yansong's words meant that he wouldn't compete with Regiment Commander Ma and his men over the spoils. Although they had already agreed on how to divide the spoils, seeing so many horses, Regiment Commander Ma had worried that Bian Yansong might be tempted. Now, with Bian Yansong's assurance, Regiment Commander Ma felt relieved. After the handover was complete, Regiment Commander Ma called for 2 vehicles. I'll have my men go with you. Once you've finished your task, send them back. During this time, they'll follow your orders. Bian Yansong's pupils widened in disbelief that such good fortune had come his way. His fair face flushed with excitement. Thank you, Regiment Commander Ma. When I return, I'll make sure to commend you. Don't worry, I won't do anything against the rules. Although all the bandits had been captured, he still had no manpower of his own, and going up against Lu Cheng would still put him at a disadvantage. With these soldiers, he would have the confidence to face Lu Cheng. Using those spoils to secure Regiment Commander Ma's help, it was worth it. Bian Yansong inwardly congratulated himself for not being short-sighted and insisting on fighting Regiment Commander Ma over those horses. Otherwise, Regiment Commander Ma certainly wouldn't have sent men to help him now. When Bian Yansong returned to Dongguan town with the prisoners and soldiers, it caused a huge commotion. At that moment, Lu Cheng was comforting his unreasonable younger sister, Lu Yuezhi. She had quarreled with her sister-in-law again and had come to her brother to complain. "Big brother, my sister-in-law is deliberately targeting me. She's even laughing at me. When you get back, you need to give her a good scolding." "I know. Stop acting like a child all the time," Lu Cheng said dotingly, looking at Lu Yuezhi, who was pouting and still angry. "Director Lu, something terrible has happened. That Bian Yansong somehow brought back a bunch of soldiers and 2 carts full of people. They say he wiped out all the bandits at Yuanbao Lake." A lackey stumbled in and blurted out the news in a panic. "What?" Lu Cheng shoved Lu Yuezhi aside and strode over to the messenger. "Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on him? Where did he get the manpower?" The messenger didn't know the reason either and explained nervously, "I did watch him these past few days. I didn't see him contact anyone. This afternoon, he suddenly rushed out. We thought he'd had a breakdown, so we didn't follow him. When he came back, he had people with him." By the end, the messenger felt a bit guilty and his voice trailed off. "Are you sure the people captured are really the bandits from Yuanbao Lake?" Lu Cheng grabbed the messenger by the collar and roared. Bian Yansong had been trapped in Dongguan town these past few days. All armed forces were under Lu Cheng's control. Where could Bian Yansong have gotten the manpower to suppress the bandits? "They look familiar, but I'm not sure," the messenger stammered. He had only taken a distant look and hadn't seen clearly. Lu Cheng was furious. He kicked the messenger so hard that he fell backward. "What use are you idiots to me? You can't even handle such a small matter. Brother, why are you so angry? You hurt me when you pushed me just now." Lu Yuezhi pouted and tried to act cute, hoping to get her brother to feel sorry for her and give her more money to spend. Chapter 400. Lu Cheng dares to block people on the street. At this moment, Lu Cheng was furious and had no mood to play childish games with Lu Yuezhi. Seeing her brother ignoring her, Lu Yuezhi frowned. Usually, even when her brother was particularly angry, he wouldn't ignore her. "Brother, why aren't you talking to me? Are you, Before Lu Yuezhi could finish her sentence, Lu Cheng shoved her aside, and she slammed into a nearby table. Holding her waist, Lu Yuezhi looked at her usually doting brother in disbelief. Lu Cheng's expression now felt unfamiliar to her and even a little frightening. She had just wanted to ask if Lu Cheng no longer cared for her, but now, meeting his murderous gaze, she couldn't bring herself to say the rest. Deep down, she inexplicably felt it was better not to say those words right now. "Be good, don't cause trouble, understand?" Lu Cheng sneered at his beloved sister. Looking at her brother's cold, merciless eyes, Lu Yuezhi shivered and nodded timidly. "I understand." Before, he was willing to coax this brainless, foolish sister, but now she had better not cause him trouble. Before leaving, Lu Cheng glanced indifferently at Lu Yuezhi, who was on the verge of tears, and left with his men without saying a word. After a long moment, she slowly slid down against the table and sat on the ground. Just as Bian Yansong was thinking about what to do next, the soldier driving suddenly spoke up. Bian Yansong opened his eyes and, through the car window, saw a dense crowd gathered ahead. At the front of the group, a man with a cigarette in his mouth was idly playing with a gun in his hand. That man was unmistakably Lu Cheng. Bian Yansong's eyes darkened. He hadn't expected Lu Cheng to be so bold as to block the street and stop people. With so many pedestrians watching, was he so sure no one would dare report him? Lu Cheng sensed someone staring at him and looked up directly, meeting Bian Yansong's cold gaze. Lu Cheng didn't hide his broad smile, which carried blatant malice. Town Chief Bian, running into each other on the road and not even saying hello? Seeing Bian Yansong remain silent, Lu Cheng didn't mind. "Director Lu, what do you mean by this?" Bian Yansong didn't take the bait and asked instead. "What do I mean? There's only one road here, it's just a coincidence." Though Lu Cheng said this, everyone present knew he was deliberately waiting for Bian Yansong. "If it's just a coincidence, then please let me pass, Director Lu. I have official business to attend to," Bian Yansong said coldly. "I'm afraid that won't work. I have official business too." Bian Yansong's face darkened, as if soaked in ink, looking terrifyingly grim. Lu Cheng curled his lips, his gaze landing on Bian Yansong's refined face. Squinting, he said, "Wasn't Town Chief Bian said to be disfigured? In just a few days, it's smooth as new again." Lu Cheng now understood that Bian Yansong's so-called disfigurement was a setup targeting the fool Lu Yuezhi. Thinking of this, Lu Cheng's inner rage surged. Once he brought down this kid Bian Yansong, he would definitely slash that face of his. The surrounding onlookers also noticed this and began whispering among themselves. Town Chief Bian's face is still so handsome after recovering. Do you think Liu Yuezhi regrets it? Regret? Regret what? Haven't you seen Lu Cheng and Bian Yansong are practically at each other's throats? Would Liu Yuezhi help Bian Yansong against her own brother? That's hard to say. Liu Yuezhi has always been willful. Lu Cheng tolerated Bian Yansong for 2 years because of her before. Who knows if he'll keep giving in for her sake. I think Bian Yansong is in trouble today. Director Liu is clearly waiting for him here. What a pity. Young, capable, and his family must have put in so much effort to raise him. Since Commander Ma and his men entered the grasslands, Bian Yansong had been washing his face with rice water. Today was the 3rd day, and the dark spots on his face had completely faded. Having achieved his goal, he naturally wouldn't keep an ugly face. Director Liu, I didn't expect my face to recover either, nor did I expect your sister to be a shallow person who couldn't wait to cut ties with me the moment I was disfigured, Bian Yansong said expressionlessly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Lu Cheng's face twisted for a moment. Insulting his sister was the same as insulting him for not raising her well. But he quickly recovered and looked at the several cars behind Bian Yansong. Town Chief Bian, speaking of which, the official business I have to handle today involves you. Seeing the malicious look on Lu Cheng's face, Bian Yansong's heart tightened. Sure enough, the next second, he heard Lu Cheng say, I received a report that you've been greedy for credit and reckless, arresting innocent people and passing them off as bandits for your own advancement. He hadn't expected Lu Cheng to blatantly twist right and wrong like this. So, Town Chief Bian, I can't let you pass today. I'm sure you understand, right? Lu Cheng smirked and waved to his men behind him. Take them away. Once he brought these people back, he could say whatever he wanted. Director Liu, I'm afraid you can't take them today. I've already called my superiors, and they'll send people down to verify. Whether these people are bandits isn't something a baseless accusation can decide. Moreover, if you want to take these prisoners, you'll have to ask the soldiers behind me if they agree. Bian Yansong declared loudly and firmly. At this moment, he was immensely grateful that Commander Ma had assigned him these men. Otherwise, in this situation, he would be at Lu Cheng's mercy. As Bian Yansong spoke, nearly 20 young soldiers with guns emerged from behind him, all standing tall and ready. Lu Cheng's men hesitated at the sight of these soldiers, stopping in their tracks, unsure whether to advance. Everyone had thought Bian Yansong was doomed today, but the situation had suddenly reversed. It was hard to say who would win if Lu Cheng's men clashed with these soldiers. Lu Cheng widened his eyes in disbelief. He hadn't expected these soldiers to stand up for Bian Yansong. When did Bian Yansong get connections in the military? Town Chief Bian, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to obstruct official business? Lu Cheng forced himself to say. The military and we are 2 separate systems. You have no authority over our official business. Your reach is too long. Which unit are you from? I will report this to my superiors. Among the soldiers with Bian Yansong, the leader was a young platoon leader. With a resolute look, he said, this bandit suppression mission was personally carried out by our regiment. We can testify to the authenticity of these bandits. So, you cannot take these people away. They must stay until someone from above arrives for the handover. Until then, if any issues arise, our regiment will take full responsibility. As the soldier finished speaking, all the soldiers raised their guns. Chapter 401, Not So Easy to Topple Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng's teeth were clenched so tightly that his jaw began to ache. The soldier across from him had already spoken, saying he would vouch and take responsibility. What else could Lu Cheng do? If he tried to force things, the other side had guns pointed at his people. If a firefight broke out with the military today, he would truly be finished. Lu Cheng took a deep breath, forced a smile, and said, since your unit is guaranteeing this, I won't forcibly take them away. But just to be safe, these people should still be locked up in our public security bureau. Hearing this, the platoon leader frowned. They indeed had no authority to detain these criminals. Bian Yansong, sensing the platoon leader's dilemma, stepped forward at the right moment and said, the higher-ups will send someone in a few hours. There's no need to make a fuss, we can just wait in the vehicle. With things put that way, Lu Cheng had no reason left to detain Bian Yansong and the others. He gritted his teeth and glared at Bian Yansong, saying, Town Chief Bian is really capable, quietly eliminating a major poison like this. It makes the rest of us look incompetent. At Lu Cheng's words, many people's expressions soured. After all, if one person stood out too much, it wasn't a good thing for everyone else. Lu Cheng said this to stir up resentment against Bian Yansong. Even minor, unintentional difficulties from subordinates could make Bian Yansong's path impossible. In the past, Bian Yansong might have played along with some pretense. But after resolving this matter, he would be transferred away, and he simply didn't care what others thought of him anymore. So instead of being modest, Bian Yansong followed Lu Cheng's lead and said, Director Liu is quite self-aware. If you'd had this realization sooner, these bandits wouldn't have been causing trouble for so many years. I only hope that in the future, there will be fewer people holding positions without doing any real work, so the people of Dongyuan Town can have a better life. Bian Yansong spoke each word deliberately. This was a blatant slap in Lu Cheng's face, practically pointing at his nose and calling him incompetent. Lu Cheng could no longer force a smile. He holstered his gun and said coldly, I hope Town Chief Bian can stay this sharp-tongued forever. The group that had arrived with such fanfare left in disgrace. The onlookers who had gathered to watch the spectacle got quite a show. Seeing them leave, Bian Yansong finally let out the breath he had been holding. Let's go back to the office. He hadn't lied before returning. To avoid any complications, he had already called his superiors, and they were likely almost here. What Bian Yansong hadn't expected was that Lu Cheng would be bold enough to intercept them on the road. Could he really topple Lu Cheng with just the evidence in his hands? Feng Lingyu and Xin Huayu rushed back from the grasslands, arriving in town 2 days after Horse Regiment commander and the others had returned. As soon as she got back to town, Feng Lingyu's first instinct was to eat at the state-run restaurant. Traveling was the most exhausting thing in the world, and right now, Feng Lingyu deeply missed the convenient transportation of later generations. When they arrived at the state-run restaurant, it was mealtime and the place was packed with people coming and going. Just as a table of diners finished and left, Feng Lingyu quickly grabbed the empty seats. What do you want to eat? Feng Lingyu asked Xin Huayu, who was meticulously wiping down the table. The table had clearly been used for years, its surface coated with a layer of black grime. It was easy to imagine how sloppy the waitstaff were when cleaning. Anything is fine. There's a blackboard up front with today's specials, you can try those. Knowing Xin Huayu's fussy nature, Feng Lingyu just ordered a few random dishes. Even though she had her space as a backup and never went hungry on the road, sometimes eating was about enjoying the lively atmosphere. When the food arrived, the two of them dug in heartily. Sitting next to Feng Lingyu were 2 middle-aged men. The one closer to her wore a black knit cap and looked plump. The one across from him had a goatee and seemed a bit older. Hey, old Lu, did you hear? Town Chief Bian went head-to-head with Director Lu, the plump one suddenly said in a low voice. Hearing 2 familiar names, Feng Lingyu slowed her chopsticks and pricked up her ears, hoping to catch some news about what had happened over the past few days. Old Lu had been back in his hometown for a few days and knew nothing about the town's events. Fatty, what's going on? You know I wasn't here, why are you keeping me in suspense? Fatty grinned smugly, but dutifully shared what he knew. A couple of days ago, Town Chief Bian somehow found a group of soldiers and said they'd caught that gang of bandits from the grasslands. Later, Director Lu brought his men to cause trouble for him, and the 2 sides faced off right on the street. I was there. And then? Don't stop, keep going. Old Lu urged. Let me tell you, that scene was terrifying. Both sides had their guns out. From the look of it, I thought a fight was about to break out, but in the end, Town Chief Bian came out on top, and Director Lu withdrew with his men. At this point, Fatty winked and said, You think that's the end of it? Seeing his expression, old Lu knew there was more, so he asked, what happened next? Then higher-ups came, along with an investigation team. Turns out Town Chief Bian had already reported Lu Cheng, and the people who came were specifically there to investigate him. Old Lu sensed it wasn't over yet and pressed further. How did Town Chief Bian report him? He must have had some evidence, right? Of course. Town Chief Bian was well prepared. He caught someone. That person was the one who handled Lu Cheng's dirty work. Fatty grew more excited as he spoke. So Lu Cheng is finished just like that? Old Lu found it hard to believe. If Lu Cheng could be toppled so easily, it would be too incredible. Chapter 402, Escort and Protection. I thought Lu Cheng was done for too. But before the investigation team could even see that low-level thug, he was found dead that very night. Fatty continued. Old Lu was stunned. Anyone with eyes could see something was fishy. After all, the guy was fine, and he didn't die early or late. He just happened to die right when the investigation team arrived. What happened next? Old Lu leaned forward, pressing urgently. Then things just stalled. Without the witness, the investigation team couldn't do anything to Lu Cheng. Who knows what's happening now? Fatty shook his head. If Bian Yansong could take Lu Cheng down, it would be a great deed. But Bian Yansong was still young, one move short. Alas, it looks like Lu Cheng dodged another bullet. Old Lu sighed. Fatty, however, didn't care and picked up some food with his chopsticks. Anyway, this has nothing to do with us common folks. Eat, eat. Her fingers tightened, and the food in her mouth lost its flavor. What kind of job was Bian Yansong doing? Young people just couldn't keep their cool. Xin Huayu also heard what Fatty's table was saying. He shot Feng Lingyu a look. After paying the bill, the two immediately left the state-run restaurant. Recently, because of the investigation into Lu Cheng, Bian Yansong hadn't gone to work for 2 days, staying home and waiting for the investigation team to call him in for questioning. Bian Yansong sat gloomily in his chair. Thinking of Lu Cheng's smug face, he slammed his fist hard on the coffee table. He had caught that low-level thug and hidden him for so long, all to deliver a fatal blow to Lu Cheng at this critical moment. Who would have thought that under the tight guard of soldiers, Lu Cheng could still bribe his way in to kill and silence him? With that witness, even if Lu Cheng didn't die, he would have been stripped of his skin. By then, without Bian Yansong lifting a finger, those who had been harmed by Lu Cheng would have gnawed him down to the bone. But now the witness was gone, and Lu Cheng had turned around and accused him of false reporting. Just as Bian Yansong was stewing in frustration, there was a knock at the door. These past few days, the only people coming to see him were from the investigation team. Bian Yansong took a deep breath, put on a perfect smile, and opened the door, only to see two unexpected faces. "Why is it you?" Bian Yansong peeked outside. "Come in and talk." After they settled in the living room, Bian Yansong quickly asked, "Where have you two been these days? I thought you'd disappeared." Ever since Commander Ma led the troops into the grasslands, he hadn't seen Feng Lingyu or the others. "You still have the mind to worry about us? How are things between you and Lu Cheng? Has the investigation team taken a side yet?" Shen Huayu asked with a frown. Bian Yansong's spirits sank at that. He looked like a dejected poodle, saying dryly, "There's not enough evidence now to convict Lu Cheng. At best, I can get him removed from his current position." In truth, with his achievements in suppressing the bandits, Bian Yansong could already be transferred back. But he felt that if he didn't take down that big tumor Lu Cheng, this training experience wouldn't be complete. "How did the person you caught die? Was there any evidence at the scene?" Feng Lingyu asked. The coroner said the witness died of cardiac arrest from an overdose. The guard watching him has been arrested, but he took all the blame and didn't implicate Lu Cheng. Bian Yansong smiled bitterly. No wonder Lu Cheng had been able to run rampant in Dongguan town for over 20 years. Feng Lingyu pulled something out of her pocket and placed it on the table, saying casually, "Take this. It should help." "What is this?" Bian Yansong reached out and picked up the small booklet. When he opened it, he froze. An uncontrollable ecstasy spread across his face, and he exclaimed joyfully, "How do you have this ledger? Where did you get it?" He never expected that these two people would bring him such a huge surprise. This ledger recorded all the financial dealings between Lu Cheng and the bandits. In other words, these bandits had been propped up by Lu Cheng himself. If this news got out, it would cause an uproar. With this ledger, Lu Cheng would be nailed down for good. "We got lucky. As long as you hand this ledger over, Lu Cheng won't have any chance to turn things around." With that, Feng Lingyu curled her lip and shot Bian Yansong a disdainful look, adding, "This time, don't let the news leak again. If the ledger gets destroyed, we won't have any other options." Feng Lingyu now felt that being good-looking wasn't much use. She'd take her Huayu, good-looking and reliable in handling things. Meeting Feng Lingyu's scornful gaze, Bian Yansong felt a bit awkward. He said uncomfortably, "Don't worry, I'll hand this over myself this time. There won't be any more slip-ups." Feng Lingyu helped Bian Yansong partly because he was a good friend of Sun Yiming and the others, and partly because Lu Cheng wasn't a good official. Since she had the ability, she wanted to do what she could. "All right, go now. Don't wait any longer." Feng Lingyu waved her hand generously. "We're leaving, of course. Once Lu Cheng is dealt with, our wish is fulfilled. From now on, the mountains remain, the waters flow. If fate allows, we'll meet again," Feng Lingyu said with a curl of her lips. Hearing that Feng Lingyu and the others were leaving, Bian Yansong felt a pang of loss for some reason. "I don't even know your real names. Can you tell me? Just as a way to make friends." Bian Yansong pursed his lips, speaking earnestly. His eyes fixed seriously on Feng Lingyu, a faint glimmer sparkling in his pupils. When he looked at someone intently, it was as if he could draw their soul in. Feng Lingyu was momentarily stunned by the impact of his beauty. What did it matter if they didn't know his name? Their faces were fake too. Shen Huayu's jaw tightened. He cast a light glance at Bian Yansong and said coolly, "No need. We do good deeds without expecting anything in return. Farewell." With that, Shen Huayu took Feng Lingyu's hand and stood up to leave. Bian Yansong was taken aback by that look from Shen Huayu. What had he said wrong? Why did he suddenly get angry? Never mind, he'd better hurry up and hand over the evidence. Bian Yansong rushed out the door and made it to the investigation team's location without any trouble. But focused on his journey, he didn't notice anything unusual behind him. Seeing Bian Yansong safely walk through the gate, Feng Lingyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Behind her, a crowd of people lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Lu Cheng had set up a net far and wide to keep an eye on Bian Yansong, preventing him from digging up any more evidence. Without Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu's escort and protection, Bian Yansong would never have made it here safely. Since Bian Yansong had gotten in safely, their mission was complete. Feng Lingyu dusted off her hands, walked over to Shen Huayu, and said sweetly, "All done. Let's go." Chapter 403, Lu Yuezhi's Fate. In recent days, one incident after another had rocked Dongguan town. But the biggest news was still the fall of Public Security Bureau Chief Lu Cheng. Everyone knew Lu Cheng was no good, but the inside story of his collusion with bandits still shocked many. Meanwhile, Bian Yansong was riding high. He was now a hero in the hearts of Dongyuan townspeople. Wherever he went, he received the warmest reception. Not to mention the admiring gazes that followed him everywhere. Even though Bian Yansong was not a vain person, he was starting to feel a bit smug. Not only had he wiped out the bandits, but he had also exposed the series of evil deeds Lu Cheng had committed. With such great achievements, he believed his transfer order would come down soon. Last night, Bian Yansong had even received an unprecedented call from his grandfather, who happily praised him for doing a good job. Breathing in the fresh morning air, he felt that everything was wonderful. Town Chief Bian, when are you going to find a partner? With your abilities, you're sure to match with a good girl. My kid says he wants to grow up to be someone like Town Chief Bian. Town Chief Bian, you're the great hero of Dongyuan Town. As he walked along, Bian Yansong heard countless compliments. Suddenly, a disheveled person rushed out from the side, ruining his good mood. Startled by this sharp shout, Bian Yansong stumbled back. The person in front of him had hair that looked like it hadn't been washed in days, greasy and matted, and gave off a strange odor. Frowning in disgust, Bian Yansong said irritably, "Who are you?" Assaulting a public servant is a crime punishable by imprisonment. Seeing that Bian Yansong not only didn't recognize her but also showed a look of disdain, Lu Yuezhi broke down and screamed, "Bian Yansong, what did my brother and I ever do to wrong you, that you would harm my brother like this?" Ever since Lu Cheng was arrested, Lu Yuezhi had been living in misery. Her sister-in-law had packed up that very day and taken the children back to her parents' home. By the time Lu Yuezhi came to her senses, there was nothing left in the house. She tried to go out and find someone to help her, but everyone avoided her. Pedestrians on the street looked at her with contempt. Worse still, some children would follow her around and hit her. With no other options, Lu Yuezhi went to find her sister-in-law. But her sister-in-law just looked at her coldly, said she had already divorced Lu Cheng, and told her not to come looking for her again. Lu Yuezhi had been having a terrible time these past few days. She couldn't understand, how had her brother been arrested? Bian Yansong stepped back in disgust. "Comrade Lu, your brother colluded with bandits and took innocent lives. He is guilty of countless crimes. He wronged not only me but all the people of Dongyuan Town. I advise you not to make a scene and to go home while you still can." He had almost forgotten about this fool, Lu Yuezhi. But Lu Yuezhi didn't believe him. Tearfully she said, "You're lying. How could my brother do such things? It must be you. You framed him. You resented me for spreading the news about your disfigurement, so you fabricated evidence to frame my brother." "Yes, that's it, that must be it." The more she spoke, the more convinced she became that she was right. "Lu Yuezhi, stop playing the fool here. The evidence against your brother is ironclad. For you to try to twist the truth with empty words is absolutely ridiculous. You should be grateful that you weren't involved in your brother's affairs, or do you think you'd still be standing here talking to me? If I'm lying, the authorities will investigate. I advise you to go home while you still can. I just wonder, without your brother, will you still be able to go around annoying people all day?" To him now, Lu Yuezhi was nothing more than an insignificant nuisance. He felt it was a waste to even spare her a glance. Lu Yuezhi was so crushed by Bian Yansong's words that she didn't know what to say. Coupled with the contemptuous looks and constant pointing from the people around her, she finally couldn't take it anymore. Letting out a loud cry, she ran off. When Lu Yuezhi returned home in a daze, she found a crowd gathered around her door, pointing and whispering. Her mind went blank, and she shouted, "What are you all doing gathered around my door?" An auntie in the crowd saw Lu Yuezhi return and rolled her eyes disdainfully. "Oh, Comrade Lu is back. You don't know yet, but this won't be your home anymore." "What are you talking about? How could this not be my home? Even if my brother is gone, that doesn't mean you can take over my home." Lu Yuezhi puffed out her chest, trying to sound confident. The auntie said sarcastically, "Your home? These houses all belong to the public. Now that your brother is gone, of course the house has to be taken back. Who knows how much dirty money your family has stashed away? A family with black hearts. No wonder she was always dressed to the nines. Turns out she was spending our money." Another auntie spat at Lu Yuezhi. Inside, she could see many uniformed staff members walking around, inventorying the house's contents. To make sure nothing was missed, they searched every corner, leaving the house in complete disarray. Just now, under Lu Cheng's bed, they had found several large boxes of banknotes, totaling as much as 100,000 yuan. Not to mention several boxes of gold bars. The sheer amount of illicit goods was truly rare. Several staff members were now sitting on the floor, counting the stolen items. "Comrade Lu, please wait until we've removed everything before you come in," a female staff member said, stepping forward as she saw Lu Yuezhi. "By the way, this house will be sealed off after today. You must move out by today. We hope you can cooperate with our work." After the staff left, Lu Yuezhi looked at the bare, empty house and collapsed to the ground, her face pale. Aside from her brother, she had no other relatives. Where was she supposed to go? She regretted it now. She should never have provoked Bian Yansong. Chapter 404, Meeting Again. After resolving the matters with Bian Yansong and Lu Cheng, Feng Lingyu and Xin Huayu did not leave immediately. Of course, now that things were settled, there was no need for them to hide their true appearances, so both of them reverted to their original looks. Wherever Feng Lingyu went, she would go on a massive shopping spree, as if she intended to clear out the entire place. Xiaoyu, that's enough. Even if you used these for 10 years, you wouldn't finish them all, Xin Huayu said, rubbing his forehead as he watched Feng Lingyu generously buy another cartload of wool yarn. These aren't just for me. Shout out, Huiqing, Grandpa Shen, Uncle Gao, Teacher Xiao, the old lady, Brother Wang, Mingrui. I'll give some to each of them. When you divide it up, it's not that much. Feng Lingyu argued confidently. She felt it wasn't enough. Since they weren't short on money, she bought whatever she liked. Storing things in her space meant they wouldn't spoil anyway. Seeing that he couldn't talk her out of it, Xin Huayu stopped trying. 2 days later, Feng Lingyu finally felt that her shopping urge had been satisfied. I should head back too. I've been out for a month and a half. If I go back now, I can still make it in time for the new year, Feng Lingyu said to Xin Huayu. How do you plan to go back? Xin Huayu raised an eyebrow. Either way is fine. I've already gotten familiar with the paths in the forest, Feng Lingyu said, lifting her hand. She genuinely didn't mind. Going back the same way was fine, as long as she made it in time for the new year. Forget it, come with me. We'll take the train back together, and split up once we reach the village, Xin Huayu shook his head. Trekking through the jungle was too exhausting. That works too. But before we go back, I need to make a trip to the forest where we first met. You forgot, I still have a reindeer in my space. It's been following me far from home for so long. I need to release it, Feng Lingyu said. Unlike Jinzi and Tuanzi, the reindeer hadn't chosen to follow her on its own, so Feng Lingyu decided to set it free. When should we leave? If they wanted sleeper tickets, they'd need to buy them in advance. Tomorrow or the day after is fine. You go buy the tickets. I'll release the reindeer and then come find you, Feng Lingyu said after a brief thought. Feng Lingyu rode the fine horse back to the grasslands to release the reindeer from her space. Because the horse's coat was a reddish-brown, Feng Lingyu had named it Xiaohong, earning her a disdainful eye roll from the horse. Xin Huayu went to buy sleeper tickets. With his special status, getting sleeper tickets was quite easy. By the time Feng Lingyu returned from the grasslands, Xin Huayu had already bought the tickets. From Dongguan Town back to Danong City, the train ride would take about 2 days and 1 night. When Feng Lingyu and Xin Huayu boarded the train, the carriage was still mostly empty. Probably because the weather was too cold, not many people were traveling far. The two made their way without any trouble to the correct sleeper compartment. Xin Huayu walked in first and saw that someone was already sitting in their sleeper compartment. The person sat very upright, reading a book on their own berth. Feng Lingyu, following behind him, naturally noticed his hesitation. What's wrong? She asked quietly. When he didn't answer, Feng Lingyu didn't press further. She handed her luggage to Xin Huayu and waited for him to stow it under the bed. Only then did Feng Lingyu turn her gaze to the seated person. When she saw the face that seemed to add countless radiance to the otherwise dull carriage, she finally understood why Xin Huayu had paused. The corner of her mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. He had already completed the handover of his work in Dongguan Town, and the transfer orders for his job had come through. Originally, Bian Yansong had planned to go straight back to the capital. But then he thought of his 2 good brothers who were still enduring hardships in the countryside, and he decided to take a detour to visit them on the way. Otherwise, once he returned to the capital, who knew when they'd meet again? Since buying the ticket was a spur-of-the-moment decision, he ended up in the same compartment as Feng Lingyu and Xin Huayu. As soon as Xin Huayu and Feng Lingyu walked in, Bian Yansong began to discreetly observe them. No other reason. The 2 people before him were simply too striking. The man in front was about 188 centimeters tall, with deep-set eyes and a strong, determined face. His features were perfectly proportioned, giving him the air of an elegant nobleman. But from the taut fabric of his clothes, it was clear he wasn't as frail as he appeared. He wore a long black wool coat over a high-necked cashmere sweater with a matching long down jacket on top. But as soon as he entered the carriage, he took off the outer down jacket, making him look even more tall and graceful, his posture upright and striking. The woman following behind him was equally stunning. Her demeanor was cool and aloof, her brows and eyes like frost. Only when she looked at the man did a hint of warmth soften her gaze. Her fair skin, paired with her crimson lips and perfectly proportioned features, made her seem like a figure conjured from imagination. Her outfit consisted of a quilted white coat, a cashmere scarf in the same color around her neck, and a Swiss steel watch on her wrist. She looked clean and exuded an understated luxury. Bian Yansong clicked his tongue inwardly. Just their clothing alone was beyond what an ordinary family could afford. When had Dongyuan Town produced two such remarkable people? And he had no idea? Bian Yansong himself had been praised for his striking looks, but these two were in no way inferior to him. After Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu put their things away, they sat down on their berths. For convenience, they had both chosen lower berths. Once seated, they exchanged a glance, feeling quite helpless. How could it be such a coincidence that they ran into Bian Yansong here? The worst part was that they were both using their real appearances now. If they ever met again in the future, it would be hard to explain. After hesitating for a moment, Bian Yansong decided to speak up. Hello, my name is Bian Yansong. I'm heading back to report on my work. May I ask who you two are? In this era, people often exchanged pleasantries when meeting, so Bian Yansong's approach wasn't too abrupt. Shen Huayu looked up and smiled. Hello. We're here on business and are now heading home for the new year. I see. Your accent doesn't sound like you're from the Northeast. Bian Yansong continued. The man's Mandarin was very standard, with some pronunciations clearly carrying a Beijing accent. I grew up in the capital. As for why he grew up in the capital, but was heading back to the Northeast for the new year, Shen Huayu didn't elaborate. I see. Then we're practically from the same place, Bian Yansong replied with a smile. The appearance of this man and woman reminded Bian Yansong of two other people. Comrade Li Zipping and his friend were just like this. Chapter 405, The Abnormal Danang City. Bian Yansong made several attempts to probe Shen Huayu and the others, but each time Shen Huayu skillfully dodged the questions. After a few tries, Bian Yansong realized Shen Huayu didn't want to talk, so he stopped inquiring about their affairs. The rest of the journey passed smoothly without incident. The only interruption came when the train attendant entered to check the compartments. Upon seeing the three strikingly beautiful people, she was stunned. At that time, most people weren't particularly good-looking. After all, with living standards low, who had the energy to dress up? Encountering three exceptionally attractive individuals at once was nearly impossible. Adding to that, Feng Lingyu and the others were dressed impeccably, clearly from well-off families. So, the attendant kept finding excuses to check on them, coming in hundreds of times a day, much to Feng Lingyu's annoyance. It wasn't until Shen Huayu coldly scolded her that the attendant, pale-faced, stopped coming. The train let out a long, mournful whistle as it pulled into the platform of Dongyuan City Station, their destination. When Bian Yansong got off and saw Shen Huayu and the others packing their things, he said in surprise, "So you're getting off here too?" Feng Lingyu was taken aback. She had thought Bian Yansong was heading back to the capital. Why was he in Danang City? Aren't you from the capital? Didn't you say you were going home? Shen Huayu looked up at Bian Yansong. Confused by their strong reactions, Bian Yansong explained innocently, "I'm passing through to visit a friend. After I see him, I'll head back." Feng Lingyu then understood Bian Yansong was definitely going to see Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan. Not only would he get off with them, but his final destination was also Qingshan village. Just thinking about the scene of them meeting in the village made Feng Lingyu's mind go blank. She couldn't exactly make Bian Yansong change his mind about visiting his friend. "What's wrong with you two? Why do you look so reluctant?" Bian Yansong asked with a frown. He hadn't asked them for anything, so why were they so dismissive? "Forget it, I'll get off first. Goodbye, comrades." With that, he picked up his luggage and left. He hadn't packed much of his own belongings. Most of his luggage was filled with things for Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan. Especially Sun Yiming, who loved milk candy. He'd bought plenty in Dongyuan Town, enough to last the guy a while. Seeing Bian Yansong leave alone, Feng Lingyu had no choice but to say, "Let's go too. If we run into him in the village, there's nothing we can do about it." The fact that Feng Lingyu wasn't in the village was known only to Xiao Dao and Grandpa Shin. Even Yang Jiangwo hadn't been told. If Bian Yansong saw Feng Lingyu in the village, he would inevitably tell Sun Yiming and the others about meeting her in Dongyuan Town. Fortunately, Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan weren't fools, and since Feng Lingyu had helped them, they would surely keep her secret. Feng Lingyu wrapped her thick down jacket tightly around herself, but the cold still seeped in relentlessly. "This weather is way too cold," she said with a frown. It was no exaggeration. Her perceived temperature felt even lower than on the grasslands. The snow on the streets hadn't been cleared, and there were few pedestrians. Occasionally, she saw a few people hurrying past, all of them gaunt and sallow, their eyes filled with numbness and dullness. Even in the cold weather, the residents of Danang City shouldn't look like this, as if they hadn't eaten in ages. Besides, the new year was approaching, yet the streets were lifeless. It was too abnormal. With hardly anyone on the road, the two made their way to the state-run restaurant. The door was still open, but not a single diner sat inside. Several waitresses listlessly slumped over the tables, their thin, hollow cheeks showing they hadn't eaten well either. Seeing this, Feng Lingyu's frown deepened. What had happened in Danyang City during her absence? Comrade, excuse me, why isn't anyone eating here? Feng Lingyu walked in and asked. One waitress lifted her head from the table at the question. Upon seeing Feng Lingyu's attire, she didn't grow impatient, but answered earnestly, these days, every household has no grain to eat. Everyone's saving their food coupons to exchange for grain. Who's willing to spend it at a state-run restaurant? Danyang City is a major grain-producing area. How could there be a shortage? I remember this year's harvest was pretty good. After the autumn harvest, Yang Jiangwo had handed over the public grain, and the village still had plenty left. Every household should have had enough. If the village wasn't short, the city couldn't possibly be, since grain was prioritized for urban residents. Seeing that Feng Lingyu genuinely wanted to know, the waitress opened up. We weren't short before, but last month a sudden blizzard hit and kept going for days without stopping. The snow piled up so much that it collapsed the city's grain warehouse. If the collapse had been discovered right away, maybe some grain could have been saved. But the blizzard was too fierce, everyone stayed indoors. Who would go out for no reason? By the time the storm stopped, the grain had been buried under the snow for a long time. Except for the grain at the very bottom, most of it was frozen and ruined. The waitress's face twisted with sorrow as she spoke. With the warehouse gone, the city's monthly grain supply vanished. Now everyone's going hungry. Another waitress chimed in, it's not just hunger. This year's cold is terrifying. During the day, you can tough it out, but at night, people are freezing to death. The city's coal supply ran out long ago. Sigh, heaven isn't letting us have an easy time. Chapter 406, Hard Times for Everyone. After hearing what the two waiters said, Feng Lingyu's expression turned grim. The blizzard the waiters mentioned was likely the one she had encountered shortly after entering the primeval forest. That meant not long after she left, Danyang City had been hit by a snow disaster. If the city was in such a state, the countryside probably wasn't faring much better. After leaving the state-run restaurant, Feng Lingyu immediately said, Huayu, I'll head back first. You go into the village on your own. We'll split up. All right, take care of yourself. Shen Huayu knew she was worried about the situation at home and cautioned her. Given how dire things were in Danyang City now, it was hard to rule out someone taking risks and robbing people on the road. Better to be careful. She rubbed her hands together and breathed on them a few times. The weather was freezing now. Just a few minutes ago, she had gone out to shovel the snow from the yard, and her hands had already turned bright red from the cold. Luckily, Xiaoyu had left enough charcoal before she left, so the house could still stay warm. As long as she didn't go outside, she wouldn't freeze. Many families in the village had already burned through the firewood they had stored in autumn, forcing them to brave the bitter cold and go up the mountain to chop more. A lot of villagers had caught colds. The cold medicine at the clinic had long run out. Fortunately, some medicinal herbs the village had sold earlier were still left. The barefoot doctor, Ma Dafu, used those herbs to brew a big pot of medicine to ward off the cold and prevent colds for the villagers. Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan had originally stored enough charcoal, but because the weather was so cold this year, their charcoal consumption had skyrocketed, and their supply ran out. On top of that, the city was also suffering from the disaster. Even if they had money to buy charcoal, there was nowhere to sell it. With no other choice, the two of them discussed it with Gao Xiaodao and bought some charcoal from her, at market price, of course. As for Shi Wenhao and the others, there was no need to worry about them. Even if their charcoal ran out, Wang Li and He Bin, both strong men, could go up the mountain for a stroll every day and gather enough firewood. Seeing that Gao Xiaodao hadn't come out of the kitchen for a long time, Shen Huiqing thought she might have carbon monoxide poisoning. I'm fine. I was just wondering how Xiaoyu is doing and when she'll come back. Gao Xiaodao said with a worried frown. Xiaoyu is so capable. She'll definitely be fine. Shen Huiqing was also worried, but he still comforted Gao Xiaodao warmly. Gao Xiaodao dusted the charcoal ash off her hands and stood up. What do you want for lunch today? We still have a lot of dumplings left. Let's just have dumplings. Shen Huiqing thought for a moment and said. Dumplings were convenient, just boil water and cook them. With that, Gao Xiaodao picked up a small stove and went inside. Ever since the city's granary was destroyed, the village had been forced to hand over a batch of grain. The villagers, who once had surplus food, now barely had enough to eat. And since next year's harvest was uncertain, no one dared to eat their fill. Many families had already switched to 2 meals a day. To keep a low profile and avoid drawing attention, Gao Xiaodao cooked inside the house during the day, making sure no smoke came out of the kitchen chimney for others to see. After all, times were tough for everyone now. If only her family was eating 3 meals a day, wouldn't that just invite resentment? Life is hard for the villagers too. We need to keep a low profile or else people might come asking us to lend them grain. A young married woman's family had come to her door asking for grain. This year, Qingshan village had a good harvest. Everyone in the nearby villages knew that. Originally, Qingshan village had enough grain to spare, so lending some wouldn't have been a problem. But now, because of what happened in the city, everyone could barely feed themselves. No one was willing to lend grain out. The young woman's family had begged and cried outside the door for a long time, but her in-laws refused to budge. That made the family outside start cursing wildly, calling the people of Qingshan village cold-blooded and heartless for refusing to help. The young woman herself was caught in a difficult position. On one side were her own parents, and on the other, her husband and children. Her in-laws had made it clear, if she dared to give away grain, she could pack her bags and leave. The commotion from that family had served as a warning to the rest of the village. When everyone went home, they warned their own wives not to sneak grain out to help their families. That door couldn't be opened. Once it was, countless people would come to Qingshan village asking for grain. If you lent to one family, how could you refuse the others? Sun Yiming and the others had also kept a much lower profile. A few days ago, when Gao Xiaodao ran into him, she noticed he had lost weight. He was clearly eating less on purpose, trying not to stand out too much from the villagers. Gao Xiaodao understood how serious things were. She had stopped going out during the day, afraid of running into villagers. Now, she only went to Shirwen House Place every evening to deliver soup and then came back. Occasionally, she would also visit the cowshed every few days to check if Grandpa Shin needed anything. Other than that, Gao Xiaodao and Shin Huiqing stayed cooped up at home, barely going out. Yang Jiangwo had come by once, asking about Feng Lingyu. Gao Xiaodao brushed him off by saying Xiaoyu was sleeping. Things were bad in the village now, and Yang Jiangwo was very busy. He didn't have time to come back and ask again. So, up until now, the news that Feng Lingyu was away had been kept well hidden. After Gao Xiaodao and Shin Huiqing finished their meal, they each went about their own business. Shin Huiqing had a full schedule of lessons every day, and it was now time for his calligraphy practice. Gao Xiaodao, on the other hand, was thinking about the radishes in the yard. There were too many fresh radishes to finish, so she planned to make some pickled radishes and dried radish strips. It was a peaceful scene, but suddenly, a knock came at the door. As she spoke, she shot Shin Huiqing a look, signaling him to hide all the food and drinks in the house. Xiaodao, it's me. Your Grandpa Wang's eldest grandson's wife. I need to talk to you about something. Could you open the door for me? A timid female voice with a rural accent rang out, sounding a bit hesitant. Gao Xiaodao frowned. She remembered this person. Back when Xiaoyu had just returned from the capital, she had brought a lot of gifts for everyone. Gao Xiaodao recalled that Grandpa Wang's great-grandson had no milk to drink. The child looked skinny and frail, like a big-headed doll, which was pitiful. She had mentioned it to Xiaoyu. Then Xiaoyu had told her to bring a can of milk powder over for the child. But because of that can of milk powder, Grandpa Wang's second grandson's wife had caused a huge scene. Although Gao Xiaodao didn't like the second grandson's wife, who was aggressive and always looking for an advantage, she didn't have a good impression of the eldest grandson's wife either. Chapter 407, Wang Suitsue comes knocking. Putting everything else aside, back then Grandpa Wang had a falling out with his family because of her child, Little Stone. She and her husband should have stepped up to speak for Grandpa Wang. But they just stood there watching, leaving Grandpa Wang, at his age, to be resented by his own children and grandchildren. Even though they hadn't done anything wrong, this tendency to hide behind others and stay silent disgusted Gao Xiaodao. So you just stay quiet in the back and in the end, you get all the benefits, right? That was also why, later on, even though Gao Xiaodao felt sorry for the child, she never brought up sending milk powder again. After that incident, Gao Xiaodao had no more dealings with the Wang family. At most, she would greet Grandpa Wang when she saw him. As for the rest of Grandpa Wang's family, she kept her distance. Why was this woman coming to see her now? There was no relationship between them. Sister-in-law, if you have something to say, just say it outside the door. I took a nap at noon and took off my coat. If I go out now, I might catch a cold. Just say it, I can hear you. Gao Xiaodao said loudly. The woman outside pulled her worn coat tighter, her face showing a mix of bitterness and envy. At a time like this, being able to nap at home meant Gao Xiaodao's family didn't lack firewood and had the king heated warmly. Unlike her home, where to save firewood, the whole family crowded together and argued constantly. Xiaodao, just open the door. I have something to tell you face to face. The woman outside, Huang Suitsue, spoke again. A flicker of impatience crossed Gao Xiaodao's eyes. This woman was so annoying. She'd already said she hadn't put on her coat and would catch a cold if she went out, yet she kept insisting. Auntie, what exactly do you want? If it's important, go find the village head. He's home right now. Gao Xiaodao's implication was clear. If you have a problem, don't come to me. Huang Suitsue frowned. She used to think Gao Xiaotao was a decent person, but it turned out she was just another snob who looked down on the poor. Thinking of why she had come today, Huang Suitsue steeled herself and gritted her teeth. Xiaotao, I really have something important. If you don't open the door, I'm not leaving. It's freezing out here. People could die. Inside the house, Gao Xiaotao was truly speechless, stunned by Huang Suitsue's shamelessness. Shin Huiqing frowned. If something happens to her outside our door, she might try to blame us. Gao Xiaotao angrily put on her coat. You stay inside. I'll go out and see. Huang Suitsue waited a long time without hearing any movement inside and grew anxious. Just as she was about to say something else, the door in front of her suddenly opened. Gao Xiaotao wore a padded blue jacket, casually paired with white pants and cotton shoes. Her face was flushed, tinged with pink, and her figure was not only not thin, but even a bit plump, proof that her family lacked neither firewood nor food. Huang Suitsue stared at Gao Xiaotao without speaking, feeling both envious and bitter. Last time, after Little Stone's milk powder ran out, she had thought about asking Gao Xiaotao again, but the old man in the family stopped her, so her plan fell through. Seeing how well Gao Xiaotao ate, her family must not be short on milk powder. If only she had come to beg Gao Xiaotao privately. Seeing Huang Suitsue staring at her without saying a word, Gao Xiaotao asked impatiently. Huang Suitsue snapped back to reality, realizing she had been lost in thought. She gave an awkward smile. Xiaotao, it's not convenient to talk outside. Let's go inside. With that, Huang Suitsue tried to push past Gao Xiaotao and enter. From how familiar she acted, anyone would think it was her own home. But Gao Xiaotao didn't give her the chance. She firmly held the door shut, and no matter how hard Huang Suitsue pushed, it wouldn't budge. Xiaotao, what do you mean by this? Huang Suitsue looked at her with dissatisfaction. Gao Xiaotao was almost amused by Huang Suitsue's audacity. Was this her home? Did she have the right to be upset about not being let in? Just tell me what you want, right here. If you don't, I'm going back inside. Gao Xiaotao said coldly. Huang Suitsue's face stiffened. She had wanted to go inside and see what good things were there, but with Gao Xiaotao like this, she knew she wouldn't get in. She sneered inwardly. What's the big deal? Maybe she's hiding something shameful in there. Knowing that Gao Xiaotao really would go back inside if she didn't speak up, Huang Suitsue finally stated her purpose. Her face crumpled as she said, Xiaotao, you know how hard life is in the village right now. I wanted to borrow some grain from you. Don't worry, once the harvest comes next year, I'll definitely pay you back. If there's anyone in the village who doesn't lack grain, it's your family. Little Stone is already a year old and still hasn't grown his teeth properly. Please, just take pity on us. Sister-in-law knows you have the kindest heart. Gao Xiaotao took a step back. She hadn't expected Huang Suitsue to come asking to borrow grain. In this situation, how could she dare to lend grain out? If she did, everyone would know her family had food. Then all the families short on grain would come flocking to borrow from her. How could she and Huiqing handle that? Sister-in-law, we have a child at home too, and Xiaoyu and I have big appetites. You only see that we got a lot of grain, but we eat a lot too. Our current supply will barely last us until next year. We really don't have any extra. You should try other options. Gao Xiaotao said with a long face, looking as if she was struggling herself. Seeing that Gao Xiaotao refused to lend, Huang Suitsue's eyes quickly filled with tears. She sniffled weakly and suddenly dropped to her knees. Xiaotao, you can't just watch us die. I'm miserable and Little Stone is miserable too. If you don't lend us grain, the two of us won't survive this winter. Please, I know you're the kindest. Even if you don't pity me, at least take pity on Little Stone. Noticing a flicker of hesitation in Gao Xiaotao, Huang Suitsue felt a surge of hope and began kowtowing vigorously on the ground. Chapter 408, Making Herself at Home. Before long, a red mark appeared on Huang Suitsue's forehead, looking quite frightening. Gao Xiaotao reached out and forcefully pulled Huang Suitsue up from the ground. Huang Suitsue didn't want to get up, but how could her strength compare to Gao Xiaotao's? Xiaotao, I really have no other choice, otherwise I wouldn't have come to you. Huang Suitsue said with sobs. Her gaunt cheeks, along with the red mark on her forehead, made her look pitiful. Gao Xiaotao pressed her lips together. Little Stone was still a baby, she couldn't just watch him die either. After thinking it over, she said, Sister-in-law, I don't have much grain left at home either. But from the last ration distribution, I still have 5 jean of millet left. Take it back and cook some porridge for Little Stone. A child doesn't eat much. Millet porridge is nourishing, and paired with sweet potato mash or something similar, it could fill his stomach. 5 jean of millet would last 1 to 2 months, but that's only for Little Stone alone. Gao Xiaotao wouldn't give more than that. She had better things too, but they weren't suitable to bring out. Seeing Huang Suitsue stay silent, Gao Xiaotao grew a bit displeased. How much can a little child like Little Stone eat? This is all I have. Isn't it enough to give it all? Millet was also a fine grain. With black market grain prices skyrocketing through the roof, This was a good thing you couldn't necessarily buy even with money. Huang Suitsue lowered her head hesitantly and said weakly, you know, there are a lot of people in my family. It's not just the kids, the adults don't have much to eat either. Could you lend a bit more? Grandpa Wang's family was indeed a big one, but more people also meant more income. Besides, he had good skills in making furniture and had saved up quite a bit over time, doing much better than other families in the village. The ordinary families in Qingshan village weren't at their wits' end yet. Was Grandpa Wang really in such dire straits? So she probed, how much more grain do you need? Seeing Gao Xiaodao ask this, Huang Suitsue thought she had been swayed and her eyes lit up. Not much, just coarse grain will do. 500 jin of sweet potatoes or something, or any other grain is fine. I'm not picky. Huang Suitsue didn't notice Gao Xiaodao's expression change and kept chattering happily, Xiaodao, I knew you were a good person. Coming to you is the right call. When Little Stone grows up, I'll have him kowtow to you. You. Before Huang Suitsue could finish, Gao Xiaodao cut her off. You really don't see yourself as an outsider, do you? Opening your mouth for 500 jin of grain. You overestimate me, and you overestimate yourself. Gao Xiaodao's gaze turned cold as she said sarcastically. 500 jin of grain, even if it was coarse grain, had tripled in price on the black market to 40 cents per jin, worth about 200 yuan now. Even a city worker only earned that much in a year's wages. And here was Huang Suitsue, daring to ask for that much grain right off the bat. The key point was, there wasn't much of a relationship between them. How did Huang Suitsue have the nerve to open her mouth? If it were village chief Yang's family asking, Gao Xiaodao would lend it without a second word. Out of pity for the child, she gave 5 jin of millet, and that still wasn't enough. Now she was opening her mouth wide for 500 jin. Xiaodao, what do you mean by that? Huang Suitsue stammered. Gao Xiaodao was tall, much taller than Huang Suitsue. Now she stared coldly at Huang Suitsue, bringing a strong sense of pressure that made Huang Suitsue afraid. What do I mean? Gao Xiaodao let out a light snort. Sister-in-law, my place here is too small to accommodate a big figure like you. You'd better go elsewhere. Huang Suitsue panicked and quickly grabbed Gao Xiaodao. Xiaodao, what's wrong? 500 jin of grain isn't that much for you and Comrade Feng. She even felt she had asked for too little. When the rations were distributed, she had clearly seen Comrade Feng and Gao Xiaodao haul a whole cartload back, not to mention the money they made from selling medicinal herbs. Luckily, Gao Xiaodao didn't know what Huang Suitsue was thinking, or she'd be disgusted by her shamelessness. Gao Xiaodao gave a cold, emotionless smile. There are other families in the village with money, and some who aren't short on grain. In Qingshan village, there were indeed a few households doing well because they had family members working as laborers. Whoever you've got your eye on, go ask them. See if they're willing to give it to you. These words made Huang Suitsue feel awkward. With the bad times now, why would anyone be willing to give her grain? Wasn't it because she thought Gao Xiaodao was young and soft-hearted that she came to beg her? It had started off fine. She was willing to give her the grain. Somehow, she changed her mind. After saying that, Gao Xiaodao decided to ignore her and moved to close the door. But Huang Suitsue, unwilling to give up, stuck her hand in the door crack, making it impossible to shut. Huang Suitsue. Gao Xiaodao was truly angry now. What exactly do you want? Is this how you borrow things, forcing a sale? If you don't let go, don't blame me for throwing you out. The house Feng Lingyu had bought was in a remote spot, 100 meters from the nearest neighbor, Sun Yiming's place, let alone the rest of the village. So Huang Suitsue felt justified in throwing a tantrum, since no one would see. Xiaodao, please, just give me a little. Huang Suitsue fell back on her old tricks, drooping her brows and crying, if you think 500 jin is too much, then 400, or even 300 will do. I haven't had a full meal in so long. I'm so hungry, Huang Suitsue said, rolling up her sleeve. Look, there's really no meat left on me. If this goes on, I won't last much longer. Please, Xiaodao, help me. Gao Xiaodao looked at her wrist. Dressed thinly, her skin was frozen purple, the wrist bones protruding with only a layer of skin clinging to them, looking grotesque and frightening. She wasn't lying, she really hadn't had enough to eat in a long time. But thinking of Huang Suitsue's greed, Gao Xiaodao forced herself to harden her heart. Sister-in-law, you're putting me in a tough spot. I can't produce 300 or 400 jin of grain, not even 30 or 40. If you want it, there's only the 5 jin of millet for Little Stone. If you think that's too little, then I have nothing more. Try other families, maybe they'll have better. Huang Suitsue gritted her teeth. She hadn't expected Gao Xiaodao to be so heartless. She was this pitiful, and she still wouldn't lend even a bit of grain. If you won't lend it, I'll smash my head right here and die. Since I have no way out anyway, let heaven punish you, the heartless one who won't save a life. Huang Suitsue shrieked at the top of her lungs. Her eyes bulged, the whites taking up 2/3 of her eye sockets, giving her a somewhat manic look. After shouting this, Huang Suetsue closed her eyes and charged straight at the door, looking like she really intended to kill herself there. Just as her head was about to hit the door, a pale hand suddenly shot out. Huang Suetsue only felt her hair tightly gripped, a sharp pain radiating from her scalp, and then her forward charge was forcibly stopped. A lazy, icy voice sounded in her ear. If you want to die, do it somewhere far away. Chapter 409, Finding You a Suitable Place to Die. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Gao Xiaodao froze, and then an overwhelming wave of joy washed over her. You are back. Knowing she couldn't ask this in front of Huang Suetsue, Gao Xiaodao paused and changed her words. You woke up. When Feng Lingyu's gaze turned to Gao Xiaodao, her eyes softened. I'm fine. After saying this, Feng Lingyu coldly stared at Huang Suetsue, whom she was still holding by the hair. Xiaodao might be kind-hearted, but Feng Lingyu was no pushover. Huang Suetsue kept struggling to break free, but Feng Lingyu's hand remained as steady as a rock. She felt like her scalp was about to split open. Comrade Feng, let go of me, she cried out. Just now, when Gao Xiaodao came out alone, Huang Suetsue had been somewhat pleased. Because Gao Xiaodao looked very gentle, with a round face that seemed soft and easy to bully, only her height was intimidating. But Feng Lingyu was different. She kept a cold face toward everyone and was not easy to approach. Usually in the village, Huang Suetsue would take a detour whenever she saw Feng Lingyu. Didn't you say you wanted to die by crashing into something? This place isn't good. You should find another spot. How about I find you a good place to crash and die? Feng Lingyu's eyes narrowed slightly, but her words sent chills down one's spine. Huang Suetsue began to tremble all over. She couldn't understand how such a young girl like Comrade Feng could look so terrifying. And no need, Comrade Feng. I was just joking earlier. Feng Lingyu let out a disdainful laugh. Regretting it now? Wasn't she quite capable when she was threatening just a moment ago? Where are we going? Gao Xiaodao asked as she closed the door. To find a suitable door for this comrade to crash into. With that, Feng Lingyu curled her lips at Huang Suetsue. Don't worry, I'll make sure it satisfies you. Huang Suetsue kept shaking her head, pleading, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Everything I said just now was nonsense. It doesn't count. Comrade Feng, please, for the sake of your Grandpa Wang, let me off this once. Hearing this, Feng Lingyu's gaze turned cold. I have my own judgment about Grandpa Wang's matters. I don't need you to say more. Feng Lingyu wasn't the type to sacrifice herself for a small favor. She didn't even plan to bother with Grandpa Wang's son, let alone some granddaughter-in-law from who knows where. Feng Lingyu stepped forward, grabbed Huang Suetsue by the collar and half-dragged, half-pulled her along. Throughout this, Huang Suetsue kept crying, begging Feng Lingyu to let her go. But more than that, it was fear of the unknown. She had no idea where Feng Lingyu was taking her. Xiaoyu, where are we going? Gao Xiaodao asked in confusion. Just ahead, around the corner, and we'll be there. Feng Lingyu tilted her chin toward a spot not far ahead. Gao Xiaodao's eyes widened. Xiaoyu was actually heading to Grandpa Wang's house. At this moment, Huang Suetsue, who had resigned herself to being unable to break free, also realized what Feng Lingyu intended to do and began struggling desperately. If Feng Lingyu dragged her home, she would have no way out. Just thinking about the looks her family would give her made Huang Suetsue feel like she couldn't breathe. Unfortunately, Huang Suetsue's strength was nothing in front of Feng Lingyu, like an ant trying to shake a tree. No matter how much effort she exerted, she couldn't budge Feng Lingyu's hand. At that moment, the Wang family was staying indoors for the winter. Because the weather was too cold, the whole family was gathered in one room. Suddenly, a child's cry rang out, but the sound was very weak, like a kitten mewing, feeble and listless. Wang Xingfa's second grandson's wife, Ding Hong, rolled her eyes impatiently. The child is crying again. Can't someone go soothe him? Where has Huang Suetsue run off to? If she won't soothe her own child, does she expect others to do it? Ever since Ding Hong married into the Wang family, she had been at odds with Huang Suetsue because she couldn't stand Huang Suetsue's gloomy and timid demeanor. She looked honest on the surface, but in reality, she was the worst person in the family. Back when Ding Hong first married in, she had tried to get along with Huang Suetsue since they were sisters-in-law. But after suffering a few silent losses, she grew cold toward her. When Ding Hong's loud voice rang out, the people in the room finally noticed that Huang Suetsue was gone. Huang Suetsue usually didn't talk much and had a low presence, so no one had realized she was missing. I say, Aunt, Huang Suetsue isn't here. Aren't you going to pick up your grandson and soothe him? The room is big enough, but the child keeps crying. It's so annoying. Ding Hong complained. Huang Suetsue was the wife of the eldest son's son. When Ding Hong called her out, the aunt put down her shoe insole unhappily and muttered, that cursed lazy woman, I don't know where she's gone to slack off. Now she won't even take care of the child. But despite her words, she did care about her grandson, so she stood up to check on the child. I say, Dazhuang, you need to discipline your wife properly. Look at how she's raised Little Stone. The aunt picked up Little Stone and noticed that her eldest grandson was thin, with a sallow face, and his cries were weak. At this rate, she wondered if he could even survive. The aunt thought bitterly. They had given all the fine grains to the child, so why wasn't he growing well? If Huang Suitsui weren't also skinny and gaunt, she would have suspected that Huang Suitsui had been stealing the child's food. Chapter 410. What exactly did she do? Wang Dazhuang, the eldest grandson of the Wang family and Huang Suitsui's husband, lived up to his name, tall and sturdy, with a square face that inspired a sense of reassurance. Hearing his mother's words, he gave a simple, honest smile. Mom, Suitsui has been very attentive to the child every day. I reckon the baby wasn't well nourished in the womb. Once this period passes, I'll head up the mountain to hunt some game for Little Stone to help him recover. Wang Dazhuang, after all, was a man who knew nothing about raising children. He usually left it all to Huang Suitsui, only checking on the child once a night at most. I suppose that's all we can do, Wang Dazhuang's mother sighed. In a rural household, this was all they could manage, and she had already given her best. Where exactly did your wife go? Didn't she tell you? She asked again. Wang Dazhuang scratched his head. No, I don't know where she went. Seeing her son's simple, foolish expression, his mother inwardly lamented his lack of backbone. He couldn't even keep his wife in check. She had never agreed to his marrying Huang Suitsui in the first place. With the Wang family standing, finding a good girl in the village would have been easy. That Huang family was a bunch of lazy good-for-nothings. Even if Huang Suitsui seemed honest, she still disliked her. Sure enough, once Huang Suitsui married into the family, Wang Dazhuang's mother discovered she was a sly one, with far more cunning than her son could ever match. Fortunately, with her keeping an eye on things, Huang Suitsui hadn't caused any major trouble. Even when Huang Suitsui's family came around begging for handouts, she had turned them away firmly but politely. Just then, a sudden thud sounded from outside the door, as if something heavy had slammed into it. Ding Hong's eyes darted around as she covered her mouth in surprise. Could it be something from the mountain crashing into the door? In past winters, wild boars had come down the mountain looking for food. Wang Xingfa tapped his pipe against the edge of the table and said in a deep voice, I'll go check. Grandpa, I'll go with you, Wang Dazhuang quickly chimed in. If it really was a wild boar or something, Wang Xingfa was too old, he'd just be walking into danger. There's no sound now. It must have knocked itself out. If it's a wild boar, that'd be great. Our family can have a good winter this year. Ding Hong said excitedly. The rest of the family were swayed by Ding Hong's words, their faces showing a hint of anticipation. They hadn't eaten meat in so long, just talking about it made their mouths water. Grab the hoe and shovel, Wang Xingfa said to his eldest grandson, Wang Dazhuang. Wang Dazhuang's mother wanted to call her son back. Why was he the only one stepping up while everyone else held back? Just as the people inside were about to head out, a cold female voice suddenly rang out from outside. Is that Xiaoyu? Wait, I'll come open the door for you right away. Wang Xingfa tucked his pipe into the back of his waist and immediately replied. Since it was Feng Lingyu outside, it meant the thud hadn't been a wild animal hitting the door. Ding Hong pouted in disappointment. She had been hoping for meat. But whenever the educated youth Feng came to see the old man, she usually brought something, and everyone in the family got a little share rare, good things you couldn't find in the countryside. Thinking that, Ding Hong's earlier frustration vanished, replaced by anticipation. With Huang Suitsui not around this time, she might even get a bit more. Wang Xingfa opened the door, and the first thing he saw was his eldest grandson's wife, Huang Suitsui, collapsed on the ground. Her forehead was bruised purple, her clothes torn, and she looked utterly disheveled. Forgetting to greet Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao, Wang Xingfa asked in shock. He had heard the family say Huang Suitsui wasn't around earlier, but he hadn't thought much of it, assuming she had gone out to gather firewood. She had been fine in the morning, and now she appeared at the door in such a sorry state. How could Wang Xingfa not be stunned? Wang Dazhuang followed behind Wang Xingfa and naturally saw his wife's miserable condition. He rushed over in a few steps, helped Huang Suitsui up from the ground, and said anxiously, Suitsui, what happened? Are you okay? Suitsui, wake up. Seeing Huang Suitsui with a grim face, refusing to speak, Wang Dazhuang grew frantic and turned to Feng Lingyu, who stood nearby. Educated youth Feng, what exactly is going on? How did Suitsui end up like this? Feng Lingyu was a bit annoyed by the accusatory tone in Wang Dazhuang's voice. She lowered her eyes and tilted her chin toward Huang Suitsui on the ground. Your wife wanted to die, but she didn't pick the right spot. So I found her a suitable place. Educated youth Feng, what do you mean by that? Suitsui was fine this morning, how could she want to die? What happened today? Wang Dazhuang glared fiercely at Feng Lingyu, as if he wanted to tear her apart. Huang Suitsui leaned weakly in Wang Dazhuang's arms, looking like she was on the verge of death. Just now, Feng Lingyu had shoved her head straight into the door. She had no doubt that Feng Lingyu truly wanted her dead. The more Huang Suitsui thought about it, the more terrified she became, shrinking deeper into Wang Dazhuang's arms, looking utterly frightened. Feeling his wife's fear, Wang Dazhuang's hatred burned inside him. Ask me? Why don't you ask your good wife what exactly she did? Humph. Xiaoyu, what really happened? If you don't tell us, we won't know the whole story. If Huang Suitsui did something wrong, I'll apologize on her behalf. Facing Grandpa Wang, Feng Lingyu's expression softened slightly, and her tone gentled. Grandpa Wang, Huang Suitsui came to me today and said she wanted to borrow grain. If I didn't lend it, she said she'd kill herself on my doorstep. I had no choice, so I brought her back to your house. Hearing Feng Lingyu's words, Wang Xingfa's face darkened. He pointed a trembling finger at Huang Suitsui and asked, "Is what Xiaoyu said true? Our family may not be well off, but have we ever shorted you on food or drink? Because of Little Stone's condition, you've been eating and drinking the best of what we have." As he spoke, Wang Xingfa felt a tightness in his chest and pressed his hand to it, breathing heavily. Seeing his grandfather unwell, Wang Dazhuang forgot all about Huang Suitsui and rushed over to support him, rubbing his back to help him breathe. Wang Xingfa's symptoms were clearly from extreme anger. Without a second thought, Feng Lingyu took a pill from her space and moved to put it in his mouth. Seeing Feng Lingyu's action, Wang Dazhuang slapped her hand away and glared. "What are you doing?" "I'm saving him. If he doesn't take this medicine, he won't be able to breathe," Feng Lingyu said displeased. "If it weren't for you, Grandpa wouldn't be this angry. We don't need your fake kindness." In Wang Dazhuang's eyes now, Feng Lingyu's image was far from good. Feng Lingyu hadn't expected Wang Dazhuang to turn around and blame everything on her. "You're so unreasonable. If your wife hadn't acted so disgracefully, would we have come here? In the end, it's still your and your wife's fault. And you have the nerve to blame someone else." Gao Xiaoda rattled off a barrage of words. She couldn't stand seeing someone slander Xiaoyu like this. Chapter 411. What a clever calculation. At this moment, Wang Xingfa's face was flushed red, and it looked like he might not catch his next breath. Feng Lingyu couldn't be bothered to argue with Wang Dazhuang and kicked him away with one swift motion. Only after Wang Xingfa took the medicine and his breathing gradually steadied did Feng Lingyu finally relax. "Grandpa Wang, are you okay? Is your chest still uncomfortable?" Feng Lingyu asked with concern. She had come today to deal with Huang Suitsui. If Grandpa Wang ended up in a bad state from anger, that would be on her. Wang Xingfa knew that if it hadn't been for the medicine Feng Lingyu gave him, he would have lost his life, and he felt deeply grateful. "Xiaoyu, thank you just now." "Grandpa, why are you thanking her? Who knows what she just gave you?" Wang Dazhuang said discontentedly while holding his leg. Wang Xingfa looked at his eldest grandson, feeling deeply disappointed. He used to think Wang Dazhuang was honest and simple, not particularly bright but with some redeeming qualities. Now he realized that sometimes foolish people could cause even greater harm, because their minds simply couldn't grasp many things, and they could only act on their recklessness. "Shut up. Do you have any idea what your own wife has done? Don't you feel even a shred of guilt? When did our family ever need her to go out and borrow grain? And she even dared to threaten others? I don't think she's timid, she's far too bold." By now, the people inside the house had also been drawn out by the commotion outside. After hearing the whole story, Ding Hong immediately put on a shocked expression and said loudly, "Oh my god, Comrade Feng, no one in this family sent her out to borrow grain. Who knows who she was really borrowing that grain for?" Feng Lingyu ignored Ding Hong's sarcastic tone and said directly, "I came to ask Grandpa Wang about this too." Huang Suitsui said she and Little Stone hadn't had a full meal in a long time, that the two of them were suffering. Xiaodao felt sorry for her and said there was only 5 gene of millet at home, so she told her to take it back for Little Stone. But then, the faces of the Wang family members all changed. Although times were hard, they weren't starving, they just ate a little less each meal. By saying such things outside, Huang Suitsui was ruining the Wang family's reputation. If outsiders heard this, they'd think the Wang family mistreated their daughter-in-law and didn't even feed her. If that reputation got out, who would ever dare marry their daughters into this family? There were still so many unmarried young men in the house. Would they never start families? Feeling the Wang family's murderous glare, Huang Suitsui shrank back and trembled a few times. Feng Lingyu sneered. She said 5 gene of millet wasn't enough and asked us to lend her 500 gene of grain, promising to pay us back after the autumn harvest next year. 500 gene of grain? Can you believe she had the nerve to ask? When we refused, she threatened to kill herself at our doorstep. Listen to that, isn't she like a female bandit? She says borrow, but how is that any different from outright robbery? Before anyone else could react, Ding Hong was the first to shout, "Oh my god, that's 500 gene of grain, 500 gene. Huang Suitsui, have you lost your mind? If you really borrowed that much grain, who's going to pay it back next year? How are we supposed to live after this? And your daughter-in-law dares to take out loans behind the family's back. Are you just going to let it slide? First it's grain. What's next? Money and tickets. Ding Hong didn't dare to point fingers at the old man, so she aimed at the eldest aunt instead. Wang Dazhuang stared at Huang Suitsue in disbelief. Suitsue, is what Comrade Feng said true? With Feng Lingyu standing right there, Huang Suitsue didn't dare lie. She could only lower her head and play dead. Tears quickly filled Huang Suitsue's eyes, dripping down in big drops, and she occasionally shrugged her shoulders, looking utterly pitiful. Ding Hong was disgusted by Huang Suitsue's act and snorted coldly. Looks like it's true, or else why wouldn't she say anything? Ding Hong's husband quietly tugged at her, signaling her to stop talking. Now that the matter was exposed, Grandpa would deal with Huang Suitsue anyway. What was the point of her jumping around? Wang Dazhuang's mother's face turned ashen. She didn't care about saving Huang Suitsue's face and yanked her out from behind Wang Dazhuang, demanding harshly, "Did you borrow that grain for your own family?" Huang Suitsue didn't dare admit it. She kept shrinking her shoulders and trying to hide behind Wang Dazhuang. "Mother, please spare me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have gone to Comrade Feng to borrow grain. Woo-woo." Her crying made Wang Dazhuang's heart ache, so he stepped forward to block his mother's movements. "Enough, Mom. Suitsue must have borrowed the grain for the family. Look how thin she is." Wang Dazhuang's mother looked at her eldest son with disappointment. "Dazhuang, what do you mean by that? Are you blaming the family for not feeding her enough? Because of Little Stone, we've all been drinking thin porridge and we gave Huang Suitsue the thick part every day. Not to mention eggs, she was the only one in the family who could eat one from time to time, all so she could recover her strength and produce more milk to raise Little Stone. Even though Little Stone never got better, has anyone in the family ever blamed her? In this day and age, how many women couldn't even get a single egg during their postpartum confinement? Let alone under such harsh conditions, the Wang family had treated Huang Suitsue very well. And after all that, she still goes outside saying she's suffering? Go out and ask, whose family can eat like this now? Your younger brothers and cousins aren't even married yet. And she dares to talk nonsense outside and ruin the family's reputation. Wang Dazhuang's mother grew angrier as she spoke. Put your hand on your chest and ask yourself, do you really believe she borrowed that grain for the family? Huh? She's got quite the clever calculation, sneaking behind our backs to ask Comrade Feng for grain, and when it comes to light next year, we Wangs will have to fill the hole for her. Let me tell you, our Wang family doesn't want this daughter-in-law anymore. Send her back to her parents' house today. Little Stone is weaned now, I'll raise him myself from now on." Wang Dazhuang's mother didn't only have Wang Dazhuang as a son, let alone the sons of her sisters-in-law. Although there were small conflicts between the branches, they always stood united against outsiders. If Huang Suitsue's actions caused the others to fail in finding good wives, wouldn't that offend everyone else in the family? Chapter 412 sent Huang Suitsue back to her parents' home. Upon hearing Wang Dazhuang's mother's words, Huang Suitsue felt as if struck by lightning, completely stunned. She bent her knees and knelt on the ground, tugging at Wang Dazhuang's mother's hand and sobbing, "Mother, I won't leave. I know I was wrong. Little Stone is still young. He can't go without a mother. Mother." After speaking, Huang Suitsue turned her tear-filled eyes to Wang Dazhuang. "Dazhuang, say something for me. Do you want our son to be without a mother too?" Wang Dazhuang looked at his mother, at a loss. "Mother, Suitsue has already admitted her mistake. Besides, she didn't manage to borrow the grain, did she? Let's just let it go. I believe she won't dare do it again." Feng Lingyu watched the farce before her, a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Raising such a troublesome son was infuriating. Wang Dazhuang, to put it nicely, was honest. To put it bluntly, he couldn't tell right from wrong. Wang Dazhuang didn't stop to think, if Huang Suitsue had harmed only their small family's interests, others wouldn't have said much, nor could they. But this time, Huang Suitsue had gone out to borrow grain in the name of the entire family, harming everyone's interests. How could Wang Dazhuang's forgiveness alone settle it? His mother's original intention was likely to appease the family's anger, but Wang Dazhuang had ruined it all. Sure enough, as soon as Wang Dazhuang said this, the rest of the Wang family erupted. "Listen, Dazhuang, you can't say that. Huang Suitsue went out and ruined the family's reputation. Letting her off like this just won't do." "Exactly. She eats the best out of everyone in the family, and she still has the nerve to claim she's starving outside? Shameless. Doesn't she feel any guilt or shame saying that? If we'd known she was this kind of person, we'd have fed that food to the dogs instead of her. At least a dog remembers kindness and wags its tail. And Little Stone, last time I saw the child looking pitifully thin, I gave Huang Suitsue some of the malted milk I brought back from my parents' home to make for him," said Wang Dazhuang's third aunt, her expression furious. "But I caught her sneaking it to her own younger brother instead." Tell me, is that any way for a mother to act? She doesn't even care for her own son. After that, no matter how pitiful Huang Suitsui acted, the third aunt remained unmoved. If Little Stone's own mother didn't care whether he lived or died, what could she, a grandaunt from a separate branch, do? That malted milk was such good stuff. She wasn't a bodhisattva spreading grace to all, giving it for free to that nest of parasites in the Huang family. Huang Suitsui's face was full of terror. She hadn't expected the third aunt to have seen that. She looked around and found every member of the Wang family staring at her with disgust. Huang Suitsui's heart sank heavily. Would she come out of this unscathed today? At this point, the third aunt looked somewhat awkwardly at her sister-in-law. I didn't want to bring this up, wouldn't it just stir up family conflict? Besides, Dazhuang probably wouldn't have believed it anyway. Wang Dazhuang's mother had initially felt some resentment toward her third sister-in-law. Why hadn't she told her about Huang Suitsui's actions earlier? If she had, she would have kept a tighter watch on Huang Suitsui. But hearing that her own son wouldn't have believed it, she began to laugh bitterly. Yes, she knew her own son. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. In that moment, it was as if all the vitality had been drained from Wang Dazhuang's mother. She turned her gaze to her son and said firmly, Dazhuang, you heard that too. That vicious woman Huang Suitsui doesn't even care for her own son. No wonder I've been giving her good food and drink to keep her healthy, yet the child never improved. Now it's clear, she's been hoarding everything to take back to her parents' home. This daughter-in-law, the Wang family absolutely cannot keep. Don't tell me Little Stone is still young. If she, as his mother, dares to steal even his life-saving food, what hope is there that she'll treat him well? We Wangs can raise our own child. After saying this, she looked apologetically at Feng Lingyu. Comrade Feng, I'm truly sorry. We had no idea Huang Suitsui would be so bold. Her coming to your door today was not our intention. I hope this won't affect the relationship between our families. Feng Lingyu watched Wang Dazhuang's mother speak with neither humility nor arrogance, her reasoning sound, and gained some respect for her. For a rural woman to quickly assess the situation, not shield her son, and manage to do this, it wasn't easy. Auntie, don't say that. The grievance lies with the right person. If Huang Suitsui made the mess, she should bear it. I'm not one to confuse right and wrong. Wang Xingfa had remained silent until now. He had been careful when choosing this eldest daughter-in-law, who was capable both inside and outside the home. He was fairly satisfied with how this matter was being handled now. Dazhuang, since your mother has spoken, take her back to the Huang family now. The Wang family is not unreasonable. She can take whatever she brought when she married in. Wang Xingfa's decision was final. Wang Dazhuang felt like his mind was a mess. Everything they said seemed unbelievable to him. How could it be? Suitsui was such a gentle woman, how could she not feel for her own son, who was so thin? He remembered when Huang Suitsui first married him, she had said shyly, Brother Dazhuang, we have to raise our children well in the future. We can't let them suffer like we did. Wang Dazhuang had always held on to those words. That was why, even in such hard times, he insisted, despite his family's displeasure, that Suitsui eat well to nourish her health. Wang Dazhuang stared blankly at Huang Suitsui, who was still wiping her tears. In the past, seeing her like this would have made his heart ache. Grandfather. Wang Dazhuang opened his mouth to say something. But before he could finish, Wang Xingfa said in a deep voice, this matter isn't just between the two of you. The fact that she mistreated Little Stone alone, this can't just be brushed aside. Wang Xingfa looked heavily at his eldest grandson. Little Stone is your own son too. You know his condition. Are you going to keep indulging her? If, after all this, you still disagree, then you can leave with Huang Suitsui. The Wang family has no descendants who can't tell right from wrong. This meant driving Wang Dazhuang away. The other Wang family members looked shocked. After all, Wang Dazhuang was the eldest grandson of the Wang family. Though it was a new era now, and the old ways of favoring the eldest son and grandson were out of fashion, the elderly in the countryside still valued these things and generally chose to rely on the eldest son and grandson in their old age. Wang Dazhuang's mother wanted to say something, but looking at her other young sons, she steeled herself and closed her mouth. If Dazhuang still couldn't see clearly now, it might be better for him to leave. Otherwise, he would eventually drag down his younger brothers. Hearing his grandfather's words, Wang Dazhuang's face turned deathly pale. He looked at the others in the family, including his mother, and found they all avoided his gaze. Then he saw the mocking looks from his cousins, as if he were a fool. In that moment, Wang Dazhuang seemed to understand something. Grandfather, I understand. I'll take Suitsui back now, Wang Dazhuang said earnestly. Chapter 413. All the money is gone. Seeing that Wang Dazhuang wasn't stubbornly pushing through, both Wang Xingfa and Wang Dazhu's mother breathed a sigh of relief. The schadenfreude on Ding Hong's face was almost impossible to hide. It was good that Huang Suitsui, that troublemaker, was leaving. Sure enough, Bad people get what they deserve. She thought she was clever, going to borrow grain, assuming that educated youth Feng would lend it to her out of respect for her grandfather's face. Who would have guessed that educated youth Feng would bring her back to confront her face to face? What could she possibly have? Ding Hong muttered. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, but at least everyone present heard it. The Wang family all knew that when Huang Suizui married in, she had only brought 2 worn-out sets of clothes, and as for the bride price, she hadn't brought a single cent back. The old man had spoken, and Da Zhuang had abandoned her too. Huang Suizui knew there was no room left for negotiation, and her head immediately began to spin. If she was sent back to her, what kind of life would she have left? Thinking of the days she had been treated like a beast of burden in her, Huang Suizui's vision went black. Feng Lingyu stood by with her hands tucked into her sleeves, watching coldly. She felt no sympathy at all for Huang Suizui's fate. Compared to other families in the village, Huang Suizui had been living quite well, not to mention that now Feng Lingyu knew she had even stolen her own son's rations, which made her find the woman even more vicious. There was nothing wrong with helping out her, but there had to be boundaries, or she should rely on her own abilities to do so. Stealing a child's rations, what was that about? Huang Suizui's hands kept picking at the seams of her pants, her fingernails filled with blood. She couldn't go back to her, she had to find a way to stay. Her eyes darted around wildly, almost maniacally, and when she spotted Feng Lingyu standing apart from the crowd, her eyes lit up. That's right, all of this was caused by educated youth Feng. If she could just beg her to let it go, wouldn't everything be fine? Then everyone saw Huang Suizui lunging toward Feng Lingyu like a madwoman. Everyone's attention was on Wang Dazhuang, so no one noticed her movement in time. Feng Lingyu's reflexes were far beyond ordinary people's. The moment Huang Suizui rushed at her, she kicked her without any hesitation. Before Huang Suizui could even touch her, she was sent flying far away. It all happened too fast, no one present had time to react. Wang Dazhuang wanted to step forward, but thinking of Xiaoshi's frail body, he stopped himself. Since even he didn't go forward, the rest of the Wang family just watched Huang Suizui's misery coldly from the sidelines. Ding Hong, in particular, wished Huang Suizui would suffer even more. Huang Suizui lay on the ground, feeling as though her internal organs had been shifted out of place. But she still hadn't given up. Lifting her head from the ground, enduring the pain, she said in a broken voice, "Educated youth Feng, I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have deceived you and shout out or thought about threatening you." But, cough, cough, halfway through her words, Huang Suizui coughed violently. "But I had no choice. If I didn't find a way to borrow grain, and my family would starve. As a daughter, how could I just watch my parents starve to death and do nothing? Who told me I was born under an unlucky star, stuck with such a family? Educated youth Feng, please, just say a few good words for me. If I'm sent back to MY, I really will die. Please, Wubu." By the end, Huang Suizui was sobbing uncontrollably. Her face was smeared with tears and mud, making her look as if she had rolled around in the dirt, utterly pathetic. But Feng Lingyu showed not a trace of emotion. She let out a light scoff. "There are plenty of people in this world worse off than you. Does that mean they all get to covet what belongs to others? Just because you're unlucky, does that mean I owe you something? I haven't forgotten how you threatened to kill yourself at my doorstep today. Do you think I believe you're truly repentant? Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Someone who doesn't care about her own biological son, I find it hard to trust your character." Huang Suizui wanted to explain, her lips trembling, but Xiaoshi's frail body was right there, and she had no defense to offer. Meeting Feng Lingyu's icy gaze, Huang Suizui knew in her heart that she was completely hopeless. Seeing Huang Suizui lying on the ground without, Wang Dazhuang laughed bitterly to himself. "See that? You're nothing but a fool, deceived by a woman like this for so long." Wang Dazhuang's heart turned cold. He walked over to Huang Suizui and said, "Let's go. I'll take you back." There was really nothing much for Huang Suizui to pack. She only had a few sets of clothes, all made after she married into the Wang family. The clothes she had brought from the Huang family were covered in patches, hand-me-downs from her younger brother, and were no longer wearable. Wang Dazhuang wasn't so stingy as to not even let her take her clothes, so he watched as she slowly packed up. Thinking of the Huang family's dire situation, Wang Dazhuang sighed. Even though Huang Suizui had done wrong, he didn't want to see her die. So he went to the cabinet where they usually kept their money, intending to give her some to take back. When he opened the money box, Wang Dazhuang froze completely. In the household, the only people who knew where he kept the money were himself and Huang Suizui. Although the Wang family hadn't divided their property yet, each small family could keep all the money they earned aside from their work on the collective farm. Not counting the money earned from odd jobs and building reservoirs in previous years, just from selling medicinal herbs this year, Wang Dazhuang had made nearly 100 yuan. But now, the money box was empty. Huang Suizue was still lost in her own thoughts and hadn't noticed Wang Dazhuang's actions. Wang Dazhuang's hands trembled as he held the box. His entire demeanor turned dark and oppressive. The veins on his forehead bulged as he roared, "Huang Suizue, where's the money in here?" Huang Suizue was startled out of her daze by the roar and saw Wang Dazhuang standing in front of her holding the money box. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he wanted to devour her flesh and blood. The money in the box had all been taken by Huang Suizue and given to her family. 3 or 5 yuan at a time. Before she knew it, the box was empty. She had hidden this fact well, never expecting that Wang Dazhuang would uncover it at a time like this. Chapter 414. Finally seeing clearly. Dazhuang, Huang Suizue swallowed hard and stammered, "Don't be angry. The money inside. Last time my mother came, she said my brother needed it to get married, so she borrowed it. But they will definitely pay it back. Nearly 200 in total, all of it borrowed. Your Huang family really raised a fine daughter. You're trying to drain me dry. What does your brother getting married have to do with me? Is he my son? Do I have to take care of his every need?" He had even thought that Huang Suizue's life wouldn't be easy when she returned to her, so he wanted to give her some money to fall back on. Looking at Huang Suizue, whose eyes darted nervously and whose face was full of guilt, Wang Dazhuang felt nothing but sorrow. In all these years since she married into his family, he had never seen her true face. Dazhuang. Huang Suizue watched as Wang Dazhuang sank into a state of deep sadness, and fear crept into her heart. She had planned to wait until this matter faded away, and then beg Dazhuang to let her come back, since Wang Dazhuang was always soft-hearted. She would make herself look pitiful enough then. She wasn't afraid he wouldn't relent. But who would have thought that Dazhuang would discover the money was gone today? He usually just focused on earning money and never asked how much was left, didn't he? Huang Suizue bit her lower lip hard, feeling as if even heaven was against her. Wang Dazhuang took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and said, "Suizue, over these years, I've done everything I could for you. I can honestly say I've never wronged you. After I send you back today, let's find a time to get the divorce certificate done." "Dazhuang, mother only told you to send me back. She didn't say anything about divorcing me." Huang Suizue forced a smile. "I know I did wrong, but things will get better. We're still young. We can earn money every year from now on. In 2 years, we'll have it back." "Dazhuang, have you forgotten that you once promised to treat me well for life? Are you going back on your word now?" Huang Suizue's eyes reddened again, and she stared at Wang Dazhuang with heartbroken stubbornness, as if looking at a faithless man. Now, seeing Huang Suizue put on this pitiful act, Wang Dazhuang felt not a single stir in his heart. It only made him see her for who she truly was, deep down. Look at her, she still didn't realize her own mistake. Instead, she wanted to blame him for breaking his promise and pin everything on him. "Suizue, do you really not understand why I want to divorce you?" Wang Dazhuang had never felt his mind so clear. "Enough. Pack your things. If you don't want a divorce, that's fine too. But the Huang family must return the money. Otherwise, I'll go to the commune police station and report them for theft. Think it over carefully." After saying this, Wang Dazhuang walked out the door, his tall back leaving only cold indifference behind. Huang Suizue's eyes widened in disbelief, her breathing quickening. She knew her character well enough. Once they took something in, they never spit it out. There was no way they would willingly return the money. That left only one path: divorce. For the first time, Huang Suizue realized that her husband wasn't stupid. He had simply trusted her with all his heart. And for the sake of her, she had lost a man whose whole world revolved around her. Huang Suizue sat on the king, her mind blank. After Wang Dazhuang went out, he walked up to his mother with a face full of guilt and knelt down on both knees in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. "Grandpa, mother, I'm sorry. I've been unfilial. I couldn't see people clearly, was deceived by Huang Suizue, and even made you apologize to the family on my behalf, nearly ruining my younger brother's marriages. As the eldest brother, I failed to set a good example." Wang Xingfa and Wang Dazhuang's mother stared at their eldest grandson's son, in shock, unable to believe he had come to this realization. Was this still their stubborn, one-track-minded grandson's son? "Since you've recognized your mistake, that's good. Fortunately, no major harm was done this time. If you truly repent, just do more for the family from now on," Wang Xingfa said, his eyes full of relief. "Second aunt, third aunt, and my younger brothers, I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Whatever Suizue took from you, I'll find a way to make it up as soon as possible." Wang Dazhuang's 2 aunts and several younger brothers all waved their hands, saying it was nothing. Since Grandpa and their eldest aunt had already forgiven him, they naturally followed suit. Then, Wang Dazhuang turned to Feng Lingyu, who was standing nearby, and said sincerely, "Feng Jiqing, Gao Jiqing, I also apologize to you. I promise this kind of thing will never happen again." Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow, surprised that the Wang family's eldest grandson had finally seen the light. To be honest, she didn't cause me any real loss, just disgusted us. You don't need to do this. Gao Xiaodao quickly added, Xiao Yu is right. Get up now. Having such a tall man kneeling in front of her was quite awkward. I've already decided to divorce Huang Suitsue. Don't worry, she won't come back. If anyone in our family sees her outside, just pretend not to know her. Wang Dazhuang suddenly dropped this bombshell, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Who in the Wang family didn't know that Wang Dazhuang had always treasured Huang Suitsue? And now he was the one voluntarily asking for a divorce? Hearing the news of Huang Suitsue's misfortune, Ding Hong could barely contain her smile. It was only when her husband tugged at her clothes that she restrained herself a little. Wang Dazhuang's mother looked at her eldest son with concern and asked hesitantly, Dazhuang, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly talking about divorce? Although Wang Dazhuang's mother had said she would send Huang Suitsue back to her, it was only meant as a punishment, to make her see who truly cared for her. Privately, she loathed this wicked daughter-in-law, but she couldn't deny that her son loved her. Now that Wang Dazhuang himself had brought up divorce, she felt both happy and worried. Had her son been so shocked that he'd lost his mind? Wang Dazhuang's mother looked at him with deep concern. Wang Dazhuang let out a bitter laugh. There was no point in hiding this, it was his fault for misjudging someone, and everyone had the right to mock him. So he told them about Huang Suitsue stealing the money to give to the Huang family. Wang Dazhuang's mother immediately exploded. Her son's hard-earned money, she hadn't even used any of it herself, had all gone to those leeches in the Huang family. No. I have to go find them. They must return the money. Who ever heard of a married womaness coming to take money for her brother's wedding? Do the Huang family have no shame? Wang Dazhuang's mother shouted angrily. Chapter 415, Chaozi has reformed. Mother, don't worry. I told you, if Huang Suitsue doesn't return the money, I'll divorce her. If she doesn't want a divorce, she has to get the money back. Wang Dazhuang's mother was still unhappy, glaring as she said, that won't do either. The divorce must happen and the money must be recovered. Our family will pay whatever compensation Huang Suitsue is owed in the divorce, but what's the point of giving it to the Huang family? Wang Xingfa also felt his eldest daughter-in-law had a point. Your mother is right. The Huang family are scoundrels. What if they refuse to acknowledge the debt? We need to get it in writing. I'll go find Jiangwo right now and have him come with us to the Huang family's village. We need cadres from both sides to witness this. Xiaoyu, I'm truly sorry about today. I'll bring Dazhuang to formally apologize another day. Wang Xingfa was very old, his face etched with deep wrinkles, full of the marks of time. Feng Lingyu nodded in reply. Go ahead. Since the matter is settled, I'll be heading back. Grandpa Wang, please don't mention apologizing again. We are all victims. The wrongdoer will be held accountable. I'll only take issue with Huang Suitsue. After leaving the Wang family, Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao headed back. They walked along the small path in Qingshan village. There wasn't a single pedestrian, making it very quiet. Gao Xiaodao's eyes sparkled as she stared at Feng Lingyu. Xiaoyu, when did you get back? You suddenly came out of the door and startled me. Right when Huang Suitsue was knocking. I had planned to come back through the front door, but since she was there, I had to climb over the back wall from the yard, Feng Lingyu replied. As she spoke, Feng Lingyu carefully studied Gao Xiaodao's face. It was rosy and looked a bit fuller. Knowing that she and Huiqing were doing well, Feng Lingyu felt relieved. Did anyone notice I was gone these 2 months? Gao Xiaodao sniffled and frowned. Zhao Nanshan seemed to notice, but he didn't say much. After the blizzard, Uncle Yang came by to ask about you. I said you were sick and sleeping. He probably didn't find out. As for others, except for Shi Wenhao, who knew she wasn't in Qingshan village, no one else would specifically come looking for Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao. After all, they were sent-down youth from outside and didn't have good relations with the others at the sent-down youth point. Of course, Huang Suitsue, with her scrambled brains, was an exception. Besides Huang Suitsue, has anyone given you trouble during this time? Feng Lingyu asked again. No. But Uncle Yang's brother's family has been mistreating Dahua. I secretly gave her some coarse grain steamed buns to eat. Oh right. Qiao Yanfeng has become the head of the sent-down youth point. It's freezing now and Yanwei is coughing constantly from illness. I heard he's already processing his medical retirement. Gao Xiaodao chattered on, telling Feng Lingyu about everything that had happened recently. Hearing that Yanwei was returning to the city, a cold glint flashed in Feng Lingyu's eyes. Trading a lifetime of health for a return to the city, Yanwei had gotten what he asked for. She just didn't know if he was satisfied with the exchange. If he wanted to return to the city, he should have relied on his own abilities. Feng Lingyu was fairly satisfied with this outcome. As for whether Yanwei would pose a threat to her after returning to the city, Feng Lingyu wasn't worried. A sickly person, severely ill to the point where daily life was a struggle. If Yan Wei could still accomplish something in this state, Feng Lingyu would actually admire him. Gao Xiaodao skipped along as she continued, and Xiaozi, she's changed a lot. Last time, when Tiadon's grandmother was sick, she ran around busily and even specially went to beg her father, Secretary Chao, for medicine. I originally thought she'd leave and not come back, that asking for medicine was just a pretext. Who knew she actually brought the medicine back? Actually, if Xiaozi hadn't brought the medicine back, Gao Xiaodao was planning to take some medicine from home to give to Gahongmei. The villagers all knew that Xiaoyu kept some medicinal herbs at home, so it wouldn't arouse suspicion. Xiaozi and Tiadon's grandmother, are they close? Feng Lingyu asked, somewhat surprised. Before leaving, Feng Lingyu had specifically instructed Gao Xiaodao to keep an eye on Xiaozi's movements, so Gao Xiaodao told her everything she knew. During that blizzard 2 months ago, the temperature dropped sharply. The firewood Xiaozi and Xiao Yanfeng had stored wasn't enough. They had no choice but to go up the mountain to chop wood in the snow. Xiao Yanfeng went back first to drop off the firewood, but Xiaozi slipped and fell into snow waist deep. If Granny Ge hadn't happened to be on the mountain too, by the time Xiao Yanfeng got back, Xiaozi would have frozen to death. Of course, with Gao Xiaodao around, she wouldn't have just watched Xiaozi freeze to death. Gao Xiaodao sighed. Xiaozi might feel grateful because Granny Ge saved her life. Anyway, after that, I saw her often going to Granny G's house. Last time, I was worried and went to check, and I found Xiaozi teaching Taidan to read. Although Xiaozi was a bit unreliable herself, with her father Qiao Datong around, she had at least graduated from high school, so teaching Taidan to read was no problem. I didn't expect Xiaozi to go this far, Feng Lingyu said with a sigh. If it had been the old Xiaozi, she probably would have thought Granny Gu was obligated to save her. Now that she had a sense of gratitude, it showed that Xiaozi had really improved during her time in the countryside. If Xiaozi has truly reformed, that counts as a merit for me. When the time comes, I'll have to go find Secretary Chao and ask for some benefits, Feng Lingyu calculated to herself. Although the rural cooperative in Qingshan village had been established, and with Sun Yiming's family connections, the local snake was still hard to suppress. In some places, Qiao Datong, as the local leader, had more sway. With Secretary Chao backing them, at least in Danang City, the rural cooperative in Qingshan village could develop without worry. Reforming someone with the love-obsessed mind and princess syndrome, plus gaining Secretary Chao's favor, killing multiple birds with one stone. The two chatted as they walked home. Just then, a person stumbled toward them from not far away. From a distance, the person was dressed in rags, the patches on their coat barely holding it together like a tattered cloth. Their exposed skin was bright red from the cold. They were tall, but their face was covered in grime, making it impossible to see their features clearly. Their eyes were vacant, as if they had been struck dumb by something. Xiaoyu, that person looks so pitiful. It's freezing, and they're only wearing a single layer of clothing, Gao Xiaodao said, looking at them with sympathy. Feng Lingyu squinted. Why did this person seem familiar? Just as Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao were looking at the person, they noticed them too. When their gaze landed on Feng Lingyu, they froze for a moment, and then a surge of ecstasy followed. Chapter 416, How did he end up like this? Then Feng Lingyu watched as the man strode over on his long legs toward where she was standing. Xiaoyu, he's not coming to beg for food, is he? Gao Xiaodao wondered if she should dig out an old piece of clothing from home to give him, at least to keep him warm, otherwise, in this bitter winter, he might not make it through. As the man ran closer and closer, Feng Lingyu finally began to make out his features. They had only been apart for one morning. How had Bian Yansong turned into such a mess? Comrade, thank goodness, I never thought I'd run into you here. The moment Bian Yansong saw Feng Lingyu, he nearly burst into tears. Seeing the shock on Feng Lingyu's face, Bian Yansong instinctively pulled back his straw-sandaled feet, but it didn't help at all. He was both embarrassed and humiliated. After all, when they had parted, Bian Yansong had been a dashing gentleman in a suit and leather shoes. But now, Feng Lingyu was still radiant, while he had fallen to a state worse than a beggar. What on earth happened to you? Feng Lingyu asked in astonishment. Though it wasn't exactly kind, Feng Lingyu thought he looked like a Samoyed that had rolled around in the mud, clearly miserable, yet still trying to put up a front so no one would mock him. Bian Yansong's face fell, and he dejectedly began recounting his ordeal. That morning, after parting ways with Feng Lingyu and the others at the train station, Bian Yansong had taken a bus to Tuanjia Commune. He had originally struck a deal with an old man driving an ox cart to take him to Qingshan village, and he climbed aboard. But halfway there, they ran into bandits. Bian Yansong, dressed in fine clothes and looking soft-skinned, with several large bundles in tow, was clearly a prime target. Though he was tall, he was all show, completely helpless against the bandits. Bian Yansong didn't want to risk his life over some belongings. His life was far more important than a bit of money. Losing some valuables was no big deal. As for the old man, he had fled the moment the bandits appeared. He was clearly poor, and the bandits didn't bother with him. Bian Yansong thought giving up his money would be enough, but those bandits were utterly ruthless. They even set their sights on his clothes. Outnumbered and overpowered, Bian Yansong was pinned down while they stripped him from head to toe, leaving him only in his underwear. Finally, perhaps because Bian Yansong had been cooperative, one of them tossed him a set of clothes that had been worn for who knows how long. Then the bandits, now dressed in his clothes, left cheerfully together. They never expected to find such a fat sheep in this remote backwater. After the bandits left, the old man with the ox cart quietly returned. His cart was still there. Oxen were public property back then. If one were stolen, an investigation would follow, and selling one would be easily traced. So the bandits didn't dare touch the ox. The old man was kind-hearted. Seeing Bian Yansong in such a pitiful state, a stranger in a strange land who likely didn't know the way, he kindly brought him to Qingshan village as agreed. Once in Qingshan village, Bian Yansong tried to ask for directions at a few houses, hoping to find Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan so he'd have somewhere to go. But every time he knocked on a door, the villagers mercilessly chased him off, telling him to beg elsewhere. Bian Yansong had lived a life of comfort and refinement since birth, never imagining he'd be mistaken for a beggar. After being turned away several times, he wandered through the village, hoping to get lucky and stumble upon Sun Yiming and the others' place. Instead, he didn't find them, but he did run into the female comrade he'd met on the train. After hearing Bian Yansing's story, Feng Lingyu felt both amused and a bit sorry for him. You clearly look like an outsider, and your clothes were a bit too flashy. You were probably targeted long ago. At least they didn't take your life. Losing some money is nothing, Feng Lingyu said, pursing her lips to comfort him, trying hard not to let him catch her smirking. Those bandits are despicable. They didn't even leave me a single piece of clothing. If I ever catch them, I'll make sure they suffer. Bian Yansong fumed. Then he looked at Feng Lingyu's outfit. You're not exactly dressed modestly either. How come you didn't get robbed? Me? I hired a few people to escort me back, Feng Lingyu said with a vague laugh. In truth, she had taken the back roads instead of the main path. No bandit in their right mind would lie in wait on a small trail to rob someone. Besides, with Feng Lingyu's speed, even if someone wanted to rob her, they'd have to keep up first. Bian Yansong seethed with frustration, cursing his own carelessness. Taking his money was one thing, but stripping him of his clothes was a slap in the face. And his watch, a priceless gift from his mother for his coming of age, had been stolen too. Seeing how familiar Feng Lingyu and Bian Yansong seemed, Gao Xiaodao asked curiously. This is Bian Yansong. I met him on the train back today, Feng Lingyu explained, then introduced Gao Xiaodao. This is Gao Xiaodao. She lives with me. It's freezing out here. Come back with me for now. Didn't you say you were looking for someone? Who is it? Maybe I know them, Feng Lingyu guided subtly. Bian Yansong suddenly remembered he still needed to find his contacts, so he quickly said, I'm looking for Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan. They're sent-down youth here. Do you know where they live? Feng Lingyu gasped, covering her mouth in feigned surprise, her eyes wide. So you're their friend. Why didn't you say so? They live right next door to me. I'll take you to them now. Bian Yansong finally felt the weight lift from his anxious heart. Bothering Sun Yiming and the others was still better than imposing on these two female comrades. Feng Lingyu was also at a loss. If she had known Bian Yansong would run into this, she might as well have let him travel with Shen Huayu. She had suspected the road might be unsafe, but she never imagined it would happen so coincidentally to Bian Yansong. Sun Yiming and the others aren't home right now, Xiaoyu. We'd better take this comrade back to our place first, Gao Xiaodao suddenly remembered. Earlier that morning, Sun Yiming had said he and Zhao Nanshan were going into the mountains to chop firewood. Though they had bought charcoal from Gao Xiaodao, they still needed firewood for cooking. Might as well go all the way since things had come to this. Bringing Bian Yansong home wouldn't hurt. Back at the house, Shen Huiqing was eagerly waiting for Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao to return. He had noticed Feng Lingyu the moment she climbed over the wall into the yard. But before they could even exchange a proper word, she had gone off to deal with Huang Suitsue. Once home, Gao Xiaodao dug out a set of clothes she had made for Grandpa Shen and told Bian Yansong to clean up and change. When Bian Yansong stepped out of the bath and into the room, the apple Gao Xiaodao was munching on dropped to the floor. He was so stunningly handsome he didn't look real, his skin was so fair it seemed to glow, and the whole room felt brighter just from his presence. Chapter 417, Hard Not to Resent. Shen Huiqing was also stunned. How could this person be even better looking than her brother? Only Feng Lingyu calmly glanced at Bian Yansong and gestured for him to come over and sit down. In her heart, Bian Yansong equaled a good-looking Samoyed. Good-looking, yes, but not very sharp in the head. Bian Yansong, of course, had no idea what Feng Lingyu thought of him. At that moment, his heart was filled with gratitude toward Feng Lingyu. Comrade Feng, I really owe you this time. If it weren't for you, I'd definitely have caught a cold or worse. Bian Yansong's eyes were a bit red. Don't blame those villagers either. It's not that they didn't want to help you, it's just that this is a special time, and they couldn't be sure whether you were good or bad. Feng Lingyu explained that Danang City was currently suffering from a snow disaster. The situation was bad. In some places, gangs had started forming to rob villagers of their food. Bian Yansong was a stranger, and if he had been sent to scout out the village's situation, that would have been trouble. That's why those people refused to deal with him. To protect their families' lives and property, they had no choice but to harden their hearts. No wonder. I thought it was strange how deserted Danang City was. Bian Yansong gave a bitter smile. He had assumed it was just because of the cold winter that no one wanted to go out. But thinking back now, even if it was cold, a big city shouldn't have been completely empty unless there was a special reason. The clothes Bian Yansong was wearing weren't more expensive than his own, and they didn't look good either, but after the bitter cold he had endured, he understood that keeping warm was what mattered. As for price, that was all superficial. Practicality was most important. Bian Yansong sniffled and touched the dark blue jacket on himself. This fabric doesn't feel thick and it's rough, but it's actually pretty warm. Feng Lingyu. No kidding. This was a coat made for Grandpa Shen, who lived in the cowshed. It looked rough and ugly on the outside, but it was stuffed with duck down inside. Since you like it, you can keep it. Feng Lingyu took a drink of water to cover her awkwardness. That's really too kind. Bian Yansong smiled shyly. By the way, where's that male comrade who was with you? Why isn't he here? At that, Gao Xiaodao and Shen Huiqing both turned sharply to look at Feng Lingyu. Feng Lingyu, feeling like they were staring at her as if she were some heartbreaker, got goosebumps. He stayed in the city to handle some things. He'll be back later. I forgot to tell you, Shen Huiyu came back with me. He should be here soon. Gao Xiaodao and Shen Huiqing both breathed a sigh of relief. They had been afraid Feng Lingyu had picked up some other guy outside. Shen Huiqing, knowing her brother was coming back, couldn't help getting excited, fidgeting in her seat. Feng Lingyu glanced at her and said helplessly, Huiqing, why don't you go check the village entrance? Your brother might be arriving soon. Okay, I'll go right now. Shen Huiqing's voice was full of joy. After Shen Huiqing ran out, Bian Yansong chatted with Feng Lingyu for a while longer. You're actually a sent-down youth here? Didn't you say you were coming home for the new year? How did you and Comrade Shen end up in Dongguan town? It wasn't that Bian Yansong was being overly dramatic. Most sent-down youth found it hard to return to the city, let alone go to a remote border town like Dongyuan town. We had some business to take care of. Our families pulled some strings. I hope you can keep it a secret, Comrade Bian. We kept this trip hidden from everyone. Bian Yansong nodded in understanding. It was clear that Comrades Feng and Shen weren't ordinary people, so it made sense that their families had connections. Don't worry, I won't tell a soul. Bian Yansong said seriously. Not even if your good brothers ask? Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow. Not even then. This has nothing to do with them. At that, Bian Yansong's expression turned sorrowful again. He roughly wiped his face. In fact, I should be looking for trouble with them. If I hadn't been so stubborn about coming to see them, I could have gone back to Jing City safely. Why would I have run into all this mess? Thinking about how all the local specialties he had brought were stolen, Bian Yansong felt like he was having a heart attack. Feng Lingyu's mouth twitched, and she looked at Bian Yansong with some pity. Sun Yiming and the others probably had no idea they were carrying a debt on their backs right now. Soon, noises came from outside, followed by Sun Yiming's distinctive voice. Gao Xiaodao, open the door. We found something good on the mountain today. Hurry up and open it. If you're even a second late, you'll regret it. Sun Yiming was impatient and started urging after just a few seconds. Hearing the familiar voice, before Gao Xiaodao could get up, Bian Yansong shot up from his chair. Comrade Xiaotao, don't move. I'll get it. I have a feeling Sun Yiming is done for. Gao Xiaotao clicked her tongue, a look of schadenfreude on her face. Feng Lingyu smirked. Letting Bian Yansong blow off some steam isn't a bad thing. A rich young master like Bian Yansong had been stripped of his clothes just to find them. It was hard not to resent that. Sun Yiming leaned against the door, a twig in his mouth, humming a tuneless song happily. Today, while chopping firewood with Zhao Nanshan on the mountain, he had actually found a frozen deer. That kind of animal wasn't found near the foothills. You had to go deep into the mountains where Feng Lingyu and the others had hunted before. But today, luck had smiled on him. Sun Yiming tapped his foot contentedly. He would give half of the deer to Gao Xiaodao. She cooked well. Just as Sun Yiming was drooling at the thought of eating meat, the door behind him finally opened. Xiaotao you, how's it you? Sun Yiming had been about to complain, but when he saw the face of the person opening the door, he shouted in shock. Bian Yansong, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be wiping out bandits in Dongyuan town? After the initial shock, Sun Yiming felt a bit of joy. After all, Bian Yansong was a good friend he had grown up with. The last time they had spoken on the phone, Bian Yansong had been complaining about the tangled local connections and how he couldn't get anything done. Now that he was here, it meant the bandit problem had been resolved. Chapter 418, never thought he could hide it from him. Sun Yiming was startled, then stepped forward to put his arm around Bian Yansong's shoulder. You rascal, you could have told us before coming. Bian Yansong mercilessly swatted Sun Yiming's outstretched paw aside. Sun Yiming, take your pig trotter off me. Sun Yiming had just come down from chopping firewood on the mountain, his hands covered in mud, while Bian Yansong had just cleaned himself up and really didn't want him to dirty his clothes. Bian Yansong's look of disgust was plain to see, and Sun Yiming was amused despite himself. Hey, you're actually disgusted by me. Knowing Bian Yansong's fussy nature, Sun Yiming shot him a sidelong glance. Alright, I won't argue with you. When did you get to Qingshan village? Why didn't you say something in advance? Nanshan and I could have come to pick you up. Sun Yiming craned his neck to look behind Bian Yansong, didn't see anything, then held out his hand. Where's the surprise? Let me see it. Bian Yansong stared blankly at the insufferable Sun Yiming and said coolly, it got robbed. Robbed? Sun Yiming asked in surprise. Only then did he carefully take in his childhood friend's attire, a dark blue coarse cloth jacket paired with baggy cotton pants, making him look like a simple village boy. It was only because Sun Yiming had been too excited at suddenly seeing Bian Yansong that he hadn't noticed the change in his clothes. Your clothes got robbed too? Ha ha ha. The moment Sun Yiming imagined how Bian Yansong, with his fussy personality, must have looked after being robbed, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Sun Yiming held his stomach with one hand and leaned against the doorframe with the other, laughing so hard tears came out. Inside the room, Feng Lingyu heard Sun Yiming's laughter, clicked her tongue twice, and said leisurely to Gao Xiaodao, some people really are just asking for a beating. No sooner had Feng Lingyu spoken than Sun Yiming's wailing sounded from outside. It was only when Zhao Nanshan, seeing that Sun Yiming hadn't returned for a while, came out to check that he stopped Sun Yiming from getting beaten any further. Compared to Sun Yiming, Zhao Nanshan was naturally much more perceptive. Although he also wanted to mock Bian Yansong, he held back in the end. After all, Bian Yansong had only ended up in this situation because he came to see them. You say you ran into Xiaoyu on the road and she gave you the clothes? Zhao Nanshan's eyes flickered. He felt his friend wasn't telling the whole truth and was hiding something. Bian Yansong had already promised Feng Lingyu not to tell anyone about meeting her on the train, so he couldn't go back on his word. He answered vaguely, I was just lucky. You really were lucky. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to find you a set of clothes like that. Come on, let's go in and thank them. Zhao Nanshan took a few steps forward, then remembering Sun Yiming, still groaning behind him, said to him, bring the roe deer in and give it to Xiaoyu and the others as a thank you gift. Bian Yansong shot Sun Yiming a cold glance and followed him inside, leaving Sun Yiming alone outside, his brows drooping. What am I even doing this for? Not only do I get beaten for nothing, but I also have to be the laborer. Despite his complaints, Sun Yiming obediently picked up the roe deer. Zhao Nanshan pushed open the living room door, and a wave of warm air hit him. The sudden shift from cold to hot made him shiver. A graceful and refined woman was reclining on a lounge chair, holding a can of yellow peach in her hand. A section of her fair, jade-like wrist was exposed, gleaming white. Hearing the door open, she turned her sparkling, autumn-water eyes toward him. When those eyes saw him, the outer corners of her eyelids curved into an arc, and a clear, pleasant voice rang out, Brother Zhao, long time no see. Zhao Nanshan smiled slightly and said meaningfully, it has been a long time. I wonder if your illness has recovered. Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow, knowing she couldn't hide the news of her absence from Zhao Nanshan. She nodded. It's fine now. Comrade Feng, I didn't expect you to be so familiar with Nanshan and the others. What a coincidence. Bian Yansong said happily. Feng Lingyu helplessly spread her hands. Yeah, who would have thought I'd happen to run into Brother Zhao's friend too? Just then, Sun Yiming barged in noisily. He had just taken the roe deer to the kitchen. Xiaoyu, are you feeling better? What happened? Why have you been sick for so long? Sun Yiming hadn't expected to see someone he hadn't seen in a long time as soon as he walked in, so he immediately came over to ask with concern. Every time he and Nanshan came over, Gao Xiaodao would say Feng Lingyu was sick and needed to rest quietly and couldn't come outside. It had been so long that Sun Yiming actually thought Feng Lingyu had some incurable disease. He had even planned that if Feng Lingyu's health didn't improve in a couple of days, he and Zhao Nanshan would take her to the hospital. If you're sick, you go to the hospital. What's the point of staying at home? I'm much better. It's nothing serious. Feng Lingyu hadn't expected Sun Yiming to care so much about her. Sun Yiming stared closely at Feng Lingyu's face. Seeing her cheeks rosy and not looking like she was sick, he finally relaxed. Zhao Nanshan helplessly glanced at his foolish friend. Of everyone here, he was the most naive, actually believing Feng Lingyu was sick. He didn't stop to think, with Feng Lingyu's circumstances, if she were really sick, would she stay at home without a word and not go see a doctor? Feng Lingyu wasn't some poor person, she had plenty of money. Xiaoyu, we'll trade the roe deer for Bian Yenseng's clothes. Thank you so much this time. Otherwise, my friend might have been in serious trouble. Zhao Nanshan said gratefully. This wasn't an exaggeration. In the dead of winter, staying thinly dressed for a long time could freeze a person to death. Even if they didn't die, their constitution would be ruined, and they'd be sickly for life. If it turned out like Yan Wei at the educated youth point, it would be a devastating blow for Bian Yansong. Neither he nor Sun Yiming would feel good about it either, since Bian Yansong wouldn't have gotten into trouble if not for coming to see them. What are you saying? It's just a piece of clothing. There's no need for a roe deer. If you really feel bad about it, just help Xiao Dao and me with more work in the fields next year when we're on duty. Feng Lingyu said with a smile. Zhao Nanshan knew Feng Lingyu was just being polite. Given her and Gao Xiaodao's strength, when would they ever need his and Sun Yiming's help with the field work? How about this? Keep the roe deer at your place, and tonight Bian Yansong and I will shamelessly come over for a meal. Then it's settled. Feng Lingyu replied cheerfully. What Feng Lingyu didn't know was that in the original plot, Bian Yansong had indeed ruined his health from this incident and become a sickly person. Because of this, his family had completely given up on him and instead supported his cousin. Later, unwilling to give up on himself, Bian Yansong met Shen Huayu, devoted himself to staying by his side, and became Shen Huayu's right-hand man. With his outstanding abilities, he helped Shen Huayu solve many problems. Wu Meiyu, that transmigrator, had her mind entirely focused on the male lead, Shen Huayu, and paid little attention to the rest of the plot. So Feng Lingyu had no idea she had inadvertently saved another person. Chapter 419, Forget it, it's not in the cards. At the entrance of Qingshan village, Shen Huiqing stood on tiptoe, craning his neck as far as he could to see into the distance. The cold wind had turned the tip of his nose red, but it couldn't suppress the warmth in his heart. It had been half a year since he last saw his brother when they parted in the capital. During that time, his brother had written him 2 letters, encouraging him to study hard and not neglect his education, saying that the dark days would eventually pass. When that time came, the knowledge he had gained would find its use. Heeding his brother's words, he hadn't spent a single day idling, diligently studying the lessons in his books every day. Shen Huiqing pursed his lips. His mind wasn't as sharp as his brother's, but as long as he put in the hard work, he could still achieve results. Just as Shen Huiqing was growing anxious, the sound of bells finally rang out from the distant path. Some old yellow oxen in the countryside wore bells around their necks. Whenever the ox moved, the bell would chime clearly, making it easier for the herder to locate the animal. Shen Huiqing squinted, straining his eyes to look into the distance. The ox cart indeed carried a person. At this hour, anyone returning by ox cart was most likely his brother. Shen Huiqing jumped down from the stone he had been standing on and dashed toward the ox cart. The old man driving the ox cart was idly chatting with Shen Huayu. Young man, times are unsettled lately. With all the things you're carrying, you'd better be careful. This morning I gave a ride to a young man, a fellow, but he was prettier than any girl. Even his clothes were stripped off by those damned bandits. Shen Huayu was taken aback. That sounded an awful lot like Bian Yansong. The old man glanced at Shen Huayu, who sat upright, and thought to himself that this young man was also good-looking, with a serious air about him. You're carrying a lot too, so you'd better be careful, you hear? I understand. Thank you for the warning, sir. We're almost there. Once I'm home, I should be fine. Even the boldest bandit wouldn't dare come into the village to rob anyone. Shen Huayu said with a slight smile. The old man muttered, that's true. Those people definitely wouldn't dare enter the village, or the villagers would make sure they never leave. But it's quite a coincidence. I've only had 2 fairs today and both were headed to Qingshan village. Your village has had the best harvests in these parts this year. No wonder it's raised 2 such handsome lads like you. The old man remarked with a sigh. Could it be that Qingshan village had good feng shui? Otherwise, how could it keep getting better year after year? The old man mulled it over in his mind. He had a granddaughter at home. If he could arrange a match with someone from Qingshan village, it might not be a bad idea. Hearing this, Shen Huayu already knew that the unlucky young man was almost certainly Bian Yansong. Imagining Bian Yansong stripped of his clothes and left by the roadside, Shen Huayu silently lit a candle for him in his heart. Hey, look, a little kid is running toward us. The old man suddenly said. Shen Huayu looked closely and realized that the half-grown boy was none other than his younger brother, Shen Huiqing. Sir, that's my brother. He's probably here to meet me. Oh, you have a younger brother this big? He's good-looking too. Your parents must be very handsome, right? At the mention of his parents, the smile on Shen Huayu's face faded slightly, but he still replied, they were indeed good-looking. I have a little granddaughter about your brother's age. How about betrothing her to him? My granddaughter isn't bad looking either, and we'll provide her dowry when the time comes. What do you think? Shin Huayu's lips twitched. He hadn't expected his little brother to already be targeted. I won't interfere in his affairs. He can make his own decisions when he grows up. The ox cart drew closer to the village entrance and Shin Huayu waved at his brother, signaling him to stay put. When the ox cart stopped at the village entrance, the two Shin brothers unloaded the goods from the cart. Sir, thank you for the ride. Take care on your way back alone, Shin Huayu said, handing over the fare along with 2 cigarettes. In this heavy snow, Shin Huayu had to pay 2 yuan to get a ride back alone on the ox cart, otherwise no one would be willing to come out. Of course, paying with grain would be cheaper. The old man hadn't expected Shin Huayu to give him 2 cigarettes as well, and his face broke into a bright smile. Thank you, young comrade. Don't worry, I've traveled this road so many times that no one would dare rob me. About the marriage proposal I mentioned earlier, think it over. My granddaughter really is quite good. Well, I'm off now. Matters of fate are up to him. Take care, sir. Shin Huayu replied, leaving no room for negotiation. The old man felt a bit regretful. If only he could have sealed the deal. These 2 young men clearly had a bright future ahead of them. If his granddaughter could marry into this family, she'd never have to worry about anything for the rest of her life. Too bad this young man was tight-lipped. He seemed easy to talk to, but in reality, he was impervious to persuasion. After the old man left, Shin Huaiqing approached his brother with wide, round eyes. Shin Huayu looked at his brother's silly expression and asked, "What are you staring at me like that for? Brother, I haven't seen you in so long. I missed you." Shin Huayu was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Shin Huaiqing's bluntness. He reached out and patted his brother's shoulder. "You've gotten stronger, and you've grown a bit taller. Not bad." At his brother's praise, Shin Huaiqing's face flushed with excitement. "Sister Xiaotao makes me soup every day, and even teaches me how to practice boxing." With that, Shin Huaiqing stretched out his arm and mimicked a few moves. "Then you must repay her well in the future," Shin Huayu said with a smile, feeling deeply grateful to Gao Xiaodao. "How is Grandpa's health now?" Shin Huayu asked. "Grandpa is doing great. Last time I went to see him, I found him practicing boxing in the snow early in the morning. I told him to stop, but he wouldn't listen. It wasn't until Sister Xiaotao came to persuade him that he finally went back inside." Shin Huaiqing pouted, looking displeased. It was as if he was complaining that even his own grandson meant less to Grandpa than Sister Xiaotao did. Back when he was with Xiaoyu, Shin Huayu had already experienced Grandpa's favoritism. Chapter 420. Meeting Grandpa. Shin Huaiqing helped Shin Huayu pick up the things from the ground and turned his head to ask, "Brother, where are we going now?" Since Shin Huayu and Feng Lingyu weren't married yet, it wouldn't be appropriate for him, as a man, to stay at her place. Seeing the worry in Shin Huaiqing's eyes, Shin Huayu chuckled and said, "What are you thinking?" "Of course, we're going back to Grandpa's place first." Without his younger brother needing to say it, he certainly wouldn't stay at Xiaoyu's house. "Brother, Grandpa doesn't know you're back yet. He'll be overjoyed to see you. By the way, brother, how did you run into Sister Xiaoyu? Weren't you in the capital? Did you meet on the train or somewhere else? How long are you staying this time?" "Stop." Shin Huayu rubbed his ears helplessly. "I remember you weren't this talkative before." Shin Huayu felt like his younger brother was a duck, quacking nonstop by his ear. Shin Huaiqing also realized he had been a bit too talkative, but he was just too excited, so he couldn't help it. Never mind, being lively is a good thing. Facing his brother's slightly anxious yet adoring gaze, Shin Huayu softened a bit. Compared to his timid and uneasy younger brother from before, this lively and adorable one was much better. So the two of them walked toward Shin Xiuyi's place, asking and answering questions along the way, with Shin Huayu sharing what he could. Shin Xiuyi was outside clearing snow from the ground when he heard 2 voices, one clear and one deep, coming from outside. "Grandpa, look who's back." Shin Huaiqing ran in happily and said to Shin Xiuyi. Shin Xiuyi looked behind him and saw his much more resolute eldest grandson standing tall and graceful at the door, looking at him with emotion. "Grandpa, I'm back." Shin Huayu's eyes were a bit red. Seeing that Shin Xiuyi had a rosy complexion and steady, strong breathing, he could tell his grandfather had been well cared for, much healthier than when he had left. "Huayu, why are you suddenly back?" Shin Xiuyi took a deep breath. "Did old Xiao kick you out?" "Grandpa, can't you think something good of me?" Shin Huayu said, feeling stifled. Shin Xiuyi circled Shin Huayu twice and said sternly, "Don't try to fool me. I know it's not time for school holidays yet." As for why Shin Huaiqing was on break now, it was partly because of the cold weather and partly because they were already working part-time at school, with labor classes in the afternoons. "That's because I wasn't actually studying at school. I've already completed my first-year courses. I just need to finish the tasks Teacher Xiao assigns me." Shin Huayu spread his hands helplessly. "Good. As a descendant of the Shin family, if you'd been kicked out of school, that would have been a huge disgrace. Shin Shioi realized he had misunderstood, but the old man refused to admit his mistake and stubbornly spoke with his hands behind his back. With that, the emotional atmosphere from earlier was gone, and Shin Huayu returned to his usual cool and aloof demeanor. Shin Huiqing glanced at his brother, then at his grandfather, and wisely chose not to get involved in their conversation. He quietly moved Shin Huayu's luggage into the room. Once they sat down in the cowshed and felt the wave of warmth, Shin Huayu asked in surprise. In previous years, the shed hadn't just lacked warmth, it had been drafty from all sides, unable to retain heat, requiring constant firewood to barely get through the winter. So every winter, Shin Huayu would start chopping and storing firewood early, or else it wouldn't be enough. That was Xiaoyu's idea. The village had some money from selling medicinal herbs, so they fixed up this drafty shed. Of course, I'm also benefiting from the cow's luck, or I wouldn't get to live in such a nice place, Shin Shioi said self-deprecatingly. In this day and age, people lived worse than cattle. Who could you complain to? Of course, Shin Shioi was already very grateful. Without Xiaoyu, he might not have survived this winter. With Xiaoyu's care and Xiao Tao occasionally bringing over nourishing soup, Shin Shioi felt full of energy. He hoped to live a few more years, at least long enough to see Xiaoyu become his grandson's wife, and if he could see a great-grandchild, that would be even better. Shin Huayu, of course, had no idea his grandfather was thinking so far ahead. He sincerely comforted him. Grandpa, don't worry. Everything will get better. Next, Shin Shioi asked in detail about Shin Huayu's experiences during this time, and Shin Huayu shared what he could. As for the bandit suppression in Dongwon town, Shin Huayu gave a general account. As a soldier who defended his country, Shin Shioi was furious when he heard about Lu Chungon's deeds. He slammed the table hard. That damn bastard. If I were there, I'd have shot him. He had lived his whole life with integrity, never seeking personal gain, and naturally felt nothing but disgust for people like Lu Chung, who preyed on the common people. Truly, the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. Even a small public security bureau chief dares to cover the sky with one hand. After his anger subsided, Shin Shioi looked at his two grandsons and said earnestly, if either of you becomes an official or holds power in the future, you must never do anything that harms the people. If I find out, don't blame me for putting righteousness above family. I, Shin Shioi, will act as if I never had that grandson. Grandpa, don't worry, I definitely won't. Shin Huiqing immediately sat up straight and promised. Shin Shioi then looked at his eldest grandson. Shin Huayu found it a bit amusing and said, I won't either. Good. Satisfied that both grandsons had agreed, Shin Shioi took a sip of tea. By the way, Xiaoyu just got back today, so she must be very tired. Don't bother her for now. Let her rest first. Hearing this, Shin Huayu's mouth twitched. You really are my dear grandfather. The three of them stayed together for a while. When it was about time, Shin Huiqing got up to say goodbye and head home. As for Shin Huayu, he stayed the night to sleep with his grandfather. When Shin Huiqing got home, he saw a large pot set up in the dining room, bubbling away with meat stewing. The aroma of meat filled the room, making people swallow repeatedly. So delicious. Shin Huiqing couldn't help but exclaim. Huiqing, you're back. Where's your brother? Feng Lingyu saw Shin Huiqing standing at the door and waved him over. Shin Huiqing quickly walked inside and stretched his hands out to warm them by the charcoal stove. My brother is with Grandpa. Grandpa won't let him come over now. Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow, understanding it was to avoid suspicion. Even though Shin Huayu was no longer a person of sensitive status, Grandpa Shin was still there. If someone saw Shin Huayu coming and going from Feng Lingyu's home, it wouldn't reflect well on her. Then he's missing out. Sister Xiao Tao stewed some meat today, and the broth is really fragrant. Sun Yiming and his two brothers were sitting together playing poker, a game Feng Lingyu had just taught them, aptly named Fight the Landlord. As soon as they learned it, the three of them got hooked. All afternoon, they had been gathered together battling it out, their faces and heads covered in white paper strips, though that was just Sun Yiming and Bian Yansong. Zhao Nanshan, that old fox, had only a few white strips on his face. Compared to the miserable state of Sun Yiming and the other two, his could be ignored. Chapter 421, Elementary School-Style Bickering. Bian Yansong and Sun Yiming were fighting with red eyes, but it was really just a mutual struggle between two rookies. The true master, Zhao Nanshan, sat off to the side, steady as a rock, watching calmly. Shin Huiqing found it amusing, so he sidled up to Zhao Nanshan, ready to see how things would play out. Seeing this, Sun Yiming shouted, Huiqing, come over here. I'll teach you. Why? Sun Yiming put on a hurt and shocked expression, thinking he had the best relationship with Huiqing. Shin Huiqing looked at the paper strips on Sun Yiming's face with some disdain. Did he really have no self-awareness? Still don't get it? She's just looking down on your skills, ha ha ha. Bian Yansong suddenly burst into laughter. Sun Yiming jumped up like he'd been stepped on. You've got some nerve talking about me. Look at the paper strips on your own face. We're about the same. Zhao Nanshan gave Shen Huiqing an approving glance, as if saying she had good taste. They kept at it until dinner was ready in the evening, but Sun Yiming and Bian Yansong never managed to turn things around. They even got beaten a couple of times by Shen Huiqing, who had just learned. At that point, the two were completely deflated and stopped mentioning anything about turning the tables. Dinner was made entirely by Gao Xiaodao. Feng Lingyu had initially offered to help, but Gao Xiaodao found her movements too clumsy and only let her do small tasks like peeling garlic before shooing her out of the kitchen. With nothing to do, Feng Lingyu leaned back in a lounge chair and read a book. Earlier, Xiaodao had asked her where Tuanzi and Jinzi were, and she brushed it off, saying the two were playing wild in the mountains and would come back when they felt like it. If Xiaodao hadn't brought it up, she would have forgotten about the two little ones. She had been spending so much time with Shen Huaiyu lately that she hadn't entered the space in a long time. She just used the space as a portable storage box. Because there were many people, Gao Xiaodao made a lavish dinner. She had marinated 2 of the river deer legs and put them in the oven, which she had built herself using leftover bricks from the last house repair. After building it, Gao Xiaodao tested it and found it worked well. It could handle all the daily baking needs. Then she simmered a pot of bone soup with white radishes she had grown herself. The soup turned a milky white and smelled fragrant. The bone soup was placed in the center of the table, with maokshuang, braised fish, sweet and sour ribs, kung pao chicken, minced pork with vermicelli, and 3 vegetable dishes arranged in a circle around it. As Gao Xiaodao called out that dinner was ready, everyone rushed to the table. Gao Xiaodao, this is way too much. Sun Yiming couldn't help swallowing. The array of dishes, with a mix of meat and vegetables, looked incredibly tempting. Comrade Gao, you're too kind. With so much food, it would be a waste if we can't finish it. Bian Yansong thought Gao Xiaodao had prepared all this to welcome him, so he said a bit sheepishly. Bian Yansong was really good-looking, and Gao Xiaodao smiled foolishly. We had a lot of stuff stored at home, so I just used it all. With you 3 big men, plus me and Xiaoyu, don't worry, we can finish it. Actually, Bian Yansong was overthinking it. Gao Xiaodao had made the food according to their appetites, not extra. Seeing Gao Xiaodao's silly smile, Sun Yiming snorted, another one who gets all starry-eyed at the sight of Bian Yansong. Gao Xiaodao glared at Sun Yiming. What's it to you? You're just jealous that he's good-looking. Humph. Sun Yiming looked at her in disbelief. Me jealous of him? Are you kidding me? The two often bickered over trivial matters, and Feng Lingyu and Zhao Nanshan were already used to it. So, at this moment, they calmly invited Bian Yansong to sit down. Don't mind them. If they don't have a fight for a day, they feel off. They'll be fine in a bit, Zhao Nanshan said helplessly. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, the two sat down and started eating as if nothing had happened, acting like the argument never occurred. Bian Yansong found it hard to describe. Who would have thought that Sun Yiming, the little tyrant of the family compound, could be so childish? Feng Lingyu took a satisfied sip of the soup, savoring the blend of bone oil and radish fragrance, and squinted her eyes in contentment. After being away for so long, Xiaodao's cooking was still the best. By the way, now that we have an oven at home, we can make cake. Feng Lingyu suddenly said. She had just returned from Dongyuan City and brought back quite a few dairy products, butter, cream, cheese, and such, perfect for baking cakes and cookies. Back in the capital, Gao Xiaodao had seen them before. They looked very different from Chinese pastries with varied shapes, and some even had chocolate on top. But I don't know how to make it. The recipe book Gao Xiaodao had found last time only had Chinese dishes. Feng Lingyu had modern baking books in her space, so she said casually, no problem, I'll find you a book. Hearing their conversation, Bian Yansong spoke up, I know a way to get a book on making cakes. If you're not in a hurry, I can send it to you after I get home. Zhao Nanshan raised an eyebrow. Bian Yansong's father worked in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so he did have access to foreign things. Finding a cake-making book wasn't a big deal. Really? If it's not too much trouble, please send us one. Gao Xiaodao looked at Bian Yansong with surprise. No trouble at all. I'm the one who's caused you trouble, so I'm happy to help a little. Bian Yansong said with a warm smile. The small mole at the corner of his eye looked a bit alluring, and his delicate features were fully on display. Gao Xiaodao couldn't help staring. This comrade Bian was just too good-looking. Just then, Sun Yiming said grumpily, what's so great about that? I can find a cake-making book too. Do you have to stare at him like that? Have some restraint. Everyone loves beauty. If someone's good-looking, what's wrong with taking a few more looks? Not everyone is as twisted inside as you. Chapter 422, Since you're here, why not come in? Seeing the two of them squabbling like fighting cocks, Feng Lingyu helplessly rubbed her forehead. All right, both of you are grown-ups. Why are you still acting like children? Xiaoyu, it's clearly Sun Yiming who keeps picking on me, Gao Xiaodao said angrily. Next time he bothers you, just hit him. Hit him a few times, and he won't dare anymore. It wasn't that Feng Lingyu looked down on Sun Yiming. With his strength, Gao Xiaodao could knock him over with one hand. Sun Yiming's eyes widened in disbelief that Feng Lingyu would say something like hitting him right in front of him. Xiaoyu, how can you do this? Since you can't settle it with words, you'll have to use force, Feng Lingyu said, spreading her hands. You know I can't beat her, Sun Yiming complained pitifully. Stunned by her words, Sun Yiming sulkily sat down to eat by himself. Bian Yansong watched the scene, raising his eyebrows in surprise. He never thought the little tyrant Sun Yiming would be so obedient one day. He then turned to look at Zhao Nanshan, who wore an expression of someone enjoying the show, clearly used to such scenes. Since Sun Yiming had backed down, Gao Xiaodao naturally didn't press further. She went out and brought in the roasted roe deer leg from the oven. The freshly taken out leg was still sizzling with oil. For a moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the roe deer leg, and they all swallowed their saliva. I've already seasoned the leg. If you like spicy food, dip it in the chili plate. If you find it greasy, there's a vinegar plate next to it to cut the grease, Gao Xiaodao said as she set the tray down on the table. Before she could say more, everyone, who had been waiting impatiently, took out knives and began slicing meat off the leg. Wild game inevitably has a gamey smell, but the spices Gao Xiaodao used perfectly suppressed it, making it very tasty. Moreover, the meat on the leg wasn't too fatty, so it wasn't greasy. The tray also had fruits like apples, giving the roasted meat a hint of fruity flavor, making it very refreshing. The roasted roe deer leg received unanimous praise from everyone. By the end, Shen Huaiqing was holding his stomach, full from eating too much. Bian Yansong also had a big appetite. Luckily his cotton pants had an elastic waistband, or he would have been too embarrassed today. The entire table full of dishes was cleared by everyone, leaving only some soup and leftovers. Fearing that everyone might have eaten too much and feel unwell, Feng Lingyu prepared some digestive tea for them. Drink it in small sips, don't gulp it down. Feng Lingyu quickly stopped Sun Yiming as he was about to drink it all at once. This was digestive tea. Drinking it too fast might make them feel even fuller. Xiaoyu, this tea is strangely good, a bit sweet too. I thought it was sugar water, Sun Yiming said sheepishly, putting down his cup. This tea is also good for nourishing the stomach and spleen. It's fine to drink more usually, but since you're already full, downing a whole cup of tea might make you throw up before the tea even takes effect. Oh, I see. Don't worry, I'll drink it slowly. After finishing the tea, everyone helped Gao Xiaodao clean up the kitchen before saying goodbye and heading home. Bian Yansong naturally left with his good brothers. After they left, Gao Xiaodao took out the remaining roe deer leg from the oven, sliced it with a knife, and wrapped it in oil paper. Then she ladled the bone soup from the clay pot into a thermos. Since these had been kept warm in the pot, they were still hot. After packing everything, Feng Lingyu took the meat and soup to the Shen family's shed. Feng Lingyu did this not for Shen Huayu, but as a younger generation, it was proper etiquette to visit the elder first upon returning from a long trip. It was a matter of politeness, and Grandpa Shen probably missed her too. When she arrived, the two old yellow cows were the first to notice Feng Lingyu and mooed at her twice. Feng Lingyu reached her hand through the fence and gently patted the old yellow cow's head. Do you recognize me now? The old yellow cow rubbed its head against Feng Lingyu's palm. Feeling the prickly sensation in her palm, Feng Lingyu laughed childishly. Shen Huayu had come out to check because of the cow's commotion. Their eyes met unexpectedly across the distance. Feng Lingyu was startled for a moment, then straightened up and waved at Shen Huayu. Since you're here, why not come in? Shen Huayu walked up to Feng Lingyu, naturally took her hand, and after feeling the warmth in her palm, he let it go. Ever since Feng Lingyu held Shen Huayu's hand by Yuanbao Lake last time, he would occasionally check if her hands were cold. At first, Feng Lingyu thought he had finally caught on, but later she realized he was just genuinely concerned about whether she was cold, and she had been overthinking. Not yet. He insisted on me playing chess with him. Feng Lingyu couldn't help but look at Shen Huayu sympathetically. Grandpa Shen's chess skills were really average. Anyway, after playing chess with Grandpa Shen once, she never wanted to play again. Feng Lingyu pushed open the door and called out, Grandpa Shen, I'm back. Shen Xiui was just sneakingly moving the chess pieces around while his grandson was out. Startled by Feng Lingyu's voice, he instinctively hid his hands behind his back before realizing it was Feng Lingyu. His face immediately wrinkled into a smile, and he said happily, Oh, it's you, child. You've been gone so long, finally back. Come here, sit down. Shen Xiui wanted to reach out to greet Feng Lingyu, but when he pulled his hand out, he found he was still holding a chess piece. He quickly and guiltily put the chess piece back. It just fell on the floor, so I picked it up, haha. Feng Lingyu pursed her lips to hide a smile, knowing that Grandpa Shen must have been trying to cheat, but she didn't call him out on it. She walked over, placed the things on the table, and opened them one by one. These are all made by Xiaodaotonite. This is roasted roe deer leg and this thermos has bone soup. I specially brought them for you to try. Xiaodao's skills are getting better and better. Seeing the meat, Shin Shui was overjoyed. Usually, Feng Lingyu didn't let him eat too much meat, saying it was bad for his health. Gao Xiaodao only listened to Xiaoyu, so if she said to give him less meat, she would resolutely not send any extra, which had made Shin Shui crave it terribly. Grandpa Shen, you can have some of the leg meat, but don't eat too much. You can drink more of the bone soup though, it's good for calcium. Elderly people's calcium levels gradually decrease, and since calcium tablets weren't available, bone soup was the best option. Seeing Grandpa Shen's reluctance, Feng Lingyu added, Grandpa Shen, you need to take care of your health. Eating too much meat at your age can easily cause a stroke. I'm not lying to you. Shen Huayu chimed in, Grandpa, remember your old friend Grandpa Feng? He used to love eating rich foods, and didn't he have a stroke at a relatively young age? At Shen Huayu's words, Shin Shui recalled that incident. He said fearfully, so that's it. Old Feng used to boast to me about eating meat every day, and then suddenly he had a stroke. So meat is harmful. Feng Lingyu laughed. Meat isn't harmful, it's just not suitable for some people. For those lacking nutrition, eating more meat helps restore their health. But for those who already eat well, too much meat can be deadly. Everything in moderation, that's the principle. Chapter 423, here to apologize to you. In this era, people couldn't even get enough to eat, let alone meat, which is why the saying that eating meat is good for health existed. But ever since Shin Shui had recovered his health, Feng Lingyu often brought him delicious food, and he couldn't control his appetite, eating whatever was available. Some time ago, Feng Lingyu noticed that Shin Shui's blood pressure was a bit high, so she began to limit the frequency and amount of meat he ate. In the end, when Feng Lingyu brought the grilled meat, Shin Shui only ate a little, just enough to taste it, and the rest was finished by Shin Huayu. After sitting and chatting with Grandpa Shin for a while, Feng Lingyu stood up to take her leave. Shin Huayu wanted to walk her back, but she refused. Her reason was that she could punch a wolf to death with one fist, so what could possibly happen on such a short walk? If someone with bad intentions ran into her, it was hard to say who would end up unlucky. Well, that reason was solid. Shin Huayu had no choice but to watch Feng Lingyu leave alone. Sometimes having a fiancé who was too capable wasn't such a good thing, there was no chance to show off. It hadn't snowed in the past few days, but the snow on the ground was still thick, as everyone stayed indoors and no one came out to clear it. Then again, many people couldn't even get enough to eat, mixing half a bowl of grain with a pot of water, making porridge so thin you could see your reflection in it. Their stomachs were full of water, leaving them with no strength to shovel snow. Fortunately, Feng Lingyu had worn fur boots when she went out, with the boot tops and pants tied together so the snow couldn't seep in. Suddenly, Feng Lingyu paused mid-step and then ducked behind a large tree. Watching the person not far away who was looking around, Feng Lingyu frowned. So late, what was she doing out here? That person in the distance was none other than Xiaozi, whom she hadn't seen in a while. She looked thinner, but her back was straight, and she seemed spirited, not at all dejected or defeated. Just by appearance, Xiaozi seemed to have grown a lot. Because in the past, she would never have shown that kind of, how to put it, tough look in her eyes. Xiaozi waited for a little while, maybe getting cold, and even jumped in place a couple of times, probably to warm up. Just then, another figure emerged. From the way they walked, they seemed to be older. The person Xiaozi was waiting for was likely the one who appeared later. Seeing them arrive, she happily went up to meet them and took a bundle from their hands. After exchanging a few words, Xiaozi cheerfully carried the bundle away. Feng Lingyu watched the whole scene. It wasn't until the older person stepped out of the shadows that she could make out their face. It was Ge Hongmei, Tiadan's grandmother. Recalling what Xiao Tao had told her about Xiaozi, Feng Lingyu had some understanding. As for whether Xiaozi had truly changed for the better, Feng Lingyu was still observing. She decided to find an opportunity to test her. If there had been a real change, she would go to the city to ask Secretary Chao for some favors. After staying home for 2 days, Feng Lingyu sorted through the things she had brought back. She also found a chance to let Tuanzi and Jinzi out of her space. Gao Xiaodao and Shin Huiqing happily held the 2 little ones and wouldn't let go. Especially Shin Huiqing, who wished she could stick to Tuanzi all day, feeding it milk 8 times a day, afraid it wouldn't get enough to eat. Feng Lingyu set aside some fabric with strong ethnic patterns and designs. Gao Xiaodao curiously came over. What are these for? To send to the old lady. Doesn't she like making clothes? She'll definitely like these fabrics. Although Feng Lingyu complained that the old lady Feng Yu was annoying and called her old lady, she actually liked this unconventional elder quite a bit. With that, Feng Lingyu also set aside some wool yarn to give to Lemay. As for the things for Uncle Gao and Ming Rue, Feng Lingyu had already sorted them out to be sent to the capital together. After organizing everything, what remained were some food items. Feng Lingyu piled them all into the storage room. The beef jerky she had bought from a herder's family was delicious. She wanted to buy more, but they wouldn't sell until she offered to trade rice, and then they agreed. To the herders, beef jerky wasn't a big deal, but to Feng Lingyu, rice was something she had in abundance. So both sides were satisfied with the trade. Later, the herder introduced other families, and Feng Lingyu bought a lot of beef jerky. When work started again next spring, she could bring some beef jerky to the fields to replenish her energy. Gao Xiaodao didn't care much about clothes, but she was very interested in the dairy products Feng Lingyu had brought back. She had only known that milk powder was made from cow's milk before, but she didn't realize milk could be made into so many different things, all with a milky fragrance that smelled wonderful. Just as Feng Lingyu was tidying up, there was a knock at the door. Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao quickly put everything in the room away. Once they were sure everything was in order, Gao Xiaodao called out loudly, "Who is it?" "It's me, Wang Xingfa. Xiaoyu, are you home?" Feng Lingyu remembered that 2 days ago, Grandpa Wang had said he would come to apologize. She had already refused, but she hadn't expected Grandpa Wang to be so polite and actually show up. Opening the door, Feng Lingyu saw Wang Xingfa and his grandson Wang Dazhuang standing outside, carrying quite a few things, clearly meant as an apology gift for her. "Xiaoyu, I'm sorry to barge in like this today. I've brought my worthless grandson here to apologize to you." Before Feng Lingyu could finish speaking, Wang Xingfa got straight to the point. Chapter 424, the matter of Huang Suicue was finally settled. After hearing his grandfather's words, Wang Dazhuang immediately bent down and gave Feng Lingyu a sincere bow. "Grandpa Wang, I accept your apology. Please let him get up." Knowing that Grandpa Wang would feel uneasy if she didn't say she forgave them, Feng Lingyu had no choice but to accept the apology. Wang Xingfa said with some guilt, "It was my failure to manage the household properly. Apologizing to you is the least I can do. Dazhuang, get up." Seeing Wang Dazhuang straighten up, Feng Lingyu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly invited the Wang grandfather and grandson into the house. Inside, Gao Xiaodao had already set up the tables and chairs and brewed tea. "Grandpa Wang, please sit. This tea is really good. Try some," Gao Xiaodao said warmly. Wang Xingfa didn't decline. After sitting down, he placed the items he had brought on the table. "Xiaoyu, Xiaodao, these are gifts of apology for you. You must accept them," Wang Xingfa said, pausing before continuing. "I know you might not lack these things, but this is our sincerity. It means something different." Feng Lingyu glanced at the few bags on the table, which contained some cured meat, sesame seeds, and peanuts. For the Wang family, these were indeed rare and valuable items. Feng Lingyu sighed inwardly. She really didn't want to take these things. First, because these items were not precious to her, but for the Wang family, they were things that could nourish their bodies during these hard times. Second, because the real culprit was that woman Huang Suicue, who wasn't closely tied to the Wang family. Now that Huang Suicue had been punished, how could Feng Lingyu feel comfortable accepting the Wang family's gifts? But meeting Wang Xingfa's determined gaze, Feng Lingyu couldn't bring herself to refuse. As the head of the Wang family, if his grandson's wife went out and caused trouble, in everyone's eyes, it was because he, as the patriarch, had failed to discipline her properly. That was why Wang Xingfa had come personally to apologize, to maintain proper etiquette. Hearing this, Wang Xingfa's expression finally brightened. Feng Lingyu changed the subject. "I noticed the other day that little shirt too hasn't been raised well. He probably needs some easily absorbable nutrition. Adult food isn't good for a child's digestion. I have some milk powder. Grandpa Wang, you can take it back with you later." Wang Xingfa's face lit up with joy. "Xiaoyu, that's really kind of you, but we can't take your things for free. How much is the milk powder? We'll pay you for it." After driving Huang Suicue away, no one had secretly taken little Shita's food anymore. The family had even taken out their fine grains to grind into paste for the child, but even so, little Shirtu still looked weak. In the end, it was still a lack of nutrition. Feng Lingyu's milk powder was like rain in a drought. "Comrade Feng, my grandfather is right. How much is the milk powder? I'll buy it. It's just that we don't have milk powder coupons." Knowing it was about his son's food, Wang Dazhuang couldn't help but speak up. Feng Lingyu recalled that when she had dealt with Huang Suicue a few days ago, she had seen the Wang family full of strong men. With so much labor and their carpentry skills, the Wang family should have some savings. But with the current situation, even with money, they couldn't buy grain, which made things difficult. Thinking this over, Feng Lingyu smiled and said, "This milk powder was bought a while ago. It wasn't expensive. Just pay me what it would cost at the supply cooperative. As for the coupons, forget it. I got the milk powder through connections, so no coupons are needed." It wasn't in Feng Lingyu's nature to take nothing at all. Besides, the Wang family could afford to pay, so she only asked for the cost price. Given that milk powder was in high demand but short supply on the black market, she was already doing a good deed. Also, if she gave the milk powder away for free, and the Wang family accidentally let it slip, other families might come crying and begging at her door. Then every family with children would want free milk powder from her. Asking the Wang family for the cost price was because they could afford it, and the cost price wasn't low either. Ordinary bagged milk powder cost 4 or 5 yuan per bag, let alone canned ones. In rural areas, very few families could afford that price. Even if someone did come asking, the price would be enough to discourage them. Of course, Wang Xingfa and Wang Dazhuang had no idea about Feng Lingyu's thoughts. They both thought she was looking out for them and were too moved to know what to say. Xiaoyu, I'll shamelessly take advantage of your kindness. If you ever need anything made, whether furniture or other small items, just come to me. I'll make it for you for free. And me, Comrade Feng. If anything in your house breaks, just tell me, and I'll come fix it. As for firewood, I'll deliver it to you every week from now on. He had originally thought about carrying water for Comrade Feng's house, but she had a well in her yard, so it would be unnecessary. Feng Lingyu was a bit embarrassed by the grandfather and grandson's simple kindness. She really wasn't as good as they thought. Really, there's no need. I have everything I need at home. If I ever need anything, I'll come to you. Don't worry, I won't hold back. Since Feng Lingyu had accepted the apology gifts, Wang Xingfa and his grandson stayed for a short while before heading home. They still had matters regarding Huang Suicue to deal with at home. After sending Huang Suicue back to her family that day, the Huang family initially refused to accept it and tried to make a fuss to brush it off. But Wang Xingfa had Yang Jiangwo and the village chief of the Huang family's village witness the matter, and he recounted everything Huang Suicue had done in front of everyone. No one had expected that woman Huang Suicue could be so vicious, even stealing her own son's milk powder to take back to her family. The village chief of the Huang family's village was so embarrassed his face turned red. If word got out, outsiders would think their village raised their daughters that way. So, even for the sake of other families in the village marrying off their daughters, he dared not favor the Huang family. Ignoring the Huang family's hysterics, under the witness of the cadres from both sides, the divorce certificate for Huang Suicue and Wang Dazhuang was processed. They only needed to register it at the commune to be officially divorced. As for the money and coupons Huang Suicue had stolen, Wang Xingfa didn't go too far. Since it was a divorce, the money and coupons would be split equally between the couple. So the Huang family only needed to return the remaining half. Under this threat, the Huang family, even if unwilling, obediently returned the money and coupons. As for the custody of little Shirtu, if Huang Suicue didn't take responsibility for raising him in the future, then little Shirtu wouldn't have to support her in her old age. Wang Xingfa had Yang Jiangwo write down the specific terms, and they were stamped with the official seal under the witness of both village chiefs. In short, Wang Xingfa did this to clear obstacles for his great-grandson, little Shirtu. If little Shirtu grew up well and Huang Suicue, his biological mother, suddenly showed up, it would be disgusting. On the way back, Wang Dazhuang looked at Wang Xingfa and said, "Grandpa, I'll pay for little Shitu's milk powder. I won't use the family's money." This time, the Huang family had returned half of the money, about 100 yuan, which was enough for little Shitu's milk powder. When spring came next year, he would find a way to earn money. He had to raise little Shirtu properly. Having an unreliable mother was already unlucky enough. As his father, he had to be dependable. Hearing this, Wang Xingfa patted Wang Dazhuang's sturdy shoulder with relief. This matter with Huang Suicue turned out to be a good thing. From now on, think things through more and don't be so stubborn. Chapter 425, Well Nurtured. After the Wang grandfather and grandson left, Feng Lingyu began tidying up again. "Xiaoyu, I think Grandpa Wang's eldest grandson has grown up quite a bit," Gao Xiaodao remarked. Indeed, losing some money in exchange for Wang Dazhuang's growth is worth it. As long as Wang Dazhuang becomes more reliable in the future, even without a mother, Little Stone can still grow up steadily, Feng Lingyu replied. Without Huang Suicue, that malicious mother, and her meddling maternal family, Little Stone would surely have a better life. Thinking about how the things Bian Yansong had brought for Sun Yiming and the others were snatched away, Feng Lingyu took out some more items. These two usually helped her look after Xiaodao and Huiqing, so whenever she had something good, she had to prepare a share for them too. Feng Lingyu had her own scale for who treated her well. Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan were very comfortable to get along with and never pried into her privacy. Although Sun Yiming was loud and boisterous on the surface, he knew his limits well. Having them as neighbors, Feng Lingyu really had nothing to worry about. The last one left was Shi Wenhao. Although he was technically her patient, she felt a bit guilty for leaving him mid-treatment. After dividing the items, Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao split up to deliver them. They were all practical items, not food, so they didn't attract much attention. At the small courtyard where Shi Wenhao lived, Wang Li and He Bin were shoveling snow. The two men, stuck at home with nothing to do all day, could only find small tasks to keep themselves busy. Although the entire city of Danang was short on food due to the snow disaster, Shi Wenhao, as a regimental-level cadre, still received monthly grain supplies from the Armed Forces Department, so they weren't lacking in food. The only increase was in their need for firewood, but as two Special Forces soldiers with good physical fitness and full stomachs, chopping wood up the mountain was as easy as a stroll for them. In short, their lives carried on as usual, largely unaffected by the snow disaster. It's been almost 2 months since Comrade Feng left. I wonder when she'll be back, Wang Li said worriedly. Shi Wenhao's leg hadn't caused any major problems recently, but perhaps due to the extreme cold, it occasionally ached at night. Wang Li was concerned that the treatment, halted midway, might worsen. He Bin frowned. Today is the day Xiaotao brings the soup. Let's ask her. By now, Gao Xiaotao usually delivered soup to Shi Wenhao twice a week. Since the weather was too cold, she would make a larger batch each time, enough for him to drink for several days. When they heard the knock on the door, both Wang Li and He Bin were startled. Even if Gao Xiaotao came with soup, she usually came in the evening. No one visited them during the day. Ever since that troublesome female had come knocking last time, Wang Li and the others had been cautious about opening the door. Their regiment commander was too charming. Who knew if another female comrade might try to force her way in? A familiar, cool female voice sounded outside the door. A flash of joy crossed Wang Li's eyes. He tossed aside his shovel and quickly walked over to open the door. Comrade Feng, you're finally back. Wang Li usually kept a stern face, looking very serious. This was the first time Feng Lingyu had seen him so visibly delighted. When she saw He Bin still shoveling snow, Feng Lingyu nodded at him in greeting. The regiment commander is inside reading. I'll take you to him. Wang Li was unusually attentive. Now that Feng Lingyu was finally back, he wanted her to check the regiment commander's leg as soon as possible. Feng Lingyu was led into the room by Wang Li. The room was warm but had no unpleasant odors. It was very clean, impressive for 3 men living together. Hearing someone enter, Shi Wenhao looked up from his book and saw Feng Lingyu, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, smiling at him. When did you get back? Come over and sit down. Shi Wenhao put down his book and said warmly. Feng Lingyu looked him over from head to toe. His complexion was good, his breathing deep and steady, and his eyes bright. It seemed he had been well nourished during this time. At the very least, he must have been drinking the soup Gao Xiaotao had brewed for him on time. Seeing that Shi Wenhao was in good condition, Feng Lingyu felt pleased. As a doctor, she liked obedient patients the most. If Shi Wenhao hadn't followed her instructions, all her previous efforts would have been wasted. You look well nurtured. That puts my mind at ease, Feng Lingyu said with satisfaction. Here, these are gifts for you. Since your leg needs calcium, drink some more every morning. Feng Lingyu had thought about giving them wool or something, but they wouldn't know how to make clothes out of it. So instead, she brought them food items, beef jerky and milk powder. Looking at the milk powder on the table, Shi Wenhao was silent for a moment. He asked awkwardly, can adults drink milk powder too? In this era, milk was generally for children, not adults. Shi Wenhao was usually composed and commanding, with the demeanor of a scholarly general. But now, faced with Feng Lingyu telling him to drink milk powder, he looked a little embarrassed. Chapter 426, Self-Repair. Feng Lingyu was amused by Shi Wenhao's expression. Milk powder isn't just for kids, adults can drink it for calcium too. Abroad, milk powder is divided into several types: infant formula, adolescent milk powder, and milk powder for the middle-aged and elderly, each targeting different age groups. We don't have that classification here yet, but the effects are more or less the same, so... Commander, sure, you can drink it without worry. Don't be afraid I'll laugh at you. Even as she said this, a hint of amusement flickered in Feng Lingyu's eyes. Wang Li stood behind Shi Wenhao, struggling to hold back his laughter. He never thought he'd see the day when his commander drank milk every day. Shi Wenhao looked up and said flatly, Wang Li, are you leaving He Bin alone outside to shovel snow? He was being dismissed. Wang Li grumbled inwardly. After acknowledging the order, Wang Li turned and left, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. After some small talk, Feng Lingyu looked at Shi Wenhao and said, I need to examine your leg. Have you been feeling some pain in your leg recently? Feng Lingyu asked. What about other times? Any other sensations? She took out the silver needles she carried and inserted a few into different points on his leg. Occasionally, there's a sore and swollen feeling. Other than that, it's the same as before you left. Shi Wenhao parted his thin lips and spoke slowly. Shi Wenhao's leg was well maintained. The muscle atrophy had eased considerably. Feng Lingyu had just used her plant to trace through the meridians in his leg, and they were recovering well. The injured nerves were also responding. Your leg is in good shape now. Feng Lingyu sat back in her previous spot. I suspect the nighttime pain is related to the sudden drop in temperature. Your leg hasn't fully healed yet, so it's normal for it to be sensitive to weather changes. As for the soreness, it's because your leg is repairing itself. Shi Wenhao sat in his wheelchair, unable to move freely since the needles Feng Lingyu had just inserted were still in place. Self-repair? Shi Wenhao asked excitedly. I previously regulated your body and cleared the meridians in your leg. The human body has a self-repair function, but your leg still needs external help to recover. It can't fix itself on its own. Feng Lingyu spoke calmly, her almond-shaped eyes meeting Shi Wenhao's. You're actually quite lucky. My departure this time delayed the treatment process, but it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. What do you mean? Shi Wenhao was puzzled. Let me explain it this way. Some organs in the body, like the kidneys, can be replaced through surgery if they go bad. A transplanted kidney can work, but it's never as good as the original. The same goes for your leg. Forcing recovery through external means is naturally not as effective as letting the body repair itself. Before, your physical condition couldn't support self-recovery. But after this period of conditioning, your body's functions have been fully activated. With just my assistance, we can let it slowly heal on its own. This way, it might take a bit longer, but your leg will not only recover completely, but also leave no after effects. Feng Lingyu hadn't expected that simply extending Shi Wenhao's conditioning period would yield such a pleasant surprise. Her original plan in having Shi Wenhao continue drinking Gao Xiaodao's medicinal soup was mainly to maintain stability. Before she returned, she wanted Shi Wenhao's leg to stay as it was. She never imagined that after just 2 more months of medicinal meals, Shi Wenhao's body would be so well nourished that his vitality was fully activated. With her acupuncture as support, she wouldn't even need to use her abilities or spiritual spring water. Shi Wenhao's body could repair itself. That meant, with these medicinal meal recipes, even an ordinary Chinese medicine practitioner could treat many difficult and complicated diseases. Feng Lingyu had always thought the medicinal meals were supplementary and her methods primary. Now she realized she'd had the order reversed all along. Feng Lingyu was thrilled. For the first time, she understood what a treasure that medicinal meal book was. These were meals that could nourish the body and restore vitality. Are you serious? Shi Wenhao leaned forward excitedly. Yes, but the recovery time will be longer. Before, I stimulated the nerves in your leg to push them to heal. Now, through means, but it won't take too long, at most 2 or 3 months. After Feng Lingyu's explanation, Shi Wenhao naturally knew the second method was better. He looked at her seriously and said, since I came specifically to find you, of course I want to get my leg treated. I've already spent so much time, I don't mind another month or 2. Alright. Starting today, keep taking the medicinal meals. I'll still come once a week to give you acupuncture, just like before. Since the treatment method has changed, the acupuncture technique will also need to adjust. After each session, you won't feel as intense a change as before. Previously, after each acupuncture session, Shi Wenhao's leg would show a noticeable improvement. He could clearly feel it getting better. But with the new method, the leg would heal slowly on its own, so the effects wouldn't be as obvious. I understand. Comrade Feng, rest assured. This is the path I've chosen, and I believe you're a reliable person. Shi Wenhao looked at Feng Lingyu with determination. His words put Feng Lingyu at ease. After they agreed on the acupuncture schedule, she left. Once Feng Lingyu was gone, Shi Wenhao called He Bin in. Send a telegram to grandfather. Tell him my return will be delayed by 2 or 3 months, and everything is progressing well. Commander, but if you can't make it back this time, that position will be taken by the Xue family. Their commander had achieved so much at such a young age who in the military didn't respect him. If his leg healed and he returned, that position would be his for sure. But if he couldn't go back, the variables were huge. Thinking of the Xue family, Shi Wenhao narrowed his eyes and said lightly, don't worry. What's meant to be mine, no one can take away. If it can be taken, it only means it wasn't that good to begin with. Hearing this, He Bin knew his commander must have a plan. His panic faded, and he saluted Shi Wenhao. Yes! After leaving Shi Wenhao's place, Feng Lingyu planned to go straight home. The freezing weather made being outside unbearable. Halfway there, she ran into a familiar face. Chaoji was trudging through the snow with books in her arms. She hadn't expected to bump into Feng Lingyu. Meeting Feng Lingyu's clear eyes, Chaoji paused, unsure how to face her. After a moment's thought, she decided to just leave and avoid any further interaction. Chaoji lowered her eyes and tried to brush past Feng Lingyu. Just as Chaoji thought the encounter was over, Feng Lingyu suddenly spoke. What have you been up to lately? Chaoji pursed her lips. She hadn't done anything shameful, so she answered honestly, I'm going to teach Taidan. She had come to terms with the situation and knew Feng Lingyu wasn't someone to mess with. Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow, gave her a once-over, and said with a faint smile, all right, go ahead then. Though Chaoji didn't understand why Feng Lingyu had stopped her, she hurried off with her books as soon as she was dismissed, not lingering a second longer. Watching her retreating figure, Feng Lingyu murmured, "Well, she's been reformed quite nicely. Secretary Chao, you really owe me a big favor. Look at Chaoji now. In the past, would she ever have agreed to teach the village children?" Turning a clueless princess into a grateful, upstanding youth, Feng Lingyu had to admit, it gave her a sense of accomplishment. Sun Yiming and the others, plus Gao Xiaodao and even Xin Huayu had come. With Sun Yiming and Gao Xiaodao around, the chatter was endless. The room was warm, and everyone had taken off their coats, wearing only sweaters. Feeling the heat, Xin Huayu and the others had rolled up their sweater sleeves. Hearing the noise, everyone turned to look at the door. Feng Lingyu pushed aside the curtain and saw a room full of handsome men staring at her intently. Especially Bian Yansong and Xin Huayu, sitting together. Their combined effect was more than the sum of their parts. Caught off guard by the wave of good looks, Feng Lingyu's heartbeat quickened. What was this? Why were there so many men in her house? Keeping her composure, Feng Lingyu walked in calmly and sat down. Only Xin Huayu noticed her subtle shift in mood. He found it both amusing and exasperating. When would she ever stop being so drawn to good-looking people? Xin Huayu didn't know that in later generations, such people were called appearance enthusiasts, and Feng Lingyu was a prime example. After sitting down, Feng Lingyu took a big gulp of tea. Why are all of you at my house? The small living room was packed. Sun Yiming and his two brothers, the Xin brothers, herself and Gao Xiaodao, plus Tuanzi and Jinzi. That made 9 people. Xiaoyu, we came to hang out. You've been sick and stuck inside for so long, aren't you bored? He also wanted to mooch some charcoal, but saying that would hurt feelings. Feng Lingyu shot him a cool glance. Really? It looked like you were having plenty of fun without me. Sun Yiming rubbed his nose sheepishly. That doesn't mean we can't have fun with you too. Bian Yansong had lost his belongings, including his ID and introduction letters, which needed to be reissued. He couldn't leave anytime soon. Though they were close friends, 3 grown men stuck at home staring at each other got boring. They wanted to take Bian Yansong out to experience the local culture or see the sights, but everywhere was covered in snow, nothing much to see. So he and Zhao Nanshan had brought Bian Yansong to Feng Lingyu's place. With everyone young, it was more fun together. Feng Lingyu glared at Sun Yiming, but said nothing more. She brought out beef jerky from the storage room, along with pine nuts and peanuts Gao Xiaodao had roasted, snacks prepared for winter. The table was piled with treats and Gao Xiaodao and Sun Yiming were the most enthusiastic in grabbing them. Comrade Feng, I've already spoken with my father. The book on making cake should arrive in a few days, Bian Yansong said with a faint smile. That's great. When Xiaodao makes a cake, I'll be sure to let you try it first. Though I wonder if you'll still be here by then. The authorities are investigating with Dongyuan Town to verify my identity. With the current situation, it'll probably take about half a month to get my documents reissued. Half a month was already fast. Bian Yansong wore a worried expression. He had finally made some progress, only to get robbed. He feared his family might cause trouble during his return. Not doing anything drastic, just delaying the paperwork by a few days could change everything. Half a month later would be close to the new year. By then, government workers would be on holiday. Who would process his documents? That meant Bian Yansong would be stuck here for a long time. Feng Lingyu quickly understood his concerns. Why not contact your family directly and ask for help? Leave the transfer order for later, you can handle it after the new year. You could go back first for the holiday. Comrade Feng, it's not that simple. For someone like me, the higher-ups are very strict about identity verification. Every step has to follow procedure. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too easy for spies to infiltrate our ranks? Bian Yansong said with a bitter smile. Given the era, Feng Lingyu realized she was being too simplistic. At that moment, she deeply missed the age of the internet and smartphones, when everything was so easy. A quick computer search could reveal all of a person's information convenient and fast. Not like now, when verifying an identity took so long. Feng Lingyu actually had smartphones and computers in her space, but even if she took them out, the country's current industrial level couldn't replicate them. Thinking of their friend's predicament, Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan fell silent. Though Sun Yiming kept up his cheerful facade, he felt a twinge of guilt and worry inside. Chapter 427, Organizing Thoughts. The above word count is not included in the main text. I must write this up front to avoid misunderstandings. After all, if Bian Yansong hadn't come to see them, this wouldn't have happened. If it doesn't work at the top, what about locally? Xin Huayu suddenly spoke up. That's right, if someone here is willing to vouch for you, couldn't you go back early? Feng Lingyu's eyes curved into a smile. Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan's eyes lit up. This wasn't a bad idea. My father left me some connections here. He should be able to help. Sun Yiming said. When he came to the countryside, although his family intended to toughen him up, they hadn't completely abandoned him. One of his father's former comrades held a mid-level official position in Danang City and had some influence there. Last time, he helped set up the Qingshan Village Agricultural Cooperative. This time, I'm being transferred back to the capital for a fairly important position. I can't just find anyone, they wouldn't carry enough weight. Bian Yansong shook his head. Feng Lingyu's eyes lifted at the corners, her expression lively as she said, Comrade Bian, looks like you'll owe me another big favor. You have a way? Bian Yansong's voice rose with excitement. The highest-ranking official in Danang City, do you think that's enough? Given her recent rapport with Bian Yansong, Feng Lingyu decided to help him one more time. Xiaoyu, are you talking about Chao? Sun Yiming said hesitantly. I helped him fix his daughter's issues. He won't refuse such a small favor. They could confirm Bian Yansong's identity was genuine, so Chao Datong wouldn't take any risk. In fact, he could even use this to build a connection with the capital, which would benefit his future promotions. Great. Xiaoyu, Bian Yansong is incredibly lucky to have met you. Sun Yiming said excitedly, looking at Feng Lingyu. Bian Yansong's lips curled slightly as he said seriously to Feng Lingyu, Comrade Feng, if this works out, you'll have done me a huge favor. From now on, whatever you need, as long as it's within the law, I'll do my best to help you. Though he still didn't know what Bian Yansong's family did, securing a promise from him felt worthwhile to Feng Lingyu. After all, it was just a matter of a few words. All right, remember this. If I ever really need you, don't back out. Shen Huayu's eyes flickered. He knew a bit about the Bian family. They were a diplomatic family, having been in diplomacy since the Republic of China era. Xiaoyu's maternal family had moved abroad entirely. If she could build a good relationship with the Bian family, it would make it much easier to inquire about them later. With Bian Yansing's matter settled, the group spent a lively day in the house. Shen Huayu didn't stay long. Winter nights came early, and he needed to get back to accompany his grandfather. Of course, everyone helped tidy up the house before leaving. After they all left, Feng Lingyu returned to her bedroom. Her heated brick bed was already warm and toasty. Sitting cross-legged on it, she began to plan what to do in the coming days. First, there were Chao Zi and Bian Yansong's matters. She could handle both together. Then there was the snow disaster. This year, she had helped everyone earn a good amount through the medicinal herb cooperative, but now the biggest shortage was food. Even with money, there was nothing to buy. She herself wasn't lacking food or drink, but seeing everyone gaunt and starving made her uneasy. Besides, her space was piled high with grain. It was just sitting there. She might as well use it to do some good. Since it was deep winter and Uncle Gao's convoy couldn't get through anyway, she might as well clear out the grain in her space. By the time they could come next year, a new batch would have grown. But how to bring it out in a reasonable way still needed careful thought. Next was Shi Wenhao's leg treatment. That was a long-term process, no rush, it could wait. Most importantly, there was the situation with the Feng family's collateral branch in Shanghai. Last time, after sending young Fugui to prison, aside from Yan Wei's attempt to kill her, there had been no movement from Shanghai at all. No one new had been sent to watch her. She had to find an informant in Shanghai, otherwise, she was far too passive. The most suitable person to send to Shanghai was Wei Wuyan. As the legitimate son of the Wei family, he naturally needed to return and fight for the inheritance. The key point was, Ling Qingwei had no idea that Wei Wuyan was in contact with her. But before that, she had to help Wei Wuyan reclaim his place in the Wei family. Feng Lingyu lowered her eyes, her fingers tapping lightly on the table, a sign that she was deep in thought. Shanghai was an entirely new place. The Feng family's collateral branch had been there for many years, building deep connections. If she rushed into Shanghai recklessly, she'd be walking right into their hands. The most critical question was, besides Yang Fugui, were there other informants here? Otherwise, the complete lack of urgency from Shanghai made no sense. Yang Fugui and Yan Wei were already useless pawns. Ling Qingwei would never waste effort on such minor players. She either had someone else watching her, or there was definitely another person. And with both Yang Fugui and Yan Wei having failed consecutively on her account, even without evidence pointing to Feng Lingyu, Ling Qingwei would certainly be suspicious. After much thought, Feng Lingyu still couldn't piece together a clear picture. The new year would bring 1967. The historical progression in the novel mirrored Feng Lingyu's original world. Nothing would improve until 1977, when universities would reopen for enrollment. Waiting until then meant 10 years. The mystery of her parents' deaths, her own life, the near annihilation of the Feng family's main branch. Not to mention the Shin family, dragged down by association, and the lives of Shin Huayu's parents. At this thought, Feng Lingyu's hand suddenly clenched, her gaze growing resolute. Even in this special era, where she had to lie low as the only daughter of a wealthy family, that didn't stop her from working behind the scenes. For instance, quietly pushing forward the course of history, she was fully capable of that. As long as this chaotic era ended sooner, her current identity would no longer be an obstacle. Chapter 428. The educated youth point was robbed. Chow Yanfeng walked out of the outhouse, rubbing her hands together. The weather was so cold that just stepping out to use the toilet left her limbs numb and senseless. Ever since she became the head of the educated youth point, heavy snow had fallen not long after, trapping everyone indoors. There wasn't much for her as the person in charge to do. But because no one could go out and they were stuck in this small area day after day, living in close quarters, conflicts among them had increased significantly. With Wang Yi and Liu Xiaowei stirring up trouble like a pair of troublemakers, the educated youth point was in chaos every day. Chow Yanfeng had spoken to them a few times, but they continued doing as they pleased, so she eventually stopped bothering. Yan Wei had originally planned to return to the city due to illness, but the blizzard had prevented him from leaving. He would likely have to wait until next spring. Because of his poor health, he had barely left his room in the past 2 months, with Zhu Hongye even bringing his meals to him. It was just dawn, and everyone was still lying in bed on the heated kong. Chow Yanfeng walked into the kitchen, intending to prepare the porridge early. Otherwise, once everyone got up, there would inevitably be another argument over using the kitchen. When she entered the kitchen, Chow Yanfeng found that someone was already busy there. Chow Yanfeng's cracked, chapped lips curled into a smile. "Why are you up? Isn't it my turn to cook today?" Xiao Zi looked up from where she was tending the fire and smiled faintly. "Lying on the kang is too cold. I'd rather get up and cook, at least I can warm myself by the fire." Since they lived together, she and Chow Yanfeng also shared meals, along with 3 male educated youths, Wang Yi, Qianwen, and Lu Daqing. All 3 had been sent to the countryside in the same batch as Chow Yanfeng, so their bond was naturally deeper than with others. Wang Yi hadn't wanted to eat with Xiao Zi at first, knowing she had no good grain, only coarse staples. But after seeing that she only ate the food she provided herself and didn't take advantage of anyone, he stopped objecting. That's true. The king now held only a trace of warmth. Xiao Zi shifted her stool slightly to the side. "Come warm yourself by the fire." Chow Yanfeng didn't stand on ceremony and sat down beside Xiao Zi. Spreading her hands over the flames to warm them, she let out a contented sigh. "The weather hasn't shown any sign of easing. I'm worried it might get even colder. What do you think, should we go up the mountain to gather more firewood?" Chow Yanfeng poked at the fire with a stick, making it burn brighter. If it got colder, the firewood they had stored wouldn't be enough. At the mention of gathering firewood on the mountain, Xiao Zi's face paled. Last time, if Granny Ge hadn't happened to go up the mountain, she would have frozen to death by the time Chow Yanfeng returned. That experience of being surrounded and crushed by snow, her entire body going numb from the cold, was something Xiao Zi never wanted to relive. Seeing Xiao Zi's grim expression, Chow Yanfeng knew she was thinking about that incident. She softened her voice and comforted her. "Don't worry. If we go again, we won't split up. We'll stay together the whole time. Even if it means a few extra trips, it'll be fine." That incident had scared Chow Yanfeng too. If something had happened to Xiao Zi, she would have been partly to blame. "We'll ask Wang Yi and the others to come along. They need firewood too, and it'll be safer with more people." "All right, let's find a time to go together," Xiao Zi replied with a smile. She wasn't unreasonable now. She understood that everyone had to contribute, or no one would let you take advantage. Seeing Xiao Zi agree, Chow Yanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't gather enough firewood for 2 people on her own. "Keep an eye on the fire. I'll go grab some radishes." In the dead of winter, there were no fresh green vegetables to eat, only stored radishes and cabbages. Every morning, she would shred some into the porridge to avoid getting sick from a lack of vegetables. The flickering flames from the stove cast shifting shadows on Xiao Zi's face as she stared blankly at the boiling pot. Last time, when Granny Ge was sick, she had been so anxious that she begged village Chief Yang for a travel permit and gritted her teeth, returning alone to the city to find her father. She had no money and had to borrow 2 yuan from Chow Yanfeng just to afford the bus ride back. Though she had only been away from Danning for a few months, everything felt unfamiliar when she returned. She waited at home for a while, but her father didn't come back, so she went to his office to wait. Fortunately, her persistence paid off, and she eventually managed to see him. When her father learned why she had come, he was silent for a moment before telling his secretary to get the medicine for her. In the end, they didn't say much to each other. Xiao Zi was in a hurry to save Granny Ji's life, so she took the medicine and returned to Qingshan village. Thinking back on that meeting, Xiao Zi felt a pang of sorrow. Did her father see her as a disgrace? Did he not want her anymore? Just as Xiao Zi was lost in her memories, Chow Yanfeng walked in with a dark expression. "Xiao Zi, someone's touched our firewood and vegetables. And your sweet potatoes, only 2 small ones are left. All the big ones are gone." "What? How's that possible?" Hearing this, Xiao Zi forgot her melancholy. Losing firewood and food was a matter of survival. "I noticed as soon as I went in. I check every day, there's no way I'm mistaken." Chow Yanfeng shook her head, looking at Chao Zi with some sympathy. Their stolen firewood and vegetables could be dealt with, but Chao Zi's stolen sweet potatoes meant she would go hungry. Chao Zi had arrived late this year and earned few work points. The village had only given her some coarse grains and black flour, barely enough to get by. Later, she had somehow gotten a lot of sweet potatoes, which looked to be of good quality. Chow Yanfeng hadn't asked where they came from, but knowing they would help Chao Zi survive the winter, she was happy for her. Everyone's food was usually stored indoors, but since the king needed to be heated, the room was warm. If the sweet potatoes were kept inside, they would sprout. So Chow Yanfeng had suggested storing them in the shed outside, where everyone kept their winter vegetables and potatoes. It should have been safe. Now that Chao Zi's sweet potatoes were stolen, Chow Yanfeng felt a pang of regret. She shouldn't have given that advice. Sprouting would have been fine, they could still be eaten. But stolen meant they were gone for good. Chapter 429, Maybe Someone Has a Guilty Conscience. Chao Zi felt like crying, tears welling up in her eyes. She had been trying so hard to live properly, so why did someone still have to steal from her? When she went up the mountain to gather firewood with Chow Yanfeng, she would carry as much as she could on her back, afraid of being looked down upon. She had also been learning to cook and start fires. At first, her hands were covered in burn scars, and only now had she gotten somewhat skilled. Those sweet potatoes were given to her by some villagers in exchange for teaching their children. Without the sweet potatoes, she would have to eat black flour buns every day again. Eating too much of that stuff made it impossible to go to the bathroom. Don't cry. I'll go out right now and get everyone up. Stealing right here in the educated youth point is way too brazen, Chow Yanfeng said indignantly. It must be some lazy person who didn't have enough food or firewood of their own and resorted to stealing. She had only been managing the educated youth point for such a short time, and now this theft had happened. What if village chief Yang thought she wasn't capable enough? Thinking this, Chow Yanfeng grabbed a basin and rushed out, knocking on every door. Standing in the yard, Chow Yanfeng banged the bottom of the basin so loudly that even those who didn't want to get up couldn't sleep anymore. Everyone, get up now. Did you hear me? Our educated youth point has been robbed. Wang Yi sat up from the king impatiently, scratching his head in annoyance. What's Chow Yanfeng's deal this early in the morning? What do we even have here? Even the rats can't be bothered to come around. Come on, you know how Chow Yanfeng is. She sticks to her principles. If she's shouting outside, she must have found something, Qianwen said gently. Lu Daqing stayed silent, but was almost ready. Seeing this, Wang Yi couldn't keep lying on the king and had to get up too. By the time they reached the yard, Wang Yi saw that everyone except Yan Wei, who was unwell, had come out. But their faces were all grim, clearly, being woken up so early had put them in a bad mood. Wang Yi walked over with his hands in his sleeves, looking nonchalant. Since everyone's here, Chow Yanfeng, what happened that you had to drag us all out at this hour? Zhu Hongya asked with a frown. Lu Xiaowei's face was even more displeased. She's just throwing her weight around. Now that she's in charge, she's different. Making us stand out here in the snow on such a cold day. Chow Yanfeng glanced at everyone's expressions and said directly, I wouldn't call you all out for no reason. Some of you don't need to jump to conclusions about me. This morning, Chao Zi and I got up to cook. When I went to the storage room to get some radishes, I found that our firewood and Chao Zi's sweet potatoes were gone. They were fine yesterday, but today they're missing. Someone must have stolen them. This is serious. I've been at the educated youth point for a while, and this is the first time I've heard of someone stealing. Chow Yanfeng's face was stern. We have to get to the bottom of this. Otherwise, we're just encouraging the thief to think they can bully us. The other educated youths were shocked. Everyone's firewood and vegetables were kept under the shed outside the storage room. If those were stolen, they'd have to start all over again. How much effort would that take? They were already scrimping and saving, barely getting enough to eat. Where would they find the energy to chop firewood every day? Everyone ran to the storage room to check. Seeing that only part of the supplies was taken, they breathed a sigh of relief. At least not everything was stolen. What if it wasn't someone from the educated youth point? We shouldn't jump to conclusions, Zhu Hongya said. But the most likely culprit is one of us. Each room's firewood is stored separately. Look, most of what was stolen is mine and Chao Zi's firewood. And Chao Zi's sweet potatoes, those were hard-earned food she managed to get. Lu Xiaowei scoffed. What if it was some hungry animal? Who can say for sure? Hearing this, Chao Zi's face turned pale. Absolutely not. I had dozens of pounds of sweet potatoes. For something to sneak in and steal without anyone noticing, it would have to be a small animal. How could it take all those sweet potatoes in one night? Chao Zi's reasoning made sense. Everyone exchanged glances, suspicion flickering in their eyes. With a thief among them, who would dare leave anything at the educated youth point? We all live together every day. Everyone knows who has little food or firewood. I hope that if someone really did steal, they'll step forward. Otherwise, when we find out, it won't be pretty for anyone. Chow Yanfang said sternly. What's there to investigate? It's just some firewood, Lu Xiaowei rolled her eyes and said sarcastically. And Xiaozi's sweet potatoes, who knows where she really got them? Maybe they were shady and someone took them from her. At Lu Xiaowei's words, everyone looked suspiciously at Xiaozi. Times were tough. The city had come to collect a batch of grain, so the village had none left. Xiaozi couldn't believe she was being accused on top of being robbed. What are you talking about? My sweet potatoes were given to me by villagers I helped. Who knows if that's true? Lu Xiaowei sneered. Xiaozi wanted to argue further, but Yang Hongying, who shared a room with Lu Xiaowei, spoke up. All right, Xiaowei. We're trying to solve a problem here. Why are you accusing Xiaozi? Since none of you are saying anything, let's search. If we find anything in someone's room, don't blame me for being ruthless and reporting it to the village chief, Chow Yanfang said seriously. Having a thief's reputation written into your file would mean no job opportunities or chances to return to the city. Ridiculous. You have no evidence. What right do you have to search our rooms? Even the police need evidence to investigate. Lu Xiaowei protested. How would I know? I'm not the person in charge of the educated youth point. Chow Yanfang was angered by Lu Xiaowei's shameless attitude. No one else is objecting, just you. Maybe someone has a guilty conscience and hasn't had time to hide the stolen goods yet, afraid of being caught. Wang Yi snorted coldly. What are you talking about, Wang Yi? Lu Xiaowei pointed at him angrily. If you've got nothing to hide, then let us search. Wang Yi said mockingly. Fine, search then. If I didn't steal, you all owe me an apology. With that, Lu Xiaowei stormed back to her room. The others followed. If they didn't get to the bottom of this today, no one would feel at ease. Chapter 430, Lu Xiaowei feels wronged. To keep you from saying I'm targeting you, let's start with our room. I haven't done anything, so I'll be open about it, Wang Yi said, then looked at his two roommates, Qianwen and Lu Daqing. You two have no objections, right? Qianwen and Lu Daqing had clear consciences and naturally had no objections. Fine, let's search our room first. Chow Yanfang shot them a grateful look. With someone backing her up, her next steps would be much easier. The three men had few belongings in their room, so it was searched quickly. We're clean as can be. We don't stoop to stealing or sneaking around. Wang Yi said smugly. The other educated youth's expressions soured. What did Wang Yi mean by that? Were they the ones who would steal or sneak around? Qianwen saw Wang Yi offending others again in his arrogance and shook his head inwardly. Why couldn't Wang Yi keep his mouth shut? Since their room is clear, let's start searching the others. No one searches their own room. We'll swap, Chow Yanfang stepped forward and said. The others had no objections, and soon the educated youth site was buzzing with mutual searches. Lu Xiaowei and Yang Hongying were going through Chow Yanfang and Xiaozi's room. Although Xiaozi struggled with food, she was far ahead of the other educated youths in daily necessities. Back then, Chow Datong had raised Xiaozi with care, sparing no expense. She had rarely suffered hardship, whether in food or clothing, with everything lavished on her. Seeing the row of various thick coats hanging in the room and the pretty floral patterned bedsheet on Xiaozi's kang, Lu Xiaowei's face twisted with envy. A woman sent to the countryside had so many nice clothes to wear, heaven was truly unfair. Lu Xiaowei wandered aimlessly around Chow Yanfang's room, not like she was searching for something, but more like she was inspecting her own territory. Yang Hongying, meanwhile, was searching diligently, even though it was unlikely anything would be found in Chow Yanfang's room. Xiaowei, what are you doing? Yang Hongying frowned at Lu Xiaowei. She was fondling a red corduroy dress, her hand stroking it obsessively. Lu Xiaowei had seen this dress in a department store before she came to the countryside. She had been captivated by it at first sight, but when she asked the price, it cost 2 months of her father's salary. Her family didn't have only her as a child, how could they afford such an expensive dress for her? So Lu Xiaowei had no choice but to bury that wish deep in her heart. But who would have thought she'd see this dress again today? The dress she had dreamed of was right in front of her. It's nothing. I just think this dress is pretty, so I looked at it a bit longer, Lu Xiaowei said, pulling her hand away when she noticed Yang Hongying's scrutinizing gaze. Why are you staring at me like that? I was just looking, do you think I could break it? Yang Hongying's attitude, as if she were watching a thief, immediately set Lu Xiaowei off. Yang Hongying pressed her lips together. I didn't mean that. We're done searching, let's go out. I didn't find anything here. Lu Xiaowei's good mood from seeing the red dress was ruined, and she no longer wanted to stay. She shot Yang Hongying a glare and walked out. The others were still searching rooms, with only Wang Yi and his two roommates chatting in the yard. Lu Xiaowei and Wang Yi couldn't stand each other, so she silently stood off to the side and waited. Before long, the remaining people came out. Chow Yanfang and Xiaozi looked upset. They had searched Lu Xiaowei and Yang Hongying's room. Well, did you find anything? Lu Xiaowei asked loudly before they could speak. Zhu Hongye shook his head. Their room had nothing and Yan Wei was still lying on the king. What about you, Chow Yanfang? You've been at it all morning and found nothing. If you ask me, maybe it's the thief crying thief. Chao Zi's eyes reddened at Lu Xiaowei's words. Lu Xiaowei, how thick-skinned can you be? We found the sweet potatoes right on your Kong, and you still dare to slander us here. At this news, everyone turned to look at Lu Xiaowei with contempt. She had stolen something and was still jumping around like this. Hard to say if she was stupid or just a good actress. The smug smile on Lu Xiaowei's face froze. Impossible. I didn't take. Oh, I get it. You two are framing me. Framing you? How could I frame you in front of so many people? We went into your room empty-handed. Chow Yanfeng said indignantly. She hadn't expected to find a small bag of sweet potatoes by Lu Xiaowei's Kong as soon as they entered. Chao Zi confirmed they were hers. Lu Xiaowei, you thief. Our educated youth site has never seen anything like this. We've put up with your nonsense before, but now you've started stealing. If Chao Zi reports you to the police, you'll be sent to Day Farm next door. Yeah, Lu Xiaowei, how could you steal? That's against the law. Yang Hongying frowned, looking at Lu Xiaowei with disappointment. We used to think you were just sharp-tongued, but now you've turned to stealing. What? Do you think our educated youth site is your personal pantry? Come take whatever you want. Finally catching Lu Xiaowei in a vulnerable moment, Wang Yi naturally stepped up to kick her while she was down. The others also glared at Lu Xiaowei with disapproval. Stealing showed a flaw in her character. Panic-stricken, Lu Xiaowei broke down. I really didn't steal. If I were a thief, why would I hide stolen goods on my own Kong? Wouldn't that be discovered right away? Maybe you hadn't had time to move them yet? Everything was here last night, and it was gone this morning. The only time for the theft was last night. In such a short time, of course you couldn't get rid of the evidence, Wang Yi immediately retorted. Lu Xiaowei was choked by Wang Yi's words and couldn't speak for a long time. Seeing this, Wang Yi grew even more smug, convinced she was the thief and he had caught her red-handed. He turned to Chow Yanfeng. Chow Yanfeng, hand her over to Village Chief Yang. She needs to be punished, and she has to make up for the firewood she stole. Wang Yi, do I have some grudge against you? Why are you targeting me like this? I told you, it wasn't me, I didn't steal. Lu Xiaowei was truly wronged. Did she not know whether she had stolen anything herself? Chapter 431. The dress was cut to shreds. An inexplicable heavy blame was suddenly placed on her. And it was obvious that no one else believed her. This left Lu Xiaowei unable to speak out about her grievances, and it also made her regret for the first time that she hadn't built good relationships with the others at the educated youth point. So much so that now there wasn't a single person willing to speak up for her. The person who framed her must have thought the same thing, which is why they hid the stuff in her spot. Lu Xiaowei, the things were found on your Kong. You have to come with me. Either that, or you tell me how they ended up there, Chow Yanfeng said seriously. I already told you I don't know. If I knew who put them there, would I still be here arguing with you? Lu Xiaowei grabbed her hair in frustration. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she remembered something. Oh right, I was sleeping on my Kang all night last night and never went out. How could I have stolen anything? Yang Hongying, you know that. Lu Xiaowei looked at Yang Hongying with hope, who had been silent for a while. Chow Yanfeng immediately asked, is what she said true? Yang Hongying shook her head, looking confused. I don't know. I was asleep last night. Last night, I was woken up by you. You said you were going to the bathroom. It was you, wasn't it? You stole the stuff last night, and I happened to run into you. You said you were going to the bathroom. The more Lu Xiaowei spoke, the more convinced she became. She suddenly lunged at Yang Hongying. You bitch. What have I done to wrong you? How dare you frame me? Yang Hongying hurriedly stepped back, furious. How can you pin this on me? Lu Xiaowei, have you lost your mind? Everyone noticed that Yang Hongying's face had a long bloody scratch from Lu Xiaowei's fingernails. Yang Hongying's cheek instantly swelled up, and the wound looked terrifying and gruesome. Lu Xiaowei, stop losing your mind. Look at what you've done to Yang Hongying's face. Chow Yanfeng said with a frown. I told you, it's Yang Hongying. It's her. She framed me. She definitely left the room last night, and I caught her, but she pretended to be innocent. And since she shares a room with me, she's the most likely one to have hidden things on my Kang. Lu Xiaowei looked around at everyone, only to find that no one was convinced. Not a single person believed her. I'm telling the truth. Why won't you believe me? Lu Xiaowei, you need to understand, the grain was found on your Kong without a doubt. As for Yang Hongying, that's just your word against hers. We can't suspect her just because of a few words from you. Chow Yanfeng sighed. In her view, Lu Xiaowei was just lashing out in anger and accusing anyone she could. Come with me now to see Village Chief Yang. He'll judge what's right and wrong. After speaking, Chow Yanfeng turned to Chao Zi and said, Chao Zi, take these sweet potatoes back to our room and put them away. Don't leave them outside anymore. Okay. Chao Zi took the sweet potatoes and headed to her room. I'm not going with you. I told you I didn't do it. Lu Xiaowei's face turned pale from anxiety as she paced back and forth irritably. Seeing that she couldn't reason with Lu Xiaowei, Chow Yanfang didn't want to keep arguing. She said coldly, "Fine, if you won't come, I'll still report this to village chief Yang." If Lu Xiaowei went along, she might still have a chance to defend herself. If she didn't, the blame would be firmly placed on her. Just then, Chao Zi, who had gone inside to put away the sweet potatoes, ran out crying. "What's wrong?" Chow Yanfang hurried over to ask with concern. Chao Zi wiped her face harshly and glared angrily at Lu Xiaowei. "Lu Xiaowei, aside from that time I secretly ate your cookies, what else have I done to wrong you? Besides, I paid you back for those cookies with other things. Do you hate me that much? While you were inside searching, you cut up my clothes. You're such a terrible person." With that, Chao Zi held up her red dress. The hem had been cut into shreds, and even if it were mended, it would be unwearable. The onlooking educated youths gasped. This Lu Xiaowei was way too brazen. Not only did she steal, but she also destroyed someone's clothes. Lu Xiaowei was first confused, then quickly shook her head in denial. "It wasn't me. I'm not stupid. Why would I cut your clothes in broad daylight? If it wasn't you, then who? When we went out this morning, everything was fine. The moment you went in, the clothes were ruined." Chow Yanfang looked at Lu Xiaowei with disgust. "I just remembered, while we were searching inside earlier, Lu Xiaowei touched this dress. She stood by where the clothes were hanging for a long time. I called out to her and she let go in a panic." Yang Hongying, still holding her face, looked at Lu Xiaowei with a complicated expression and spoke disappointedly. "I did stand there for a bit. I just thought it was pretty and looked at it a little longer." Lu Xiaowei's mind went blank as she stammered out an explanation. "When Yang Hongying called me, I let go right away." When the others heard her admit to touching the dress, they all looked at her with contempt. "Stop making excuses. Justice is in people's hearts. Everyone's eyes are clear. No one's going to believe your lies," Wang Yi said with a sneer, thinking Lu Xiaowei was stubbornly denying it. The others also began urging her to compensate Chao Zi for the dress and go with Chow Yanfang to confess at the educated youth point. Just then, Lu Xiaowei caught a fleeting smirk on Yang Hongying's face. A flash of insight struck her. "It's you again? Everyone, listen to me. Just now, Yang Hongying and I were together in Chow Yanfang's room. Yes, I touched the dress, but after Yang Hongying said something to me, I came straight out." Yang Hongying didn't come out until a minute later. Lu Xiaowei then looked at Wang Yi and the other two. "You were all outside too. You must have seen it. Yang Hongying came out after me. How could I have had time to cut Chao Zi's clothes?" The others looked uncertain. Lu Xiaowei was speaking so confidently, could it really not be her? Yang Hongying sniffled, tears streaming down her face as she choked out, "I didn't. I only called you because I saw you standing by the dress for so long. You stood there for ages, your hands touching the dress over and over. I never expected that to escape responsibility, you'd push everything onto me." The others stepped forward to comfort Yang Hongying, feeling sorry that she had to be friends with someone like Lu Xiaowei. Chapter 432, Just in Time. Compared to Lu Xiaowei, the gentle and demure Yang Hongying was naturally more worthy of everyone's trust. Seeing everyone gathered around Yang Hongying to comfort her, Lu Xiaowei clenched her fists in anger, fury churning inside her as if it would erupt at any moment. "Lu Xiaowei, this dress was a gift from my father. I haven't even worn it yet. You need to compensate me for it in full," Chao Ji said coldly. She was about to go crazy. How dare that bitch Yang Hongying set her up like this? Seeing Yang Hongying's smug expression, Lu Xiaowei, having made up her mind, gritted her teeth and lunged at her again. If she couldn't have it easy, Yang Hongying wouldn't get off scot-free either. Lu Xiaowei, still overwhelmed by the series of incidents, had lost her reason. Her mind was now consumed with not letting Yang Hongying have the upper hand. Winter had arrived, so no one had to go to the fields to earn work points, which meant Lu Xiaowei had let her nails grow long. Earlier, when Yang Hongying wasn't on guard, Lu Xiaowei had scratched a long gash on her with her nails. It was still burning with pain, and she didn't know if it would leave a scar. Now Lu Xiaowei was trying the same trick again. Yang Hongying's eyes darkened, and pretending to lose her balance as if about to fall, she shifted her body behind Xiaoji. She steadied herself by gripping Xiaoji's shoulders with both hands. "Sorry, my foot slipped." Xiaoji turned her head in confusion to glance at Yang Hongying and replied instinctively, "It's fine." Lu Xiaowei had originally aimed for Yang Hongying, but when she suddenly dodged behind Xiaoji, Lu Xiaowei couldn't stop her hand in time. Her long, sharp nails were heading straight for Xiaoji's eyes. If they scratched her eyes, Xiaoji would surely go blind. Xiaoji's scalp tingled as she watched the nails getting closer and closer to her eyes. She wanted to dodge, but Yang Hongying's hands firmly gripped her shoulders from behind, leaving her unable to move. Cold sweat broke out all over Xiaoji's body, and her heart was filled with despair. Was she really going to be blinded by an accident today? Lu Xiaowei's sudden outburst caught everyone off guard, and no one could stop her. Chow Yanfeng saw it, but could only warn Xiao Ji to get out of the way. Just as a tragedy seemed inevitable, Chow Yanfeng turned her head away, unable to bear watching Xiao Ji's eyes being gouged out. At the moment when Xiao Ji's mind was about to collapse, a strong hand pulled her back, quickly creating distance from Lu Xiaowei. Xiao Ji turned around in a daze, and when she saw the face of her rescuer, she stammered, "Why you?" Against the light, the person's demeanor was unmistakable. Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow and let go of her grip on Xiao Ji's shoulder. "Just happened to be passing by." The others snapped back to reality at that moment. Seeing that Xiao Ji was unharmed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. When they noticed Feng Lingyu, everyone's expressions turned somewhat strange, wondering why she had come to the educated youth point. Since she and Gao Xiaodao had moved out, she hadn't returned even once. Chow Yanfeng was both relieved that Xiao Ji was unharmed and a bit embarrassed and awkward. Feng Lingyu hadn't been back to the educated youth point in a long time, and the first thing she saw upon arriving was this mess, making her look incompetent. "Thank you," Xiao Yi said, pursing her lips and looking at Feng Lingyu with some embarrassment. She had thought she would go blind, but in the end, it was Feng Lingyu who saved her. She glanced around the room and finally fixed her gaze on Lu Xiaowei, who was lying unconscious on the ground. "Why did she try to grab you?" It was only then that the others noticed Lu Xiaowei's pitiful state and shrank back, falling silent. Everyone remembered the first time Feng Lingyu had established her authority at the educated youth point, when Lu Xiaowei had nearly been choked to death by her. Now she had crossed paths with Feng Lingyu again. "She stole my grain and slashed my dress. But just now, she wasn't trying to grab me. She was aiming for Yang Hongying," Xiao Ji found herself explaining. Feng Lingyu turned her gaze to Yang Hongying, studying her with a playful look, especially lingering on her wrist for a few extra seconds. "Stealing is a serious matter. Let's take it directly to Village Chief Yang for handling." When Yang Hongying instinctively hid her hands behind her back, Feng Lingyu withdrew her gaze and spoke to Chow Yanfeng. "I told Lu Xiaowei to go, but she insisted she didn't do it and refused to go no matter what. I can't do anything with her." Although Chow Yanfeng was the person in charge of the educated youth point, somehow, once Feng Lingyu arrived, she felt like she had found a pillar of support and wanted to hear her opinion on what to do. "Then let Village Chief Yang make a trip. And educated youth stealing is also a big deal." Chow Yanfeng had previously considered that Village Chief Yang was already overwhelmed with the grain issue and didn't want to bother him, but since Feng Lingyu had said so, she now had a basis to act. With that, Chow Yanfeng went straight to find Yang Jingwo. Lu Xiaowei on the ground finally stirred. Her nails dug into the snow as she struggled to lift her head and said to Feng Lingyu, "I didn't do any of this. I've been wronged." Zhu Hongya, seeing her pitiful state, stepped forward to help her up. "What are you wronged about? If Feng Lingyu hadn't stopped you just now, you would have scratched Xiao Ji blind, you know that." Wang Yi said angrily, pointing at Lu Xiaowei. "I wasn't trying to grab her. I was aiming for Yang Hongying." She deliberately hid behind Xiao Ji. Lu Xiaowei's eyes were wide, the whites dominating her sockets, making her look very sickly and terrifying. Xiao Ji recalled the grip of Yang Hongying's hand on her shoulder just now and looked at her suspiciously. She had held on so tightly that Xiao Ji couldn't dodge. But Yang Hongying, her eyes red, shook her head desperately, looking as though she was truly being wronged. Out of the corner of her eye, Xiao Ji caught sight of Feng Lingyu and couldn't help but look at her. She felt that among everyone present, the only one who could help her was Feng Lingyu. "We'll talk about it when Village Chief Yang arrives. This matter will be sorted out eventually," Feng Lingyu said, sweeping her gaze over everyone imperceptibly before falling silent. "Educated youth Feng, why are you here?" Zhu Hongya asked, eyeing Feng Lingyu with curiosity. This place was far from Feng Lingyu's home, and she never usually came here. Why had she suddenly shown up today? Feng Lingyu shot him a glance. "Got bored staying indoors, so I came out for a stroll." She had actually planned to find Xiaoji today, but as soon as she reached the outskirts of the educated youth point, she overheard this whole drama. Just in time, too, if Xiaoji had gotten hurt, Feng Lingyu wouldn't have been able to explain it to Qiao Datong. Chapter 433, The Relationship of Teaching Her How to Be a Person. Zhu Hongya asked a few more questions, but Feng Lingyu deflected them all without any real impact. While waiting for Chow Yanfeng and Yang Jingwo, Feng Lingyu wandered around the yard, her gaze constantly sweeping across the point's courtyard as if she were quite interested. Seeing that she wasn't talking, the others didn't bother her either, and the yard fell into an eerie balance. Only Qiao Zi stuck close behind Feng Lingyu, following wherever she went. "What are you following me for?" Feng Lingyu asked, somewhat helpless. Qiao Zi hesitated and smiled. Perhaps because Feng Lingyu had just saved her, she felt safest by Feng Lingyu's side. After a moment, Qiao Zi mustered her courage and said, "What are you looking at?" "I'm familiar with this place. I can show you around." No need, I'm just looking around casually, Feng Lingyu shook her head. Just then, Yang Hongying came out of the room, having gone inside to tend to her wounds. Her face was smeared with red medicine, making the injuries look quite gruesome. Zhu Hongye and the others stepped forward to express their concern. Yang Hongying shook her head bravely, but her eyes were full of grievance. Comrade Feng, you're still here, she said in surprise, looking at Feng Lingyu. Do you have a problem with that? Feng Lingyu replied bluntly. Yang Hongying blinked her eyes in grievance. No, not at all. It's just that after you moved out, you never came back once. I thought you didn't like it here. Yang Hongying glanced at Feng Lingyu's expression and gasped. I didn't mean you looked down on this place. Hearing this, the others at the point looked at Feng Lingyu with displeasure. Indeed, Feng Lingyu had never come to the point before, and today's matter had nothing to do with her. Why was she still here? Feng Lingyu dusted off her sleeves, unaffected by Yang Hongying's words, and said with a relaxed smile, if it were anyone else, I wouldn't stay. But when it comes to Chaozi's matter, I have to step in. They thought Feng Lingyu and Chaozi had a bad relationship. Hadn't she made Yang Jiangwo punish Chaozi by having her home manure last time? Yang Hongying's smile stiffened. Is that so? What kind of relationship do you and Chaozi have? You don't strike me as someone who meddles. What kind of relationship? Feng Lingyu broke into a big smile and glanced at Chaozi, who was still in a daze. Of course, the relationship of teaching her how to be a person. Chaozi awkwardly rubbed her hands on her legs. Feng Lingyu's words weren't wrong, were they? Wasn't that exactly why her father had sent her here, to let Feng Lingyu straighten her out? What does that mean? Yang Hongying thought Feng Lingyu was joking. After saying this coldly, Feng Lingyu didn't want to deal with Yang Hongying anymore. Lu Xiaowei, who had been silent with her head down since Chao Yanfeng left, suddenly looked up and stared at Feng Lingyu. Feng Lingyu, with your intelligence, you must know who really did it. Lu Xiaowei felt this was a sign of confidence and let out a dark laugh. Haha, with Feng Lingyu here, some people will try to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. Although Lu Xiaowei didn't like Feng Lingyu, she had always been fair and impartial for so long. With her around, anyone trying to frame her wouldn't succeed so easily. Before long, Chao Yanfeng returned with Yang Jiangwo. It had been 2 months since they last saw him. Yang Jiangwo had lost some weight, his square face sunken in, and his cotton-padded jacket hung loosely on him, likely worn out from the recent food shortage. As soon as Yang Jiangwo entered, his eyes immediately fell on Feng Lingyu. She stood in the yard of the point, a unique sight in herself. Feng Lingyu was dressed casually today, wearing an apricot-colored embroidered cotton-padded jacket, matching corduroy pants, and a light-colored scarf around her neck. Yang Jiangwo carefully examined Feng Lingyu's complexion and, seeing it was a healthy pink, relaxed inwardly. Xiao Tao had said Xiaoyu had been sick for a while, but now she seemed much better. That put his mind at ease. Village Chief Yang, you're finally here. Everyone at the point greeted him. Feng Lingyu also gave a faint nod. Village Chief. In front of others, she never acted too close to Yang Jiangwo. Yang Jiangwo looked at them sternly. All right, tell me. What exactly happened? On the way over, Chao Yanfeng had only given a general overview, without going into specifics. Village Chief Yang, here's what happened. Chao Zi, as the person involved, slowly recounted the morning's events. She spoke entirely in a narrative tone, without any personal emotion. Do you have anyone in mind as a suspect? Yang Jiangwo asked Chao Zi. Seeing Feng Lingyu there, Yang Jiangwo guessed she had come to help Chao Zi, so he first asked for Chao Zi's thoughts. Chao Zi thought for a moment, and shook her head. At first, I thought it was Lu Xiaowei, since all the evidence pointed to her. But after thinking it over, I feel her argument has some merit. She and Yang Hongying accuse each other, but neither has any other evidence. As for the torn skirt, no one else saw it happen, so it's really hard to tell who did it. Village Chief, being labeled a thief is something that affects a person's entire life. We can't jump to conclusions. Were all the stolen sweet potatoes found? Any missing? Feng Lingyu asked Chao Zi. A few are missing, about a third of them. Feng Lingyu said calmly, even a third of the sweet potatoes is nearly 10 jin. Village Chief, there's no way Lu Xiaowei could eat 10 jin of sweet potatoes in one night. There must be some hidden away that haven't been found. Earlier, when everyone found the sweet potatoes at Lu Xiaowei's place, they were too excited to count them properly. Only after Feng Lingyu pointed it out did they realize the numbers didn't add up. I told you, I didn't go out last night. How could these sweet potatoes be stolen by me? Lu Xiaowei said bitterly. It couldn't be me either. I don't lack food, Yang Hongying said pitifully. Others chimed in, yeah, Yang Hongying earned plenty of work points this year, enough to feed herself. She wouldn't steal food. Heh, Village Chief Yang is right here. Ask him, do I, Lu Xiaowei, earn fewer work points? Lu Xiaowei sneered. Though she wasn't the most diligent, as one of the first batch of sent-down youths, she wasn't weak either. Lu Xiaowei's work points were definitely no less than Yang Hongying's. Either way, she could support herself. Chapter 434, Am I Right? Yang Jiangwo naturally knew how many work points these educated youths usually earned. Meeting the questioning gazes of others, he nodded. Lu Xiaowei really did earn about the same as Comrade Yang. What, now you're all silent? Yang Hongying earns enough work points to eat and doesn't steal, but when it comes to me, you all clam up? Talk about double standards. Everyone's faces turned somewhat ugly at Lu Xiaowei's words. Only Wang Yi muttered, You've offended everyone yourself. Who would want to speak up for you? It's not like we're desperate. Lu Xiaowei choked on that, turned her head, and fell silent. Since neither of you admits it, let's talk about something else. Feng Lingyu lifted her chin slightly, signaling Qiaoji to bring the dress over. This dress was clearly not cheap. There was no way to just let it slide. I never even got close to this dress. How can you pin it on me? Lu Xiaowei herself just admitted she stood in front of this dress for a while and even touched it. If not her, then who? Besides, Yang Hongying glanced at Lu Xiaowei and made up her mind. Lu Xiaowei was resentful that Qiaoji moved out to live separately. On top of that, last time Qiaoyi ate some of her food, she's held a grudge against Qiaoji ever since. I've heard her cursing Qiaoji behind her back several times. When it comes to motive for doing this, Lu Xiaowei is the most suspicious. I have no grudge against Qiaoji. There's no way I'd cut her dress. After saying this, Yang Hongying looked at Qiaoji. Qiaoji, since you arrived at the educated youth spot, have I ever made things difficult for you? Qiaoji answered honestly, no, you've even helped me several times. See? I would never do something like this. Yang Hongying straightened her back after speaking, showing no guilt at all. Comrade Feng, what do you think? Yang Hongying stared straight at Feng Lingyu, asking indignantly. At that moment, Feng Lingyu was using her fingers to lift the torn dress, flipping it over and examining it, not really paying attention to Yang Hongying's words. What are you asking me? Feng Lingyu looked up, speaking casually. Yang Hongying felt a chill run down her spine at Feng Lingyu's emotionless gaze, but she forced herself to respond. Since you said you'd handle Qiaoji's matter, you should be involved too. What I just said, do you think it makes sense? Yang Hongying asked again, suppressing her nervousness. Sorry about that. Feng Lingyu smiled nonchalantly. I was just looking at this dress and didn't catch what you said. Lu Xiaowei let out a cold laugh. Some people perform so well they even believe themselves, thinking the whole world will buy it. Yang Hongying was inwardly furious. This Feng Lingyu was so disrespectful. Biting back her anger, Yang Hongying said, So, did you find anything? Feng Lingyu replied meaningfully, To be honest with everyone, I did find something. Feng Lingyu, if you've found something, just say it. I haven't done anything wrong, a clear conscience fears no accusation. Lu Xiaowei declared loudly. Everyone was momentarily stunned by Lu Xiaowei's attitude. She wasn't afraid at all that Feng Lingyu might have found something incriminating against her. She was that confident. Yang Hongying also spoke generously, I'm not afraid either. Since neither of you is afraid, then show me your hands. You won't refuse, will you? Lu Xiaowei didn't hesitate and directly extended her hand. Go ahead and look. Yang Hongying lagged a step behind, but quickly stretched out her hand as well. Look all you want. The others exchanged glances, puzzled about what Feng Lingyu was up to. Everyone had already seen the torn dress earlier. Aside from the cuts, there were no other suspicious points. After all, both had done years of farm work, so their palms were covered in calluses, not exactly pretty. Feng Lingyu only gave them a brief glance and already knew. Village Chief Yang, I know who cut the dress. Lu Xiaowei's face lit up with a pleased smile. Go on, who is it? Since she hadn't done it, given Feng Lingyu's character, there was no way she'd be falsely accused. Yang Hongying also stepped forward. I hope Comrade Feng can provide evidence. You can't just name someone out of thin air and have it be taken as fact. Just one look and you know? Playing tricks. Wang Yi, not seeing anything conclusive, muttered under his breath. Just listen first, don't rush to comment. Xianwen frowned. Hadn't they learned their lesson from Feng Lingyu yet? Why did they never remember? Qiaoji also looked at Feng Lingyu with bright eyes. Just from that glance, she knew who the culprit was. Comrade Feng, who is it? Explain it to us. Xiao Yanfeng said. Feng Lingyu picked up the dress and pointed at the torn edges. I asked Qiaoji her dress was hung with the front facing the door. Once the hanging direction is confirmed, you can determine the direction of the cuts. Look at these torn fibers here. It's clear the scissors were applied from the bottom up to the upper right. Everyone looked where Feng Lingyu was pointing and indeed noticed a subtle tilt to the right. But what does that prove? Xiao Yanfeng asked. This is the crucial part. Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow. Everyone listened intently. Stop keeping us in suspense, Wang Yi urged impatiently. Feng Lingyu glanced at him, ignored it, and continued. It means Feng Lingyu curled her lips. The person who used the scissors must be left-handed. With two people sharing a room and time being tight, to quickly ruin a dress, a person would instinctively use their dominant hand. Hearing this, Lu Xiaowei burst out laughing. I told you Yang Hongying was framing me, and you didn't believe me. Heaven has eyes, it didn't let that bitch get away with it, and it cleared my name. Yang Hongying's face turned pale. The wound on her face was slightly swollen, making her look utterly pitiful. She stared stubbornly at Feng Lingyu. Comrade Feng, I know you're very capable, but isn't this conclusion too hasty? Everyone knows I usually use my right hand. I'm not left-handed at all. Oh. Feng Lingyu let out a light scoff. Why do you think I asked to see your hands first before explaining the reasoning? Chapter 435. Still making excuses. Feng Lingyu laughed. Of course, it's to prevent you from pulling any tricks. You say you prefer using your right hand, so how come the calluses on your left hand are thicker than those on your right? How do you explain that? At that moment, Lu Xiaowei suddenly exclaimed, I remember now. Yang Hongying is left-handed. Back when I used to hang out with her, she always reached out with her left hand first. The educated youths had set up a ping-pong table behind the yard, and sometimes they would all play together. Back when Lu Xiaowei and Yang Hongying were close, they often played together, and Yang Hongying mostly held the paddle with her left hand. Reminded by Lu Xiaowei, the others at the educated youth site also recalled that Yang Hongying indeed seemed more adept with her left hand. Now that you mention it, I remember too. She also holds the kitchen knife with her left hand when cutting vegetables, Chao Yanfeng said with a frown. As others repeatedly pointed out the fact that she preferred using her left hand, Yang Hongying's face grew paler. She clenched her fists, her eyelashes trembling slightly, putting on a pitiful appearance. With reddened eyes, she choked out, I'm sorry. I just thought that dress was so beautiful, so after Lu Xiaowei went out, I touched it with my hand. Who knew my hand would tear a hole in it? So you went all the way and cut the skirt to pieces, framing Lu Xiaowei because she was suspected of stealing grain, and you thought everyone would believe she did it, right? The others at the educated youth site looked complicated, never imagining that Yang Hongying was really the one who cut the skirt. Yang Hongying was usually so gentle in her actions, they never expected she could do something like this. You bitch, I told you all it was Yang Hongying who framed me, and you didn't believe me. Now that the truth about the skirt cutting was out, Lu Xiaowei finally felt vindicated. She knew that with Feng Lingyu here, Yang Hongying's little tricks couldn't escape Feng Lingyu's notice. Yang Hongying, why did you cut my skirt? If you had accidentally torn it and told me, I wouldn't have done anything to you, but you just cut it. This was a birthday gift from my father. Xiaodi said angrily. She suddenly remembered how Lu Xiaowei had almost scratched her earlier, and at that time, Yang Hongying had been right behind her. Suddenly, Xiaoji looked at Yang Hongying with a scrutinizing gaze. Xiaoji, I'm sorry, I'll definitely pay you back for your skirt. I just had a moment of bad judgment. I really didn't mean it. Yang Hongying stepped forward to grab Xiaoji's sleeve, pleading humbly. How could you not mean it? And what about the grain? You got up in the middle of the night to steal it and dared to put it on my bed. Your heart is truly filthy. Lu Xiaowei pointed at Yang Hongying and cursed loudly. The more she saw Yang Hongying's fake act, the more disgusted she became. No, I only cut the skirt, and it wasn't intentional. The grain theft has nothing to do with me. These two things can't be lumped together. Yang Hongying's eyes filled with tears, and she looked at everyone with a tearful gaze, speaking with great certainty. Cutting the skirt and stealing the grain were indeed two separate matters. The skirt issue had now been found out to be Yang Hongying's doing, but the grain was found on Lu Xiaowei's kang, which couldn't prove Lu Xiaowei's innocence. Chao Yanfeng was momentarily at a loss, and looked to Feng Lingyu for help, hoping she had another way to resolve this. You're still making excuses. If it weren't for today's skirt incident, I wouldn't have known you hated me this much. Framing me as a thief is trying to ruin my entire life. Lu Xiaowei's eyes were bloodshot, and she wished she could bite Yang Hongying's flesh. Although she and Yang Hongying had exchanged a few words, there was no major conflict. How could she want to harm her like this? No, I never thought that way. I really didn't. Woo-woo. Yang Hongying sobbed, her shoulders shaking, looking extremely pitiful. Watching this farce, young Jiangwo frowned and asked, Comrade Feng, what do you think about the grain issue? If no key evidence could be found, this matter between Lu Xiaowei and Yang Hongying would never end. Village Chief, before you arrived, I walked around here a few times and did find something. I can only say, some people hide too deep. Feng Lingyu said meaningfully. Really? Is Lu Xiaowei the one who stole the grain or not? Yang Jiangwo asked excitedly. I told you it wasn't me. The only person who lives with me and has a grudge against me is Yang Hongying. You all know about the skirt now. Who else could it be? Who else could hide something on my kong without me noticing? By now, Yang Hongying was in a state of panic. She told herself not to panic. There was no evidence for the grain theft. They had already caught her red-handed on Lu Xiaowei's kong. What did she have to fear? Thinking this, Yang Hongying calmed down a bit. Comrade Foam, just tell us what you found. I did wrong by cutting the skirt, but don't try to pin things on me that I didn't do. The educated youths looked at each other. Yang Hongying's words made their stance waver again. They still couldn't believe Yang Hongying would steal. After saying this, Feng Lingyu went to the shed where they stored firewood. Have you all been here today? Feng Lingyu asked. Xiao Yanfeng nodded. Yes, after discovering the firewood and grain were stolen today, everyone came here to check. The floor of the shed and the storage room had many footprints, all made today, looking chaotic. Yang Hongying looked around and, finding no omissions, breathed a sigh of relief. You said you were woken up in the middle of the night last night. About what time was it? Feng Lingyu asked Lu Xiaowei. And you said you went out to use the bathroom. What time did you go out? Feng Lingyu then asked Yang Hongying. Soon, they stammered out an answer, around 1 in the morning. Since both gave similar times, there was no possibility of lying. Feng Lingyu got her answer and didn't say much more. The others followed her and looked carefully, but the footprints were too messy to make anything out. Comrade Foam, how long are you going to keep looking here? What can you possibly see on the ground? Wang Yi, unable to hold back, spoke up. Smart people can naturally see something. Feng Lingyu glanced at him expressionlessly. With that, Feng Lingyu left directly. She had other places to check and no time to argue with this fool. What does she mean? Is she calling me stupid? Wang Yi angrily said to Qianwen. What matters now is finding the culprit. You know she's not someone to mess with, so why do you keep going up to get scolded? Qianwen said helplessly. He really couldn't understand Wang Yi anymore. Chapter 436, Make her concede defeat. I was just asking, it's not like I said anything bad. Did she have to be so sarcastic? Wang Yi said, somewhat dissatisfied. Your relationship with her has never been good. If I were you, I wouldn't even bother talking to her. Keeping to yourselves and ignoring each other is the best relationship you two can have. Qianwen offered Wang Yi a final piece of advice. He had said his piece. Whether Wang Yi took it to heart was no longer his concern. After speaking, Qianwen followed the others to see Feng Lingyu. Feng Lingyu was already in Lu Xiaowei and Yang Hongying's room. She had stayed at the educated youth point before, so she was fairly familiar with the layout. She only gave it a brief glance and already had a clear picture. Well, what did you find? Yang Jiangwo asked impatiently. I already know who stole Chaozi's sweet potatoes. Feng Lingyu said confidently. Yang Hongying's heart was pounding like a drum, each beat making her feel suffocated. She kept reassuring herself, it's fine. Feng Lingyu was definitely bluffing. Just by looking, she could figure out the truth? Even the public security officers weren't that good. Chaozi, I want to know too, who was so wicked as to steal my rations. Comrade Feng, who is it? Everyone started asking at once. Feng Lingyu's eyes directly fixed on Yang Hongying, and she said playfully, Comrade Yang, aren't you going to come out and explain? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaowei immediately laughed heartily, her voice sharp and piercing. Yang Hongying, it really was you. I knew it. How could I not know there were sweet potatoes hidden on my Kong? You sneaky bitch, you hid them well, and you even dared to frame me for cutting the skirt. How can you be so shameless? Yang Hongying frantically shook her head and waved her hands. It wasn't me. How could it be me? Comrade Feng, do you have a grudge against me? Without any evidence, you're pointing fingers at me. The skirt incident and the sweet potato theft are two different things. They can't be lumped together. Yang Hongying's brows furrowed slightly, and she looked at Feng Lingyu with a stubborn gaze, putting on a show of unyielding defiance. Of course there's evidence. Feng Lingyu curled her lips into a smile. They say a dead duck is hard to boil. Yang Hongying's mental fortitude was pretty tough. Everyone else was baffled, not understanding where Feng Lingyu had seen the evidence. Feng Lingyu ignored their confusion and spoke directly. I took a look. The male educated youths here are about 1.7 to 1.8 meters tall and generally weigh over 130 jin. As for the female educated youths, they're around 1.6 meters tall, and the heaviest among them is only about 80 or 90 jin. In this era of frugality, everyone was thin and scrawny, with little flesh on their bones. That sounds about right, but what does that have to do with the theft? Xiao Yanfeng asked, puzzled. Feng Lingyu continued, the sweet potatoes stolen from Chaozi weighed about 30 jin, right? For the thief to move 30 jin of goods, if it was a male educated youth, the total weight would be at least 150 jin. If it was a female educated youth, it would be around 110 to 120 jin. And then? What does all this have to do with identifying the thief? Yang Hongying asked, suppressing the unease in her heart. A person's footprints can reveal a lot. The pattern shows what shoes they were wearing, and the size and depth of the footprint can indicate their height and weight. I'm not making this up. Experienced public security officers have this skill. Feng Lingyu added, in case anyone doubted her. Among all the footprints in the storage room, one stood out. It was heavier than a female educated youth's footprint, but lighter than a male educated youth's. That ruled out the possibility of a male educated youth being the culprit. You mean that footprint could only have been left by a female educated youth carrying the sweet potatoes? Xiao Yanfang pondered. There are so many female educated youths here, you can't just pin it on me based on that. Yang Hongying sniffled, sounding aggrieved. Indeed, I couldn't rely on that alone, so I looked for more evidence. Feng Lingyu signaled Yang Hongying not to rush. The knife had to cut slowly, and she would make her concede defeat. That footprint had another feature. The outer edge was noticeably deeper than the inner edge. Someone who leaves such footprints walks that way normally, with uneven pressure on their steps. And such people have one very recognizable trait. At this point, Feng Lingyu's tone softened, as if she didn't realize her words could affect someone's life. The outer side of every pair of their shoes wears out more than the inner side. The only person who meets both conditions is you, Comrade Yang. Do you have anything else to say? Everyone, including Yang Hongying herself, looked at the shoes in her room. Indeed, as Feng Lingyu said, the outer side of every pair was more worn. Chaozi was speechless with shock, looking at Yang Hongying with disgust. Why did you steal my rations and frame Lu Xiaowei? She never imagined that the seemingly gentle and amiable Yang Hongying was the real thief. At that moment, the stubborn expression on Yang Hongying's face hadn't faded, making her look somewhat ridiculous. With the evidence laid out before everyone, her pretense of being wronged only seemed disgusting. Yang Hongying stopped pretending. She glared darkly at Feng Lingyu. If it weren't for her, this would never have been discovered. So now you all believe I was wronged, huh? Woo-woo. Lu Xiaowei, cleared of the accusation, was both angry and overjoyed and burst into loud sobs. She had never been so wronged in her life. The whole room had called her a thief. Seeing Lu Xiaowei cry so bitterly, the educated youths felt somewhat ashamed. They had misjudged the situation and sided with Yang Hongying, wronging Lu Xiaowei. Even though Lu Xiaowei wasn't the best person, falsely accusing her of theft was still quite unfair to her. Chapter 437, For Your Father's Sake. After her grief, Lu Xiaowei glared at Yang Hongying like a vengeful ghost, itching to scratch her a few more times and claw her face. The accusing stares of the crowd pierced Yang Hongying like daggers. Comrade Yang, you must compensate me for my dress and the grain, Xiaoji said firmly. She didn't care what reasons Yang Hongying had, these things had to be repaid. Yang Hongying's lips trembled, and she shivered under Feng Lingyu's gaze. I'll pay you back. You probably haven't finished the remaining rations, have you? Where did you put them? If you hand them over, you'll only need to pay for the dress, Xiao Yanfang said kindly. She didn't understand Yang Hongying had enough grain to eat, so why did she steal from others and frame Lu Xiaowei? I'll pay Xiaoji for the dress, but I can't return the grain. I'll have to earn work points next year and pay her back then. By the time she earned work points next year, half a year would have passed. Grain was already scarce and hard to buy. If Xiaoji couldn't get it, she'd go hungry. Besides, no one knew what next year's harvest would be like. If another disaster struck and Yang Hongying couldn't even feed herself, what would she use to repay? Yang Hongying knew she had done wrong and smiled bitterly. If I had enough grain, I wouldn't have stolen yours. Comrade Yang, not only did you steal, but you also tried to frame another comrade. This is a serious offense. I'll record it in your file, and I hope you'll think twice in the future. As for compensation, you must get Xiaoji's consent. Otherwise, if she reports you, I can't help. Compensation couldn't be decided by Yang Hongying alone. The victim, Xiaoji, had the final say. Though Yang Hongying had known this would go into her file, hearing it confirmed made her body sway involuntarily. So where did you hide those sweet potatoes? I have the right to know the truth. Or, are you protecting someone? In just one night, where could dozens of pounds of sweet potatoes have gone? They had to be somewhere. In a single night, Yang Hongying couldn't have moved them far unless she had an accomplice. Xiaoji, please stop asking. I'll repay your sweet potatoes. I've already been punished enough. What more do you want? Yang Hongying said painfully. She said she'll pay you back. Maybe we should let it go, said He Xiaowei, a male-educated youth from Zhu Hongya's room. Lu Xiaowei sneered contemptuously. What, you feel sorry for her now? Have you forgotten how she framed me without batting an eye? While you're pitying her, she's probably laughing at how stupid you are. And don't forget, I'm also a victim here, Lu Xiaowei declared loudly. Xiaoji, if you're too soft to report her, that's your business. But she's wronged me twice and tried to destroy me. I'm definitely reporting her. At Lu Xiaowei's words, everyone remembered she also had a say in this matter. Yang Hongying's head snapped toward Lu Xiaowei. She thought begging Xiaoji would be enough, but she hadn't expected this ambush. Lu Xiaowei was sharp-tongued and never let a law slide. Today, she wouldn't let Yang Hongying off easily. If she'd known she'd be caught, she wouldn't have gone so hard on Lu Xiaowei. Seeing Yang Hongying look at her pathetically like a drowned dog, Lu Xiaowei felt a surge of satisfaction. Village chief, I won't let this go so easily. Yang Jiangua clicked his tongue. This was the downside of going too far. If Yang Hongying hadn't framed Lu Xiaowei twice, there might have been room for negotiation. But she didn't stop at one frame-up, she did it twice. Of course Lu Xiaowei was furious. "Comrade Lu, state your demands now," Yang Jiangua said patiently. "I want her to compensate me for emotional damages, or I'll call the police." Lu Xiaowei snorted. She calculated that Yang Hongying had been in the countryside for a while and earned work points, so she should have some money. Sending Yang Hongying to jail would only satisfy her emotionally without any real benefit. Better to squeeze some cash out of her. "I won't ask for much, 50 yuan. Are you willing? Say something. My money is probably only enough to pay for Chaoji's dress. I'll pay you back the rest slowly, okay?" Yang Hongying took a deep breath and pleaded softly. Lu Xiaowei knew she couldn't push too hard, so she snorted, "Fine. Write me an IOU later. And I don't want to live with someone like you. Find an empty room and move out." "Fine." Yang Hongying swallowed her pride and agreed humiliatingly. After settling their dispute, it was time to address Chaoji's compensation. But no matter how much everyone asked, Yang Hongying refused to reveal where she had hidden the sweet potatoes. In the end, Chaoji had to accept the money for the dress. The remaining grain would have to wait until next year for Yang Hongying to repay. Before leaving, Feng Lingyu gave Yang Hongying a meaningful glance. Willing to bear the label of a thief rather than tell the truth, how devoted. Yang Hongying shuddered, feeling as if Feng Lingyu knew everything. Hearing someone call her name, Feng Lingyu stopped. Chaoji caught up, panting. In just a few minutes, she had no idea how Feng Lingyu walked so fast, already far ahead. "Thank you for today. Without you, I wouldn't have found the real culprit or gotten compensation," Chaoji said earnestly. Given Lu Xiaowei's attitude, she wouldn't have admitted it without Feng Lingyu's help, so Chaoji likely wouldn't have gotten anything. "It's nothing. I did it for your father's sake. Either way, you helped me. If you hadn't pulled me aside, Lu Xiaowei would have scratched my eyes," Chaoji said, still shaken. Feng Lingyu studied Chaoji and saw she was genuinely grateful. "I came to see you today anyway. I'm going into town to visit your father. Do you have any message for him?" Feng Lingyu asked after a moment. She had only planned to check on Chaoji, not expecting this incident. But since Chaoji was truly improving, she should give them a chance to reconcile. Chaoji froze, her fingers curling nervously. She felt timid, but ultimately her longing for her father won out. Summoning her courage, she said, "Tell him I'm doing well in the countryside. I understand why he sent me here. And I've dried some radishes and mushrooms. Could you take some to him? Is that okay, Comrade Feng?" "Sure. Bring them to my place later." It was no trouble to carry a few things, so Feng Lingyu agreed. "Thank you, Comrade Feng. I'll bring them to you soon," Chaoji said happily. Chapter 438, truly unsure if she's smart or foolish. When Feng Lingyu returned home, Gao Xiaodao was baking small cookies. Today, Shen Huayu had come over and was helping Shen Huaiqing with his schoolwork. She took off her coat and lay down on her designated small chair, finally feeling completely at ease. "Weren't you going out to check the situation? Why were you gone so long?" Shen Huayu poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to Feng Lingyu. Feng Lingyu took the tea, took a small sip, and replied, "I went to the educated youth point today and watched a commotion. It delayed me a bit." Feng Lingyu then recounted everything that had happened from start to finish. The speed of Shen Huaiqing's pen gradually slowed down. Gao Xiaodao, who had been baking cookies outside, was also drawn in to listen for a while. One could only say that gossip is human nature, no matter the gender or age, no one is exempt. "Xiaoyu, you're amazing!" Gao Xiaodao exclaimed in admiration. From just a few tiny details, she could accurately deduce the culprit, even better than those public security officers. "This isn't much. I'm just judging based on the experiences of those before me. It's merely borrowing others' insights," Feng Lingyu said modestly. The stolen sweet potatoes must still be inside the educated youth point. Yang Hongying didn't steal the firewood and sweet potatoes for herself. "Why didn't you find the person she's hiding?" Shen Huayu asked. If he could analyze that much, Xiaoyu must have figured it out too. One is willing to take, the other is willing to give. Why should I meddle so much? Since she's willing to bear the consequences herself, I won't play the villain. "So you mean you know who she's hiding?" Shen Huayu grew interested and pressed further. Feng Lingyu took another sip of tea to moisten her lips before speaking. "I do know." "Xiaoyu, tell us, tell us." Gao Xiaodao couldn't wait. "Actually, this is easy to guess." Feng Lingyu curled her lips. "First, consider Yang Hongying's motive. According to everyone, she doesn't lack food or firewood herself. So if she stole food and firewood, it definitely wasn't for herself, it was for someone else. Among the people at the educated youth point, who needs food and firewood the most? Only those who lack it would have a motive to steal from others, right?" Shen Huayu wasn't familiar with the situation at the educated youth point, so naturally, he couldn't guess. Gao Xiaodao thought carefully for a moment, formed a target in her mind, and said uncertainly, "Could that person be Yanwei?" Feng Lingyu looked at Gao Xiaodao with approval. Not bad, she guessed it so quickly. He injured himself on the mountain last time. The village only covered his initial medical expenses. He had to bear all the follow-up costs himself. That's no small amount. Besides, with his injury, he naturally couldn't go up the mountain to gather firewood. So, Yang Hongying stole those things for him. Not bad, Xiaodao, you got it all right. Feng Lingyu then sighed. I noticed before that Yang Hongying seemed to have feelings for Yan Wei, but I didn't expect she'd be willing to go this far for him. She truly didn't know whether to call Yang Hongying smart or foolish. When she was being accused by everyone, Yan Wei never stepped forward to say a single word for her. Yet she took on the label of a thief for Yan Wei, effectively ruining her entire life. Then why did Yang Hongying frame Lu Xiaowei? Gao Xiaodao asked again. First, Lu Xiaowei usually doesn't know how to get along with people and has offended many. She's unpopular at the educated youth point, so if things came to light, she'd be the perfect scapegoat. Second, after Yang Hongying stole the things and came back, Lu Xiaowei happened to wake up and asked her a couple of questions. Yang Hongying, guilty as charged, thought Lu Xiaowei had discovered something, so she pinned it on her. That way, even if Lu Xiaowei spoke up, everyone would think she was just lashing out to deflect blame and wouldn't believe her. For someone as clever as Yang Hongying to end up like this for a man, Feng Lingyu truly felt sorry for her. According to what you're saying, there's still someone at the educated youth point who hasn't told the truth, Shen Huayu said in a low voice. Yan Wei has been bedridden with illness. Yang Hongying secretly helped him or gave him food in the middle of the night. Someone else must have been assisting. Probably Yan Wei's good buddy Zhu Hongya. Anyway, Yang Hongying is willing to bear all of this herself. Who can she blame? After entering the educated youth point, Feng Lingyu had secretly observed everyone's expressions. At that time, she already had a good idea in her mind. Not to mention anything else, with Lu Xiaowei's brainless demeanor, if she had really done it, she would never have resisted so fiercely. Therefore, the moment she saw Lu Xiaowei, Feng Lingyu had already concluded that the thief could not be her. She didn't have the acting skills or the intelligence to play the role of the wronged person so convincingly. Just then, a tempting milky fragrance drifted into the room. Gao Xiaodao slapped her forehead. I almost forgot about the cookies I was baking. She rushed out, put on thick gloves, and took the cookies out of the oven. The baked cookies were a light yellow color. Up close, the milky aroma was even stronger, making anyone who smelled it salivate. Thank goodness, they're not burnt, Gao Xiaodao said with relief. She carried the baking tray into the room and set it on the table. Xiaoyu, these are the cookies you mentioned, the ones called cookies. Look, how did they turn out? The method for making cookies was simple. Feng Lingyu had only briefly described the process to Gao Xiaodao, and Gao Xiaodao had tried making them as an experiment. So fragrant. Feng Lingyu's eyes lit up. This was the aroma from her memory. Everyone in the room reached out and took a cookie. The cookie was rich and flavorful in the mouth, yet not at all greasy, delicious and addictive. Chapter 439, I will definitely repay you. Tuanzi and Jinzi, the two little ones, also each got 2 pieces of the cookies and ate without lifting their heads. Next time, you could add some dried fruit to the cookies. They'll taste even better, Feng Lingyu suggested. She had all kinds of dried fruit in her space and could make different flavors of cookies. Sure, I'll make some more next time. Gao Xiaodao nodded in agreement. Since the cookies turned out very successful this time, Gao Xiaodao baked a few more batches and packed them all separately. Besides keeping some for their own consumption, she planned to give the rest to Sun Yiming and Yang Lemei. After finishing the morning's tasks at the educated youth point, Feng Lingyu felt a bit hungry. Gao Xiaodao had frozen some wrapped dumplings in the yard and, not wanting to bother with anything else, boiled a pot of water to cook them. Once boiled, the dumplings quickly turned plump and white, all floating on the surface of the water, looking appetizing enough to make anyone's mouth water. The dumplings Gao Xiaodao made had thin wrappers and generous fillings, each one about half a palm size after cooking. The rich aroma of pork fat mixed with the sweetness of cabbage was so delicious it made you want to swallow your tongue. Feng Lingyu liked spicy food, so she went to the kitchen to make a dipping sauce. She mixed minced garlic and scallions with chili oil, soy sauce, and vinegar, and finally added a few drops of sesame oil. The dipping sauce was ready. Cabbage and pork dumplings paired with the spicy dipping sauce had a unique flavor. Shen Huayu couldn't understand Feng Lingyu's way of eating, even dumplings had to be paired with chili. But Gao Xiaodao's dumplings were so fragrant that he also had a big appetite. In the end, Gao Xiaodao, Feng Lingyu, and the Shen Huayu brothers finished 2 pots of dumplings before stopping. After we finish eating, let's make more dumplings for the new year. It's fine to freeze them outside, they won't spoil. Feng Lingyu was already planning when to make dumplings next, hoping to prepare several types of fillings. She wanted to make lamb, beef, and chiban egg fillings to change things up. Gao Xiaodao always agreed to Feng Lingyu's requests and immediately said yes. After the meal, Shen Huayu didn't stay long. He said goodbye to Feng Lingyu and took the lunchbox Gao Xiaodao had packed back to Shen Xiui's place. Shen Huayu hadn't been idle since returning. Besides tutoring Shen Huiqing, he also helped Shen Xiui repair the fence. The old man wanted to fence off a piece of land in the back to plant some vegetable seeds. Not long after lunch, Xiaoji arrived carrying some things. It was her first time at Feng Lingyu's house, and she felt a bit nervous and uneasy. Feng Lingyu's attitude toward her was neither warm nor cold. She opened the door and let her in. Seeing the well-organized yard, Xiaoji's eyes showed a hint of envy. Compared to Feng Lingyu's home, the educated youth point was a complete mess. "Comrade Feng, please take these things back to the city for me," Xiaoji said, handing over the items. Although they were just some dried radish strips and mushrooms, not worth much, they were the only thing she could offer now. "Is there anything else you want to say?" "I'll pass it on to your father," Feng Lingyu said as she accepted the items. Xiaoji thought for a moment. "What I wanted to say is what I said this morning. Nothing else." Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow, surprised that Xiaoji didn't plan to mention the hardships she faced in the countryside. She seemed more like a good daughter now, knowing to share only the good news and not the bad. "All right, I understand. I'll make sure to deliver the items and your message," Feng Lingyu said, her expression less cold than before. Xiaoji twisted the hem of her clothes, said an embarrassed thank you, and prepared to head back to the educated youth point. Xiaoji turned around. "Comrade Feng, is there anything else? Where did those sweet potatoes come from?" Feng Lingyu had taken a look at the educated youth point. The stolen sweet potatoes were of good quality, looking like the top-grade grain distributed by the village. Xiaoji had already explained the source of the sweet potatoes at the educated youth point, so she saw no reason to hide it and repeated the story. Feng Lingyu looked up in slight surprise, not expecting that Xiaoji not only taught Taidan, but also gave lessons to other children in the village. No wonder the villagers were willing to give her sweet potatoes. In the past, most families in the village couldn't even afford enough to eat. Only those in better circumstances, like the village accountant He Pengcheng and village chief Yang Jiangwo, could afford to send their children to school. The other children were mostly illiterate, running wild in the mountains and fields all day. Forget about studying, just growing up properly was enough. Although the village school would open next spring, having a high school graduate from the city teach in advance was something the parents were happy about. At this point, Feng Lingyu completely changed her view of Xiaoji. "Your sweet potatoes were stolen. The village is in such a tough spot right now. Even if you continue teaching those children, the villagers probably won't have extra food to give you. Winter is still long. After you finish the remaining sweet potatoes, what will you eat next?" Yang Hongying clearly wouldn't return the food to Xiaoji and would only repay her when grain was distributed next year. As for the others at the educated youth point, they were barely able to feed themselves and certainly wouldn't lend Xiaoji any grain. Xiaoji's face turned pale at Feng Lingyu's questions. Her eyelashes fluttered, making her look pitiful. "I don't know yet, but I can borrow a little from everyone and make it through." She still had some black flour. If she rationed it, it could last a long time. Feng Lingyu found her pitiful appearance both amusing and exasperating. She thought Xiaoji needed to reform, but it was her bad habits that needed changing, not her personality. Otherwise, if everyone became as weak and easily bullied as Lin Daiyu, what would be the point? In fact, Feng Lingyu found her current demeanor less appealing than her previous assertive one. To put it bluntly, if Xiaoji hadn't lacked a sense of morality, bullied Yang Limei relying on Qiao Datong's position, and done a series of things that abused her power, Feng Lingyu wouldn't have suggested that Qiao Datong discipline her. As a girl raised with indulgence, it was normal for her to have a lively and outgoing personality. Now that Xiaoji had reformed, Feng Lingyu naturally wouldn't stand by and watch her go hungry. "I have some grain I can lend you. No matter how you do it, just return it to me within the next year." Xiaoji was about to decline when Feng Lingyu continued, "I'm not giving it to you for free. You have to pay it back. Your father sent you to the countryside, and he wouldn't want to see you go hungry because of bad people." Overall, Xiaoji, knowing her grain was insufficient and taking the initiative to find ways to earn food, had already earned Feng Lingyu's respect. Now, being affected by Yang Hongying's mistake wasn't Xiaoji's fault. Seeing Feng Lingyu's serious tone, Xiaoji knew she wasn't lying. She gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, I will definitely repay the grain." "Thank you, Comrade Feng. I'll keep it a secret. If anyone asks, I won't tell them you lent me the grain." Hearing Feng Lingyu's words, Gao Xiaodao took a bag and brought out some grain from the kitchen. She packed both coarse and fine grains, filling about half a bag. "Take these back for now. If it's not enough, come borrow more." Xiaoji was so grateful she didn't know what to say. Trembling, she took the grain and said with reddened eyes, "It's enough, it's enough." "Thank you." Feng Lingyu, impatient with tearful scenes, let Chaozi leave. Chapter 440, Sending New Year Gifts. Chaozi carefully carried the grain back to the educated youth point. No one in the village had yet resorted to robbery. Previously, Chaozi had also become more cautious when going out. When others asked where she was going, she only said she was going for a walk, not that she was going to see Feng Lingyu. Now, seeing her carrying a sack of grain back, the other educated youth were very surprised. In the dead of winter, which family in the village could lend Chaozi so much grain? Some wanted to probe for information, but Chaozi just smiled and brushed them off. Seeing that she wasn't saying anything, the others didn't press further. Yang Hongying felt bitter inside. If she had known Chaozi had a source of grain, she wouldn't have stolen her sweet potatoes. It would have been better to beg her to lend some. Now she was stuck with the reputation of a thief, and everyone in the educated youth point avoided her. Chao Yanfeng breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Chaozi carrying grain back. If anyone in the educated youth point was most worried about Chaozi's food supply, it was Chao Yanfeng. She and Chaozi were the closest, and as the head of the educated youth point, she couldn't stand by and watch Chaozi go hungry. But Chao Yanfeng's own family was already struggling, and she had to send grain home. She didn't have enough for herself, let alone extra to share with Chaozi. Now that Chaozi could solve her own food problem, Chao Yanfeng was very happy. Even when Chaozi carried the grain into their room and locked it in the cabinet right in front of her, Chao Yanfeng wasn't upset. After all, having been stolen from once, it was only right to be more cautious. Don't worry, I'll have everyone keep a closer eye out. No one will dare steal grain again, Chao Yanfeng said reassuringly. And I'll be more careful too. It was my fault for being too careless before, Chaozi replied with a smile. After this incident, Chaozi had become more mature. Her overall demeanor had shifted again, becoming not only more steady, but also more reserved. After chatting with Chao Yanfeng for a bit, Chaozi took out her books and began to read. Even though the villagers no longer had sweet potatoes to give her, she still had to teach the children their lessons. She couldn't give up halfway. She had to do something. Now that she had made a good start, she couldn't abandon it. Seeing Chaozi reading so attentively, Chao Yanfeng quietly closed the door and left. In the snow, Feng Lingyu and Shin Huayu walked slowly, their feet sinking deep with each step. Another heavy snow had fallen the night before, making the snow on the road even thicker. Everywhere was a vast expanse of white. Between heaven and earth, almost no other color could be seen. As they walked, their breath turned into white mist. The ox cart was completely unusable now, so Feng Lingyu and Shin Huayu could only walk to Tuanjia commune. Feng Lingyu said, "I really regret letting that elk go now. Otherwise, we'd have a ride." Shin Huayu gave her an amused look. "Better let it go back to its home. Didn't you also take in a horse? Why not let it out?" Feng Lingyu shook her head. "The snow is too thick. A horse wouldn't have an easy time either." Feng Lingyu took 2 thermos cups out of her space and handed one to Shin Huayu. The thermos cups were filled with hot milk tea, still steaming. When the lid was opened, a rich milky aroma wafted over. The milk in this tea came from Dongguan town, freshly squeezed milk, different from milk powder. This milk still had a faint gamey smell. Gao Xiaotao had boiled it in a large pot until it bubbled, skimmed off the milk skin, added plenty of sugar, then added stir-fried tea leaves and boiled it for another 15 minutes. Finally, she filtered out the tea leaves, and the milk tea, free of any artificial additives, was ready. Feng Lingyu had secretly stored more than half of the milk tea Gao Xiaotao had made in her space. In the freezing snow, drinking a sip of hot milk tea warmed her entire body. The two each drank half a cup, feeling warmer, before continuing on. Shin Huayu savored the lingering tea flavor. The tea was clear and fragrant, its taste lingering long after drinking. He said helplessly, if Teacher Xiao knew you were using such good tea leaves to make milk tea, he'd be furious and say you're wasting a precious thing. Feng Lingyu smiled. Didn't I send him a few cans of tea leaves? That should be enough for him, right? She naturally used the best things for herself. What did it matter what she used them for? It wasn't wasted, it all went into her stomach. As soon as your tea leaves arrived, a few other old professors found out. Each of them took some from Teacher Xiao, so now he doesn't have enough for himself. Thinking back to his teacher's furious expression, Shin Huayu couldn't help but laugh. Feng Lingyu said, I'm sending fabric to the old lady anyway, so I'll send him a few more cans of tea leaves along with it. The monkey wine brewed with gold was also almost ready to drink. She could send some to Uncle Gao and the others, as well as to Teacher Xiao in the capital. Wine jars were fragile and hard to transport in this era. They would inevitably break along the way. Feng Lingyu searched around and finally found a few gourd vines in her space. Hollowing out the gourds made excellent containers for wine. Going to the city this time, Feng Lingyu had planned to send things anyway. Now, with half a month left until the new year, the items would arrive in the capital just around the new year. These things could be considered Feng Lingyu's New Year gifts to everyone. Of course, everything was stored in Feng Lingyu's space. She would find an opportunity to take them out once she reached the city. Feng Lingyu also needed to collect her martyr's child subsidy at the commune. For the past 2 months, due to the snow disaster, Gao Xiaodao hadn't been able to collect it for her. Although Feng Lingyu didn't care about the few dozen yuan, it wouldn't be good to leave it uncollected for too long. If Zhang Weiming was watching her and noticed something unusual, that would be bad. Even though the money was little, Feng Lingyu wasn't about to give it up. Chapter 441, Shen Huayu, get out of my way. Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu walked toward the commune, chatting idly, which made the journey less boring. Just as they reached a mountain hollow, Feng Lingyu paused. She discreetly scanned the bushes on both sides and said in a low voice, "Looks like some blind fools are waiting for us." Shen Huayu immediately understood her meaning, tensing his back and becoming alert. But his face still wore that leisurely, gentle expression, showing no sign of anything unusual. Meanwhile, the robbers hiding in the bushes were whispering among themselves. "Wait a little longer. Let them get into our encirclement before we move, so they don't notice something's wrong and run off early." The leader, eyeing Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu's clothing, had a fervent gleam in his eyes. This man and woman were well dressed. The fabric of their clothes was clearly not cheap, not to mention the watches on their wrists. Not long ago, he had robbed a fat sheep, selling off the odds and ends for over 300 yuan. Even after splitting some with his brothers, he still had nearly 200 yuan left, living a life of luxury for a while back home. Now, having tasted the sweetness of robbery, he had gathered a few brothers to do it again. In the past, no rich people ever passed through this poor mountain valley. But now, 3 had shown up in such a short time. Heaven was sending him money to spend. The leader held his breath, terrified that Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu might run away. Only when he saw them step into the hollow did he wave for his brothers to move out. "Stop right there," the leader bellowed, brandishing a cleaver as he leaped out of the bushes. The other 8 men followed, emerging from different directions, each clutching a weapon. This gang all had a thuggish air about them, clearly the idle, good-for-nothing loafers from the surrounding villages. The leader rested the cleaver at his side. Seeing that Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu hadn't moved, seemingly frozen in fear, he nodded with satisfaction. "This road is under my brother's control. If you want to pass, you'll have to pay a toll. Otherwise, my brothers would have worked for nothing," the leader said with a lecherous grin. When his triangular eyes fell on Feng Lingyu's face, a lascivious light flickered in them. Damn, when had a girl this pretty ever appeared in the village? Once he took the money, he was definitely going to have a taste of this beauty. Imagining this stunning, almost unreal beauty writhing beneath him soon, the leader let out a greedy, obscene laugh. Sensing the leader's malicious gaze, Shen Huayu's entire demeanor shifted. He stepped forward, shielding Feng Lingyu behind him, and stared at the leader with eyes full of menace. His jaw tightened, forming a sharp line. His brows were as fierce as blades, his thin lips pressed together, and his eyes coldly fixed on the leader. The Shen Huayu who had just been a gentle, refined gentleman now turned bloodthirsty and intimidating, as if he had become a different person entirely. The leader shuddered under Shen Huayu's gaze, feeling goosebumps all over his body. But he quickly scorned himself. What was there to fear from a pretty boy and a stunning girl? "Kid, why aren't you talking? If you're smart, hand over all your valuables now. Otherwise, out here in the wilderness, if something happens to you, your bones could rot and no one would ever find you. In this weather, if he killed someone and tossed them into the snowy woods, he wouldn't even need to bury them. No one would discover it. After all, with the snow sealing the mountains, who would bother wandering into the roadside groves?" Shen Huayu frowned. "Have you killed before?" He had only intended to teach this group a lesson, but if they had taken lives, that changed things. The leader and his henchmen burst into laughter, as if they had heard a joke. "Pretty boy, are you about to wet your pants? Anyone who's been in this game has blood on their hands. Hurry up and hand over the cash, or if we have to do it ourselves, we might not be gentle. That little beauty behind you probably couldn't take it, ha ha ha." Feng Lingyu tilted her head and loosened 2 buttons on her cuff. After the leader finished speaking, seeing that they still weren't smart enough to produce the goods, he spat on the ground and prepared to step forward, grab Shen Huayu, and beat him up. Just as Shen Huayu readied himself to act, he felt a tug on the back of his clothes. Feng Lingyu stood on her tiptoes and whispered in his ear, "Get out of my way." Hearing this, Shen Huayu helplessly stopped his movement and obediently stepped aside. The leader had already raised his fist toward Shen Huayu, but with his sudden, unexpected move, the beauty behind him was now exposed. Caught by momentum, the leader couldn't pull his punch back in time. He inwardly lamented, such a delicate beauty might get hurt by him, and then there'd be no fun later. But the scene everyone expected never happened. The leader's fist was firmly stopped by a slender, fair hand. That hand looked soft and boneless, utterly unthreatening, but only the leader knew that his entire arm had gone numb. His face showed disbelief, while the other thugs jeered. Boss, didn't know you had a soft spot for the ladies. Did your wife drain all your strength last night? Can't even handle a woman. Someone cracked a crude joke, and the robbers laughed lewdly. But only the leader knew he wasn't unwilling to move. His arm was completely paralyzed. Feng Lingyu curled her lips, the corners of her eyes slightly lifting, her dark pupils fully exposed, both alluring and radiating endless danger. Sure enough, before he could pull away, a tremendous force surged from his arm through his entire body in the next second, and he collapsed to the ground like a limp rag. Everyone was stunned by the sight. They exchanged glances, bewildered. What had happened to the boss? It was just a helpless little girl, no need to overdo it. Shin Huayu was also shocked. Was this move of Xiaoyu's the legendary inner strength? He had heard tales of martial arts masters who could injure others from a distance using internal energy, but he had always dismissed them as nonsense. He never thought he would witness it in Xiaoyu. Chapter 442. Who's the real bandit here? Boss, what's wrong with you? A subordinate hurried forward to help the fallen boss to his feet. But the moment he touched the boss's body, he realized the boss wasn't faking it. He genuinely had no strength left. His body was limp and soft, as if he were nothing but a giant, flabby worm. A chill ran down the subordinate's spine. His hands trembled, and the boss thudded back to the ground. What are you doing, kid? Can't even help someone up. Another man said in dissatisfaction. With that, he stepped forward to lift the boss himself. But the moment he felt that same unnatural softness, he too was overcome with terror, his own body going weak. The look in his eyes as he stared at Feng Lingyu was no longer infatuated, it was filled with fear. After 2 men in a row had been spooked like that, even the dullest among them could tell something was wrong. Feng Lingyu let out a cold snort. She had only used her lightning ability to numb the boss. But since everyone seemed to have misunderstood, she didn't bother explaining. Shin Huayu watched Feng Lingyu's proud and dignified demeanor and gave a faint smile. The first man who had tried to help the boss snapped out of his daze. Suppressing his fear, he looked at Feng Lingyu and stammered, "Comrade, we failed to recognize your greatness. We're sorry. We'll leave now. It's our fault." The others quickly joined in with apologies. They helped the boss up and prepared to flee. Their figures froze. They turned back to look at Feng Lingyu, confused about what else she wanted. Who said you could leave? Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow, scanning all the bandits. Then, in a fierce tone, she said, "Hand over everything you have on you. We're out in the middle of nowhere. If something happens to you, your bones will rot before anyone finds you." The bandits lined up, one by one, humiliated, and handed over their valuables to Feng Lingyu. They had no idea how this female comrade seemed to have eyes like a hawk. She knew if anyone held back. When all the bandits had surrendered their money, it formed a small pile on the ground. The most valuable item was a pouch of silver dollars, and the rest of the scattered cash added up to over 100 yuan. Sure enough, the fastest way to make money throughout history was to rob the robbers. She gestured for Shin Huayu to collect the items on the ground. One man had pulled his money out from inside his pants, and she found that disgusting. Shin Huayu's temple twitched. He gritted his teeth and said, "Xiaoyu." Feng Lingyu coughed, feeling a bit unreasonable herself. So she pretended to pull a piece of cloth from her pocket and told Shin Huayu to wrap the money in it. Asterisk, seriously? Money is money, what's there to be disgusted by? If you don't want it, we do, asterisk. Pinching his nose, Shin Huayu used 2 sticks to pick the money up and place it in the cloth, then reluctantly bundled it up and held it in his hand. We've handed everything over. Can we go now? A bandit looked at Feng Lingyu cautiously. For some reason, even though this female comrade still had that bright, flower-like face, he no longer dared to let his mind wander. In fact, he felt a creeping dread. Feng Lingyu noticed a silver glint on the bandit leader's wrist. She tilted her chin and said, "And him. You, go search him." Asterisk, she won't even let an unconscious man off? Who's the real bandit here? Asterisk. But the man only grumbled internally. He didn't dare show any displeasure on his face and obediently patted down the boss from head to toe. The boss had far more money on him than his subordinates, nearly 100 yuan all by himself. Feng Lingyu stared at the familiar watch on his wrist and twitched her lips. So the bandits she and Shin Huayu had run into today were the same ones who had robbed Bian Yansong? Shin Huayu noticed it too. They both felt a bit amused. "Where did this watch come from?" Feng Lingyu asked. "We took it off someone a few days ago," the man answered honestly. "So it was from Bian Yansong." Feng Lingyu pressed on, "Besides this watch, was there anything else?" If she could get back Bian Yansong's identification and travel papers, it would make his trip back to the capital much easier, no need to go through Chao Datong's connections. The man thought for a moment and shook his head. "The rest were just local specialties. We split them up and ate or used them. The money should all be here." As for his clothes, the boss took them and wore them. The rest were sold. He glanced at Feng Lingyu's expression and stammered, "Are you interested in the clothes? I can strip them off him right now." The boss wasn't exactly clean, and Bian Yenseng's clothes had already turned grimy from wear. Feng Lingyu, "No thanks, that won't be necessary." Wasn't there anything else? Like papers or something? There was, but none of us could read. We didn't know what they said, so the boss had us burn them. After answering, the man saw Feng Lingyu stay silent for a long time and timidly asked, "So, can we go now? You committed robbery, and you think you can just leave?" Feng Lingyu sneered. "What do you mean by that?" The bandits panicked. They had already handed over everything they had. She'd taken their loot, wasn't that enough? What more did she want? They'd heard that even thieves had a code, but this woman had no scruples. At this point, no matter how pretty Feng Lingyu's face was, it held no appeal for these bandits. "Line up, all of you. You're coming with me to the police station. Don't think you can slip away. The law will judge you, and you'll pay the price you deserve." Feng Lingyu declared with righteous indignation. Asterisk, are you kidding me? Weren't you just one of us? Asterisk. Just moments ago, she had been like the fiercest bandit, forcing everyone to hand over their money. And now she was suddenly the champion of justice? Her halo was practically blinding. "Comrade, you robbed us. Aren't you afraid we'll report you?" One bandit protested indignantly. Feng Lingyu shot him a haughty glare, embodying the image of a ruthless villain to perfection. "Go ahead. Unless you think you've lived long enough." Remembering Feng Lingyu's methods, the man could only shut his mouth in frustration. Chapter 443. The others are merely mediocre. Feng Lingyu and Xin Huayu strolled leisurely along the road, with a group of people stumbling behind them. Because whenever someone fell behind, Feng Lingyu seemed to have eyes in the back of her head, always spotting it with precision. Yet, not only could no trace of injury be seen on them, but the spots where they were hit also hurt terribly. After a few times, these bandits had learned their lesson and dared not make any more sneaky moves. Just as they were about to reach the commune, the bandits saw Feng Lingyu stop in her tracks. She looked them over with a faint, mocking smile, sending chills down their spines. They had no idea what tormenting method this demoness had come up with next. "All of you, either go to the police station and turn yourselves in obediently, or I'll send you on your way right now. Which will it be?" The bandits huddled together in fear, not doubting for a moment the ruthlessness of this woman who looked beautiful but was actually vicious. In comparison, even going to the police station no longer seemed like a frightening prospect. "We'll turn ourselves in, the bandits replied, quivering like quails. "Confess every single crime clearly. If I find out you're paying lip service, think carefully about whether you can bear the consequences," Feng Lingyu said in a chilling tone. The bandits dared not act recklessly and nodded hastily in agreement. How could they dare not speak clearly? Earlier, this female demon had asked each of them about their homes and who was in their families. If they didn't confess honestly, what if she went after their families in retaliation? Several police officers on duty were working when a group of men suddenly walked in from outside. Years of professional instinct made them immediately sense something was off. It wasn't about judging by appearances, but the lessons learned from years of handling cases. One officer made a subtle gesture with his right hand behind him and quietly chambered a round in his gun. If these men intended to rob the place, he wanted to ensure he could shoot them down instantly. There had been cases before where desperate thugs tried to break in and take everyone down with them. "Comrade, hello," the bandit who spoke forced a smile of utter despair. The officer became even more alert. These men looked like they had nothing left to lose. "Turn yourselves in?" The officer's eyes widened in surprise. "All of you are here to turn yourselves in? What did you do?" But soon, the officer composed himself and asked in a businesslike manner, "We're highway robbers." The bandit dared not hide anything and confessed everything they had done, including where they had robbed and how much they had taken. The officers were stunned, hardly believing whether these men were telling the truth. Still, they followed procedure and arrested the bandits, planning to investigate further. Feng Lingyu stood at the street corner, watching the bandits enter the police station before she felt at ease. "Let's go. I'll collect the subsidies first, and then we'll head into the city." Xin Huayu nodded, and the two walked off side by side, gradually fading into the distance. Having dealt with this rampant gang of bandits, they had done a good deed for the day. The subsidies for the past 3 months, including the New Year's allowance, were all issued together. Feng Lingyu received nearly 100 yuan along with many military-issued coupons. The woman in the finance office couldn't help but envy her. How could a young girl like her possibly spend all that money and coupons? Feng Lingyu took out all the coupons with shorter expiration dates, planning to use them up once they entered the city. They went to the bus station and found out that there were still 2 daily buses heading to Danong City. Once they boarded the bus, the stale air inside made Feng Lingyu frown imperceptibly. Since it was cold, the windows were shut, and the smell of engine oil mixed with the odor of some passengers' bodies and the stench of livestock like chickens and ducks, creating a giant stink bomb. Shin Huayu was better off. He had taken the bus before and was mentally prepared. Pull your scarf up higher. It'll help a bit, Shin Huayu said gently. Eventually, unable to bear the stench any longer, Feng Lingyu used her spatial ability to isolate the space around herself and Shin Huayu. The air instantly became fresh, and Feng Lingyu let out a long sigh of relief. Shin Huayu naturally noticed the change, but he was already accustomed to Xiaoyu's peculiarities and showed no sign of surprise. Aside from the bus breaking down twice along the way, they eventually arrived at their destination safely. After discussing it, they decided to find Xiao Datong first. Once they resolved the matter with Bian Yansong and Xiao Zi, they would go to the post office to send the packages. Feng Lingyu and Shin Huayu arrived at Xiao Datong's usual office. The gatekeeper, seeing that Feng Lingyu and Shin Huayu were well-dressed and carried themselves with an air of distinction, enthusiastically asked who they were looking for. Upon learning they were there to see Secretary Chao, the gatekeeper eagerly went to inform him. There's truth to the saying that clothes make the man, Feng Lingyu remarked. A minor figure like him wouldn't dare offend anyone either, Shin Huayu said with a smile. This kind of gatekeeping job was highly sought after. Losing it due to offending someone would be a great loss. Xiao Datong was in his office. When he learned that Feng Lingyu was looking for him, he was momentarily taken aback before instructing his secretary to bring her up. He had been very busy lately. The city was in a mess over the grain issue, and the neighboring cities were just watching the spectacle, offering no help at all. They had already collected a batch of grain from the countryside, and now, no matter how short they were, they couldn't go back to collect more, as that would leave the villagers without a means to survive. Thinking of this, Xiao Datong sighed. He hoped nothing had happened to Xiao Zi. He hadn't had the energy to pay much attention to her lately, though she had come back to the city some time ago to ask for medicine, and he had only caught a distant glimpse of her. But he forced himself not to soften, so he didn't let her stay to talk and sent her back. The secretary led Feng Lingyu and Shin Huayu into the office, then tactfully closed the door and left. Secretary Chao, long time no see. I hope all is well. Your new secretary is much better than the last one, Feng Lingyu said, taking the initiative. Xiao Datong hadn't expected Feng Lingyu to come alone. When he saw Shin Huayu, he was visibly taken aback. And this is? Shin Huayu wore a long black coat, which made his complexion look as fair as jade and his demeanor outstanding. A gentle smile lingered on his face, and when he looked at someone, it seemed his eyes were full of sincerity. Although Feng Lingyu was not short, Shin Huayu, standing at 1.88 meters, still made her look petite. Both of them were strikingly good-looking, standing together complementing each other perfectly, a well-matched couple in both talent and appearance. Without exaggeration, Xiao Datong felt that his office had brightened up. He silently sighed to himself, thinking that a female comrade like Feng Lingyu was truly only matched by a male comrade like the one before him. Comparing this to the pretty boy Su Guang that his daughter had taken a liking to, Xiao Datong felt even more disheartened. Look at the fiancé others had found, and then look at what his daughter had chosen. Comparing them was truly infuriating. Chapter 444. You said you wouldn't get angry. Shin Huayu reached out to shake hands with Xiao Datong, smiling faintly. Secretary Chao, I've long admired your reputation. I'm Shin Huayu, Xiaoyu's fiancé, currently studying at the National Defense University in Jing City. Not only was he good-looking, but he was also a college student. A student at the National Defense University, anyone with half a brain could see his future was boundless. Xiao Datong silently upgraded Feng Lingyu's status by 2 levels in his mind. Feng Lingyu herself was exceptionally outstanding, no ordinary person. Add to that this remarkable fiancé, and she was bound to develop even further in the future. Hello. Comrade Shin, you're truly young and promising. The future of Huaxia still depends on young people like you to create it. Not at all. Precisely because we're young, we need more experience, Shin Huayu said modestly. Seeing that this young man was neither arrogant nor impatient, Xiao Datong's admiration grew. Those with a steadfast heart, unswayed by immediate temptations, could go further. Xiao Datong's office had a reception area. Once they were seated, Xiao Datong asked, Comrade Feng, is there something you wanted to see me about today? Yes, and for you, Secretary Chao, it's actually good news. Feng Lingyu smiled. Oh. Xiao Datong's interest was piqued. What good news? Feng Lingyu pulled out a small bundle from behind her and pushed it toward Xiao Datong. Here, open it and take a look. It's a token of your daughter's affection. Xiao Datong reached out with trembling hands. Really? Having raised his daughter for so many years, this was the first time he'd received something from her. Why would I lie to you? Feng Lingyu said with a helpless laugh. Xiao Datong opened the bundle with the utmost care, as if handling some rare treasure. Inside, it was nothing more than some worthless dried radish strips and mushrooms. Feng Lingyu's heart ached a little. This was probably the unconditional love parents have for their children, expecting nothing in return. Xiao Datong held back the sting in his nose and said with a smile, "Good, she really has grown up, knowing to bring me things. She said she's doing well, told you not to worry, and asked you to take care of your health." Feng Lingyu paused, then continued. She didn't say much else. During her time in the countryside, she really has improved a lot. I don't expect her to amount to much. I just hope she can be sensible and grow into a good child. That way, I'll have done right by her mother. Feng Lingyu exchanged a helpless glance with Xin Huayu. Was this the mindset of an old father? How's she doing in the countryside? I want the truth. After composing himself, Xiao Datong asked again. He naturally didn't believe the earlier talk about everything being fine. If everything were truly fine, Chaozi would never have changed so drastically. She must have suffered greatly. I'll tell you, but you have to promise not to get angry. Feng Lingyu gave a preemptive warning. Xiao Datong shot her an irritated glare. Girl, do you really see me as that kind of person? He had already told her to help him manage his daughter, so of course he wouldn't get angry. Besides, he knew Feng Lingyu was a measured person who wouldn't do anything extreme. Feng Lingyu rubbed her nose sheepishly and began recounting Chaozi's miserable experiences during that time. From having no food at first, with only black bread to eat. Then being punished to carry manure in the village for months on end. Finally, being bullied and ostracized by the people at the educated youth settlement, nearly freezing to death while gathering firewood in the mountains. In short, when all these things were put together and told at once, it sounded like Chaozi had lived like a pitiful little cabbage, truly tragic. Xiao Datong went from calm at first, to showing visible distress, and finally to barely concealed anger. When he heard that the people at the settlement had stolen her rations and slashed her dress, Xiao Datong shot up from his seat, furious and ready to slam the table. That dress was the 18th birthday gift he had given his daughter. Even at his rank, it had cost him a month's salary. Hey, you said you wouldn't get angry. Fortunately, Feng Lingyu stopped him in time. Xiao Datong realized he had lost control, awkwardly withdrew his hand, and sat back down in frustration. These people are going too far. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, "You said you wouldn't blame me." Seeing the veins bulging on Xiao Datong's forehead, Feng Lingyu added, "When I put everything together like that, it does sound pretty miserable. But you know your daughter's temperament, she's no pushover and has done plenty of bad things herself." Hey, daring to criticize his daughter right in front of him, Xiao Datong was both speechless and amused. But thinking back to Chaozi's former arrogant and troublesome ways, he knew Feng Lingyu was telling the truth. Anyway, aside from the stolen sweet potatoes, where Chaozi was completely innocent, the rest was partly her own fault. You don't need to be too upset. Feng Lingyu glanced at Xiao Datong's expression and, seeing it was still normal, continued, "Now she's changed a lot. She prepares lessons seriously every day and teaches the village children. The villagers have also changed their opinion of her, and the kids really like her. If you saw your daughter now, you'd be amazed. It's like she's a completely different person. Don't worry, you don't need to make excuses." I said I don't blame you, and I mean it. Xiao Datong sighed and said earnestly, "On the contrary, I should thank you. For her to change so much, you must have put a lot of thought into it." Thought, my foot. Her original intention was simply that she couldn't stand Chaozi and wanted to teach her a lesson. "Secretary Chao, now that Chaozi has reformed, do you want to bring her back?" Feng Lingyu asked. Xiao Datong spoke with a mix of sternness and warmth, looking somewhat conflicted. Chapter 445, Matters Settled. He could use his authority to send his daughter to the countryside to endure hardship, but he absolutely could not allow her to return to the city at will. Otherwise, what would the sent-down educated youths think? Feng Lingyu was full of admiration for Xiao Datong. Everyone claimed to be selfless, but how many could actually achieve it? I was being narrow-minded. But you don't need to worry. With the way Chaozi is developing now, she will definitely be able to return to the city on her own. As long as one has faith and determination in their heart, what can they not accomplish? I hope your words come true, ha ha. Xiao Datong laughed heartily. You didn't come to see me today just for this, did you? Meeting Xiao Datong's penetrating gaze, Feng Lingyu was not embarrassed and said directly, "There is indeed something else I need your help with. A friend of mine came to visit me a few days ago and encountered bandits on the way. The loss of his money was a minor matter, but the trouble is that his letter of introduction and identification were also stolen, leaving him unable to return to the capital for the time being." Xiao Datong frowned. Your friend isn't an ordinary person, is he? Under normal circumstances, losing a letter of introduction and identification wouldn't be a big deal, of course. This only applied to ordinary people. Only those with sensitive or special identities would have trouble reissuing these documents, because the authorities would investigate for a long time to ensure the person's identity was absolutely secure. Otherwise, if an enemy spy slipped through, the problem would be huge. He was originally supposed to be transferred back to the capital, so his identity is indeed sensitive, Feng Lingyu replied. The friend Feng Lingyu mentioned was indeed no ordinary person. Otherwise, how could someone so young be appointed to a post in the capital, and even use the word return? This indicated that his family had deep roots in the capital and was not of humble origin. Xiao Datong raised an eyebrow. What do you want me to do? Feng Lingyu said, I want to ask you to vouch for him so he can return to the capital early. As for the transfer documents, once he is back in the capital, his family can naturally prove his identity, and then the problem will be solved. Xiao Datong lowered his eyes and pondered silently before asking, May I ask what your friend's name is? Upon hearing the name, Xiao Datong sat up straight. Is it the Bian family I know? There should only be one famous Bian family in the capital. As she said this, Feng Lingyu unconsciously looked at Shen Huayu. She didn't know the layout of the capital as well as Shen Huayu did. Can you really guarantee his identity? Xiao Datong looked at Feng Lingyu with a burning gaze. Yes. If his identity were problematic and something went wrong later, wouldn't I be dragging myself into it? I only came to you because I was sure his identity was genuine. Secretary Chao, I can also vouch for him, Shen Huayu, who had been listening quietly, suddenly spoke up. If you're not at ease, Xiao Yu and I can write you a guarantee. If something goes wrong, you can just expose us. Xiao Datong hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. All right, I can write him a letter of recommendation. At the very least, it will be no problem for him to leave the Northeast. The implication was that once he left the Northeast, Xiao Datong could do nothing more. Seeing that Xiao Datong had agreed, Feng Lingyu's eyes curved with joy. I'll thank you on behalf of my friend. He said that if you are willing to help, he would also be willing to lend a hand if you ever need anything in the future. Since everything was settled, Xiao Datong did not delay and immediately wrote the letter of recommendation in his office, stamping it with a large red seal. As for the letter of introduction, village chief Yang could issue it later. With the purpose of this trip achieved, Feng Lingyu bid farewell to Xiao Datong. Before leaving, Xiao Datong couldn't help but ask Feng Lingyu to take good care of Chaozi, even giving her some money and tickets to pass along to Chaozi. Since Chaozi had already reformed, Xiao Datong could no longer ignore her as he had in the past. He had to take up his fatherly responsibilities again. Walking out of the government building, Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu breathed a sigh of relief. When we get back, let's return the money we took from the bandits to Bian Yansong. That poor kid is really pitiful, Feng Lingyu said, stretching her waist. Thinking about the source of the money, Shen Huayu nodded with disdain. Give it all to him. Seeing Shen Huayu's furrowed brows, Feng Lingyu chuckled inwardly. With his fastidious personality, he had probably long wanted to get rid of this dirty money. Next, let's go to the post office to send the packages, and then find a place to eat. What do you think? Feng Lingyu blinked and suggested. The two had gotten up early and dealt with the bandits on the way. It was now noon, the perfect time for a meal. They found a secluded spot, and Feng Lingyu took out all the wrapped packages from her space. Compared to other places, the post office was quite bustling. As soon as Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu entered the post office, they attracted many glances. Their appearances were simply too striking, and their clothing clearly indicated they were not from an ordinary family. Ignoring the curious looks around her, Feng Lingyu walked straight to the counter. Behind the counter was a young girl, who looked enviously at the clothes Feng Lingyu was wearing. The fabric looked so nice, she wondered where it could be bought. Seeing the girl remain silent for a long time, Feng Lingyu frowned. Oh, I'm sorry, I was distracted. What do you want to send and where to? The girl snapped back to reality, her face flushed. I want to send these. This one contains fragile items, please mark it. Oh, and send everything to the capital. Feng Lingyu gestured for Shen Huayu to place the packages he was holding on the counter. In no time, the long counter was fully occupied. The girl stared wide-eyed at Feng Lingyu. You want to send all of these? The postage from here to the capital was not cheap. This many items would cost nearly 50 yuan, equivalent to 2 months of her salary. That's a lot, comrade. The final price will be quite high, the girl kindly reminded her. It's fine, just send them. I have a large family, plus relatives and friends, Feng Lingyu said with a slight smile. Seeing Feng Lingyu's refined demeanor and her many relatives in the capital, the girl guessed that she was probably an educated youth sent down from the capital. Feng Lingyu nodded, then remembered something. Oh, and could you also check if there are any packages for me? I haven't picked them up in a long time. Chapter 446, Watch where you're going next time. The young woman was very efficient and quickly wrote out the form. All that was left was to pay and write down the mailing address and contact person. Next, she began checking Feng Lingyu's package for her. I took a look, and there really is a package for you. It's been sitting here for a month. Come to think of it, the young woman remembered this large package. It came from the capital city and was quite big. Since no one had come to claim it for so long, they had moved it to the storage room. Wait here a moment. I'll go get it for you now. Okay, thank you for your trouble. The young woman had a great attitude, and Feng Lingyu took a liking to her. After the young woman left, Feng Lingyu and Shin Huayu stood to the side and waited. What should we eat later? Feng Lingyu asked casually. Shin Huayu, anything is fine, but the conditions in the city are what they are now. I doubt there's anything good to eat. At his words, Feng Lingyu remembered the snow disaster. Forget it, then. Let's just eat what I brought. We won't go to the state-run restaurant. Shin Huayu immediately understood what she meant. I have no objections. As they chatted, two young women walked in from the entrance of the post office. One was tall, the other short. The taller one was somewhat dark-skinned, with a few spots on her face, and wasn't very attractive. The shorter one, though not very fair either, looked somewhat delicate and pretty next to her companion. Feng Lingyu initially just glanced at them casually and was about to look away, but when she saw the clothes the fairer young woman was wearing, her gaze sharpened. Shin Huayu naturally noticed her change in mood. What's wrong? He followed Xiaoyu's gaze, but saw nothing unusual, just two strangers. Interesting. Feng Lingyu's voice was both amused and cold. The two young women who had just entered also noticed Feng Lingyu and Shin Huayu. After all, the pair was too eye-catching to miss. When the fairer young woman saw Shin Huayu's face, her eyes clearly lit up, but she quickly composed her expression. Xiaoya, didn't you say you were here to find Tianchong? Why aren't you going in? Niu Xiaofeng asked her good friend Lin Yu in confusion. I was just passing by and thought I'd drop in to see Brother Tian. I'm not here specifically for him. Lin Yu pressed her lips together and lowered her eyes. All right, I won't say anything more. Don't worry, I definitely won't tell anyone about your business. Although Niu Xiaofeng found it a bit strange, wondering why Lin Yu's story had changed so suddenly, she assumed Lin Yu was just shy and immediately spoke bluntly. Come on, let's go in. I'll say it's me who wants to see Tianchong, okay? Niu Xiaofeng winked and pulled Lin Yu inside. Just as they brushed past Shin Huayu, Lin Yu somehow tripped and fell straight toward him. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yu would have fallen right into Shin Huayu's arms. But he had already moved to Feng Lingyu's side the moment Lin Yu leaned over, putting distance between them. Then, in front of everyone, Lin Yu hit the ground hard. Her elbow slammed against the cement floor with a loud thud, and it sounded painful. Lin Yu couldn't help but cry out. She looked up at Shin Huayu in disbelief, as if accusing him of being heartless. Her gaze was so resentful that anyone unaware might think she and Shin Huayu had some secret relationship. Xiaoya! Niu Xiaofeng shouted, quickly crouching down to help Lin Yu up. Lin Yu's palm was scraped by small stones on the ground, and blood was starting to seep out. Niu Xiaofeng angrily pointed at Shin Huayu. What's wrong with you? My friend fell like this, and you, a grown man, couldn't even help her up. Others in the post office also turned to look, their expressions accusing as they stared at Shin Huayu. Comrade, please get your facts straight. Your friend fell on her own, I didn't cause it. Don't speak to me in that accusatory tone. Also, stepping back instinctively was only natural. After all, what if she tried to frame me? If not for his position, his first instinct would have been to kick her away. Niu Xiaofeng was furious at Shin Huayu's words. She couldn't believe such a good-looking man could be so rude. At his words, Lin Yu's already tearful face became even more pitiful. Xiaofeng, I'm fine. It's my fault. Don't blame this comrade. Lin Yu bit her lip and looked up at Shin Huayu timidly. It really is your fault. Watch where you're going next time. It's fine if you fall and hurt yourself, but dragging others into it would be a problem. Shin Huayu tightened his jaw, his sharp jawline cold and hard as he spoke. Lin Yu's eyes trembled. She hadn't expected Shin Huayu to say that. Before she could react, Niu Xiaofeng couldn't take it anymore. She looked at Feng Lingyu, who was standing beside Shin Huayu. When she saw her face, Niu Xiaofeng froze. This woman was stunningly beautiful. Comrade, I suggest you stay far away from someone like him who would stand by and do nothing. Niu Xiaofeng said self-righteously. Little did she know, her so-called righteous act was utterly ridiculous in Feng Lingyu's eyes. Lin Yu finally noticed Feng Lingyu's presence. She had been so focused on Shin Huayu that she hadn't realized there was such a beautiful woman beside him. If only she could have a face like that. Her gaze moved downward, taking in Feng Lingyu's clothes and leather shoes, and even the watch on her wrist. Lin Yu felt both envy and jealousy. That man must have bought all these things for her. But then she touched the clothes she was wearing. Hers weren't bad either. Feng Lingyu looked down at them from above. All right, if you have a problem, go to the hospital. If your brain isn't working properly, you'd better stay indoors. From start to finish, the two of us were standing here just fine. Do we even know who you are? You fall in front of us for no reason and try to pin it on us. We finally get a chance to go out, and we run into two disgusting things. What a waste of time. To be fair, good-looking people have an advantage. Although Feng Lingyu's words were harsh, the people around her actually found them reasonable. Yes, they had been standing there the whole time. Those two young women had stumbled into them on their own. It was understandable to think they were trying to pull a scam. Chapter 447, Embezzlement. You. Niu Xiaofeng was furious, secretly resentful that no wonder these two were together. They both spoke so harshly. Just then, Lin Yu asked Niu Xiaofeng to help her sit up, and she looked formally at Feng Lingyu and Xin Huayu, saying, "I'm sorry for causing you trouble. My friend was just worried about me." Lin Yu was somewhat thin, and with her pitiful demeanor, it was hard to blame her too much. Feng Lingyu, however, curled her lips in mockery. With just a few words, she was pushing her friend out to take the blame. This Niu Xiaofeng was also unlucky, wholeheartedly thinking of her friend, only to be used as a scapegoat. She wore a beautifully embroidered garment, pretty as it was, but it didn't seem like something someone from her financial background could afford. Moreover, the clothes were extremely ill-fitting on her. Lin Yu wore them noticeably too large, like a child stealing an adult's outfit. "May I ask, where did you get that dress made?" As she spoke, Feng Lingyu carefully observed Lin Yu's expression. Before Lin Yu could answer, Niu Xiaofeng snorted coldly, lifting her chin with pride. "This dress is very expensive, one of a kind. It was given to Xiaoye by someone else, so don't even think about it." Ever since Lin Yu got this dress, it had drawn countless envious glances from those around her. They had never seen such a beautiful garment. Though Lin Yu didn't show it outwardly, she felt extremely superior inside and often wore this dress. Given? The fabric of this dress is only available in the capital city, extremely valuable. 1 foot of cloth costs 5 times as much as ordinary fabric, not to mention the hand embroidery on it. "It seems the friend who gave you this dress must be very wealthy and noble," Feng Lingyu said with a meaningful tone. Xin Huayu didn't understand why Feng Lingyu was saying this at first. It was completely out of character for her. After all, Feng Lingyu wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs, let alone ask about someone's clothing like this. Niu Xiaofeng exclaimed, "Is this dress really that expensive?" She just thought it looked nice and didn't actually know the specific price. The people around also whispered among themselves. For an average family, having clothes without patches was already good enough. Who would be willing to wear something so costly? Lin Yu instinctively looked down at her own clothes, feeling both vain and satisfied with the attention from those around her. "Xiaoya, didn't you say Tian Chong gave you this dress?" "He's so good to you," Niu Xiaofeng said enviously to Lin Yu. Lin Yu coyly brushed her hair back, her eyes flickering as she spoke with a hint of grievance. "He didn't tell me it was this expensive when he gave it to me. How could I accept this?" Just then, the staff member who had gone inside to retrieve Feng Lingyu's package returned. The young woman was flushed, avoiding Feng Lingyu's gaze as she said, "Comrade, your package is gone." "It might have been a staff error and someone else took it." "How's that possible?" "To claim someone else's package, you need identification. Xiaoyu has no relatives or friends here who could have taken her package." Xin Huayu stared sharply at the young woman. Generally, picking up a package required presenting identification. Otherwise, if anyone could just take any package, wouldn't that be chaos? "Well, we don't know either." The staff member instinctively deflected. She knew her words weren't reasonable, but she was just a low-level employee following orders from above. She just hoped these two wouldn't be too difficult and would quietly accept this loss. "Taking a package requires a signature, right? Please find the record and let us verify it." Xin Huayu wasn't so easily dismissed. A package going missing so casually, who would believe there wasn't something fishy going on? The staff member opened her mouth, her expression turning grim. "I'm really sorry. You hadn't come to pick it up for a long time, and with our heavy workload here, the old records can't be found." Xin Huayu frowned. "Are you joking? According to our country's regulations, documents like mailing receipts must be kept for at least 6 months. Valuable items must be separately recorded. It's only been 2 months, how could they be missing?" Xin Huayu's dark eyes bore into the staff member, making her feel guilty. "If even the most basic regulations aren't followed, I think I have the right to report this to your superiors." The staff member hadn't expected to run into such a tough customer today. Aside from insiders, who among ordinary people would know these rules? It wasn't her who was in charge of the items, yet now she had to take the fall for this mess. If what this male comrade says is true, then what's going on with the post office staff? "Last time, my sister sent me some local specialties from Hainan. I forgot about them and left them for half a month without picking them up. The staff also said they were missing. If this comrade is telling the truth, then who took my package?" a young man demanded loudly. "They couldn't have embezzled them, could they?" "My friend also said her package went missing last time," another person muttered. "These people must have been stealing from their posts." Otherwise, how could packages be taken so casually? Faced with the angry stares of so many people, the staff member's face instantly turned pale. If this blew up, everyone would be in trouble. Comrade, I think the brothers and sisters at the post office are all very diligent in their work. They are definitely not the type to embezzle. This should just be an accident. I hope you can forgive them. And who do you think you are? You say they didn't do it, so they didn't? Can you take responsibility for your words? Huh? If they really did take it, can you compensate the full price? If not, then shut up. As she said this, Feng Lingyu didn't even bother to look directly at Linyu. But anyone could hear the disdain in her tone. After mocking Linyu, Feng Lingyu walked straight up to the staff member. Please call your supervisor out. If the item is really gone, it can't just be a simple notification and that's it. The staff member pursed her lips, knowing this matter wouldn't end peacefully today. What's everyone gathered here for? Are all your tasks done? If you're finished, leave. Such a small space crammed with so many people. A man's voice rang out. From his tone, he seemed to be a post office employee. Brother Tian. Niu Xiaofeng called out happily. Xiaoye and I came to see you. Chapter 448. Do you have a nickname? Tian Chong initially looked very impatient, but his expression softened instantly when he saw Niu Xiaofeng and Lin Yu. As they got closer, he noticed the delicate features of Feng Lingyu and Xin Huayu. Tian Chong was stunned for a moment. The aura of these two people was clearly not ordinary. Sister Tian, we were passing by and thought we'd drop in to see you. Linyu naturally noticed Tian Chong's attention on Feng Lingyu and immediately spoke to pull his focus back. Tian Chong's eyes lit up. He had been pursuing Linyu for a long time, and now that she was coming to see him on her own, did it mean he was close to succeeding? Really? Xiaoya, you look great in that outfit. How about we go to the state-owned restaurant for a meal later? My treat. Tian Chong said eagerly. Linyu shook her head with a slight blush. Thank you, Sister Tian, but there's no need for a meal. As she spoke, Linyu glanced at Feng Lingyu with a smug look. Feng Lingyu's eye twitched. She really didn't see what there was to be smug about. Just as Tian Chong was about to say something else, a timid female voice rang out. Director Tian, these two comrades have lost their parcel. They're requesting to check the parcel pickup records, or else they'll report us to higher authorities. What should we do? Tian Chong was initially annoyed at being interrupted, but his expression stiffened when he heard the content of her words. He quickly composed himself, however. Comrades, the parcel really is missing. I admit it's due to our poor management, but since you didn't pick it up for a long time, you bear some responsibility too. Both sides are at fault here. Director Tian, that's not how it works. Since the parcel was claimed by someone else, it's perfectly reasonable for us to check the pickup records. That has nothing to do with your poor storage. Feng Lingyu wasn't about to let Tian Chong twist things around with a few words. Besides, the items in the parcel weren't cheap. You can't just say it's lost and leave it at that. Someone needs to compensate me for my loss. Tian Chang's eyes darkened. He had only acted because the parcel had been sitting there unclaimed for so long. He had done this sort of thing before, but most people just accepted their bad luck and didn't push for answers. He had also noticed the shipping address was in the capital, so he figured the contents must be valuable, which was why he had taken the risk. Alright, here's what we'll do. List out what was in the parcel, and after we verify it, we'll compensate you at the listed price, Tian Chong said with a smile. How could she know what was in the parcel when she hadn't even received it? Under normal circumstances, she couldn't even be sure who had sent it to her. Tian Chong was counting on that very fact when he made his offer. Sister Feng, Director Tian is very diligent and responsible in his work. He wouldn't deceive you. Please don't make things difficult for him, Lin Yu said in a fake, sweet tone. So asking the person in charge about a missing item is making things difficult? By that logic, you shouldn't go to the police or a doctor either, since going to them would be making things difficult for them, Feng Lin Yu shot back. Lin Yu's face flushed red as she muttered defensively, that's not what I meant. This has nothing to do with you, so please stop chiming in and showing off your ignorance, alright? Feng Lin Yu said, then turned back to Tian Chong. Tian Chong's gaze at Feng Lin Yu turned venomous because of how she had treated Lin Yu. He wished he could sew her mouth shut on the spot. Lin Yu, though put in her place by Feng Lin Yu, felt somewhat pleased inside. Now Tian Chong must despise her completely, and she no longer had to worry about this woman seducing him away. Director Tian, are you sure my parcel was taken by someone? I'm sure, Tian Chong replied firmly. Who? Me? Lin Yu was confused, not understanding why Feng Lin Yu was bringing her into this. My name is Lin Yu. What about it? Lin Yu took a few steps back in fear. This made Niu Xiaofeng and Tian Chong glare angrily at Feng Lin Yu again. Do you have a nickname? Feng Lin Yu continued, unfazed by their reactions. What exactly are you trying to do? What do these questions have to do with the parcel? Tian Chong said irritably, stepping in front of Lin Yu protectively. At the same time, he felt a pang of guilt, as if Feng Lin Yu had figured something out. I'm just asking. There's no harm in that, is there? Besides, this comrade was quite eager earlier, constantly butting in, Feng Lingyu said, shifting her gaze. Do you have a nickname? Since Feng Lingyu had put it that way, if Lingyu refused to answer, it would make her earlier behavior seem insincere. So, with no other choice, Lingyu cautiously shook her head. I don't have a nickname. Everyone calls me Xiaoya. I'm sure. Meeting Feng Lingyu's gaze, Lingyu felt inexplicably flustered. Are you done with your questions? Comrade, please stop harassing my friend. If you provide the list, the post office will compensate you at the listed price, Tian Chong said with a look of disgust at Feng Lingyu. I'm done. Director Tian, you've got good composure and you're quite devoted, huh? Heh. After saying something ambiguous, Feng Lingyu ignored them. Tian Chong was fuming at her words. This woman had a sharp tongue. But with so many people around, there wasn't much he could do. Comrade, have you packed the items I need to send? Feng Lingyu asked the staff member from earlier. Yes, they're packed, the worker quickly replied. Let's hope there aren't any more issues this time. I'd hate for your superiors to question your competence, Feng Lingyu said sarcastically. People frequently sent parcels. If items kept going missing every now and then, who would feel safe using the service? Don't worry, it won't happen again. Comrade, since your business is done, please leave. We don't entertain loiterers here, Tian Chong said curtly. Is that so? Feng Lingyu smirked. I hope you can say this confident. With that, Feng Lingyu and Xin Huayu walked out of the post office. Tian Chong watched them leave, a smug expression spreading across his face. Xiaoya, let's go grab something to eat. If we go now, there are still plenty of good dishes. Listening to the eager voice behind her, Feng Lingyu let out a cold laugh. Chapter 449, suspected of embezzling someone else's property. What just happened? Are those two people problematic? Someone took something they shouldn't have. The clothes that Lingyu was wearing just now were made by the old lady, and I recognized them at a glance. Feng Lingyu explained. The embroidery on the clothes was exquisite, and the stitching was familiar to Feng Lingyu. The coat that Feng Yusin had sent to Feng Lingyu last time was still frequently worn by her. The clothes the old lady makes for me all have my name on them. Just now, in front of everyone, Lingyu also said she had no other name, so there's no way she can deny it. We're going to the police station now, my things aren't so easy to take. They're quite bold, daring to secretly steal a package like that, Xin Huayu said with disgust. The two went straight to the Public Security Bureau and explained the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing that someone had used their position to embezzle public property, the officers immediately dispatched a police unit. When Tian Chong and Lingyu were arrested, they were eating together at a state-owned restaurant with Niu Xiaofeng. Of course, Tian Chong's main purpose was to curry favor with Lingyu, and Niu Xiaofeng was just tagging along. Xiaoya, eat more. Tian Chong smiled with extreme tenderness. Lingyu smiled shyly, then asked worriedly, Brother Tian, will those two people just now cause trouble for you? Tian Chong felt a warmth in his heart at her gaze. Don't worry, it won't have any effect. They're just two people looking for trouble, no need to pay them any mind. Niu Xiaofeng said angrily, those two look so good-looking, but they have no sympathy at all. If they had helped Xiaoya up, she wouldn't have fallen. See, the clothes you gave Xiaoya are all dirty now. She treasures that outfit and usually doesn't dare to wear it, she only put it on because she was coming to see you. While bad-mouthing Feng Lingyu and Xin Huayu, Niu Xiaofeng was subtly pushing Lingyu and Tian Chong together. When the clothes were mentioned, Tian Chang's expression turned somewhat unnatural. At the time, Xiaoya had run to him crying, saying she had never worn any nice clothes. He had been overwhelmed by her tears in the moment and blurted out that he had clothes he could give to Lingyu. But faced with Lingyu's happy and admiring gaze, Tian Chong's pride wouldn't let him back out. Coincidentally, the warehouse manager had accidentally knocked over Feng Lingyu's package, and many items had spilled out, most of which were women's clothes. Later, unable to bear Lingyu's continued sadness, he secretly took one of the clothes from the package and gave it to her. Lingyu was overjoyed to receive the clothes and became much closer to him. Tian Chong felt very satisfied. Seeing that no one had come to claim the package after so long, he decided to go all the way and took the entire package home to hide it. Xiaofeng, don't bring this up anymore. And Xiaoya, even though this outfit is pretty, don't wear it for a while. After all, it's the first gift I gave you, so it has some sentimental value. Tian Chong was a bit irritated. The clothes Lingyu was wearing were now a ticking time bomb. Huh? Niu Xiaofeng was confused, not understanding why Tian Chong was reacting this way. Shouldn't he be looking at Xiaoya with affection? Lingyu also put on a hurt and puzzled expression, looking at Tian Chong with reddened eyes. I shouldn't have accepted your gift. I'll take it off and give it back to you later. Originally, when Lingyu saw Xin Huayu today, she had considered getting close to him and keeping Tian Chong as a backup. After all, in terms of appearance, Shin Huayu was far superior to Tian Chong. But since Shin Huayu was unyielding, Lin Yu had no choice but to pin all her hopes on Tian Chong. Tian Chong realized Lin Yu had misunderstood his meaning and quickly said, "Xiao Ya, you've got it wrong. I'll give you another one later, just put this one away for now." Hearing this, Lin Yu's expression relaxed considerably. She thought to herself, Tian Chong liked her so much, he wouldn't suddenly change his mind. "All right then, thank you, Brother Tian." Lin Yu immediately stopped her tears and smiled sweetly. It had to be said, her ability to control her expressions at will was truly admirable. "Wow, looks like someone's romance is coming along," Niu Xiaofeng teased with a wink. "What nonsense are you talking about, Xiaofeng?" Lin Yu glared at Niu Xiaofeng as if she'd been stepped on, but her eyes were full of feigned resistance, with no real anger. "By the way, Brother Tian, that woman said Xiao Ya's clothes are very expensive, is that true?" Niu Xiaofeng asked with interest. Tian Chong was getting annoyed. This Niu Xiaofeng couldn't keep her mouth shut even while freeloading, and she had no sense of tact. "Not really. As long as Xiao Ya likes them, I'll buy her more in the future." Tian Chong suppressed his displeasure and forced a smile. These words, along with Tian Chong's affectionate gaze, made Lin Yu blush with shyness again. At the same time, she secretly rejoiced. She hadn't expected Tian Chong to be so wealthy. It seemed her decision to hold on to him tightly was the right one. Got it. I won't say anything else, all right?" Niu Xiaofeng said with a mischievous grin when she saw Lin Yu was embarrassed. Without Niu Xiaofeng's interference, the meal between Lin Yu and Tian Chong was filled with tender affection. One was deliberately drawing closer, while the other was half-hearted in resistance. By the end of the meal, their relationship had visibly grown much closer. However, when it was time to pay, Tian Chong felt a pang of reluctance. This Niu Xiaofeng always tagged along with Lin Yu to freeload. His money didn't grow on trees. Treating his own crush was one thing, but why should he pay for Niu Xiaofeng? He made up his mind that next time, he would tell Lin Yu not to bring Niu Xiaofeng along. Just as they were about to leave after settling the bill, several police officers walked in. Tian Chong glanced at them curiously, but didn't think much of it. "Which of you is Tian Chong and Lin Yu?" the lead officer asked loudly. They had first gone to the post office, but hadn't found anyone there. After asking the post office staff, they learned that the two suspects had gone to eat at the state-owned restaurant. Tian Chong and Lin Yu exchanged confused glances, a sense of panic rising in their hearts. Especially Tian Chong, he had a vague feeling something was wrong. When no one answered, the officer asked again in a louder voice. "We're here." Tian Chong had no choice but to respond. He forced himself to stay calm and asked, "Comrade officers, may I ask what you need us for?" "If something happened to the post office staff, I'll fully cooperate with the investigation." The officer looked Tian Chong up and down. He was short, with plain features. Who would have thought he'd commit theft while on duty? And this female comrade, so young, was already egging others on to give her gifts. Tian Chong felt uneasy under the officer's gaze. "What does this mean?" "Tian Chong and Lin Yu, you two are suspected of illegally embezzling someone else's property. We are now arresting you according to the law. If you have any objections, you can state them at the police station." With that, the officer said coldly, "Take them away." Tian Chong's mind went blank, and he shouted in disbelief. "How is that possible?" "I've been wronged. Whether you've been wronged or not, you'll have your chance to explain at the police station." Lin Yu was completely stunned. She didn't understand what Tian Chang's matter had to do with her. Chapter 450. Back in the police station again. "Xiaofeng, I didn't do anything, you know that." Lin Yu grabbed Niu Xiaofeng's hand, completely at a loss. Although she usually acted mature, she was really just a young girl who hadn't seen much of the world. If she had known that being with Tian Chong would get her into trouble, she would never have come to find him. Niu Xiaofeng was also panicked, but she still firmly believed in Lin Yu and Tian Chong. Seeing the police already putting handcuffs on them, Niu Xiaofeng said anxiously, "Comrade police, could there be a mistake? My friend didn't do anything. She's just a young girl. If she gets taken to the police station, her reputation will be ruined." The police officer softened a bit toward Niu Xiaofeng and said gently, "Comrade, don't worry. If we confirm they're innocent, they'll be released safely. Just wait for the news." Niu Xiaofeng didn't dare to confront the police directly, so in the end, she could only watch helplessly as they took Tian Chong and Lin Yu away. The people in the state-run restaurant, having witnessed the commotion, began whispering among themselves. "What do you think he took?" "I heard the police comrade mention the post office. Could he have stolen someone's package?" one person guessed. His words resonated with many. "That's very possible. I've lost things before too. I went to them, but they denied it." Another person slapped their thigh and said loudly, "I was sitting next to them earlier. That man said he was giving the woman clothes. Did you see what she was wearing? That fabric is very expensive. That man is just a minor official. How could he afford it? Hearing this, everyone concluded that Tian Chong must have stolen something. TSK, young girls these days, so shameless. Maybe it's because of her that the man stole, an older woman said disdainfully. It had to be said, that older woman had sharp eyes, she saw the truth at a glance. Hearing them slander Lin Yu, Niu Xiaofeng shouted angrily, "What are you all talking nonsense about? The police haven't even convicted them yet, they only said they're suspects. If you keep spreading rumors, I'll sue you." The onlookers, who were just there for the spectacle, stopped talking when they saw how serious Niu Xiaofeng was. However, a few people who had lost packages quietly slipped away, they also wanted to report to the police. Tian Chong and Lin Yu naturally didn't know what was happening at the restaurant. By now, they had been brought back to the police station. On the other side of a wall, Feng Lingyu and Xin Huayu sat in another room. "Our experience today is quite eventful. We've been to the police station twice," Feng Lingyu suddenly said. That morning, when they sent the robbers to turn themselves in, they had indeed lingered outside the police station for a while. "Ridding the people of harm is a good thing," Xin Huayu replied, holding back a smile. Feng Lingyu's hearing was not like an ordinary person's, so she could hear the interrogation happening next door. Tian Chong and Lin Yu sat down nervously on chairs, facing two police officers questioning them. "Tian Chong, we received a report that you secretly kept her package and made excuses not to return it. Is this true?" Tian Chong's heart sank. He knew it must have been that woman who reported him. He steadied himself and answered calmly, "Comrade police, that's not true. It's near the end of the year, and there are many packages. It's normal for some to go missing occasionally. There's no such thing as me stealing a package. It was a female comrade surnamed Feng who reported me, right?" Tian Chong tested the officer's expression. "I already explained it to her, but she wouldn't let it go. I had no choice. I really didn't expect her to report me. Comrade police, this is truly an undeserved calamity. As long as she provides the receipt, we'll compensate according to the price. I'm just following procedure, it's the same no matter who comes." This Tian Chong was quite slick, repeatedly claiming he was just following procedure. If Comrade Feng hadn't provided solid evidence, they really wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. The officer frowned and shifted his gaze to Lin Yu, whose expression hadn't changed since she entered. "Lin Yu, right? Where did the clothes you're wearing come from?" Tian Chong's heart tightened. He hadn't expected Feng Lingyu to recognize her clothes. But it was just a piece of clothing, if he said it was his, no one could prove otherwise. Thinking this, Tian Chong relaxed a little. Lin Yu glanced at Tian Chong before answering cautiously, "Brother Tian gave them to me." By now, even if Lin Yu was naive, she realized the problem was with the clothes she was wearing. She cursed inwardly. If she had known she'd end up in the police station because of this, she wouldn't have accepted the clothes no matter how much she liked them. "Is that so? Tian Chong, where did you get these clothes?" Tian Chong swallowed. "I bought them." "You're lying." The officer's voice suddenly rose. "The fabric of these clothes is very expensive. It's only available in the capital, and only people with merit can obtain such material. How could you get your hands on it?" Tian Chong's heart grew bitter. He had only thought the clothes looked nice. He really didn't know their origin. But at this point, he had no choice but to bluff his way through. "I did lie, Comrade Police. Actually, I found them. I admire Comrade Lin Yu and didn't want her to know, so I didn't tell the truth," Tian Chong said sheepishly. Lin Yu also put on a look of disappointment and anger. She said sorrowfully, "Brother Tian, how could you do this? In your eyes, am I really so vain and materialistic?" Chapter 451, Shifting Blame. After interrogating Tian Chong, Lin Yu, with reddened eyes, spoke to the police officer, "Comrade officer, I didn't expect Brother Tian would do this." The police officer interrogating them gave them a deep look, then picked up his pen and wrote down their statements in his notebook. Seeing that the police officers had no reaction after hearing their words, Lin Yu and Tian Chong became even more flustered. After a long while, the police officer looked at them again and said, "Comrade Tian Chong, I hope you understand one thing. Without key and substantive accusations and evidence, we have no right to directly arrest you. As for this piece of clothing on Lin Yu, others have sufficient evidence to prove it's what she lost. How do you explain that a lost package from the post office happened to be found by you, someone who works there?" Cold sweat poured down Tian Chang's forehead, and his heart began to pound wildly. He forced himself not to panic and said calmly, "Comrade officer, I really did find this piece of clothing. Besides, it's just a piece of clothing, it's normal for styles to match. How can you say it's hers just because of that? At noon today in the post office, I didn't get along well with that Comrade Feng. I suspect she's deliberately making a false accusation to get back at me." "That's right, Comrade officer. Don't people on the streets often wear the same clothes? That Comrade Feng has a somewhat domineering personality." Lin Yu pursed her lips and said with some distress, "Her targeting Brother Tian might also have something to do with me. Lin Yu, hesitating as if she wanted to say more but held back, recounted the conflict between her and Feng Lingyu today, of course, after polishing the story. In her version, she was the pure and unpretentious White Lotus, while Feng Lingyu was the bully who abused her power. It had to be said that Tianchong and Lin Yu were truly a perfect match. Neither had communicated with the other beforehand, but at this moment, they were both working together to smear Feng Lingyu's name. Feng Lingyu, eavesdropping from next door, was covered in black lines. She had no idea when she had ever bullied anyone. After finishing their statements, Lin Yu and Tianchong waited nervously for the police officer's reaction. They thought their words would at least influence the officer's judgment, but the officer only gave them a meaningful look. Do you know that every piece of clothing Comrade Feng owns has a mark? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of Tianchong and Lin Yu changed instantly. Lin Yu instinctively looked down at the clothes she was wearing. Ever since Tianchong had given her this outfit, she had worn it for so long, but had never noticed any mark on it. Tianchong's hands and feet went numb. He had never heard of anyone putting marks on their clothes. The elderly Feng Yusin was originally the only daughter of a wealthy merchant family. In those days, in families with deep roots, the master's clothing would have unique marks so the servants could distinguish them. Feng Yusin had kept this habit, and whenever she made clothes, she would subconsciously add the mark. According to Comrade Feng, every time her elder made clothes for her, they would embroider her name and a white camellia on the right cuff. Lin Yu, please extend your right hand. We'll know at a glance. Lin Yu covered her cuff with her hand, feeling deeply regretful. She truly had no idea this piece of clothing was stolen by Tianchong. But in front of the police officer, she didn't dare hide it and refused to show everyone. Lin Yu nervously extended her right hand. The clothes she wore were a light blue quilted cotton coat. The fabric was extremely smooth and patterned, with white rabbit fur sewn at the collar and cuffs. The front featured a slanted placket and small frog buttons, while the hem was embroidered with plant motifs. This outfit was classical and elegant, but on Lin Yu, while it looked good, there was always a sense of incongruity. Everyone's gaze turned to Lin Yu's right cuff. There, indeed, were two white camellias, their petals distinct, embroidered so vividly they looked incredibly lifelike. The branches and leaves connecting the two camellias formed the outline of the character Yu. Lin Yu had never associated it with a person's name before. She only thought the two flowers were beautifully embroidered. Now, however, it had become the key piece of evidence for her conviction. Tianchong's face was also ashen, filled with panic and regret. Tianchong, do you have anything else to say? Don't tell me you found this clothes in the post office warehouse again, the police officer said sternly. Comrade officer, I was momentarily blinded by greed. And it was Lin Yu who asked me for clothes, otherwise I wouldn't have dared to have such thoughts. Aside from giving this clothes to Lin Yu, I didn't touch anything else. I can return it to her. Yes, he had stolen the clothes for Lin Yu in the first place. If this woman hadn't come crying to him, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Lin Yu hadn't expected Tianchong to start blaming her. She hadn't even settled scores with him yet. Comrade officer, no. Earlier, Tianchong himself said he didn't dare tell me where the clothes came from. If I had known he stole them, I would never have dared to accept them, let alone wear them around. Lin Yu wasn't lying either. She wasn't very knowledgeable. She only knew the clothes were beautiful and had no idea of their actual value. Comrade officer, what I said is also the truth. Lin Yu came crying to me, saying she had no nice clothes, so I got the idea to steal them. What decent girl asks a man for things? I've been pursuing her for a long time, and she's been stringing me along. Without her seduction, I would never have stolen the clothes. Facing the prospect of imprisonment, Tianchong no longer cared about pursuing her. He wished he could throw all the blame onto Lin Yu. He knew in his heart that after today, his job was definitely gone. Now he only hoped for a lighter sentence. Lin Yu was just a vain young girl. How could she match Tianchong, who had schemed in the workplace for so long? The police officer ignored their cries and felt disdain for Tianchong's behavior. When chasing someone, he was all sweetness and light. Now that trouble had come, he wanted to shift all the blame onto her. All right, we've figured out the situation. Now, please explain where the rest of Comrade Feng's belongings are, the police officer asked. I want to tell her personally. Tianchong said hastily. Tianchong, please understand your current position. You have no right to demand anything. Explain the location of the stolen goods as soon as possible, or your sentence will be heavier. The police officer wasn't about to indulge him and immediately rejected his request. While the interrogation of Tianchong was still ongoing inside, many citizens arrived at the police station. They had all heard the news of Tianchong's arrest and came to file reports. These people had basically all lost packages, some big and some small, but Tianchong had brushed them all off behind the scenes. Because they were ordinary people, they had swallowed their grievances after suffering this loss, unable to find a place to appeal. Now that Tian Chong had been caught, they came together to seek justice. The police officers in the reception room were extremely busy, registering the lost items one by one. Most were everyday items, and a few were local specialties being sent. None were of great value. But the combined losses of 50 or 60 people added up to a considerable sum. Chapter 452. Two Lunatics. Just as Tian Chong was still struggling desperately, a public security officer knocked and entered. He glanced at the seated Tian Chong with disgust, then handed the booklet in his hand to the officer interrogating Tian Chong. This matter has stirred up public outrage. To avoid negative repercussions, it needs to be dealt with quickly. The officer interrogating Tian Chong flipped through the booklet, and his face instantly turned grim. He slammed the table hard, startling both Tian Chong and Lin Yu. You'd better confess all the embezzled items right now. Our colleagues have already led a team to your home. If there's any discrepancy in the numbers, you'll pay an even heavier price. Comrade officer, isn't it just Comrade Feng? Tian Chong still clung to a sliver of hope, trying to bluff his way through. Tian Chong, let me tell you, there are over 50 people outside accusing you right now. Because of the high number of reports, this case will be expedited and dealt with severely. If you don't confess soon, once we finish our investigation, you'll rot in prison. Tian Chong's strength drained from his body, and he collapsed into his chair. He never imagined that the incident with Feng Lingyu would lead so many people to come forward against him. Then, thinking of the things at home he hadn't had time to hide, his vision went dark, and he immediately passed out. Lin Yu watched the scene expressionlessly. She had no mood to concern herself with Tian Chang's fate. Now she only hoped to extricate herself from this mess. Deep down, she knew that even if she walked out of the police station unscathed, her life was as good as ruined. After all, everyone had seen how closely she and Tian Chong associated. In the next room, Feng Lingyu, who had listened to the entire exchange, rolled her eyes. Tian Chong fainting, what was that? If you have the guts to do it, you should have the guts to face the consequences. It's all because the village phone lines were crushed by the heavy snow, and no one came to fix them, giving Tian Chong the chance to exploit the situation. If the phone had been working, Feng Yusin would have contacted Feng Lingyu, and she wouldn't have left the package at the post office for 2 months without picking it up. Shinhuayu, I'll see if I can fix it when we get back. You know how to do that too? Feng Lingyu's eyes lit up. Feng Lingyu pouted, but can you actually fix it? Don't make it worse. I should be able to. Most science subjects overlap. I'll take a look first when we get back. Shinhuayu didn't make any absolute promises. They chatted for a short while, and then a public security officer entered, holding a package with a beaming smile. Comrades, take a look, are these your things? Feng Lingyu hadn't expected the case to be handled so quickly. She had been prepared to wait for hours. Opening the package, aside from a few pieces of clothing, there was also a set of painting tools. It must have been because Feng Lingyu had casually mentioned that Huiqing was pretty good at painting, so Feng Yusin had specially sent them. Thank you, comrade. These should be it. I don't want the clothes Lin Yu was wearing, you can handle them as you see fit. Feng Lingyu was a bit disgusted by clothes someone else had worn. Who knew what Lin Yu had done while wearing them? Alright. Thanks to your report, we've caught this big corrupt element. Many people's lost packages have been recovered. On behalf of those people, I thank you. The officer expressed his gratitude to Feng Lingyu and then left. They were all incredibly busy now, having to verify each owner's information one by one and return whatever could be returned. As for the things Tian Chong had already used, his family would have to compensate at full price. After all, the things Tian Chong brought home were consumed by the whole family. Who would believe they didn't know his gains were illegitimate? Didn't they have any idea of their son's salary level? Feng Lingyu and Shinhuayu walked out with their things, just as they encountered Tian Chong and Lin Yu, both handcuffed, in the hallway. Tian Chong had regained consciousness by now, his head hanging lifelessly, exuding an air of dejection. Lin Yu was no better. This time, she wasn't pretending to be frail and pitiful, she was genuinely filled with dread. The moment they saw Feng Lingyu's face, they were stunned for a second, then both agitatedly tried to lunge at her. Unfortunately, their movements were promptly stopped by the officers behind them. Behave yourselves. Want another charge added? Feng Lingyu felt a bit regretful, if only they had lunged. Her foot was already poised with strength. If they dared to come at her, she would make them regret it. Comrade Feng, it was all Tian Chong's doing. I didn't know anything. Please forgive me. If you put in a good word with the officers, I can get out. Please. Lin Yu wept bitterly. Feng, you've ruined me and now you're happy? You'll get what's coming to you. Tian Chong shouted with a twisted face. Seeing one begging her and the other cursing her, Feng Lingyu's mouth twitched. Two lunatics. Feng Lingyu rolled her eyes, then pulled Shinhuayu away without looking back. It nearly made Tian Chong and Lin Yu choke on their rage. Move it. You two steal other people's things and still act so arrogant. The officer found it amusing but spoke coldly without mercy. Since she'd lost the chance to beat them up, what was the point of trading insults? After leaving the police station, Feng Lingyu and Shin Huayu checked the time. It was nearly 2 o'clock. Winter days got dark early, and they still had to rush back to Qingshan village. But since they rarely made a trip into town, not buying anything at all just didn't suit Feng Lingyu's personality. Besides, she had a batch of ration tickets about to expire. It would be a waste not to use them. So in the end, they went to the department store. Feng Lingyu used up all her soon-to-expire tickets, prompting the sales clerk to ask her several times if she was sure she wanted to buy everything. Feng Lingyu had to make an excuse that she was buying for relatives and friends, so she had purchased a bit more. Finally, Feng Lingyu also bought a large amount of White Rabbit creamy candy, saving it to eat during the new year. After a round of shopping, both of them were carrying loads of things. Chapter 453, Traveling Through the Night. After buying the items, the two hurried along and barely managed to catch the bus back to Unity Commune. On the way, Feng Lingyu took out some rice balls to tide them over. By the time the bus arrived at Unity Commune, it was already around 4 in the afternoon. It looks like we'll have to travel part of the way in the dark tonight, Shin Huayu said, looking at the sky. If we hurry, we shouldn't be delayed too long on the road. How about we stay at the guest house here for the night? Shin Huayu looked at Feng Lingyu with concern. Winter nights were too cold, and Xiaoyu's hands and feet were naturally icy and sensitive to the chill. I'll be fine. I'm a doctor myself. If there were something wrong with my health, wouldn't I know? Feng Lingyu softened her tone, knowing he was worried about her. I have a hand warmer and a wolf fur cloak. Even if the temperature drops at night, I can manage. If we push on, it'll only take 2 or 3 hours to get back. Besides, even if it gets colder, that'll be in the dead of night. It won't be that cold at 7 or 8 in the evening. Seeing that Feng Lingyu didn't seem to be putting on a front, Shin Huayu relaxed. Fortunately, the weather cooperated that day. There was no snow or wind on the way back. By the time they reached the latter half of the journey, the sky had completely darkened. Feng Lingyu took 2 flashlights out of her space and handed one to Shin Huayu. With the light from the flashlights, their pace quickened again. Finally, at a little past 7 in the evening, Feng Lingyu and Shin Huayu arrived back at Qingshan village. Gao Xiaodao had been pacing anxiously at home. It was already dark outside, and Xiaoyu still hadn't returned. The village phone was broken, so if something happened to Xiaoyu, there was no way to contact her. Tuanzi and Jinzi were lying on Feng Lingyu's lounge chair, their tails swaying lazily left and right, eyes half closed as they rested. Compared to Gao Xiaodao, the teenage Shin Huiqing was much calmer. He looked helplessly at Gao Xiaodao. Sister Xiaodao, don't worry. My brother and sister Xiaoyu are both very capable. Nothing bad will happen. I'm just worried. A few days ago, Bian Yansong ran into bandits. What if Xiaoyu and the others encounter them too? Gao Xiaodao stomped her foot anxiously. Even if Sister Xiaoyu did run into bandits, shouldn't the bandits be the ones to worry? Shin Huiqing said, speechless. Thinking of Xiaoyu's terrifying strength, Gao Xiaodao suddenly realized, that's true, I guess. I'll go heat up the food now. That way, if they come back, they can eat right away. With that, Gao Xiaodao went to the kitchen to warm the meal. She and Shin Huiqing had already eaten dinner earlier, expecting Feng Lingyu and Shin Huayu to return around dinner time. But the food had gone cold, and there was still no sign of them. Just as Gao Xiaodao finished reheating the food, Feng Lingyu and Shin Huayu arrived home. They had only eaten a few rice balls on the road, and now, smelling the aroma of home-cooked food, their appetites were stirred. What did you make? It smells amazing, Feng Lingyu asked eagerly as soon as she stepped inside. Hearing her voice, Gao Xiaodao turned around. Seeing it was Feng Lingyu, she asked with a mix of joy and concern, Xiaoyu, you're back. Why are you so late? Oh, I was out ridding the world of some troublemakers today. Did 2 good deeds, actually. Hey, where did this fresh fish come from? Feng Lingyu answered while glancing at the pot. Gao Xiaodao had made sour cabbage fish today, no wonder the fragrance carried so far. Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan caught some fish in the river and brought one over for us. We happened to have a piece of tofu at home, so I cooked them together. Since Bian Yansong arrived, with the freezing weather outside, there wasn't much to do for entertainment. The 3 men couldn't very well stay at Feng Lingyu's place all day. Today, Sun Yiming suddenly got the idea to fish in the river by the village. Zhao Nanshan and Bian Yansong couldn't talk him out of it and ended up going along. Who would have thought they'd actually catch a few fish from the ice hole? When Sun Yiming brought the fish over, Gao Xiaodao gave him a jar of sour cabbage in return, telling him to cook the fish with it. Gao Xiaodao quickly ladled the fish from the pot into a clay pot and carried it inside. Come eat quickly. It's just been reheated, so it'll warm you up. Feng Lingyu and Shin Huayu were indeed hungry. Each scooped a bowl of fish and tofu and started eating. The sour cabbage stood out in the fish broth, making it especially appetizing. Xiaoyu, should we tell the village chief about the fish in the river and have the village distribute them evenly? Gao Xiaodao asked casually. Let Sun Yiming and the others handle it themselves, Feng Lingyu replied after a moment's thought. They don't lack for food, so they probably won't mind sharing. Strictly speaking, the small river where Sun Yiming and the others fished wasn't within Qingshan village's territory. If they wanted to act, they'd need to do it soon, or people from other villages might discover it. After dinner, Feng Lingyu brought out the white rabbit creamy candy she had bought that day, while the rest of the items were stored in the pantry. The clothes made by Feng Yusin were all taken into the bedroom and hung up. Since autumn, almost all of Feng Lingyu's outerwear had been from the clothes the old lady had sent over. It couldn't be helped, the old lady had measured Feng Lingyu's measurements when making the clothes, so they fit perfectly and looked good without being overly flashy or impractical. After eating, Shen Huayu hurried back to Shen Xiui's place to avoid worrying the old man. Feng Lingyu shooed Tuanzi and Jinzi off the lounge chair and curled up on it herself, earning dissatisfied looks from the two little ones. They had been lying on the chair for so long that the cushion beneath them had warmed up. When Feng Lingyu lay down, she felt the pleasant warmth beneath her, incredibly comfortable. She let out a satisfied sigh. Good thing we came back today. If she had listened to Shen Huayu and stayed at the guest house, tonight would have been miserable. Unlike now, she not only had fresh fish soup, but could also rest on the lounge chair for a while. Sister Xiaoyu, did you get everything done today? Shen Huiqing asked curiously. Yeah, you said you rid the world of troublemakers. What exactly happened? Gao Xiaodao, having finished cleaning the table and kitchen, came over to join the conversation. All done. Oh, and we ran into some bandits today. Guess what happened? Feng Lingyu smugly tapped her toes. I turned the tables and robbed them instead. I made them hand over everything they had. Ha ha. The thrill of getting something for nothing made Feng Lingyu laugh out loud. He never thought that his usually aloof sister Xiaoyu would be most delighted by robbing someone. Seeing Shen Huiqing's expression, Feng Lingyu suddenly felt awkward. She had gotten carried away and forgotten to maintain her image in front of the kid. Ahem. Feng Lingyu coughed to cover it up, then resumed her usual aloof demeanor. Of course, that's not the main point. The main point is, I found out that these bandits were the same ones who robbed Bian Yansong. So, I got all his money back for him. Though whether he'd mind where it came from was another matter. Chapter 454, Returning Things to Their Owner. Tomorrow, I'll give him back the recovered belongings and the recommendation letter written by Secretary Chao, and then he can return to the city. Bian Yansong, that unlucky kid, had been wearing Sun Yiming's old clothes for the past few days. If he stayed any longer, Sun Yiming would probably be the first to lose it. Hey, Xiaoyu, you're amazing. Gao Xiaodao looked at Feng Lingyu with admiration. Whatever she said she'd do, she got it done, never breaking her word. The group chatted for a bit longer, then washed up and went to their rooms to sleep. Feng Lingyu made a nest for the two little ones in her room, but they refused to sleep in it, insisting on staying on the kang to guard her. If it weren't for the fact that they cleaned themselves up every day, Feng Lingyu would never have let them on the kang. A good night's sleep passed quickly, and soon it was the next day. In the early morning, Feng Lingyu had breakfast first, and then Sun Yiming and the other two arrived. As soon as he entered, Sun Yiming started noisily tussling with Jinzi. He teased Jinzi until it squealed and screeched, jumping up and down. The usually quiet yard instantly became lively. Anyone would think he's the monkey, Gao Xiaodao muttered under her breath. Morning. Feng Lingyu greeted Zhao Nanshan and Bian Yansong with a smile. Morning. How did it go yesterday? Smoothly? After the greetings, Zhao Nanshan asked directly. Not bad. Oh, I found Comrade Bian's lost items, Feng Lingyu said with a slight smile. Bian Yansong asked in surprise, really? Did you and Comrade Shen run into those bandits yesterday too? That's right, but running into us was their bad luck. Are my identification and introduction letters still there? Bian Yansong's face turned red with urgency. I asked. The leader said he burned the documents. The other stuff was either sold or already used. Feng Lingyu shook her head. It was the expected answer, but Bian Yansong still couldn't hide his disappointment. We didn't know which things were yours, so we took everything back. Take it all. If there's extra, consider it compensation from them. If something's missing, there's no helping it, those things are gone for good. Feng Lingyu handed over the money and the watch she'd brought back yesterday. Of course, everything was wrapped in a cloth. As soon as Bian Yansong opened it, he saw his watch. He picked it up and examined it closely, finding not a single scratch. Overjoyed, he said, "Thank you so much. I've worn this watch for years. If I lost it, it'd be hard to buy a new one." It was a genuine foreign-made watch. Given the current international situation, buying foreign goods was extremely difficult. Besides, it was a gift from his parents, so it held special meaning for Bian Yansong. The bandit thought the watch was nice and kept it for himself. Lucky he didn't sell it off cheap. After a pause, Feng Lingyu continued, "The rest is money. Go ahead and take a look." "Why is it wrapped so tightly?" Bian Yansong struggled to untie the cloth bundle. Inside was a crumpled stack of bills, mostly small denominations, but altogether it added up to over 200 yuan. Thinking about where some of that money came from, Feng Lingyu's mouth twitched. You should spend this money as soon as possible. Where it was taken from the bandit's body, it's hard to describe." Bian Yansong's hand froze as he held the money. Hard to describe? Did it mean what he thought it did? Suddenly, the money in his hand felt scorching hot. "All right, I understand." Bian Yansong stiffly wrapped the money back up, out of sight, out of mind. Zhao Nanshan watched his friend's reaction, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. His friend seemed warm and approachable on the surface, but in reality, he was fussy and a clean freak. "When do you plan to leave?" Feng Lingyu asked casually. "If the paperwork goes through, within the next few days." "I've been delayed here too long," Bian Yansong said with a wry smile. He had originally planned to just visit Zhao Nanshan and the others and leave the next day, but now he'd been here nearly a week. Secretary Chao said he can guarantee you a safe exit from the northeast. After that, his word might not carry as much weight. As long as I get on the train, I have my introduction letter. As long as no one deliberately makes trouble for me, there shouldn't be any issues. Bian Yansong hadn't even told his parents about finding a way back, just in case someone in the family caused problems. Since he said it was fine, Feng Lingyu dropped the subject. After settling Bian Yansing's matters, Zhao Nanshan said with a smile, "There were plenty of fish in the river we went to yesterday. We decided to talk to the village chief about improving everyone's meals." Feng Lingyu gave him an approving look. Dealing with smart people saved so much effort. Village Chief Yang is overwhelmed by the food shortage. With these fish, his burden will lighten a bit. That was what Zhao Nanshan had thought of last night. The few of them couldn't eat that many fish anyway, so it was better to contribute them and earn goodwill in the village. After all, these fish could be traded for grain elsewhere, helping the villagers hold out a little longer. "Don't worry, contributing these fish won't be a loss," Feng Lingyu said meaningfully. When Sun Yiming came in, he found everyone already happily drinking tea. He had no idea what they'd been discussing, but seeing Zhao Nanshan's scheming smile, he knew it was something good. Sun Yiming plopped down in a chair and took a sip of tea. Just then, Jinzi jumped in from outside, tugged at Feng Lingyu's pant leg, and pointed at Sun Yiming while chattering, "Chirp, chirp, chirp." Its lively little expression was clearly tattling on Sun Yiming. Feng Lingyu held back a laugh and patted Jinzi's head. "Next time he bullies you, scratch him. You've got your brothers and sisters up on the mountain too. Have them all gang up on him. You're not alone, monkey." Jinzi's eyes lit up. It rubbed against Feng Lingyu's hand affectionately, then shot Sun Yiming a glare before running off. Sun Yiming, seeing Feng Lingyu give Jinzi such bad advice, immediately protested, "Xiaoyu, how can you do that? A one-on-one fight is fair. How can you let them gang up on me?" Chapter 455, You're too foolish. You're clearly bullying the weak now. Isn't it perfectly reasonable for Jinzi to go find reinforcements? Let me tell you, don't you dare bully Jinzi, it has plenty of siblings. Feng Lingyu hadn't forgotten that there was still a troop of monkeys up on Daqing Mountain. Sun Yiming shuddered at the thought of being surrounded by a swarm of monkeys, shook his head dejectedly, and said, "Fine, I won't bully it anymore." "You've really come a long way, picking a fight with a monkey." Seeing Sun Yiming's flippant attitude, Bian Yansong said with some exasperation. Caught acting ridiculous in front of his childhood friend, Sun Yiming felt a bit embarrassed. He coughed twice, straightened up, and said, "I was just messing around with it. By the way, did you get your matter sorted out? It's all settled. Once I get the letter of introduction, I can leave." Sun Yiming looked gratefully at Feng Lingyu. "Xiaoyu, I'm troubling you with my friend's matter." He felt bad about Bian Yansing's situation but didn't show it. Now that Bian Yansong could make it back to the capital in time, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't mention it." Feng Lingyu leaned back in her chair, a faint smile curling her lips. After leaving Feng Lingyu's place, Zhao Nanshan took Bian Yansong to find Yang Jiangwo to get the letter of introduction, planning to also tell him about the fish in the river. Feng Lingyu wasn't idle either. She still hadn't handed over the money and tickets that Chao Datong had asked her to bring to Chaozi. After greeting Gao Xiaodao, she headed to the educated youth point. Perhaps because of Yang Hongying's framing incident, Lu Xiaowei had realized the importance of being well-liked. She had become much more harmonious with the other educated youths, no longer speaking with a sharp tongue as before, and even took the initiative to chat with them. Without Lu Xiaowei stirring up trouble, no one argued with Wang Yi, making the past 2 days the most peaceful the educated youth point had seen. Chaozi was puzzled when Feng Lingyu called her out, unsure why she was being sought. "Educated youth Feng, did my father say something to you?" Chaozi asked. Her heart was pounding, afraid that her father still hadn't forgiven her. Seeing Chaozi's hopeful yet fearful expression, Feng Lingyu softened slightly. She handed over a small cloth bundle and said gently, "This is the money and tickets your father asked me to give you." Chowzi froze, her eyes instantly reddening. She reached out to take the bundle and looked at Feng Lingyu gratefully. "Thank you, educated youth Feng. Is my father doing well?" Chowzi sniffled happily. That's good, that's good." Feng Lingyu paused, then added, "He's very happy to hear about your changes." Chowzi shook her head. "I was too immature before. A little improvement now doesn't mean much. I'm still far from truly outstanding people. If your father could hear you say that himself, he'd be even happier. Keep it up, Chowzi. Don't let your father's hopes for you down." Feng Lingyu said softly, her tone firm. Though Feng Lingyu's voice was plain, with little fluctuation, Chowzi felt deeply encouraged. "I understand. Thank you for your encouragement. I'll keep working hard." Chowzi looked at Feng Lingyu seriously. Even after returning to the educated youth point, Chowzi's racing heart hadn't slowed. She went to her room, locked the money and tickets in her cabinet, and checked several times to make sure it was secure before relaxing. "Chowzi, why did Feng Lingyu come to see you again?" Lu Xiaowei asked, probing. Hadn't Feng Lingyu hated Chowzi before? Why were they suddenly so close? Chowzi didn't want news of her reconciliation with her father to spread, so she lied. "The village chief sent her to check on my situation." "You'd better be careful. Have you forgotten how she got the village chief to make us carry manure? What good intentions could she have toward us? Don't let her fool you," Lu Xiaowei said smugly. Everyone knew Yang Jiangwo and Feng Lingyu were close, so they believed Chowzi's explanation. In the past, Chowzi might have been swayed by Lu Xiaowei's provocation and suspected Feng Lingyu. But now she only found it laughable, and it made her realize how shallow and ignorant she used to be. How could someone like educated youth Feng care about such petty schemes? Seeing Chowzi unresponsive, Lu Xiaowei felt annoyed, but with the grain theft incident still fresh, she didn't dare stir up more trouble. So she could only silently curse Chowzi 1,000 times. Since her scheme was exposed, Yang Hongying had stayed holed up in her room except for meals. The other educated youths saw no reason to comfort her. After what happened, everyone thought Yang Hongying had poor character and wanted nothing to do with her. Only Zhu Hongya continued to talk to her as usual. In her view, someone like Yang Hongying should be isolated by everyone. But Zhu Hongya was hard to read, and Lu Xiaowei didn't dare provoke him, so she turned a blind eye to his interactions with Yang Hongying. "You're too foolish. Even if Yan Wei didn't have enough food, I would have found a way. Now you've dragged yourself into this. Why bother?" Zhu Hongya sighed. In just a few days, Yang Hongying had lost a lot of weight, her padded jacket hanging loose on her. Her eyes stared blankly into the distance, like an emotionless skeleton. A perfectly good girl had ruined herself beyond recognition. What's done is done. What's the use of saying more? Yang Hongying forced a faint smile. "How is Yan Wei now?" "Still the same, no improvement. But with the food you sent, he has enough for now. It won't run out anytime soon," Zhu Hongya said solemnly. Hearing this, a bit of color returned to Yang Hongying's face, and she repeated happily, "That's good, that's good." Thinking of Yang Hongying's fate, Zhu Hongya felt a pang of bitterness. He asked hoarsely, "Will you really not regret this? Even if you can never return to the city and are stuck in Qishan village forever with the label of a thief?" Yang Hongying paused, then slowly shook her head, saying firmly, "I won't regret it. I owe him this. Without him, I'd have died long ago." Zhu Hongya was stunned speechless by her words. After a long moment, he said painfully, "Don't worry, he'll be fine. As long as you don't regret it." Not regretting meant she had a belief to hold on to, something to keep her from falling apart. What he feared was that later regret would come too late. Yang Hongying watched Zhu Hongya's retreating figure and slowly smiled. What was there to regret? Without Yan Wei, she would have died in the winter of her first year in the countryside. Chapter 456, Almost Fell. After Yang Hongying and Zhu Hongya left, Feng Lingyu quietly revealed herself. Yang Hongying stole the item for Yan Wei, while Zhu Hongya acted as an accomplice providing cover. As for Yang Hongying framing Lu Xiaowei, it was probably because Lu Xiaowei was truly an unbearable person. Since Yang Hongying was willing to bear the consequences, there was nothing more to say. Whether her days ahead were good or bad, she would have to endure them herself. Time flew by, and soon it was the day Bian Yansong was leaving. Coincidentally, it was also the day the village went fishing together. Because Zhao Nanshan had voluntarily reported the traces of fish, Yang Jiangwo readily wrote a letter of introduction for Bian Yansong. Before leaving, Bian Yansong specifically said goodbye to Feng Lingyu. He told her to contact him when she and Gao Xiaota returned to the capital, and mentioned that the cake recipe book he had been asked to find was already on its way, so they should remember to pick it up at the post office. After the farewell, Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan saw Bian Yansong off. To prevent last time's misfortune from happening again, they would escort him directly to the train station in Danang City. Watching the three of them leave, Feng Lingyu headed to the small river where the fishing was taking place. By then, the villagers had already started chiseling holes in the ice on the river's surface, the sound of puff-puff rising and falling. With these fish, life in the village would be much better. Now, she could only hope that the heavens would bless them with plenty of fish in the river. Soon, ice holes of various sizes were chiseled out. Unlike Sun Yiming and his group's small-scale efforts, Yang Jiangwo had brought nets with the villagers. The fishing net slowly sank into the ice hole, gradually disappearing, leaving only one end on the shore. Everyone's attention was fixed on the net, afraid of missing even the slightest movement. But half an hour passed, and the net showed no sign of activity. Someone said disappointedly, "Village chief, why isn't there any movement?" Could those two city kids have been mistaken? He wasn't really blaming Sun Yiming and the others, since they were city children, and mistakes were possible. Yeah, in this freezing weather, if it's a wasted trip, we might as well have stayed in bed sleeping and saved our energy. Once someone started, others chimed in with complaints one after another. Yang Jiangwo frowned, feeling a bit anxious inside, but he kept his composure. What's the hurry? Haste makes waste. Everyone, keep a good attitude. If there are fish, it's a bonus. If not, we've lost nothing. Don't worry too much. With Yang Jiangwo's reassurance, the restless villagers calmed down again, though as time passed, their expressions grew more impatient. While it was possible Sun Yiming had been mistaken, Zhao Nanshan wasn't the type to speak without basis. If he said there were fish, there should be. An immense surge of psychic energy instantly pierced through the ice, plunging into the riverbed and spreading underwater at an astonishing speed. Finally, in a spot lush with water plants, Feng Lingyu discovered a gathered school of fish. The fish were swimming leisurely around the plants, swaying their bodies contentedly. So that's where the fish had hidden. This spot was several miles away from where the village had cast the net. No wonder the net hadn't moved at all. Without hesitation, Feng Lingyu used her psychic energy to start driving the fish toward the netting area. About 10 minutes later, the net finally showed signs of movement. Yang Jiangwo suppressed his excitement and waited a bit longer before giving the order to haul in the net. One after another, plump, large fish were pulled ashore by the net, slapping their tails against the ice. Cheers erupted from the villagers, their enthusiasm soaring as if they had endless energy, eager to pull in all the nets as quickly as possible. Children ran around excitedly, while the adults wore happy, satisfied smiles. With so many fish, the village would have plenty to eat for a long time, and they could even trade some for grain elsewhere. Having completed her task, Feng Lingyu felt relieved. But just as she withdrew her psychic energy, her vision went black, and she began to fall backward. The prolonged, heavy consumption of psychic energy had taken a toll on her body, leaving her feeling drained and weak. Just as Feng Lingyu thought she was about to faceplant, a strong hand caught her around the waist, and a clear voice tinged with concern sounded in her ear. "Xiaoyu, what's wrong?" Shen Huayu loosely held Feng Lingyu in his arms. He had noticed something off about her state when he arrived at the riverbank and had rushed over without delay. Luckily, he made it in time, or she would have hit the ground. The ground was covered in small stones. If she had fallen, she could have been badly hurt. Feng Lingyu caught the familiar, reassuring scent, and she relaxed completely, her anxious heart settling. "I'm fine. I just had a bit of low blood sugar," she explained softly. At that moment, everyone's attention was on the fish, with no mind for anything else. So no one noticed Shen Huayu and Feng Lingyu. "I'll take you back," Shen Huayu said, frowning as he helped her up. He had heard of low blood sugar before. Replenishing sugar promptly could relieve the dizziness. Once home, Shen Huayu helped Feng Lingyu lie down on a lounge chair and immediately went to brew her a cup of brown sugar water. Feeling his focused and worried gaze, Feng Lingyu's heart warmed, and she said softly, "I'm fine. Don't worry." On the way back, her psychic energy had already recovered a bit, and her face was no longer as pale as before. "Shen Huayu, did you skip breakfast? How did you get low blood sugar? If I hadn't been there just now, you would have fallen to the ground, you know." Seeing that Shen Huayu was genuinely angry, Feng Lingyu reached out, took his hand, and gently shook it twice, saying in a soft voice, "All right, don't be mad. It was just an accident." Chapter 457. A Rare Moment of Warmth. In truth, Shen Huayu vaguely sensed that Feng Lingyu's current state was related to those fish. He wanted to say there was no need to push herself so hard, there were always other ways. Never mind. As long as it didn't harm her body, that was a relief. Feng Lingyu buried her chin in the blanket, leaving only a pair of misty eyes visible, gazing at Shen Huayu with a pitiful, pleading look. Shen Huayu's heart softened at her clear, childlike eyes, and he unconsciously relaxed his expression. "Drink up." Feng Lingyu naturally noticed the shift in Shen Huayu's mood. She stopped playing the victim, sat up happily, and took small sips of the brown sugar water. Once Xiaotao brings back the fish, we can have fish hot pot and make some fish balls. That way, we can store them longer. Shin Huayu gave a helpless smile. It hadn't been long, and she was already thinking about food again. I think there's plenty of fish caught. It should be enough for you. Hey, where were you when we were fishing earlier? You weren't around. Feng Lingyu suddenly remembered to ask. I went to the village committee to fix the phone line. Weren't we supposed to go check on it yesterday? What do you think? Shin Huayu lowered his voice, making it sound alluring. Feng Lingyu looked at his increasingly defined and sharp features, feeling a bit uneasy. She leaned back slightly and gave an awkward laugh. Why are you so close to me? To take the cup. Shin Huayu shot her a sideways glance, took the cup from her hand with his left, and asked ambiguously, what are you leaning back for? I'm not leaning back. It's just a reflex. Feng Lingyu's gaze wandered as she discreetly studied Shin Huayu's expression. Sure that he wasn't mocking her, she breathed a sigh of relief. Shin Huayu turned around and placed the cup on the table. As he lowered his head, the corner of his mouth lifted briefly. But the moment he turned back, that smile vanished without a trace. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Gao Xiaodao and Shin Huiqing returned, beaming with joy. Gao Xiaodao carried a large basket filled with fish. Shin Huiqing held a small bucket with a few small fish inside. Xiaoyu, why are you back early? Look, we got so many fish. Gao Xiaodao was so happy that her dimples deepened into little pits. She and Shin Huiqing had been right at the front watching the fishing, so they hadn't noticed Feng Lingyu's discomfort. I woke up too early and got a bit sleepy, so I came back to rest for a while. Since Gao Xiaodao didn't know, Feng Lingyu decided not to mention it. It wasn't a big deal anyway, and telling her would just add another person to worry. Oh, then get some more sleep. I'll go clean the fish. Gao Xiaotao turned to head to the kitchen, but Feng Lingyu quickly stopped her. Xiaotao, the village phone has been fixed by Huayu. Find some time to go to the village committee and call Uncle Gao to let him know we're safe. It had been so long since they last contacted him, Uncle Gao must be worried about them. Really? I'll go this afternoon. Gao Xiaotao finished speaking and left, her back radiating cheerfulness. Shin Huiqing went to his room first to change clothes. He put on a camel-colored suede jacket with fleece trim, looking refined and handsome, a cute and spirited young boy. I feel like you've grown a lot taller, Feng Lingyu remarked, looking at Shin Huiqing. Brother, do you think I've grown taller? He then asked Shin Huayu, who was sitting nearby drinking tea. Shin Huayu paused mid-sip, his narrow eyes scanning his younger brother from head to toe. The boy looked at him with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Seems a bit taller, Shin Huayu replied casually. Hearing his brother say the same, Shin Huiqing's eyes curved into little slits with joy. Without needing any prompting, he sat down at the table and started reading. The new year had turned, and Shin Huiqing was now 13, soon to start middle school. Shin Huayu felt a pang of melancholy. The once delicate, cherubic little ball had unknowingly grown into a young boy. At least he had enjoyed a few years of his parents' love, but Huiqing had nothing. Every time he thought about it, Shin Huayu couldn't help but feel even more affection for his younger brother. Perhaps due to the family's, the once somewhat spoiled Huiqing had become sensible, requiring less worry. But the more sensible Huiqing became, the more uneasy Shin Huayu felt. Sensing someone watching him, Shin Huiqing looked up, puzzled, at his brother. Brother, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. Keep reading. Shin Huayu snapped out of his thoughts and smiled at him. Okay. Though confused, Shin Huiqing obediently continued reading. Feng Lingyu watched Shin Huayu frown, his whole demeanor sinking into silence, like a mysterious, alluring black hole isolated from the world. Lost in his thoughts, Shin Huayu suddenly felt a soft, boneless hand grip his. The hand forcefully parted his fingers, and their hands intertwined intimately, tender and lingering. He looked up to see Feng Lingyu's warm gaze, a faint smile playing on her lips. But at that moment, to comfort him, she laid herself bare and vulnerable before him. It's okay. With us here, he'll grow up just fine, Feng Lingyu said firmly. Shin Huayu's heart felt as if it had been ignited, his whole being coming back to life. He felt the warmth transmitted from her hand, his throat seemingly sealed, unable to speak. Finally, he could only respond softly, Shin Huiqing was absorbed in his reading, the only sound in the room being the rustle of turning pages. Rustle, rustle, it wasn't annoying, instead, it drew one into a strangely peaceful atmosphere. Feng Lingyu and Shin Huayu's hands remained clasped, quietly leaning on each other, savoring this rare moment of closeness and warmth. Never had Shin Huayu been more certain that Feng Lingyu was the perfect partner for him in this world. Xiaoyu, should I fry half the fish balls in oil? Gao Xiaodao's crisp voice came from the kitchen, carrying a strong sense of everyday life and the warmth of home. It instantly pulled Feng Lingyu and the other back from that indescribable silence into reality. They exchanged a smile, and the melancholy that had just enveloped Shinhuayu was completely swept away. Yes, use less salt. We'll add them to noodles later, Feng Lingyu called back loudly. Come on, let's go help Xiao Tao make the balls in the kitchen. Feng Lingyu pulled Shinhuayu up from his chair. You can't just freeload. You have to contribute too. Shinhuayu helplessly followed her lead as she pulled him up. His fingers were long and smooth, and he turned his hand to envelop hers in his palm. The one who eats more should help more, he teased. Feng Lingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean? I don't mean anything. Shinhuayu coughed too, a smile tugging at his lips as he headed toward the kitchen. Shinhuayu, how dare you say I eat a lot? As they walked away, their voices gradually faded. Shinhuaiqing, who had been diligently reading, put down his pen, propped his head on his hand, and sighed. These adults, not mature and steady like me at all. Angry one moment, happy the next. I just don't get it. The fluffy cat curled up on the cushion quietly flicked its tail. Chapter 458, Stockpiling Grain. On Little Green Mountain, Feng Lingyu roamed the mountain with Tuanzi and Jinzi. As for Shinhuayu, Grandpa Shin had drafted him to help repair the fence. The snow on the mountain was thick. In places no one had walked, stepping in would sink to the knees, making normal walking very difficult. Tuanzi and Jinzi, however, bounded around with ease. The natural pads on their paws allowed them to tread lightly on the snow without sinking in and getting stuck. Since no one was on the mountain, Feng Lingyu decided to let herself go. She raised her palm, and emerald green vines shot out from it. The vines hooked onto tree branches. Feng Lingyu kicked off a tree trunk and, using the vine's momentum, swung through the air. In the air, free from the hindrance of snow, she moved much faster. She needed to find a suitable place to store the grain. This place had to meet two conditions. First, it had to be large enough to store grain. Second, it couldn't be deep in the mountains. It had to be somewhere the villagers could accidentally discover. She had thought about using the cave on Big Green Mountain where treasure was supposedly hidden. It was spacious enough and would be a good place to store grain. But that cave had been a legendary treasure site for years, and Feng Lingyu didn't want to expose it. After some thought, she decided it was better to find another spot. Maybe once word spread, Ling Qingwei would assume the hidden grain was the Feng family's treasure. After several searches, Feng Lingyu finally found a suitable place at the foot of the mountain. It was neither too close nor too far from the village, on a small path leading up the mountain. Usually, villagers took another route to go up the mountain. Hardly anyone used this path, except for the old hunters in the village. Under a large rock, Feng Lingyu discovered a cellar. It wasn't big, only about 10 square meters, and inside were a few bags of shriveled grain. It looked like it had been stored for a long time, and the owner had forgotten about it. More likely, the owner or their family was long gone. Otherwise, who would forget grain in a cellar and let it spoil in times like these? Such a small space could probably hold only about a ton of grain, a drop in the bucket for the entire Danang city, nowhere near enough to solve the crisis. Feng Lingyu thought for a moment and pulled a small excavator out of her space. During the apocalypse, no one cared about industrial equipment like this. She had collected all sorts of tools into her space, and now they came in handy. This excavator was compact, perfect for working in tight spaces. She poured stored barrel diesel into the tank and tried starting it. The engine rumbled to life. The two little ones were very curious about this sudden machine and were playing around the excavator's bucket. When Feng Lingyu called out, they obediently moved aside. Starting the excavator, she was a bit clumsy at first, often hitting the ground with the bucket. But before long, she got familiar with all the controls and could skillfully operate it to dig. The dirt the excavator dug up one second was transferred into her space the next. Her movements were methodical, clean, and efficient. Before long, the cellar's area had expanded significantly. If she encountered a rock that couldn't be dug through, she simply blasted it apart with her lightning ability. And so, Feng Lingyu spent a whole day digging in the cellar. Looking at the results of her hard work, she smiled with great satisfaction. The cellar was now at least 20 times larger. If she filled it all up, getting Danang City through this grain crisis would be no problem. Of course, it would only be enough to keep everyone from starving, not enough for them to eat their fill. Feng Lingyu ran her hand along the walls. The freshly dug earth was still damp, the soil very slippery. This condition wouldn't do for storing grain, it would spoil too easily. Besides, the underground temperature was naturally a bit higher than the surface. Feng Lingyu's eyes darted as an idea came to her. This problem was easy to solve. She could splash water on the walls to form an ice layer, then use dry straw to separate the grain from the ice. That way, it would hold up for months without issue. Without delay, she drew water from the river in her space and began splashing it all around the cellar. Once the water froze into ice, she added another layer of water. She repeated this several times until the entire cellar was covered in ice. The cellar was transformed, no longer damp, cold, and smelling of earth like before. After that, she took out plenty of dry straw from her space and spread a thick layer evenly around the cellar. Then came the most important step, storing the grain. Feng Lingyu planned to use only unhulled old rice, wheat, and various beans that had been stored for a long time. These were technically fine grains, but because they had been stored so long, their taste was naturally not as good as fresh rice. None of this grain was produced in her space. She had gathered it herself from markets in the capital city. The purpose was to have grain she could bring out without drawing attention when the situation was inconvenient. Chapter 459, Matters of Fate Are Hard to Explain. Looking at the underground warehouse she had filled to the brim, Feng Lingyu nodded with satisfaction. If she could find a chance to lead someone to discover this place before the new year, Yang Jiangwo would surely report it, and thus Danang City's grain crisis would be resolved. Tuanzi, Jinzi, come on, let's head back. Feng Lingyu called the two still playing around and returned home the same way. Another bitterly cold day arrived, and young Deli walked out of the house, rubbing his hands together. These past few days, young Jiangwo had been so busy, he barely had time to attend to family matters. Seeing that the firewood at home was running low, he, as the son, had to step up. Young Deli tucked his hands into his sleeves, shrunk his neck, and tried to minimize exposure to the cold air. He had originally planned to take the old path up the mountain, but just as he was about to ascend, a cuckoo sound came from another direction. His eyes lit up instantly, a wild pheasant. His family hadn't eaten meat in a long time, and a wild pheasant to satisfy their cravings would be a blessing. Without a second thought, young Deli ran toward the direction of the pheasant's call. When he got closer, he saw a pheasant with vibrant, colorful feathers leisurely strolling on a large boulder. At that moment, all of young Deli's focus was on the pheasant, and he didn't stop to consider how unusual it was for a pheasant to appear at such a time. He crouched down and lunged fiercely toward the pheasant. The pheasant was still stupidly wandering around, unaware of the danger behind it. Young Deli was overjoyed, his mind already conjuring countless ways to cook the pheasant. But the moment he grabbed the pheasant, the boulder beneath him collapsed with a crash. Caught off guard, young Deli couldn't react in time and fell along with it. He thought he had fallen into some unknown cave, and bitterness filled his heart. To lose his life for a piece of chicken, when he thought about it, it really wasn't worth it. With a loud bang, young Deli's back hit the solid ground, his spine colliding with the earth. The pain was so intense he couldn't get up for a long time. The ache in his back left him no chance to observe his surroundings. After resting a while, he slowly rubbed his waist and sat up. A faint white light from above illuminated a small area, and young Deli looked around in confusion. When he was a child, he had heard the village elders say that landlords often had hidden places to store grain. Could he have stumbled upon such a place by accident? Ignoring the pain in his back, young Deli held his waist and hurried over to open the nearest sack. He opened several more sacks in succession. Inside, there was still rice. Ha ha, we're saved. We're saved. Young Deli couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Thinking of the recent days of rationing and his family's thinning cheeks, young Deli's nose stung, and his eyes uncontrollably reddened. After a moment, he wiped his eyes with his sleeve and then climbed out through the hole he had fallen into. Of course, he didn't forget the culprit pheasant. Once young Deli had run off excitedly, Feng Lingyu, who had been waiting for the outcome, breathed a sigh of relief. Given the integrity of Yang Jiangwo's family, she had no worries about them embezzling the grain. When village chief Yang handed over this grain, not only would he leave a good impression with the leaders, but young Deli, who had discovered it, would likely receive recognition too. Word spread that a massive amount of grain had been found at the foot of Shaoqing Mountain. Many well-dressed people arrived at Qingshan village, along with the commune's militia. The villagers, bundled in thick clothes and fully equipped, came out to watch the excitement. Do you think the talk about the grain is real? I think it is. Why else would so many big shots show up? That's true. I wonder how much grain there is, and how much our village will get. The discussion was going smoothly when a discordant voice chimed in. If you ask me, they shouldn't have reported finding the grain. Yang Jiangwo and his son didn't ask for our opinions. If they hadn't reported it, wouldn't all that grain have been ours in Qingshan village? At these words, a few people actually showed expressions of agreement. With every household struggling so much, who wouldn't want more grain? Besides, the grain was found in Qingshan village, so it should rightfully be shared among the villagers. What gave Yang Jiangwo the right to decide? Standing at the back of the crowd, Feng Lingyu noticed that quite a few people shared this sentiment, and her expression immediately turned displeased. Shen Huiqing looked up, his clear eyes reflecting Feng Lingyu's cold face. Xiaoyu, why are you unhappy? Nothing, I just don't like greedy people, Feng Lingyu said quietly. Yang Jiangwo and his son were leading the commune leaders to inspect the cave where the grain was found. Jangwo, if there's really a lot of grain in there, you've done a great service, the commune director said cheerfully, patting Yang Jangwo on the shoulder. Yang Jangwo's square face was full of smiles, but he replied modestly, Director, I'm just serving the people. It's hardly a great service. This is your son, right? Good lad, so young and already so remarkable. The commune director then turned his gaze to young Deli, who was standing off to the side like a background prop. Young Jangwo quickly waved his hand and said, Director, he's still young and inexperienced. This time, it was just luck and a stroke of fortune. Don't praise him too much. He still needs to follow me and work in the fields, or he'll get complacent. The commune director just smiled and shook his head at his words. Everyone present knew that if the grain shortage was resolved, young Jangwo might well get a promotion. As they waited, a sturdy young man jumped out of the cave, his face unable to hide his excitement. The commune director asked impatiently, Well, is there grain? How much? The young man nodded excitedly and shouted, reporting, Director. Yes, there is. A lot. And it's all fine grain, it's been stored for a while, but it's still edible. I couldn't see the exact amount, but the sacks are piled everywhere and I couldn't see the end of them. Excellent. The commune director's face glowed with joy as he clapped repeatedly. The others joined in with cheerful agreement. Their unity commune had really made a name for itself this time. Now, have your team leader bring people down to move the grain and dispatch a few trucks, the commune director said to the young man. By the way, does your village have a phone installed? He turned back to ask Yang Jangwo. He silently thanked his luck that Shen Huayu had fixed the phone line a few days ago. Good. I'll call the higher-ups now. Jangwo, you and your son just wait for recognition. The others looked on with envy. Yang Jangwo was about to rise to prominence. But there was nothing they could do. Yang Jangwo and his son were simply blessed by fate. Otherwise, why hadn't anyone else discovered this place, and it had to be his son? Chapter 460, How much did she give you? Feng Lingyu followed the crowd to watch the commotion, and was originally planning to head back with Shen Huiqing. Then she overheard someone whispering, Do you think that grain was left behind by the Feng family? Around here, besides that family, who else would have the means? It's possible. But that's all in the past now. Given the current situation, let's not bring up that family anymore. Feng Lingyu paused mid-step, then continued walking as if nothing had happened. It seemed things were progressing just as she had anticipated. This kind of ambiguous news spread the fastest. Before long, everyone would likely believe it was wealth left behind by the Feng family. The discovery of a massive amount of grain in Qingshan village quickly sent shockwaves through the main leadership of Danang City. Over the next few days, large trucks kept coming and going from Qingshan village. The city even dispatched an armed unit to prevent anyone from taking the risk of stealing the grain. The villagers of Qingshan village had gone from initial curiosity to now taking it all in stride. Whatever happens, happens. After all, they had been promised that if grain was distributed, the villagers of Qingshan village would be first in line. The roads in the small village were far from smooth, with potholes in many places. This time, to get the large trucks into the village to transport the grain, the soldiers sent by the city spent 2 days building a wide road into the village, allowing the trucks to come and go freely. Of course, the other villagers hadn't yet realized the benefit of this, only Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu knew what it meant to have a wide, smooth road. If the villagers were to become prosperous, a convenient thoroughfare was essential. This was a lesson learned from countless experiences in the past. Back when Qingshan village sold medicinal herbs, Uncle Gao and the others couldn't drive their trucks in and had to park outside. The villagers had to go through the trouble of hauling the herbs out by ox cart, trip after trip. How much effort did that take? And that was only because of Feng Lingyu's connections. Otherwise, no other truck driver would have been willing to bring their vehicle to this remote, impoverished place. If the truck broke down on the road, there would be no way to fix it. By next year, when medicinal herb sales increased further and the village began planting herbs, having this wide road would make selling them externally much easier. The village organized the women to cook communal meals for the soldiers moving the grain, with the grain provided by the commune. Gao Xiaotao was appointed by Yang Jangwo as the head of the cooking team. Since she didn't have much to do at home anyway, she agreed. But this stirred up discontent among some people. Everyone knew that those who cooked communal meals could skim off some perks. Why should Gao Xiaotao, an outsider girl, get to be team leader? Gao Xiaotao vaguely sensed that someone was targeting her, but Aunt Ho-Hot always helped her out. She figured it would only last a few days, so she didn't take it to heart. One day, Gao Xiaotao planned to make a rich broth and then serve everyone bone soup noodles. The weather was cold, so a hot meal would be comforting. Plus, the bone broth would give everyone a little bit of grease to enjoy. Early that morning, Gao Xiaotao set up a large pot, threw in the prepared bones along with scallions and ginger, and once the water came to a boil, she skimmed off the foam with a ladle, then covered the pot and left it to simmer. The other women assigned to cook were gathered together to knead dough. Hand-pulled noodles required strength, so only those with strong hands could do it. Auntie, take a break. I'll take over for you. Gao Xiaotao had originally planned to slice some radishes to add to the soup, but she noticed Aunt Ho Hot was sweating from exhaustion, so she thought she'd switch tasks with her. No need, this is my job. Go do your own thing. Xiaotao, Lu Ho Hot doesn't want to switch. Come help me instead. I know how to slice radishes. And I'm tired too. Before Gao Xiaotao could respond, a woman with drooping eyes and a flat nose quickly chimed in. In the village, everyone called this woman Young Motzi. She had always been a troublemaker, and most people avoided crossing her, or else they'd end up being taken advantage of. Young Motzi's father was a distant cousin of Yang Jingwo. He had left behind only this daughter, and on his deathbed, he asked Yang Jingwo to look after her. Yang Motzi used to be in cahoots with Wang Dachuan, the wife of Yang Fugue. Ever since Wang Dachuan was punished by Yang Jingwo to haul manure, Yang Motzi couldn't stir up trouble on her own and had gone quiet. But this time, when the communal cooking was organized, Yang Motzi signed up. Yang Jingwo hadn't wanted to assign her the job, but she brought up her deceased father, so he had no choice but to give it to her. He had arranged for Lu Ho Hot to be there, for no other reason than to keep an eye on Yang Motzi. Yang Motzi, if you're tired, there are plenty of people who aren't, and would be happy to help. Do you need me to call someone? Gao Xiaotao said flatly. Cooking was a sought-after job. Those doing it got to eat with the soldiers every day, and if there were leftovers, they could take them home. Young Motzi's face stiffened, and she immediately started shouting, "You can help Lu Ho Hot, so why can't you help me? What's the deal? How much did she give you?" Her voice was loud, and her outburst drew many curious looks. Lu Ho Hot was so irritated by Yang Motzi's antics that her heart ached. She slammed the dough in her hands down and pointed at Yang Motzi, cursing, "Yang Motzi, have you lost your mind? How can you just spout nonsense like that? If you don't want to work, then leave. Don't cause trouble here. Yang Jingwo, giving face to your father is his business. I haven't eaten a single grain of your father's rice, so I don't owe you any face." The villagers knew a bit about Yang Jingwo's family history. Roughly, when Yang Jingwo was young, he accidentally fell into the river and nearly drowned. Yang Motzi's father had saved him from the river. Because of that life-saving debt, Yang Jingwo occasionally looked out for her. If Yang Motzi had been a decent person, it might have been fine, but she was a troublemaker who only wanted to take advantage of others. Chapter 461, Not Enough Noodles. Young Motzi, after being scolded by Lu Ho Hot like that, didn't dare to actually confront her. After all, she was the village chief's wife, and it would be easy for her to make things difficult for someone. So she complained discontentedly, "If it weren't for my father, Yang Jingwo would have died long ago. What gives you the right to act tough in front of me?" Lu Ho Hot thought about how her husband had always looked out for her, and felt that all her kindness had been wasted. "If you say one more word, I'll go find Jingwo right now," Lu Ho Hot said coldly, no longer wanting to save face for her. Seeing that Lu Ho Hot meant business, Yang Motzi didn't dare say anything more. If she really lost this job, she'd have to go home and eat her own meals, which really wasn't worth it. Yang Motzi glared angrily at Gao Xiaotao and kneaded the dough in her hands with irritation. The others were used to her being so clueless. Gao Xiaotao pretended not to see Yang Motzi's provocation. She smiled at Lu Ho Hot and said, "Auntie, just switch with me. I'm young and strong." With that, Gao Xiaotao reached out and pulled Lu Ho Hot up from the stool, then immediately took her place. "You child, fine. Auntie will take advantage of you just this once." Lu Ho Hot's face broke into a smile as she gave Gao Xiaotao a playful glare. As mealtime approached, the cooks all sped up their work. After kneading the dough, they had to roll it out and then cut it into long strips. Gao Xiaotao worked quickly, wielding the rolling pin with such vigor that the aunties couldn't keep up with her alone. Soon, the dough was rolled into sheets. By the time the soldiers came to eat, bowls of steaming bone broth noodles were already laid out neatly on the tables. The bone broth was milky white, dotted with a few red goji berries, and the aroma was irresistible. Paired with the white flour noodles, the soldiers couldn't help swallowing their saliva. "If it's not enough, you can come back for more. Anyone who wants soup, come and get it," Gao Xiaotao shouted, holding a large ladle. "Got it. Thanks, Comrade Gao," a few lively young soldiers responded in unison. These past few days, everyone knew there was a female comrade who cooked delicious food, and now they all looked forward to mealtime. Gao Xiaotao might not be the best person, but her cooking skills were truly good. Young Motzi's small eyes darted around as she quietly pulled out the bag she had brought. Because there were many soldiers to feed, meals were served in 2 shifts every day. The soldiers were well trained, so there was no crowding or pushing. "Xiaotao," a cooking auntie called softly, leaning in to whisper, "There aren't enough noodles today." "How is that possible?" Gao Xiaotao frowned. She had been cooking for several days, and had a good idea of how much food everyone consumed daily. Today, she had made enough based on the head count, with extra to spare. There was absolutely no way it wasn't enough. You need to think of something. There are still a few soldiers waiting. The auntie rubbed her hands on her apron, looking troubled. Gao Xiaodao followed her gaze and saw a few young soldiers standing in front of the pot with their bowls, waiting. Suppressing her confusion, Gao Xiaodao reassured her, "It's okay, auntie. Go back and give them some soup for now. I'll find some dried noodles." The most important thing was to get the soldiers fed. Everything else could wait. Gao Xiaodao's confident tone calmed the auntie, who nodded and went back. Just as Gao Xiaodao was about to go home and get some dried noodles to tide things over, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, what's going on here? Why is everyone just standing around? Isn't this wasting everyone's time? What is Gao Xiaodao good for? She can't even handle such an important task. If the soldiers go hungry, how will that be dealt with?" The young soldiers awkwardly waved their hands. "No, it's fine. We can wait. It's not a big deal." "Sun Shilian, what nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Hohut said angrily. That's right, the speaker was the wife of Yang Jiangwo's younger brother's son. Because of the incident where her family tried to extort Feng Lingyu and left Yang Jiangwo and his son to die, the two families had stopped interacting. When she heard about the good opportunity to cook for the soldiers, Sun Shilian shamelessly went to Yang Jiangwo to ask for the job, but he directly refused her. Not long after, she heard that Yang Jiangwo had given the team leader position to Gao Xiaoao, an outsider. Because of this, Sun Shilian was filled with resentment. So now, she seized the chance to make things difficult for Gao Xiaodao. "Just wait a moment. I'll go get some dried noodles and be right back. Don't worry, it won't take long." Gao Xiaodao took a deep breath, choosing to ignore Sun Shilian, and explained to the soldiers who hadn't eaten yet. "Hey, wait. You run off without even an explanation for not having enough food? You have to give an account. Did you embezzle the grain?" Sun Shilian blocked Gao Xiaodao's path, refusing to let her leave. The young soldiers were very embarrassed. They certainly didn't think Comrade Gao had stolen the grain, but this woman was relentless, and there was nothing they could do. "I don't need to explain myself to you. I already said I'm going home to get dried noodles to cook. If I had stolen anything, would I bother replacing rolled noodles with dried noodles?" With that, Gao Xiaodao rolled her eyes and pushed Sun Shilian aside. "Comrade Gao, you don't need to get dried noodles. Just grab some sweet potatoes or something. Having a bowl of bone broth is already great for us," a young soldier called out awkwardly. How could they feel right eating someone else's dried noodles? That stuff was precious. Seeing that Gao Xiaodao dared to push her, Sun Shilian was both angry and anxious. Forgetting the size difference between them, she charged at Gao Xiaodao to hit her. Others quickly stepped in to stop her, and soon the scene descended into chaos, everyone crowding together in a mess. "Village Chief Yang, your village has really changed this year," Chao Datong said with a smile as he walked around Qingshan village. Facing a high-ranking leader like Chao Datong, Yang Jiangwo was on edge the whole time. Although Chao Datong had been very calm and composed, Yang Jiangwo didn't dare let his guard down. This is all the result of the villagers' collective efforts, and, of course, it wouldn't have been possible without the leader's support. Yang Jiangwo stole a glance at Chao Datong's expression and, seeing no signs of displeasure, breathed a sigh of relief. "Come on, take me to see where the grain was discovered. It's been cold these past few days, and the soldiers have been working hard. Our logistics support must keep up. We've already arranged everything. The grain is all provided by the city, ensuring the soldiers have enough to eat," the secretary immediately replied. Chao Datong nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze back to Yang Jiangwo. Yang Jiangwo had learned to read the room a bit by now and quickly caught on. "I've assigned the best cook in the village to prepare meals for the soldiers, and there's someone specifically responsible for supplying hot water every day. The soldiers will never go hungry. Village Chief Yang, I've always been confident in how you handle things." As he spoke, Chao Datong and his group arrived at the grain transport area. They had expected to see an orderly scene. But as soon as they got close, they saw a crowd pushing and shoving, arguing loudly, making a racket like a chicken coop. Yang Jiangwo's face darkened instantly, and he didn't dare look at Chao Datong's expression. Chapter 462, Chao Zi steps forward. Gao Xiaodao was being tugged by Sun Shilian, while Yang Matzi took the opportunity to stir up trouble and try to hit Gao Xiaodao. Just as Gao Xiaodao couldn't take it anymore, and was about to push them all away, a female voice rang out. "Enough. Stop arguing. I just saw someone steal the soldiers' noodles." At these words, the chaotic scene instantly fell silent. "Someone really stole noodles," someone exclaimed in disbelief. "Who would be so bold? Was this something you could just take?" Gao Xiaodao's eyes flickered. She hadn't expected Chao Zi to step forward and speak up. "Chao Zi, you're not the one cooking, so how did you see it?" Sun Shilian questioned. Chao Zi hadn't originally planned to bring this up in front of everyone. Second, she had heard that Yang Matzi was a relative of village chief Yang and had intended to tell him privately, to avoid making him lose face publicly. Chaozi had planned it well, but she never expected Sun Xiulian to cause trouble for Gao Xiaodao in front of everyone. Then tell us, who stole the noodles? Sun Xiulian pressed relentlessly. Chaozi pursed her lips. I just saw it. Yang Matzi took advantage of everyone not paying attention and stuffed all the leftover noodles into her bag. Chaozi was responsible for delivering hot water to the soldiers and could also eat with them from the communal pot. Just now, she had been thinking of getting a bowl of soup when she happened to see Yang Matzi sneakily stuffing noodles into a bag. She had wanted to stop her then, but Chao Yanfang called her over. By the time she looked back, Yang Matzi was already acting as if nothing had happened and ladling soup. Yang Matzi had already planned to slip away quietly the moment Chaozi stepped forward. But Gao Xiaodao had been watching her the whole time, so she never found a chance to escape. Now that Chaozi had called her out, Yang Matzi immediately started shouting, "What nonsense are you talking? Just because you say you saw it, you think that makes it true? Who do you think you are? I might as well say I saw you steal it, you be *tch. After saying that, Yang Matzi even spat in Chaozi's direction. Chaozi's face flushed red with anger at Yang Matzi's shameless behavior. She had thought Wang Dachuan was bad enough, but Yang Matzi was on another level. You, take out the bag you're hiding behind your waist. I saw you put it in there. Yang Matzi's eyes darted around. Why should I take out my bag? I could say others stole too. Does that mean everyone has to take out their bags? Seeing Chaozi speechless, Yang Matzi smirked smugly, the pockmarks on her face glistening with disgusting oil. Just as Yang Matzi took a step forward, Gao Xiaodao, who had been ready, calmly stuck out her foot. Yang Matzi wasn't paying attention to where she was stepping and stumbled hard, crashing heavily to the ground. The bag she had tucked behind her waist flew out, landing on the ground, its contents spilling everywhere. You tripped me on purpose. Yang Matzi gritted her teeth, her face contorted with rage as she glared viciously at Gao Xiaodao. Gao Xiaodao crossed her arms and stuck her tongue out at Yang Matzi, saying playfully, "Who saw that? You weren't careful and now you're blaming me. Yang Matzi, now that you've been caught red-handed, what do you have to say for yourself?" Chaozi snapped back to attention, delighted to see Yang Matzi exposed. With the noodles spilling out in front of everyone, anyone with eyes could see what had happened. Yang Matzi had no way to deny it. Two young soldiers stepped forward and restrained Yang Matzi. Stealing from the military was no joke. Yang Matzi tried to struggle, but the soldiers were strong, and the moment she moved her arms, a sharp pain shot through her. What, you think you can just run after falsely accusing me? Gao Xiaodao's round face turned cold, making her look quite intimidating. Sun Xiulian swallowed nervously, forcing a flattering smile. As long as the real thief is caught, that's what matters. I was just thinking about the soldiers' meals. So you're saying you meant well? Not that you were trying to frame me? You might fool a 3-year-old with that. Gao Xiao sneered, then suddenly changed her tone and snapped, "Apologize to me." Sun Xiulian flinched at Gao Xiaodao's shout, shrinking her neck and no longer daring to think she could slip by. Trembling, she said, I'm sorry." Someone in the crowd let out a snicker, and soon everyone was laughing. Sun Xiulian lowered her head, pushed through the crowd, and fled in disgrace. After this, it would likely be a long time before she dared to cause trouble again. Chaozi was stunned. She hadn't expected Gao Xiaodao to thank her. Flustered, she said, "It's nothing. I just happened to see it." Gao Xiaodao was about to say something else when Yang Jiangwo's voice suddenly rang out, "Everyone, gather here." At the sound, everyone turned to look at where Yang Jiangwo was standing. Beside him stood a group of people, all dressed formally, looking like officials. Even the dullest person present could tell that these were all people in power. Yang Jiangwo's face was dark. The villagers fell silent, realizing they might have caused trouble and dared not speak recklessly. When Chaozi saw the familiar figure in a Zhongshan suit, her nose suddenly stung with emotion. She wanted to rush over without a second thought, but given the current situation, she had to suppress the excitement in her heart. She had grown up now, no longer the reckless Chaozi of the past. Chaozi followed the crowd as they slowly walked to where Yang Jiangwo had called for assembly. The closer she got, the more her emotions churned violently. I saw everything that just happened. A chaotic mess, completely undisciplined. Yang Jiangwo said in a deep voice. In truth, she could have restrained Sun Xiulian and Yang Matzi herself, but she hadn't acted in time, which led to the situation spiraling out of control. Chapter 463, It's Our Duty. For our Qingshan village to have the chance to cook for these soldiers this time is such an honor. The way you all are acting, it's truly disgraceful. Originally, the leaders coming to inspect Qingshan village was a great opportunity to gain recognition, but who could have expected that someone would steal the soldiers' rations? Yang Jiangwo was now both angry and anxious, and of course, he was angry at himself. He knew exactly what kind of person Yang Matsi was, yet he still entrusted such an important task to her. He had thought that with Hohat keeping an eye on Yang Matsi, even if she caused trouble, there would be a limit. But who would have guessed that Yang Matsi would dare to steal, and right when she was caught red-handed? This time, even if he wanted to plead for her, it was impossible. Village chief, it's all my fault. As the team leader, I failed to stop them in time. Gao Xiaodao stepped forward. No, it was Sun Xiulian and Yang Matsi who held her back and wouldn't let her leave, otherwise this wouldn't have escalated like this. Chao Zi, disregarding everything else, hurriedly stepped in to explain. A few young soldiers also grew anxious and chimed in to explain. Village chief, it's not Comrade Gao's fault. She's been very diligent these past few days, and we've all seen it. Yang Jingwo's expression was heavy. He let out a sigh. This matter certainly isn't the fault of any one person, but Yang Jingwo shifted his tone. Every one of us bears responsibility, including me. I shouldn't have used my position to bring Yang Matsi in. Yang Jingwo closed his eyes tightly and said to Chao Datong, Secretary, I am the one most to blame for all of this. I am willing to accept responsibility and submit to whatever punishment you see fit. A middle-aged man with a stern demeanor and piercing eyes stood there with authority. Although he hadn't spoken, his presence could not be ignored. Chao Datong seemed to casually sweep his gaze over the crowd, a faint smile still on his lips, softening his otherwise cold and hard temperament. Village Chief Yang, where is the problem? I think this is quite good. As long as the soldiers can eat their fill and eat well, your work hasn't failed. As for that little hiccup along the way, it's nothing serious. You don't need to be too hard on yourselves, haha. Chao Datong's words, gentle as a spring breeze and fine rain, immediately eased the tense atmosphere. Yang Jingwo was stunned. Did Secretary Chao mean he wasn't going to pursue the matter? He had already been thinking about who in the village would be suitable to take over as village chief after he stepped down. The commune secretary, seeing Yang Jingwo standing there dumbfounded like a greenhorn, was extremely anxious inside. Where had his usual quick wit gone? Why wasn't he speaking up quickly? It was truly infuriating. Fortunately, Yang Jingwo received the commune secretary's signal in time and said in a sincere tone, Secretary, this is all as it should be. The soldiers are fighting for the people of Danang City, and our village should handle the logistical work. These are all within our duty. Although Chao Datong didn't say much more, everyone present was sharp enough to see that he wasn't angry. Next, Yang Jingwo led Chao Datong and his party to inspect the place where the food had been discovered. The soldiers who had finished eating began another round off, and Chao Datong offered them words of encouragement. Chao Zi, what are you daydreaming about? Chao Yanfeng waved her hand in front of Chao Zi's eyes. Chao Zi suddenly snapped back to reality and saw Chao Yanfeng looking at her with confusion. She said sheepishly, nothing. Did you need me for something? They're calling for hot water again upstairs. Boil another pot and send it up. Chao Yanfeng had no time to dwell on Chao Zi's thoughts. She was busy herself. Doing this job well was another good opportunity to shine in front of Yang Jingwo, so Chao Yanfeng worked very diligently. Oh, okay, I'll go now. Chao Zi let out a breath, forcing all the jumbled thoughts out of her mind, and began to work seriously. She would send this pot of water up first, and then go see her father. Having made up her mind, Chao Zi quickened her pace, wanting to finish her work as soon as possible. Soon, the water in the pot was boiling. Chao Zi picked up a gourd ladle and scooped the water into 2 large kettles. The high heat flushed her face red, but she didn't mind. Chao Zi picked up a carrying pole, threaded it through the handles of the 2 kettles, and slowly hoisted them onto her shoulders. Once she was sure she was steady, she supported both ends of the pole with her hands and walked in small steps to deliver the water. Chao Yanfeng glanced at Chao Zi's retreating figure. Every step was steady, with no trace of spilled water. She felt quite satisfied. At first, Chao Zi couldn't even lift 2 kettles of water, but in just 2 days, she could already walk very steadily. Seeing Chao Zi about to leave after setting down the things, Chao Yanfeng quickly called out, Where are you going? Yanfeng, I need to step away for a bit. The water I just sent up is enough, no need to send more today. I'll come back later to help you pack up. Without time to explain, Chao Zi dropped these words and ran off. Chao Zi grabbed hold of someone, her fingertips digging into their cotton-padded jacket. Where are the leaders who came today? Let go first. Why are you gripping so hard? The person pulled their hand back in dissatisfaction. Chao Zi, sorry, I didn't mean to. Did you see the leaders who came today? The person looked at Chao Zi with confusion, not understanding why she was so anxious, but still kindly said, the village chief just saw them off. I came over to watch the commotion. She gritted her teeth and couldn't help but run toward the village exit. Chao Zi didn't dare to think, why hadn't her father waited for her? The tears she had held back all day finally broke through, streaming down her face uncontrollably. Hearing a sound, Chao Zi whirled around and saw the person she had been longing for standing under a tree, looking at her with immense affection. Dad? Chao Zi's eyes widened. Her voice choked with tears. You didn't leave? Chao Datong strode quickly toward his daughter. Only when he got close did he truly see her current state. Her once fair and tender face, which he had taken such good care of, was now sallow. She was wearing a gray cotton-padded jacket from who knows where, and her hands were covered in calluses. When Chao Zi noticed her father looking at her hands, she instinctively hid them behind her back. Chao Datong's heart ached. Although he had learned about Chao Zi's situation from Feng Lingyu, seeing it with his own eyes made him realize she was having an even harder time than he had imagined. Dad? Chao Zi asked in confusion, seeing her father just staring at her without speaking. Chao Zi shook her head. I don't blame you. Dad, if it weren't for this trip to the countryside, I might never have grown up. Who knows what kind of trouble I might have caused you in the future. It's fine like this now. In the past, Chao Zi had indeed acted recklessly, relying on Chao Datong's influence. If left unchecked and allowed to continue, it would only have gotten worse. Dad, I thought you had already left. Chao Zi changed the subject, speaking with a hint of coquettishness. Chao Datong swallowed the sadness in his heart, a gentle smile spreading across his face. I've been waiting here for you. I knew you would come. Did you try the things I asked Comrade Feng to bring you last time? Chao Zi asked again. Chao Datong had cooked the dried mushrooms and dried radish strips the very night he received them. He only remembered feeling deeply distressed at the time. As for the taste, he could no longer recall it. Chapter 464, Will Make You Proud. Upon hearing this, Chao Zi's eyes curved happily in a smile. I learned those from the older educated youths at the educated youth spot. I think they're pretty good too. Back when food was scarce, I relied on these to get through. Actually, it wasn't that hard. I only had them for a few meals, and then one of the older educated youths lent me some grain. Later, I was able to earn my own rations. Chao Zi added in a cheerful tone as best she could. You're very capable. Chao Datong's voice was dry. Chao Zi continued, Dad, I really wasn't that miserable. At the start, it was my own fault. Heh, educated youth Feng probably told you. Later, I changed for the better, and she and Gao Xiaodao both helped me. I know. You'll definitely be better than your father in the future. Chao Datong said, looking seriously at Chao Zi. The child who used to cry for her father to hold her had finally grown up. Chao Zi's eyes burned, and she nodded heavily, responding with a thick nasal tone. The father and daughter walked for a long time at the village entrance, until the sky gradually darkened. Seeing that the secretary and driver had been waiting for a while, Chao Zi had to say, Dad, you should go now. It'll be hard to travel once it gets dark. Alright. If you need anything, call me. If there's something you don't understand, go ask Feng Lingyu. She's very smart. If you could learn how she handles problems, you'd benefit a lot. I know. Go now. I'll come back to see you during the new year. Chao Zi let go of Chao Datong's hand and gave him a gentle push forward. After several urgings from his daughter, Chao Datong had no choice but to leave. Watching the car gradually fade away, leaving only a trail of exhaust dissipating in the air, Chao Zi's heart finally relaxed completely. Feng Lingyu rested at home for a day. It wasn't until Gao Xiaodao returned in the evening that she learned about what had happened during the day. It's so infuriating. Tell me, how dare young Matzi be so bold? She'd steal anything. Gao Xiaodao complained while taking off her coat. Feng Lingyu frowned. Be more cautious in the future. It's best to assign responsibility to each person. Whoever's area has a problem is held accountable. That way, they won't dare pull any tricks. Luckily, Uncle Yang handed young Matzi over. I heard she's being sent to the farm for a month of re-education. Even if it was only a month, it was winter on the farm, all the hardest, most grueling work. Going there would definitely leave her worn out. Since Gao Xiaodao had been working outside, Feng Lingyu kept dinner simple. She used the fish balls Gao Xiaodao had made last time to cook some vermicelli soup and steamed a few buns. That was their dinner for the night. After dinner, Feng Lingyu started teaching Gao Xiaodao some management methods, and Shen Huiqing listened in a bit as well. When she figured the time was about right, Feng Lingyu went out in the dark. Since arriving at Qingshan village, Shi Wenhao had kept a low profile and rarely went out. The villagers of Qingshan village had gone from initial curiosity to probably having forgotten about him by now. But that was fine, it made it easier for him to recover from his injuries. Entering Shi Wenhao's home, he was already prepared. It's much better now. Even when the weather turns cold, my legs don't hurt anymore. And these past few days, I've faintly felt some strength returning to my legs. Though Shi Wenhao's expression was calm as he spoke, his tone still betrayed his excitement. That means your legs' ability to heal on their own is better than I expected. After I apply the acupuncture tonight, have Wang Li massage you every day. It doesn't matter what technique, just follow the method your previous doctor taught you. As she spoke, Feng Lingyu inserted the needles one by one into the corresponding acupoints. Soon, Shi Wenhao's legs were covered in silver needles. Alright. Shi Wenhao had always trusted Feng Lingyu's words. And he was right, no one knew better than him that his legs were improving. The acupuncture would take a while to finish, so Feng Lingyu sat in a chair, sipping tea and chatting with Shi Wenhao. The new year is coming soon. Are you going back to the capital? Shi Wenhao paused for a moment before answering no. What if something happens on the way? Wouldn't all the progress be wasted? Besides, aside from his grandparents, there was no one in that house he missed. That's true. But there's a phone in the village, so it's convenient for you to contact home. Seeing Shi Wenhao's expression darken, Feng Lingyu didn't press further about why he wasn't going back. The warmth from the heater made Feng Lingyu drowsy, and she took another sip of hot tea to keep herself awake. A teardrop clung to the corner of her eye, left over from a yawn she'd just had. Under the light, the teardrop sparkled crystal clear, like a diamond, constantly refracting dazzling rays. What did you do today that made you so sleepy? Shi Wenhao suddenly asked. Meeting Shi Wenhao's teasing gaze, Feng Lingyu had only halfway through a yawn and awkwardly held it back. She shrugged her nose sheepishly. Didn't sleep well last night. In reality, she had slept all last night and all day today, and quite soundly at that. Shi Wenhao let out a soft laugh, his usually firm eyes softening a little. I'm about done here. Go back and get some early rest. Feng Lingyu checked the time, it was indeed enough. So she didn't waste any more time and got up to remove all the needles. Alright. I'll come back next week. Don't forget to have Wang Li massage you. And remember, don't rush into exercise. Once you're fully healed, there'll be plenty of time for that. Feng Lingyu instructed seriously. Once the meridians and nerves were all reconnected, exercising would yield twice the results with half the effort. Shi Wenhao nodded and said politely, thanks for the trouble tonight. Be careful on your way back. Chapter 465, Going to the Big Market. Early in the morning, Gao Xiaodao was already calling out for Feng Lingyu and Shen Huiqing to get up. Xiaoyu, Huiqing, hurry up and get up. I heard today is the annual big market at Unity Commune. If you miss today, you'll have to wait until next year. Feng Lingyu, still sleepy-eyed, hugged her blanket and rolled around on the king. The colder it got, the lazier people became, and lying on the king, she simply didn't want to get up. Tuanzi and Jinzi were still sound asleep on the edge of the king, showing no signs of waking up. Feng Lingyu let out a couple of soft groans, cast an envious glance at them and then reluctantly got up from the king. When she came out, she saw Shen Huiqing already sitting at the table drinking porridge. Xiaoyu, come eat quickly. If you delay any longer, it'll be lunchtime. Seeing Feng Lingyu still dazed, Gao Xiaodao had to go over and pull her along. Feng Lingyu felt a bit helpless. She really didn't think a rural market was worth getting excited about. Originally, the entire city of Danyang had been gloomy this year, with no hint of a New Year's atmosphere at all. But after the grain was taken away last time, the food shortage problem had been completely resolved. Not only had the villagers of Qingshan village received enough grain as a priority, but the grain that had been requisitioned a second time was also returned to them. So now, the villagers of Qingshan village not only had no shortage of grain, but even had surplus to store. With grain in hand, there was no panic, and now the New Year's atmosphere felt much better. After eating, Feng Lingyu and the other two closed the door and prepared to head out, leaving Tuanzi and Jinzi at home to watch the house. Shen Huiyu had already been waiting outside for a while. Today, he was wearing the black long-down jacket Feng Lingyu had given him. It was warm and good-looking, and it made his figure appear tall and straight, standing as firm as a pine. The black color accentuated his features, which were as picturesque as a painting. When Shen Huiyu stood there quietly, it made people want all his attention to fall on them. Seeing Feng Lingyu and the others come out, Shen Huiyu softened his expression and walked straight toward them. Finally out. Feng Lingyu was momentarily dazzled by his refined face. After a pause, she replied, have you been waiting long? Why didn't you come inside? I knew you liked to sleep in, so I came a bit later than the agreed time. Gao Xiaodao and Shen Huiqing couldn't help but start laughing. It seemed everyone was well aware of Feng Lingyu's habit of staying in bed. Feng Lingyu was at a loss for words. She pressed her tongue against the roof of her mouth, then finally shot Shen Huiyu a sideways glance and huffed, it's almost New Year's, so I won't argue with you. Let's go. Seeing Feng Lingyu's expression of, how magnanimous I am, Shen Huiyu had no choice but to say gently, all right, thank you, Xiaoyu, for not arguing with me. Shen Huiyu's eyes were dark and bright, like dazzling obsidian. Feng Lingyu, caught under his earnest gaze, felt her cheeks grow warm. Xiaodao, hurry up. Didn't you say we were running late? Feng Lingyu grabbed Xiaodao and quickly walked away, as if something was chasing her. Shen Huiyu was taken aback. He realized Xiaoyu really did get embarrassed easily. Just then, Shen Huiqing, who had been silent the whole time, let out a sigh. Sigh, big brother, you've made Xiaoyu angry again. If you keep this up, you'll never find a wife. Seeing Shen Huiqing, still a half-grown boy, speaking with the tone of someone who had been through it all. Shen Huayu's mouth twitched. What do you know? How could I not know? Shen Huiqing puffed out his cheeks, a little dissatisfied. Grandpa told me that if you want to win a wife, you have to know how to make her happy, not make her angry. Shen Huayu's mind conjured an image of Shen Xiui earnestly teaching his younger brother how to win a wife. He was speechless. What exactly was Grandpa teaching Huiqing every day? When they arrived at Unity Commune, Feng Lingyu finally understood just how big the annual big market really was. There was hardly any space left to set foot on the street. The crowd was packed, people squeezing against people, pushing against people. Of course, buying and selling was still not allowed, but bartering was fine. It wasn't very noticeable back in the village, but at the big market, the New Year's atmosphere was already thick. There were lanterns hanging, spring couplets being written, fu characters being drawn, and even fried dough snacks and sugar figures being made right on the street. As soon as they arrived at the big market, Gao Xiaotao craned her neck to take in all the excitement. She had grown up in the city and had never seen the spectacle of a rural market. Shen Huiqing was no exception. He was interested in everything he saw. Seeing that Gao Xiaodao's mind had already wandered off, Feng Lingyu let her go play on her own. She had money and ration tickets on her, so she could buy or trade as she pleased. With Xiaodao's fighting skills, no one foolish enough would dare to bully her. Seeing this, Shen Huiqing quickly said he wanted to go with Sister Xiao to have fun. He wanted to see the novelties too. Big Brother and Sister Xiaoyu were too calm. Following them was no fun at all. Besides, Grandpa had told him to be observant and create more opportunities for Big Brother and Sister Xiaoyu to spend time alone. Go ahead, but make sure to stay close to Sister Xiaodao. Don't wander off alone. Shen Huayu bent down to instruct him. Shen Huiqing happily replied with an and then joyfully left with Gao Xiaodao. Come on, let's go take a look too. Feng Lingyu tugged at Shen Huayu's sleeve and pulled him into the crowd. Normally, Feng Lingyu wasn't one to enjoy crowds either. But today's atmosphere was so lively that even she, who considered herself aloof, was infected by it. Shen Huayu had come today specifically to accompany Feng Lingyu on her stroll, so naturally, whatever she said went. Before long, both of their hands were full of things, all of which Feng Lingyu had bartered for. These stir-fried chestnuts are really delicious. Feng Lingyu had just traded for a bag of stir-fried chestnuts and couldn't wait to peel one and taste it. Freshly stir-fried chestnuts were soft, sticky, and sweet, tempting Feng Lingyu to eat nearly half the bag in one go. She had wanted to finish them all off, but Shen Huayu took them away, saying that eating too many would cause bloating. Feng Lingyu understood the reasoning and obediently stopped. Although the market was very lively, Unity Commune was only so big after all. Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu walked and stopped, and before long, they had reached the end. Mainly, Feng Lingyu was very focused in her goals. She was only interested in food, so she skipped past most of the stalls. Among the food stalls, most were quite ordinary. For example, there was one selling fried dough sticks, and Feng Lingyu could tell at a glance that the dough hadn't puffed up properly. It wouldn't taste good. Thus, the two quickly made a full round of the market. This was the end of the market, where there were relatively fewer people. An old man with graying hair and a spirited demeanor sat on a mat he had brought, squinting as if he had fallen asleep. In front of him were laid out a variety of odds and ends, a chipped bowl, oddly shaped ornaments, some rusty knives, in short, things no one was interested in. Other stalls at least had people stopping by to ask questions, but his stall was one that everyone just glanced at and passed over. Even if someone asked what he wanted to trade for, they were put off by the items he demanded. The anti-selling chicks next to him kindly advised him, if someone is willing to trade for your things, just go ahead and do it. Otherwise, you'll have come all this way for nothing. Who would be willing to spend so much to trade for your junk? Isn't this stuff easy to find at the scrapyard? Seeing that he wasn't taking her advice, the auntie's smile stiffened, and she turned away, ignoring him. Feng Lingyu took in the whole scene. She glanced at the items laid out on the ground and found that they were indeed all worthless. But when her eyes swept over a book, she paused. Chapter 466, Willing to Part with It. Shen Huayu noticed Feng Lingyu's movement and asked in a low voice, What, something caught your interest? Feng Lingyu pressed her lips together, though she was also somewhat uncertain. She said, Come on, let's go ask. Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu walked directly to the old man's stall. Feng Lingyu crouched down and carefully examined the items he had laid out. The anti-selling chick saw two well-dressed, good-looking young people stopping at the old man's stall and muttered to herself, such well-off people, but what a pity their brains aren't working right. Uncle, may I ask where all these things came from? Feng Lingyu spoke up. The old man sat there unmoving, his eyes slightly closed as if resting. Even with visitors at his stall, he showed no reaction, not even opening his eyes. The chick selling auntie grumbled inwardly, *, this old man is putting on airs. With all this junk, no one would even bother stealing it, so of course he doesn't need to watch it. Asterisk. Only after hearing the question did the old man crack his eyes open a slit. He looked the two young people up and down, then spoke in a hoarse voice. Why do you ask? If you fancy something, just tell me. None of this stuff is stolen. Though the old man's attitude was poor, Feng Lingyu remained good-natured and didn't get angry. Instead, she said with interest, Uncle, I've taken a liking to everything here. What would you need in exchange? The chick-selling auntie had been leaning in to eavesdrop, and when she heard Feng Lingyu say she wanted it all, she couldn't hold back anymore. I say, little miss, if you're curious, just swap for one item. Taking it all home won't do you any good. Feng Lingyu curled her lips into a smile. I'm buying because I have a use for it. Seeing she couldn't persuade her, the auntie turned her gaze to Xin Huayu. Young man, you should talk some sense into your wife. Wasting all your family's belongings at such a young age isn't a good habit. Though the auntie calling Lingyu his wife pleased Xin Huayu, his expression remained indifferent. Our family matters are none of your concern. After being rebuffed repeatedly, the auntie's face soured. Only after they finished speaking did the old man lazily sit up straight. His eyes, clouded and murky with age, still held a glint of wisdom that Feng Lingyu could discern. Yes, what do you need in exchange? Name it, Feng Lingyu said calmly. The old man grew interested and asked, do you know what I'm selling? I know a little, Feng Lingyu replied with a faint smile, then added as if casually, I have a good friend who once found a cookbook of home-style recipes. After studying it for a few months, her cooking improved greatly. I see that the kitchen knife you have here, sir, would suit my friend well. I'd like to take it back as a gift for her. The old man's gaze flickered, and he spoke ambiguously, so you were the ones who found that cookbook. What do you mean, sir? Feng Lingyu feigned ignorance. Enough. Since you brought it up in front of me, don't pretend you don't know. You recognized it from these books I've laid out, didn't you? The old man snorted. Feng Lingyu rubbed her nose sheepishly. That's true. Such precious things casually displayed on the ground, I couldn't bear to see pearls cast before swine. If a simple homestyle cookbook was that remarkable, the value of the other cookbooks needed no further thought. I just wonder if you'd be willing to part with them for me. Girl, you're young but full of schemes. I've laid them out here, what do you think it means? Giving them to anyone is the same, as long as you can give me what I want. As he spoke, the old man brushed the snowflakes off himself, a different gleam appearing in his eyes. The chick-selling auntie muttered to herself, could they really be some kind of treasure? But the exchange between Feng Lingyu and the old man was vague, and even after listening closely, the auntie couldn't figure out what they were talking about. Here, if I don't have what you want, I doubt anyone else could offer it, Feng Lingyu said with a confident raise of her eyebrows. This wasn't an exaggeration. With her space and the Feng family's wealth backing her, she could produce many things without batting an eye. Young comrade, your tone is a bit too big, the old man frowned displeased. Confidence in youth was fine, but overconfidence was arrogance. Just stating the truth, Feng Lingyu shrugged. Sir, you should say what you want. Seeing him hesitate, she continued, you have to tell me what you want. Dismissing that I can't provide it without even saying it, isn't that too hasty? And besides, you've been waiting here all this time. Has anyone recognized the value? That was the crux of it. The old man had hidden his treasures among the junk to sell, hoping to find someone who knew their worth. To keep his hard work from being wasted by those who didn't understand. The old man stiffened abruptly, then his straight back hunched once more. He let out a sigh. Forget it. Hold out your hand. Feng Lingyu extended her hand and the old man, with drooping eyes, placed a slip of paper in it. She knew the paper held what he truly wanted. Opening the slip and reading its contents, Feng Lingyu froze. Seeing her reaction, the old man wasn't disappointed. He hadn't expected much from a young girl anyway. You've never even heard of what's on there, have you? You're still young. Chapter 467, Inviting a Wolf into the House. It's understandable not to know that. The old man continued talking to himself, while inwardly mocking his own wishful thinking, wondering how he could have thought that this young girl in front of him would possess something so precious. Wait, Feng Lingyu repeated seriously, I said I have what you're looking for. What? The old man snapped back to reality, his eyes bursting with immense light. You really have it? Why would I lie to you? If I didn't, wouldn't you see through me the moment you looked? Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow. The old man frowned in thought, then spoke, as if he had made up his mind. Come with me. This isn't the right place. After saying this, he rolled up the cloth bundle on the ground, picked it up, and walked away. The woman selling chicks stared in shock. Was he just leaving like that? A well-dressed young man and woman stood face to face with a hunchbacked old man. These two parties were naturally Feng Lingyu, Xin Huayu, and the old man selling goods. Do you know what purple jade black is? The old man asked, his eyes fixed intently on Feng Lingyu. Feng Lingyu chuckled softly. This old man still didn't trust her. 1,000-year-old black-haired Polygona multiflorum, am I right? She didn't dodge or evade, speaking each word deliberately. Anyone who knew about purple jade black must come from an extraordinary family. Only then did the old man truly believe what Feng Lingyu had said. His pupils dilated, and his lips trembled involuntarily as he said excitedly, "You really have it?" "I really do." Feng Lingyu paused, then asked, "May I ask, is someone in your family ill?" The old man sighed. Anyone who knew about purple jade black would also know its effects, so he no longer concealed the truth. "I have a grandson. He's been weak since birth. From the moment he was born, doctors said he wouldn't live to adulthood. I refused to accept fate and raised him until now, but he can't hold on much longer." As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes, and he was overcome with grief. "I once heard from my master that there was a miraculous medicine in the palace called purple jade black. Just one bite could completely change a person's constitution, so..." Hearing the word palace, Feng Lingyu and Xin Huayu's eyes flickered. This man's background was indeed not ordinary. "So you took your most precious belongings and came here to try your luck, right?" Feng Lingyu looked up and said softly, "Old man, I have purple jade black, and I'm willing to give it to you." But she slowed her tone. "What I want isn't the things you laid out." The old man was stunned and smiled bitterly. "Then what do you want?" His most precious possession was his skill, and he had even taken out the recipes his master had passed down to him. Gold, silver, and jewels? These two before him probably wouldn't care for them either. "Feng Lingyu, you're overthinking it." "I do care. Aside from his life, what else did he have worth trading?" "What I want is you," Feng Lingyu said decisively. The old man was so shocked by Feng Lingyu's words that he couldn't speak. Stammering, he said, "What do you mean?" "I'm this old. Xin Huayu equals..." "Wait." Feng Lingyu quickly stopped him from continuing, afraid he might say something embarrassing. "I mean, I want you to work for me." The old man realized he had misunderstood and awkwardly rubbed his hands together, forcing a faint smile. Seeing his face full of wrinkles, Feng Lingyu twitched the corner of her mouth. "Also, if you trust me, I can take a look at your grandson. My medical skills are, well, decent." Seeing the struggle on the old man's face, Feng Lingyu added, "I'll still give you the purple jade black. Whether you let me see your grandson or not, I won't force you." The old man pressed his lips together and said hoarsely, "Since you can produce purple jade black, I naturally trust you. It's just, you know how the world is now. Even though I have excellent cooking skills, how can I work for you? And I'm old." Hearing these words showed that this old man had admirable character. He didn't agree immediately just to get the purple jade black, but instead considered whether the trade was fair. "Who says you're useless? In any case, I won't make a losing deal." Feng Lingyu finished speaking and then put on a stern face. "Since I'm willing to offer precious purple jade black, it means I think you're worth this price. And you won't be the one losing out, so what are you afraid of?" That was true. Thinking of his grandson lying in bed, the old man gritted his teeth and agreed. "All right, it's settled. As long as you can produce the purple jade black, from now on, you're my master. Whatever you say goes." From now on, she'd have a master chef cooking for her. Xin Huayu shook his head helplessly. He didn't need to ask to guess what Xiaoyu was thinking. Feng Lingyu also gained a basic understanding of the old man's background. The old man was named Wu Xing. According to him, his master was a renowned chef who had once worked in the palace, specifically cooking for the emperor as an imperial chef. He himself was an orphan, adopted and raised by his master. His master taught him everything he knew and, on his deathbed, urged him to find an heir to pass on the culinary skills. But his apprentice had wolf-like ambitions, believing Wu Sheng favored his own son and hadn't taught him all the secrets. When the liberation came, the apprentice reported Wu Xing. Wu Xing had opened a modest restaurant. Because of his excellent skills, many people came to eat, so he had some assets. But since his master had indeed come from the palace, his background wasn't entirely clean, and the whole family fell into disaster. In the end, his daughter-in-law, frightened during her pregnancy, gave birth prematurely and passed away. Not long after, his son also died. Only Wu Xing was left, raising a frail infant. If not for his grandson Wu Sanla, he probably wouldn't have been able to go on. After hearing Wu Xing's story, Feng Lingyu and Xin Huayu sighed deeply. "When you took on an apprentice back then, didn't you consider their character?" "Skill comes second, character comes first," Feng Lingyu remarked. Wu Xing was filled with shame at her words. Even an adult like him wasn't as perceptive as this young girl. "At the time, I was only focused on passing on my master's culinary skills. My son wasn't cut out for it, so I was anxious and judged apprentices solely by their cooking ability," Wu Xing said bitterly. "Looking back now, I didn't understand life well enough." Seeing Wu Xing's dejection, Feng Lingyu didn't comfort him. If he had chosen an apprentice with strong character and taught them diligently, he might still have passed on the culinary skills. He wouldn't have ended up inviting a wolf into the house, leading to the ruin of his family. Chapter 468. watching the excitement. Wu Xing was about to take Feng Lingyu home immediately to check on his grandson, but Feng Lingyu said they still needed to wait for friends. Since they had already found the purple jade crow, Wu Xing was no longer in such a hurry, so they waited at the agreed-upon spot. Xiao Tao and Huai Qing had gone shopping on their own and hadn't returned yet. They had arranged to meet at the street corner. Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu stood tall and elegant, their bearings so striking that people forgot the mundane, drawing many eyes. Still not back yet. Shen Huayu raised his wrist and glanced at his watch with his dark eyes. They probably saw something fun and lost track of time, Feng Lingyu said casually. Since the snow disaster began, Gao Xiaodao and Shen Huiqing had been cooped up at home for 3 months. This was their first time out, so of course everything seemed fresh to them. As Feng Lingyu had guessed, Gao Xiaodao and Shen Huiqing had indeed forgotten the time while having fun. Just now, they had spotted a lion dance troupe and were so excited they stopped there and refused to leave. The atmosphere around them was lively, and whenever the lions performed a difficult move, the crowd would cheer and applaud. Gao Xiaodao and Shen Huiqing were completely absorbed, watching without blinking. For this kind of lion dance, someone would always go around with a large basin afterward to collect tips. People usually gave food or useful items. When it was Gao Xiaodao and Shen Huiqing's turn, they fumbled in their pockets, grabbed a handful of candy, and dropped it all in. Compared to the beans and pine nuts others gave, this handful of candy was quite generous. The person collecting tips beamed with a smile like a blooming flower and even called over the lion dancers, who had already finished, to perform an extra dance around Gao Xiaodao and Shen Huiqing. The two were overjoyed and played along for a while longer. When the commotion died down, they still felt a bit reluctant to leave. That was so fun. Too bad Xiaoyu and the others aren't here. Gao Xiaodao smacked her lips and sighed. Shen Huiqing's joy hadn't faded yet. Yeah, Sister Xiaoyu and my brother. Mid-sentence, his face twisted in panic. Oh no. They must have been waiting for us for ages. The smile on Gao Xiaodao's face froze instantly. They exchanged a glance and said in unison, we need to hurry back. When they sprinted back, they saw Feng Lingyu with her arms crossed, her calm eyes fixed on them without a ripple. Shen Huayu was still smiling, but the feeling he gave off was even more terrifying. We brought you some good food, Gao Xiaodao said loudly, trying to cover her guilt. She shot Shen Huiqing a look. Huiqing, take out the stuff. Oh, right. Shen Huiqing secretly glanced at his brother's expression and felt he was doomed. Sister Xiaoyu, these fried chestnuts and popcorn are really good. Here, I kept them inside my clothes, so they're still warm. Shen Huiqing pursed his lips and looked at Feng Lingyu pleadingly. If Sister Xiaoyu wasn't angry, his brother probably wouldn't be either. Feng Lingyu lowered her eyes, meeting Shen Huiqing's anxious gaze, and her heart softened. After all, she had spent half a year raising him into a half-grown youth. Seeing him now acting so submissive and ingratiating, she couldn't bring herself to say harsh words. She bent down slightly, reached out, pinched Shen Huiqing's springy cheek, and pulled it outward. If you run off like that again, don't think you'll get off so easily next time. Seeing this, Gao Xiaodao seized the moment. Come on, try some. These are really good. Feng Lingyu shot her a sideways glance. What were you two up to, having so much fun? Just watching some excitement. There was a group doing a lion dance. It was amazing. Too bad you missed it. Mentioning the fun, Gao Xiaodao perked up and said cheerfully. Shen Huiqing's eyes lit up too as he nodded along in agreement. All right, but don't let it happen again, Feng Lingyu said helplessly. Who would have thought they'd get so absorbed in watching a lion dance? Is there anything else you need to buy? If not, let's go. Gao Xiaodao and Shen Huiqing were confused. We're going back now? It was just noon, so going back now seemed too early. No. Feng Lingyu said seriously, let me introduce you. This is Wu Xing. You can call him Grandpa Wu. We're going to his place now. Gao Xiaodao and Shen Huiqing looked at the portly old man with squinting eyes, completely baffled. How had another Grandpa Wu appeared in the time they were gone? After exchanging greetings, they followed Wu Xing to where he lived. Wu Xing had lived in a small village near the capital in his early years, but after a disaster, he moved to Danang City with his grandson. He bought a small courtyard in a quiet alley and settled there. He had lived there for 20 years, and his grandson, Wu Sanla, was now 20 years old. Wu Xing took out his keys, opened the door, and gestured for Feng Lingyu and the others to follow. Just as they were about to enter, a young woman suddenly darted out from the side and asked inquisitively, Uncle Wu, who are they? Wu Xing frowned and turned to see it was the neighbor's new wife. They're some younger relatives of mine. Aren't you busy at home? You should head back. After Wu Xing moved here, the neighbors had helped him a few times, seeing him as an old man raising a child alone. But later, perhaps because they saw that he and his grandson were one old and one young, they started having other ideas. After all, Wu Sanla clearly had poor health and might even pass away before his grandfather Wu Xing. Once they were gone, the house would still be there, right? So the neighbors' attitude changed, and they started coming to Wu Xing's place, acting as if they owned it. Wu Xing had been around long enough to see through their intentions, and it disgusted him. After giving them gifts far exceeding the value of their help as thanks, he stopped letting them visit. Perhaps sensing Wu Xing's stance, the family backed off for a few years. But this year, after the family married and a new wife, their old habits resurfaced. This wife, having heard rumors from somewhere, kept monitoring Wu Xing's movements, driving him to distraction. Now that Sanla was gravely ill, Wu Xing had no energy to deal with her, but she only grew worse, watching him even more closely. Chapter 469. The Living Dead. The woman, after hearing Wu Xing's words, not only did not leave, but instead raised her voice. Younger generation. Don't you have no relatives left, Uncle Wu? Don't let these people fool you. As she spoke, she glared angrily at Feng Lingyu and the others. Wu Xing's face darkened. What business is it of yours? Whether I have relatives or not, why should I have to explain it to you? With that, Wu Xing stepped aside to let Feng Lingyu and the others enter first. Hey! The woman grew anxious and tried to follow, but she was met with the door slamming shut without mercy. Puh! That old bastard. The woman spat hatefully. No, she had to hurry back and tell her mother-in-law, or else what if the old bastard gave the house to someone else? With that thought, she rushed home in a hurry. Meanwhile, Wu Xing led Feng Lingyu and the others into the courtyard. The yard was small, but enough for 2 people to live in. It was somewhat messy, with a pile of charcoal and firewood in one corner, and a layer of snow still on the ground, only a narrow path worn by footsteps. Noticing Feng Lingyu's gaze, Wu Xing said apologetically, Sanla is sick, so I haven't had the heart to clean up. Sorry for the embarrassment. Inside the house, the charcoal fire was burning fully, and warmth greeted them as soon as they entered. Sanla lies on the Kong all day. If I don't keep it warm enough and he catches a chill, it'd be bad, Wu Xing explained. He lifted the curtain to the inner room, revealing a small partition space. The inner room was even hotter than the outer one, and as soon as they entered, Shen Huayu and Gao Xiaotao began to sweat. Feng Lingyu looked toward the king directly opposite the curtain, where a pale-faced young man lay on the bed with his eyes closed. If not for the rise and fall of his chest, Feng Lingyu would have thought a corpse lay on the king. Feng Lingyu frowned. No wonder Wu Xing was looking for purple jade black. Wu Sanla's condition was already no different from that of the living dead, with only a single breath left in his chest. Stepping forward quickly, Feng Lingyu pressed 2 fingers against the side of Wu Sanla's neck. The moment she touched his skin, Feng Lingyu felt a chill seeping through her fingertips. After a moment, when Feng Lingyu withdrew her hand, Wu Xing asked cautiously, How is Sanla doing? Shen Huayu looked at Feng Lingyu with concern. In his opinion, the man lying on the kang was beyond saving. His condition is very bad. Luckily, the room isn't cold, and he's still holding onto that one breath. Otherwise, he would have. Feng Lingyu shook her head. Wu Xing gave a bitter smile. I had no choice. At the start of winter, Sanla was fine. But when that heavy snow came 2 months ago, he ran a high fever that very night. We barely got the fever down, but he fell into a coma and hasn't woken up. Thankfully, I've always had the habit of stockpiling firewood and charcoal, so I managed to keep him warm. Gao Xiaodao and Shen Huiqing couldn't bear to see Wu Xing so heartbroken. Especially Shen Huiqing, who felt a pang in his heart at the thought that his own grandfather might one day worry about him like this. He stepped forward, grabbed Feng Lingyu's sleeve, and tugged it gently. Sister Xiaoyu, can you save him? Hearing this, Wu Xing also looked at Feng Lingyu with hopeful eyes. Feng Lingyu lifted her gaze and spoke seriously to Wu Xing. In his current state, even if he eats the purple jade black, it can only keep that breath from dispersing. It won't have any other effect. Wu Xing froze, his dry, cracked lips trembling as if he had never considered the possibility that purple jade black might not cure his grandson's illness. But my master told me purple jade black has miraculous effects. 1 bite and all ailments vanish, he murmured. His master had come from the palace and was widely experienced. How could he have deceived him? Grandpa Wu, if there were truly a medicine in this world that could cure all illnesses with 1 bite, then how did the old emperor die? Wouldn't he have kept such a good thing for himself? Purple jade black, when it comes down to it, is just a herb that has grown for a very long time, with stronger medicinal effects than ordinary herbs. As Feng Lingyu spoke, it was as if all the vitality and spirit had been drained from Wu Xing. His already stooped back bent even further. Then, my grandson is beyond saving? Wu Xing asked, his mouth twisted and his voice choked with tears. Feng Lingyu felt a flicker of irritation. Her fingers at her side kept rubbing together. In truth, Wu Sanla wasn't completely beyond saving, but it would be a huge gamble. If the treatment succeeded, he could wake up again. She wasn't sure if Wu Xing could bear the consequences of losing his grandson. After all, if he only took the purple jade black, Wu Sanla could keep that one breath alive indefinitely. Though he wouldn't wake up, at least he would still be alive. Sensing Feng Lingyu's emotional turmoil, Shen Huayu quietly reached out and wrapped his hand around hers. Just do what you need to do. Don't worry. Feng Lingyu turned her head, meeting Shen Huayu's caring and understanding gaze. Her eyelashes, dark as a crow's feathers, fluttered incessantly before she finally made up her mind. The choice should ultimately be Wu Xing's to make. Grandpa Wu, it's not completely hopeless, but this method is very dangerous. If it fails, he might pass away on the spot, Feng Lingyu said, looking up. But if you choose not to treat him, feeding him the purple jade black can keep him alive for 10 years without dying. Whether to treat him or not, you need to think it over carefully. I can't guarantee that I can definitely save him. Hearing Feng Lingyu's words, Wu Xing first felt a surge of joy, then calmed down and fell into silence. In the past, Wu Xing had built some connections through his cooking, including several renowned doctors. When Wu Sanlo was young, he had traveled far and wide just to find a cure for him. But every doctor had shaken their head inside, saying he couldn't be raised to adulthood. The best doctor had only promised that Sanla would live to adulthood. Feng Lingyu was the first doctor so far to say there was a way to treat him. That alone made Wu Xing's resolve waver. Looking at Feng Lingyu's still somewhat youthful face, Wu Xing still couldn't make up his mind. Could he really entrust his grandson's life to this teenage girl before him? In just 3 months, his face had lost all color. Comrade Feng, Wu Xing said, his voice hoarse. I trust you. If Sanla were awake, he would be willing to take this gamble too. After saying this, Wu Xing seemed to have unburdened himself of a heavy weight. He opened his eyes as wide as possible, as if trying to etch his grandson's face deeply into his memory. Feng Lingyu stepped forward and said seriously, Grandpa Wu, if the treatment fails, I will still give you the purple jade black. You don't have to fulfill our agreement either. Wu Xing's heart trembled. That was the precious purple jade black, she would just give it away like that? Looking at the tense face before him, Wu Xing knew that Feng Lingyu meant it. She wasn't joking. The words of a person of noble character carried the weight of 1,000 gold. I trust you. If it fails, there's no need to give me the purple jade black. If my grandson is gone, it's no different to me than a common white radish on the street, Wu Xing said, forcing a faint smile. Good. Since you trust me, I will give it my all. Chapter 470, When will things get better? Next, Feng Lingyu and Wu Xing agreed that she would return in 2 days to treat Wu Sanla, and then they left. Before leaving, she directly took a piece of purple jade black from her bag in front of Wu Xing and told him to place it in Wu Sanla's mouth. He truly hadn't expected that she would carry something so precious on her person. Even in the imperial palace, purple jade black would be stored in the most tightly guarded treasure vault, not easily accessible to just anyone. At that moment, his confidence in Feng Lingyu's medical skills grew even stronger. As they came out of Wu Xing's house, the woman next door was leaning over the wall, craning her neck to peek at them. While spying, she muttered to herself, these people clearly looked wealthy. How did that old man Wu Xing come to know them? Gao Xiaotao noticed the woman spying and frowned. Xiaoyu? It's fine. Don't worry about it. Feng Lingyu's eyes glinted coldly as she spoke calmly. Just as Feng Lingyu and her group turned to leave, a scream rang out not far away. It turned out the woman had slipped and fallen off the wall. At the base of the wall was a pile of firewood from her home, and her leg bone happened to strike a wooden stick. The clear sound of a bone cracking rang out as the woman clutched her leg and screamed incessantly on the ground. Damn you, what have you done? Breaking your leg means I have to take care of you now. As Feng Lingyu and her group walked farther away, the curses behind them gradually faded. Xiaoyu, did you hear that? That woman fell. Haha, heaven has eyes. Once they were out of the alley, Gao Xiaotao said with schadenfreude. Afterward, the group strolled around the streets for a while and even stopped to eat at a state-run restaurant. There were many people on the streets today, and the state-run restaurant was so crowded there was barely room to stand. Fortunately, with Shen Huayu and Gao Xiaotao around, the two tall individuals naturally had an advantage in grabbing seats. After a hasty meal, they picked up their things and headed home. When they saw Feng Lingyu and her group, everyone greeted them warmly. Soon, everyone's attention was drawn to Shen Huayu. He stood tall and graceful, like a jade tree in the wind, gentle and refined, not to mention his exquisitely handsome features. Many young wives and girls secretly stole glances at him. Some older aunties even asked Feng Lingyu about him, but she just smiled and brushed them off. Back when Shen Huayu was in the village, he had been thin and poorly dressed, so even his striking looks had been diminished to only a fraction. But this time, Shen Huayu didn't hide himself and walked openly through the village. He had already shown up once during the village fish-catching event, and some villagers had seen him when the phone lines were being repaired. Given his special status, Once those in the know revealed Shen Huayu's true identity, the stares directed at him vanished entirely. Everyone collectively kept their distance from Feng Lingyu and her group. But that suited Shen Huayu just fine. He had no desire to interact much with the villagers. After exchanging a subtle glance with Feng Lingyu, Shen Huayu grabbed his things and walked away quickly. Feng Lingyu understood his concerns. He wanted to minimize his presence in the village so that Grandpa Shen could live in peace. Once Shen Huayu was gone, the lively atmosphere returned. Some people even subtly advised Feng Lingyu to keep her distance from Shen Huayu. From their perspective, they meant well for her. So Feng Lingyu just smiled and nodded without responding. There was no need to show her disagreement. The more limited a person's experience, the shallower their views on certain matters, it couldn't be helped. And given Shen Huayu's current status, their concerns were indeed reasonable, especially when she saw her brother leaving alone. Just as Shen Huaiqing was feeling utterly dejected, a warm hand landed on his shoulder. It's okay. Everything will get better. The bitterness now is for the sweetness to come. Hearing Feng Lingyu say this, the sadness and faint resentment in Shen Huaiqing's heart instantly dissipated. When they got home, Feng Lingyu had just put down her things when Shen Huayu arrived. He had carried back most of the items they bought today. Feng Lingyu cautiously glanced at Shen Huayu's expression, and upon finding nothing amiss, she let out a sigh of relief. What are you looking at? Shen Huayu found it a bit amusing. If he were the type to be hurt by a few words from others, he wouldn't have survived back when he broke his leg and followed his grandfather to Qingshan village. I'm just worried about you, Feng Lingyu pouted. Then, they sorted and put away the things they had bought. Most of it was food, like sugar-fried chestnuts and a type of fried dough fruit. The rest were odds and ends that Gao Xiaodao had found interesting, like small bamboo-woven baskets and little bowls. Since lunch hadn't been satisfying, Gao Xiaodao cooked a few dishes when they got back, including 2 plates of sliced cured pork ribs and sausages. Cured meat and sausages paired perfectly with fluffy white rice. One bite was so fragrant it made you close your eyes and savor it. Shen Huayu remained composed, but he was eating noticeably faster than usual. After a day out, everyone was hungry. In the end, they polished off every dish they had made. Tuanzi and Jinzi had been watching the house all day, and as soon as Feng Lingyu returned, they dashed out to run wild. Tuanzi had developed a hunting habit in the primeval forest and would go out to hunt every day without Feng Lingyu having to tell him. When they came back each day, Feng Lingyu would give them extra food to supplement their nutrition. After Feng Lingyu finished her meal, they returned right on time. Chapter 471. How much longer are you going to hold on? The 2 little ones shook off the snow and crumbs clinging to their fur outside before strolling in confidently. Shen Huaiqing stood up, took the towel hanging behind the door, and rubbed the fluff on Tuanzi and Jinzi dry. Gao Xiaodao went to bring out the prepared meal. Shen Huayu sat at the table, watching everyone fuss over Tuanzi and Jinzi as if they were serving ancestors, and twitched the corner of his mouth. Huayu, go cut 2 pears, Feng Lingyu said without turning her head. He sighed helplessly, then obediently went to the kitchen to cut fruit. Now even the animals had to have fruit after meals, with a focus on balanced nutrition. After everything was tidied up, Shen Huayu picked up the meal prepared for Shen Shui and was ruthlessly kicked out by Feng Lingyu. Actually, it wasn't that late, just around dusk. But winter days were short, and the sky was already pitch black, giving the impression that the night was deep. Now the advantage of Feng Lingyu choosing to buy a house at the edge of the village became clear. No one would bother to wander around unless they had nothing to do. Apart from Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan, no one would ever notice Shen Huayu coming and going from Feng Lingyu's house. Everyone thought Feng Lingyu was sleeping, but she was actually in the space. She was flipping through the medical texts left by the Feng family, looking for any foolproof method to cure Wusanla. That's right, she was miserably working overtime to catch up. Wusanla's condition was the most challenging case Feng Lingyu had encountered so far. Since arriving in this world, every patient Feng Lingyu had treated had, to some extent, involved the shadow of her abilities. This time, Wusanla's body was almost completely drained of vitality, and Feng Lingyu wasn't sure if her plant abilities would still be useful. However, the ancient texts of the Feng family recorded a needling technique that could stimulate a person's vitality by activating various acupoints on the body, then supplemented with a top-tier medicinal herb like Ziyu Wu, to rejuvenate the patient's body. Feng Lingyu sat cross-legged on a cushion in the pharmacy, her hands constantly shifting through movements. Once the basic motions were fully etched into her mind, all that remained was practical application. Feng Lingyu turned her gaze to the little pig leisurely strolling around. Time flew by, and soon it was the day Feng Lingyu was to treat Wusanla. For the past 2 days, she had been holed up practicing her needling technique, not even stepping outside, with Gao Xiaodao bringing meals to her room. Comrade Shen, how can you not be the least bit anxious? Wu Xing sighed. Wu Xing and Shen Huayu sat in the outer room. It had already been a full day and night since Feng Lingyu went in to treat Wu Sanla. Hearing Wu Xing's question, Shen Huayu wasn't the least bit worried. Instead, he leisurely took a sip of tea and said calmly, "Don't worry. No news is the best news." Besides, recalling the determined and confident look in Xiaoyu's eyes before she went in, Shen Huayu chuckled softly. She had practiced tirelessly day and night for this. She would surely succeed. Wu Xing was momentarily stunned, his forehead creased with wrinkles. The young man before him was confident and commanding. Though his features appeared refined, his eyes unconsciously revealed a bold and unrestrained spirit. Wu Xing thought back to his younger days, when he had cooked for many high-ranking officials and nobles, but he had never seen a young man with such an imposing presence. Still, Shen Huayu was right, no news from inside meant everything was progressing steadily. With that thought, the anxiety in Wu Xing's heart was instantly soothed. Inside the room, Feng Lingyu's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. Her hands moved continuously, adjusting the positions of the silver needles on Wu Sanla's body. After a full day and night like this, even the physically robust Feng Lingyu was struggling to keep going. If it weren't for the spiritual spring water replenishing her, she might have collapsed yesterday. Fortunately, only the final step remained to complete the task. With that in mind, Feng Lingyu steadied her mind and continued applying the needles. She couldn't let it all fall apart at the last moment. After the last silver needle was pulled from Wu Sanla's body, a spark of light burst from Feng Lingyu's eyes. As soon as she shouted that, her legs gave way, and she instantly collapsed into the chair behind her. The initial joy was quickly followed by physical exhaustion. After a day and night of immense mental strain, she had no strength left. Hearing Feng Lingyu's voice, Wu Sheng thought he was hallucinating from waiting too long. It wasn't until Shen Huayu suddenly stood up and strode inside that he snapped out of it and followed excitedly. As soon as he entered the inner room, Shen Huayu saw Feng Lingyu slumped in the chair. Hearing the commotion, she lifted her head after a long moment and managed a weary smile at Shen Huayu. Feng Lingyu's usually rosy and vibrant face had turned pale, her sparkling eyes had lost their luster, and she looked like a broken doll drained of all vitality. Seeing her like this, Shen Huayu's heart ached. He quickly stepped forward and gently pulled her into his arms. "And you're still smiling?" Shen Huayu said through gritted teeth. He hadn't known beforehand that Feng Lingyu would end up like this. Otherwise, he would never have let her treat Wu Sanla. Feng Lingyu caught the familiar scent of fur, and her tense heart instantly relaxed. She tilted her head and buried herself deep into Shen Huayu's embrace, still not satisfied, and pressed herself even closer. She kept going until her entire face was buried, leaving only the tips of her ears exposed. Feeling Feng Lingyu's overly intimate and dependent movements, Shen Huayu stiffened. The words he wanted to say to her got stuck in his throat. In the end, 1,000 words turned into just 2. "You. I didn't know it would be this exhausting. People and pigs are different, you know." A muffled voice came from Shen Huayu's arms. Shen Huayu choked and glanced guiltily at Wu Xing, who was joyfully checking on his grandson's condition. Ahem. Don't say that. Even though the outcome was good, letting Wu Xing know that she had experimented on a pig before treating his grandson felt odd. "Then don't be mad," Feng Lingyu pressed on. "Fine." But Shen Huayu paused, then added, "Don't let it happen again." Knowing she had gotten past this hurdle, Feng Lingyu drawled. She lifted her head from Shen Huayu's arms. The friction had brought a faint pink flush back to her cheeks, and the stray hairs on her forehead were messy. Her eyes sparkled with a gleam of triumph as she murmured softly, "How much longer are you going to hold on?"